The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter The Chase?
The day I finally made the switch from Detective Sergeant Peter Peru to Detective Lieutenant Peter Peru should have been a happy day because it's just what we've been waiting for, Joan and I. The promotion. Oh, how we chased that promotion. Maybe you didn't know it, but the difference between a sergeant's pay and a lieutenant's pay is $9.62 a week. Not much, but all the difference, Joan always used to say, that we needed to get married on. Well, now I've got the lieutenancy, and I've got the miserable $9.62 more a week. But now I haven't got Joan. What stopped us? A little piece of nothing shaped like a dog collar, narrow as a postcard and flexible like celluloid. A dictation tape. Yeah, that and a miserable dictating machine and the man who used them. It all started the night I went to pick Joan up at the office where she worked as a secretary. Generally, I knocked off duty at about the same time she finished work, but if I was tied up on a case, she'd just stay on doing some freelance typing job she'd picked up from an employment agency. It only brought in a couple of bucks, but it was her way of chasing our wedding day while I chased the promotion. Hi, Joni.
Oh, hello, sweetie. Be with you in a minute. Just finishing this page.
Oh, come on. The strong arm of the law has a weak stomach crying for food.
Just a minute.
Hey, I haven't seen you use your boss's dictating machine on your outside typing jobs before. What is it? A new job?
Mm-hmm. Just got it from the employment agency today. I'm working for a writer after office hours now. Good pay, too.
Oh, yeah? What is it, a book?
Yeah, it's a novel. It's kind of gory. It's about a shy young man who's going crazy and knows it.
Oh? Who's writing it?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. These dictation tapes are delivered to me every couple of days. I type up the pages and mail them to the agency.
Oh, that's simple.
Sure. South Pacific was dictated on tape that way.
And you never see your boss?
Never. He just sends my hard-earned pay with the tapes.
Well, that should make for pleasant employer-employee relations. And now what about the food department?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I'd like to see this man. He sounds brooding, sensitive, lonely. Real romantic type, Pete. I can't help wondering who he is, what he is.
Oh, fine.
Why, Peter, you're jealous. You're jealous of a voice.
Look, when you're ready to quit, let me know. I'll be in the coffee shop downstairs. Just poke your head in, okay?
Okay. I'll poke my head in on the end of a stick.
You'd better give that writer up, Joni, old girl. Give that writer up. But Joan Clinton didn't give her writer up. I should have stopped it when she went from simple interest to fascination. And as each day went by, she looked forward with more impatience to the delivery of the little tapes that brought her into a strange, one-sided communication with a man she'd never met. After a while, all she could ever talk about to me or to her office friends was her wonderful writer.
Oh, say, Annie, you want to hear something really good?
Oh, Joan, have a heart. I heard that tape twice this morning.
Oh.
me a writer, huh? How's that story coming? The one about the shy fella going nuts.
Oh, Annie's just wonderful. And today he added a postscript on the tape. He said when the book was finished, he'd find out who I was and he'd come to see me. Last night I typed up 27 pages, and on each tape I listened to, he sounded chipper and cheerful and happy. Oh, he was so gay, just like a little boy.
No night work lately, Joan. How come?
I don't know, Pete. I don't know. I suddenly stopped hearing from him. His last tape sounded so sad and strange. And that was 10 days ago.
I don't mind telling you that I was glad. Yeah, I'm no Gregory Peck, you know. I'm not even a fair Humphrey Bogart for looks. But when a guy finds himself competing with a voice coming off a dictation tape for his girlfriend, it's a little unsettling. So I was glad. Until I went to pick her up a couple of days ago at her office. I'd left my partner, Sammy Sampson, in the squad car downstairs. And no sooner did I open Joan's office door...
Pete? Oh, Pete, I'm so glad you're here.
Joni, what's happened? What's the matter?
Listen, Pete, listen to this. I got this tape tonight. The first one in 11 days, and it has something on it that... Oh, wait a minute. I'll turn the dictating machine on. Listen on these earphones.
Mm-hmm.
This should start as a new paragraph chapter. The driving force within him no longer raged. He was calm, for he knew precisely what he must do. He listened for a moment to the foghorns in the bay, and then he opened the shop door. He saw the frightened face of the old man staring up at him. He paused. Then with great precision and almost no effort and absolutely no emotion, I took the sword from under my coat, and with it, I killed him.
Well, do you see?
What do you want me to see?
This man dictated the story saying he listened for a minute to the foghorns, and he used the word he when he said he opened the shop door and he saw the man. But when it came to the violence, the killing, he said I. I took the sword, and with it, I killed him.
Joni, what are you driving at?
Pete, this man's been writing about someone who's lonely, moody, depressed, about someone who's going mad, someone who kills. He's not writing just about someone. He's writing about himself.
Lots of times a writer, to help his thinking, will mentally exchange places with his lead character, and I could understand how this writer had put himself in the place of the killer he was writing about. That's why the guy on the tape had said I instead of he, that's all. I read it someplace, and it made sense, but it took me 15 minutes of the biggest salesmanship I could deliver to bring Joan to the point where she agreed with me. Oh, here, Joni, drink this and you'll feel better. Then I'll drive you home, and I want you to forget all this stuff. You just haven't been your old self, sweetie.
Guess I've been working too hard, Pete, and thinking of this voice. Oh, he's probably a timid little man of 50, married and henpecked, and using the story as a release for his inhibitions and frustrations. I'm sorry I've been such a jerk, and I've been so unfair to you. Oh, Pete, how could I be so silly? Oh, Pete.
Forget it, kid. Yeah, this is worth it.
Pete! Pete! Hurrah!
Holy cats. I forgot all about Sammy Sampson.
Oh, it's my fault. I'm sorry.
Pete!
Here, hold this glass, Joni.
Uh-huh.
In here, Sam.
Pete, I just picked up a general alarm on the squawk box in the car.
What is it?
Murder.
Where?
On the waterfront. An old man killed with a sword.
It didn't take long to check with the cops at the waterfront shop and find that fact meshed with fiction point by point. By my book, that much of a coincidence just couldn't happen. I asked the precinct to send a couple of men to meet Sammy and me at Joan's office, and the chase was on. Here was the chance for the promotion. Without even looking for it, the biggest case of my life was right in my lap. The only thing wrong was that my only lead, my hottest lead, was my own sweetheart.
Who is he, Joan? Where is he?
Oh, Sam.
She's told us 10 times, Sam. She doesn't know.
Someone must. Look, let's run this down. The Harriet House Employment Agency got Joan this typing job, right?
Right.
This writer mails 2 or 3 tapes in a plain white envelope to Joan's home every couple of days, right?
Yeah, but with no return address to give us anything to go on. Except this one's postmark shows it was mailed last night from the main Times Square postal station.
Oh, swell. The biggest in the city. That should be cute to trace. Okay. Then what?
After I type up the script, I send the pages back to the Harriet House Employment Agency.
Well, he must pick them up there. Andrews.
Yes, Sarge?
Get the squad car, Andy. Find a Mrs. Harriet House and pick her up. She runs the Harriet House Employment Agency in the drill building. Take her to her office. I'll meet you there in 20 or 30 minutes.
Right, Pete.
Now, look, Joan, were you ever given any reasons why he didn't have you come to him where he could dictate directly to you?
I wish he had me come to him. If he's mentally ill, if he's sick, I might have helped him.
All right, Joan, cut it out.
The woman at the agency only said he likes to work this way. You don't know him like I do. He's sensitive. He's easily disturbed.
Yeah, he's sensitive, all right.
You're not fair. You haven't proved anything yet. Why should you be so sure he's the killer?
Aren't you?
Pete, could it be possible, just possible, that this sword murder at the waterfront and the killing that Joan's writer describes is just a coincidence?
Sammy, I just...
Sergeant Peru.
Andrews, I thought I sent you to find Harriet House.
She's been found, Sarge. A cleaning woman from her office building just called into headquarters. Harriet House is at her office, dead. Some nut killed her with a sword.
Any questions, Sammy? Joan? The once whitewashed walls and ceilings of the Harriet House Employment Agency would have to be whitewashed again. The job that was done there had certainly been that of a madman, but a madman who undoubtedly had lucid moments. Because the file folder that had held the scripts Joan Clinton had so carefully typed was found next to the destroyed body of Harriet House. Empty.
She's been dead for some time, even before the waterfront killing.
He's had a busy day. You know, this guy may have shown no outer symptoms of paranoia at all for weeks. And then maybe something happened yesterday or the day before, and off he went.
Pete, I've been through this joint from top to bottom, and there's not a single piece of paper, a note, anything that leads to this guy.
Now, you missed this.
What?
A dictation tape. It was halfway under the desk.
Let's see what it says.
Yeah, plug that machine in, will you, Sammy?
Okay. You got it on right, Pete?
Wait a minute. There it is. It's all right.
Dear Mr. Author, my name is Joan Clinton, and I'm the Miss Whoever you are who's been typing up your book.
Holy cats, it's Joan.
After listening to your voice for so long, I thought you might want to hear mine. I hope I'm not being presumptuous. I'd like to tell you that I think your book is going to be a really fine one. And I hope that once it's completed, we might meet for a drink to celebrate. I haven't received any tapes from you in over a week. And I hope those headaches that you mentioned from time to time haven't incapacitated you. If there's anything I can do to help, I wish you'd let me know. Good night.
Pete, is she in love with him? Is she in love with the voice? If she's holding out on
All
us...
right, keep your shirt on, Sammy. That was sent before tonight. She must have thought he'd pick it up when he came for his scripts. Let's get back to Joan's office.
Pete, I wonder if he did pick it up and listen to it before he left here.
Yeah. I wonder.
Joan, I want you to stop pussyfooting around. We're losing time, and you haven't told us everything we should know.
Now, take it easy, Sammy, and back up or I'll back you up. If you think I'll watch you give Joan a going over, you're nuts.
You listen to me, Peru. There's a maniac loose somewhere out there, and also out there are lots of men, women, and children. People are in line for murder if we don't get that killer first. Now, you get out of my way.
Pete,
Yes, Joan?
the murder he described on the tape we heard before?
The waterfront killing?
Yes. It's not the first murder he wrote about, and it's not the first time he substituted the word I for he. I've got copies of everything he's dictated, but there's a tape on the machine right now. I got it 3 weeks ago. I was listening to it again. You'd better hear it.
Hello, Princess. This will be short. I'm tired. The headaches again. Ready? When the ferry docked, the boy got off with the rest of the passengers, but he was able to keep himself hidden as he followed the girl home. At her door, I stopped her. The street was black and quiet. She shrank away from me, and the rage that began on the ferry burst through full bloom. When she started to run, I caught her and held her. She whimpered. I ripped the little fur collar off her cheap brown cloth coat and rammed one end of it into her mouth. Then I stabbed her in the back. He put her away and went to an all-night movie, and then home. Well, that's all for tonight, Princess. Once I get rid of these headaches, I'll be able to write more each day. And we'll get this book done more quickly. And we'll sell 1 million copies and start another. Good night, Princess.
Operator, get me police headquarters. Give me homicide. Hello, Johnny, this is Pete Peru. I want this done fast. See if you have a card in your unsolved murder file. Victim, young girl, blonde, wearing a brown cloth coat with fur collar at time of death. Stabbed in the back. Oh, about 3 weeks ago. Call me back. Yeah, thanks.
Pete, do you think he might be planning another killing like it? He wrote the waterfront killing before he committed it, you know.
He didn't write about Harriet House before he killed her, did he? A habitual criminal has a definite pattern. You can follow it. How can you anticipate what a madman will do?
I don't know.
Hello? Yeah, Johnny, this is Peru. Shoot. Got it. Thanks.
What is it, Pete?
Well, there's nothing in the unsolved murder file, but Johnny checked missing persons. They reported a blonde girl of 19 disappeared 3 weeks ago, Muriel Graham. She was last seen alive by some friends who put her on the New Jersey-New York ferry. She never got home. When last seen, she was wearing a brown cloth coat with a little fur collar. 15 minutes later, we stood in the blood-drenched waterfront shop staring at the body and the double-edged sword. Sammy Sampson, New York, partner, a husband, a father, and a cop for 22 years, clenched and unclenched his fists in his pockets. Then together we turned to our detachment of detectives and uniformed police and set the citywide chase into full power.
Mike, get photographs of that sword. Take a detail of men and hit every antique shop, every museum, every kind of shop or institution that can give you a lead on this sword and its owner.
Okay, Sarge.
You, go back to Joan Clinton. She has a copy of this killer's script. Have it mimeographed immediately. Then take a detail of men and go to every publisher in the city. Have them read it to see if they can recognize the style of any writers that they know.
Here's a list.
You two, as soon as it's morning, round up the sales managers of all the dictating machine outfits in town. Get them into headquarters by 10.
On your way, boys. You take this envelope down to the lab. See if you can lift any prints.
All right, you two. This job isn't nice. Remove that sword and take that poor guy down to the morgue. A homicidal maniac was loose and raging in a city of 7 million. But by noon, the manhunt had blanketed the city.
Sergeant Peru, I got a list showing the names and addresses of all the people in the entire city that company sold dictating machines to.
Okay, thanks, Andrews.
Yes, sir.
Our friend probably did his writing from home. Eliminate all the business addresses on this list and have your details start their investigations in the residential areas first. Check the salesmen. See if they recall selling dictating machines to anyone who might be a writer.
Gotcha.
In the meantime, reports started coming in, none of them good. The detectives covering the antique shops got a lot of offers from dealers to buy the sword when it was found, but none of them had ever seen it before.
Hey, Sarge, not one of the publishers could recognize any particular style in the script.
Okay, that's all.
Wait a minute. A number of them offered to buy it. You see, the publicity value is great. Even though the construction is erratic, the dialogue
vague.
Thank you, Clifton Fadiman. Now get back to your beat. The chase continued through the rest of that day and the night. The populace of all the 5 boroughs in the city, not knowing where the killer prowled, cleared the streets by nightfall. It was a Jack the Ripper panic. Nightclubs, theaters, and movie houses lost business, and the papers screamed. And to Sammy Sampson, myself, and the other jokers on the job, on duty and off duty were only figures of speech. Then we got our first break. The killer contacted Joan Clinton.
I got it in the late mail.
A tape.
Where's the envelope it came in?
Here.
Mail last night. There's your postmark, Sammy. Ansonia Postal Station. That's almost in the center of town on the west side.
Yeah. That section runs from about West 59th Street to West 74th or 75th Street, and from 5th Avenue to the North River.
Hello, Homicide. Johnny, Peru. Get on this right away. Get that list of people who bought dictating machines in the city. Get it narrowed down to just those people in the Ansonia section of Manhattan. Now, I want that list. Then call in men working on the antique shops, the ferry boats, the Navy Department, all the men we've got on the case. Put them all in the Ansonia section. One of the people in that area using a dictating machine is our man. Right.
Pete, listen to this. This is the tape Joan got.
Thanks for your little speech, Princess. I listened to it. You're very kind. I have a poem for you. Oft in dreams tender and smiling, thy fair face cometh to me. Oft in dreams thy lips beguiling, murmur soft, you love but me. Oh, my beloved one, you love but me.
Joan, listen, I don't know how I let you get into this, and I don't know what the score is between you and me right now, but there's a murderer Sammy and I have got to find. But for you, there's a lunatic lover you've got to stay away from. I'm putting some cops near your house. He may try to get to you. If he does, I don't know if he'll try to love you or kill you. But it can be easily both. It took time to bring our men in and concentrate them in the Ansonia section. The Ansonia section of Manhattan is a mixture of enormous apartment houses and filthy slum areas. The number of people packed into this 1 square mile easily exceeds 250,000. On top of this, the number of people there owning recording machines proved to be many times larger than we anticipated, and the work of finding and questioning dragged slowly. When night fell that day, Joan and I piled into Sammy's squad car for a lift home.
I'll drop you off first, Joan. There's a plainclothes man in front of your apartment house, so you don't have to worry. But keep your door locked and stay near a phone. If this guy doesn't go berserk again tonight, I think we'll have him by morning.
Good night, Pete. Sammy?
Good night, kid.
Joan, is there anything you want to tell me?
No, Pete, there's nothing.
Well, I'll call you a little later then. Now get some rest.
I will. Good night.
Evening, Miss Clinton. We'll see that no one gets in to harm you.
Thank you, officer. I'm sorry to cause the trouble.
Hello, Princess. I've been phoning her for the last 20 minutes, Sammy. I got worried. Now she doesn't answer the doorbell.
I'll get this open in a minute.
She's not in the bedroom.
She's not here.
Oh, look, her bag is still here, so's her coat.
Those couch pillows half on the floor. May have been a struggle.
Where's the cop you had on duty?
He's checking the basement. Oh, here he is.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I didn't think she tried to slip out. I was just looking out for someone trying to get in, you see.
What'd you find?
There's a door in the hallway that leads down to the basement. It connects with the apartment house next door. She must have slipped through it and out the back door of the other building. No one saw her.
Did you ever think that somebody came in just that way and snatched her out? You should have checked.
Well, I
Forget it.
What do you think, Pete?
Well, I'm afraid to, Sammy. I'm afraid to. Hello, homicide. Johnny, I want you to put out a description alarm for Joan... What? Go ahead. Holy cat, when? Listen, get all the prowl cars in that district to converge on that block and tell them to be on the lookout for Joan Clinton. I think he's got her as a hostage, if he hasn't killed her.
What happened, Pete?
Missing persons closed their file on Muriel Graham. They just found her in a refrigerator in a basement on the west side. She died from dozens of knife wounds in the back. She was still wearing her little brown cloth coat, and the fur collar was stuffed in her mouth.
You got the address?
Yeah, right in the middle of the Ansonia section. With Sammy at the wheel, it took only 4 minutes to get to the broken-down brownstone. The neighborhood was alive with fear and excitement, and the little janitor who'd found the body of the girl in his basement was telling his story for the 10th time.
I'm open the refrigerator door, and Mamma Mia, the girl.
Okay. Do any of your tenants use a dictating machine?
A what?
It's a recording machine. Businessmen use it to dictate letters. It records the voice. Writers use it, too.
Writer? There's a loony in a 3C, he says, the writer. Always he carry the books. Always talking to himself.
Talking to himself?
Yeah, lots of times I go past his room. No one in there but him. But he's a talker a mile a minute.
That's him. Tom, get that crowd back. Get some men in the back of the building and a couple on those roofs. Sam, you come with me. Now, you two lay back and cover us.
Everybody call him a loony because of the way he look and he talk. He's a craze.
Why didn't you tell the authorities about him then?
Why? What? What's the matter? He's no hurt to nobody.
Look, mister, you've been a great help, and thanks, but you'd better stay here. Come on, Sammy.
3C must be on the next floor.
All right, don't move, Sam. There he is at the top of the stairs. Put down that sword, fella, and we won't hurt you.
He's coming down, Pete.
He's still got that sword.
Watch out, Pete, he's going for it!
As I stepped over the lifeless body of the killer who terrorized the city, I realized he was only a boy, no more than 23 or 24, and in death his calm face showed none of the violence that had twisted his poor brain. I raced up the stairs to 3C. I kicked open the door. Joan Clinton, the girl I'd loved, the girl I was going to marry, the girl who wanted my promotion even more than I did, sat stolidly, mechanically at a typewriter. At her side was a dictating machine, and in it a tape was slowly spinning. Her clothes were disheveled. She was completely white, and her pupils showed she was near complete shock. Joan, are you all right? What happened to you?
He's dead, isn't he? Just a boy. He made me come to finish his book. He said he'd give himself up if I promised to finish it. He was completely lucid for a while. Now, everything's settled, isn't it?
Joan, he didn't do anything. He didn't hurt you.
Hurt me? Hurt me? He was very gentle. Really very tender.
As the earphones slipped from her fingers, I picked them up and listened to the tape spinning over and over again, its final sentence.
Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. In tonight's cast were Grant Richards, Anzie Strickland, Ann Thomas, John Raby, John Gibson, Walter Black, and Guy Rep. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. This is Arthur Gary speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. In coming weeks, there'll be some changes. Tuesday, the 26th, marks the return to the air of Cavalcade of America. Thursday, August 28th, welcome back the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
The Adventures of Superman. Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. When the planet Krypton, home of a race of supermen, exploded into dust, the sole survivor was an infant boy who had been shot to Earth in a sealed rocket. Today, that boy grown to manhood is known as Superman, sworn enemy of the forces of evil. To aid him in his never-ending fight for truth and justice, he masquerades as Clark Kent, crime reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper. His secret is carefully guarded. No one is aware that Kent is Superman. No one but you. Join with us now on ABC as we embark on one of Superman's transcribed adventures, as the Man of Steel finds himself pitted against an unseen enemy in The Mystery of the Walking Dead. A feeble yellow light burns endlessly outside one of the death house cells of State Prison. Beyond the black steel door with its tiny barred opening hemmed in by blank walls of ash-gray concrete, a man is seated on an iron cot. He is thin and gaunt, with great dark eyes and hollow, sunken cheeks. He is an East Indian, and his name is Krishna. Soon they will come to shave his head and slit the leg of his prison trousers. And soon after that, they will lead him from his cell, and he will walk the last mile into everlasting darkness. But now he sits quietly. The yellow light passing through the barred opening in the cell door lays an eerie pattern across his lean, swarthy face. Suddenly his jaw tightens, and he rises from the cot and moves to the steel door, his long, sensitive fingers curling about the bars like snakes. He waits patiently, while the hollow footfalls of the guard patrolling the corridor draw closer and closer. When they reach the cell, he speaks.
I have a request to make.
What is it?
You will please to inform the warden it is my desire to speak with him.
We'll be along pretty soon now.
I cannot wait for soon. It is my desire to speak with him at once. Do you question the wish of a condemned man?
Easy.
You will please to inform him.
Almost hypnotized by the huge dark eyes glaring at him through the bars, the prison guard turns and retraces his steps along the corridor. Meanwhile, in the editorial offices of the Metropolis Daily Planet, now almost deserted with the last edition off the presses, Lois Lane, the paper's star girl reporter, is anxiously pacing the floor, while Clark Kent pleads with her to relax.
You'll end up with a nervous breakdown if you're not careful, Lois. Look, why don't you go home and take a nice...
What time is it?
9:30.
You're crazy. Your watch must have stopped. Why, it was 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, Clark.
Sorry for what?
Screaming at you. You're right. I will have a nervous breakdown if I'm not careful.
It isn't worth it, Lois.
I know, but they're going to kill a man up there tonight. He's going to die.
Lots of men will be dying tonight all over the world.
But I'm not responsible for them.
You're not responsible for Krishna either.
I dug up the story. I had him arrested. I testified against him in court. I sent him to the chair.
All of which was no more than he deserved. Now, don't waste any sympathy on
I'm
a
not
guy
wasting sympathy, Clark. You don't understand. If they chained him to a wall and kept him in a dungeon for the rest of his natural life, I wouldn't give it another thought, really. But whatever he's done, he's still a human being. A creature of flesh and blood, and they're going to kill him.
What you're trying to say is
I'm not trying to say anything. I just want it to be over and done with. I sat in that courtroom for 3 weeks watching him get tangled in his own web, looking at him and wondering what was going through his mind, asking myself why a cultured, intelligent, religious man.
Oh, now, wait a
Yes,
minute.
he was religious in his own way.
A way that gave him a license to prey on the superstitious fears of helpless women, I suppose. To steal from them, to pauperize them, to murder them.
Oh, of course not.
Krishna used his kind of phony black magic religion as a means to an end. He used it as a smokescreen. How can you possibly call him religious when you know he has human blood on his hands? And furthermore... I'll take it. Hello?
Miss Lois Lane, please.
Who's calling?
Warden Reed at State Prison.
Oh, hello, Warden. This is Clark Kent.
Oh, hello, Kent. How are
you?
Is it Warden Reed?
Yes, fine, thanks. And you?
Getting along.
Good.
What does he want?
I don't know yet.
I tell you why I called, Kent.
Uh-huh.
Is Miss Lane there?
Well, she's standing right beside me.
Well, then you can pass it on.
Okay, go ahead.
As you know, Krishna goes to the chair tonight. The Court of Appeals refused him a new trial this morning, and the governor turned him down on a stay early this evening.
Yes, I know.
Well, just a few minutes ago, he sent for me, said he had a final request to make.
Oh?
I told him we'd grant it if it were humanly possible. He said we had to grant it because it was the only way he would clear his conscience.
What was the request?
He says he wants to see Miss Lane before he dies.
What?
What is it, Clark?
Hold it a minute, Warden.
Okay.
What's happened, Clark? Is anything wrong?
Take it easy.
Well, tell me. Just don't stand there.
Krishna wants to see you before he goes to the chair.
Why?
Oh, some nonsense about clearing his conscience. Your answer, of course, is no. Hello, Warden.
No, Clark, wait.
Oh,
Clark.
just a minute, Warden.
All right.
Now, Lois, don't go off the deep
The
end.
man is going to die, Clark. He
Well-
only has a few hours left. What difference does it make?
Have you ever been in a prison death house? Have you ever seen a condemned man's face?
My feelings don't matter. Let me have the phone.
Now, don't
please,
do it, Lois.
Clark, please.
Lois,
Hello, Warden.
Yes?
This is Lois Lane.
Yes, Miss Lane.
I'll be at the prison in 20 minutes.
You understand, Miss Lane, you're under no obligation to this man, and consenting to accede to his request is purely voluntary on your part.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, I think it's ridiculous to expose her
Clark,
to...
now, we had all this out on the way up.
This is as far as you go, Kent.
I won't allow Miss Lane in the death house alone.
She won't be alone. There'll be 2 guards and myself.
Why can't I accompany
Stop
her?
it, Clark, please.
It's regulations, Kent.
Oh.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Close up, Regan.
I'm sorry if Mr. Kent seemed insistent.
Not at all. Frankly, I agree with him. This can't be a very pleasant experience for you. Well, this is the cell, Miss Lane. Miller, you and Harkin stand out here. I'll go in.
Yes, sir.
Open up. Krishna, Miss Lane is here to see you.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
Step in, Miss Lane. You have 3 minutes.
May I speak with the young lady alone?
No, you may not.
Very well. Please to be seated, Miss Lane.
If you don't mind, I'd rather stand.
As you wish. I requested to speak with you, Miss Lane, because I do not desire that you forever carry within your heart the knowledge that you bore false witness against me.
That isn't true. I testified what I...
Please, there is little time, and I have much to say. I bear you no malice for what you have done to me. The body is but the dwelling place of the soul. You have spoken against only this feeble thing of blood and nerve and sinew. That they will destroy. That they will singe and burn until the flesh is no more.
Please.
But neither you nor they can reach beyond the pale of death.
Please, oh.
I, Krishna, will return in spirit, in voice, yes, even in substance. I will rise like a phoenix from my lifeless corpse, like a new Messiah, and you will hear my voice. You will look upon my countenance, and then you will know...
That's enough, Krishna.
I have more to say.
Step outside, Miss Lane.
Do you deny the final wish of a condemned man?
You had your wish. Lock up, Miller.
There is no escape. So it is spoken in the Kabbalah. And it shall come to pass that he will rise from the grave, and he shall be the walking dead. And there shall be no escape from him, even unto eternity.
I don't like to second guess, Lois, but if you'd only listened to me, you could have avoided that horrible experience.
Please, Clark, let's not talk about it. I've had all I can take for the night. Do you mind if I turn on the radio?
No, of course not. You're not going back to the office, you know. I'm taking you right to your apartment.
No, I've got to do a story.
And it
on
shall
that...
come to pass that he will rise from the grave,
Clark.
and he shall
What's
be
the matter?
the walking dead.
Clark.
And there shall be no escape
That's
from
his
him,
voice.
What?
even unto
That's what he screamed at me.
What are you talking about?
Krishna's voice. Didn't you hear it?
Lois, what's gotten into you? That's a radio program.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
Now, listen to me, Lois.
Clark. Take me home. Please. Take me home.
You sure you're going to be all right, Lois?
Yes. What time is it?
11:15.
Oh. Then it's all over. Huh? He went to the chair at 11.
Oh, Lois, you've got to stop thinking about that.
I know, I will. Good night, Clark. I'm sorry I've been behaving so stupid.
Oh, forget it. I'll see you in the office.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Oh. Hope I never have to go through anything like that again as long as I live. Those eyes. Those huge, dark eyes. Burning holes in me. And that horrible scream. Who can that be at this hour of the night? Hello?
And it shall come to pass that he will rise, and he shall be the walking dead.
Lois! Open the door! Lois! Lois!
But, Clark, I swear to you, when I lifted the phone, his voice came over the wire and it said the same thing. The same thing he screamed at me from the cell. The same thing I heard on the radio.
Lois, I don't have to tell you about the power of fear. You know what it can do to people.
I'm not afraid of anything. You refuse to believe that.
Yes, you are. You're afraid of the unknown.
Well,
you exposed yourself to that half-demented fanatic, and he threatened you with mystic mumbo-jumbo, and now you're hearing things.
Clark, look, I'm not crazy. I'm terribly upset, but I'm not crazy. The phone rang, and when I lifted the receiver...
I know. Now, you listen to me. I'm going to call the prison. If the warden tells you that Krishna went to the chair at 11 o'clock, that he's dead, will you stop all this nonsense?
You don't have to call. It isn't necessary.
Well, I think it is.
Number, please.
Operator, this is an emergency call to Warden Reed at the state prison in Malvern.
What is your number?
Hanover 62392.
And your name?
Clark Kent.
One moment, please.
Thank you. Lois, I'm going to let you talk to him so there won't be any question about it. This thing could make nervous wrecks of both of us.
Yes.
Believe me, when I was standing out in the hall waiting for the elevator and I heard you scream, I thought you were being murdered.
How did you get in?
Huh? Oh, I forced the door open.
But how could you, Clark? That door has a double lock.
I know, but when you're desperate, you do a lot of things you ordinarily couldn't do. I guess I just sort of made believe I was Superman.
With Warden Reed.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Yes, Kent?
Warden, I'm calling from Miss Lane's apartment. I'm going to put her on the phone, and I want you to tell her that Krishna's execution went off as scheduled.
I'm sorry, Kent, but it didn't.
What?
He cheated the chair.
I don't understand.
Clark, what happened?
Wait a minute.
What?
Hello?
Yes, Warden, I'm here.
I thought we were disconnected.
No, I'm still on. You say he wasn't executed?
No, we found him dead in his cell at 10 minutes to 11. Heart attack.
I see.
I'm just as well satisfied. You know how I feel about execution.
Oh, yes, I know. Well, that's that. Thanks, Warden.
That's quite all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, he's dead.
Just said he wasn't executed. I heard you say
He
that.
died in his cell from a heart attack.
Clark, I knew something like this was going to happen.
What?
I just had a feeling it would.
Something like
he
what?
isn't dead. I know he isn't.
You know what you're
He
saying.
isn't
Now,
dead,
wait
Clark.
a minute. You're calling Warden Reed a liar, and you're calling me a liar.
You don't understand.
Lois.
They think he's dead. They just think that.
Lois, look at me. Look at me, I said. What's happened to you? You losing your mind?
Clark, please. Try to understand.
There's nothing to understand except that you, a sane, logical, intelligent person in the 20th century, are allowing yourself to be influenced by primitive witchcraft, by black magic.
Now, wait a minute. Just let me tell you something.
What?
I spent a lot of time in Krishna's so-called Temple of Truth getting the story.
I know you did.
And I saw an awful lot of things that couldn't be explained. This man has a kind of power.
But sure, that's what I'm trying to tell you, the power of suggestion.
Clark, that isn't
Look,
what I
wait
mean.
a minute now, wait. If people kept telling you that you looked bad, that you were sick, if they kept harping on it over and over again, do you know what would happen? You'd get sick, Lois. You might even die. Well, good heavens, there are people who talk themselves into imaginary illnesses, let alone having anyone else do it.
That isn't what I mean. You know what catalepsis is?
Sure, state of trance.
Yes. Well, I saw Krishna put people into cataleptic trances. Their bodies stiffened as though they were dead, and rigor mortis had set in.
Well?
I saw that with my own eyes, Clark, and if he can do that for others, why can't he do it for himself?
Now, Lois, it's one thing to work black magic in a half-darkened voodoo temple.
I tell you,
It's quite another thing to do it in a prison cell with a prison doctor standing by. Now, you take my word for it. Krishna is dead and gone.
Don't answer that, Clark.
Why not?
Please don't answer it.
Lois.
Clark, don't
Lois,
answer
let
it.
go of my arm. Now, don't be stupid.
Call it stupid, call it anything you want, but please
Hello?
don't answer it.
And
return in just a moment to the adventures of Superman and the mystery of the Walking Dead. But first, a word from your ABC announcer.
I'd like to talk to you now about America's Community Chest, which is currently campaigning for funds to continue its fine work. Its goal is $185 million, and all of it will be spent for the maintenance and administration of red feather services to the community. These services are vital to the health and welfare of millions of our citizens. Typical of these services are aid to the handicapped and homes for the aged, hospitals, maternity homes, neighborhood houses, visiting nurses, and children's aid. And then the Community Chest helps support such fine organizations as the Boy and Girl Scouts, Salvation Army, the USO, Travelers Aid, and the YM and the YWCAs. The Community Chest is a thoroughgoing American idea that wins a warm response from all of us. We can be sure that our nation is sound at the core when citizens unite wholeheartedly and of their own free will build a good community spirit in their own hometowns. Give freely this year to your local Community Chest.
And now, back to the adventures of Superman and the mystery of the Walking Dead. Obsessed with the thought that Christian, an East Indian mystic, is not dead, despite the prison warden's report that he died in his cell of a heart attack 15 minutes before his scheduled execution, Lois Lane, whose newspaper expose of the mystic's Temple of Truth helped convict him, spent a tortured, sleepless night. It is now the following morning. Clark Kent is in the warden's office at the state prison.
And you say the doctor's certain, beyond the question of a doubt, that when he examined Krishna, he was dead?
Here's the report, Kent. Coronary occlusion.
Uh-huh. Was an autopsy done on the body?
No, we're not equipped for that up here.
No.
Unclaimed bodies are sometimes turned over to medical schools or hospitals, but generally speaking, most of them are claimed by relatives or friends for burial.
What happened to Krishna's body?
I believe it was claimed last night.
Oh?
It should be in one of these reports. Here it is. Claimed by Midtown Mortuary Service on behalf of a brother, Ali Yatanga Naba.
That was last night?
Yes. Body was found around 10:46, stretched out on the cot in the cell.
Did you see it?
Yes, of course. When the guard notified me, I went to the cell with the doctor.
And you saw Krishna's body?
Yes. Why are you making a point of that, Kent?
Well, I'll tell you why. Miss Lane and I left here last night at 10:15. At about 10:25, she turned on the car radio.
Yes?
The voice she heard, she says, was Krishna's. And the words he spoke were the same words he screamed at her from his cell.
That's impossible, Kent. At 10:25, he was in his cell, either dead or alive.
That's what puzzles me. She heard his voice again over the phone at 11:15, and I heard it 10 minutes later.
You what?
But that could be explained.
How? Since when do dead men talk over the telephone?
Well, assuming he wasn't dead, that he was in a cataleptic trance.
Oh, no.
If his body was claimed before 11:15 and he was brought out of the trance, he could have made those phone calls.
Kent, the man died of a heart attack. Dr. Bronson has been the staff physician here for 15 years, and I assure you that when he pronounced Krishna dead, he was dead. I'm sorry he's not on duty now, so he could tell it to you himself.
Oh, no, don't misunderstand me, Warden. I'm not questioning him for a moment. It's just that, well, there doesn't seem to be any other explanation. Unless you believe in the supernatural.
If I were you, I'd forget about it.
Well, it's too late for that. Miss Lane is in a state of collapse, and frankly, I'm getting worried. No, I've got to track this down, find an explanation for it. I'll stop off at the Midtown Mortuary before I go back to Miss Lane's apartment.
They'll tell you he was dead.
Well, if they do, fine. Then, if the dead can come to life, I want to know about that, too.
You're not holding anything back, are you, Clark?
Now, why should I hold anything back?
Well,
I told you what the warden said, and I told you what I learned at the mortuary. They received the body at 11:30. It was embalmed this morning, and it's now lying in state at the Temple of Truth.
Yes, but then how did we hear his voice last night? You can't say it was my imagination because you heard it, too.
I don't know, but we've established one thing at any rate. He's not alive. He's dead.
Was he alive when I heard him on the radio?
You couldn't have heard him.
I
He
did.
was in his cell, Lois. Now, that was definitely your imagination. What you heard was the end of a mystery program.
Was it? Here. This is yesterday's paper, Clark.
Well?
There were no mystery programs on between 10 and 10:30 last night. I went even further than that. I checked all the programs on at that time. They were music and a comedy show and quiz shows and news. There was nothing else.
And you still think he's alive?
Don't ask me what I think. I'm telling you what I know, what I heard, what you heard.
Okay, then there's only one thing to do.
What?
Krishna's body is lying in state at the Temple of Truth. You and I are going over there to see it. Well, no wonder he could afford 5 lawyers at his trial. This place must have cost a fortune to build.
Clark, I'm afraid to go in there. All the attendants know.
Oh, drop the veil over your face. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, no one could possibly recognize you, Lois.
Sure, it's all right.
Sure, don't worry now. Come on. It's so dark in here, no one would recognize you even without the black veil.
I hope you're right.
Your membership cards, please.
Huh? I beg your pardon?
We are admitting only members of the temple today.
Oh, well, we're members, but we've forgotten our cards. We've come a long way to pay our respects to Krishna.
May I have your names?
Our names?
If you please.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Oh!
Clark, what did you do?
Knock him out.
Oh, no.
Where can I dump him?
I don't know.
Think. I can't stand here holding him in my arms.
Wait a minute. There's a coat room behind that pillar.
Okay, I'll be right back. All right. He's stowed away.
Yes. But look, what'll happen when he comes to?
He'll be out long enough for us to look around. Now, casket's up front. Let's join the line passing it.
Scared to death.
Why? They can't do anything to us.
I don't know.
Golly, where do all these people come from? Evidently, they're planning to carry on without Krishna.
Looks that way.
I wonder how the police feel about that. And the DA's office.
Look, that woman looking into the casket. She owns half of downtown Metropolis. She testified for Krishna at the trial.
It's amazing how people can be deluded.
Isn't it?
Okay, where next? Get a good look at him. Well, you're convinced now?
Yes.
The doors will now be locked.
Clark.
All members will please be seated.
What do we do now?
Nothing. Let's take these 2 aisle seats.
Yes, but what'll happen?
Okay, now don't worry. Look. The lights are dimming over the casket. We're in for something.
Clark, you don't know these people. Please, let's get out of here.
Can't get out now. The doors are locked.
Oh. Why did I ever let you talk me into this? Why?
Just a dim over the casket now. The organ music stopped. I wonder what...
And so it is spoken in the Kabbalah. And it shall come to pass that he will rise from the grave.
That's his voice,
and
Clark.
become the walking dead.
Where's it coming from?
But that's just the beginning. You're going to see something in just a moment. See it?
Oh, he's rising from the casket. He's coming to life.
This is too much. I'm going out to call Inspector Henderson.
You can't get out. The doors are locked.
I'll get out. You sit tight.
No, don't leave me.
I'll be right back.
Slipping from his seat, Clark Kent hurries up the aisle of the darkened temple, unnoticed by the audience who stare transfixed at the seeming miracle taking place before their eyes. Ducking into an alcove, he quickly removes his horn-rimmed glasses and strips off the dark business suit that serves as his disguise, revealing himself in the familiar blue costume and red cape of Superman. Stepping out of the alcove, his eyes sweep the huge auditorium. Suddenly he stiffens. Lois is missing from the seat where he left her. On the raised platform behind the casket, the figure of Krishna stands erect now, bathed in a cold blue light, hands extended to the congregation. But Lois is nowhere to be seen. The organ begins its deep, throbbing notes again, wailing like a lost soul. Superman starts for the aisle. As he does, 2 men close in on him out of the shadowed darkness.
Where do you think you're going?
That's my business, but I know where you're going to sleep. Oh, you want some shut-eye too, eh? All right, glad to oblige.
Turning to the aisle again, Superman is just in time to see a blinding flash of light envelop the figure of Krishna. Smoke billows up from the casket at its feet. When it clears, the figure is gone. Meanwhile, with a gun in her back, Lois is being forced down a narrow corridor behind the temple platform. As she reaches the end of the corridor, the door opens, and a voice says,
Come in, Miss Lane. Come in, I said.
Oh, no.
You did not expect to see me again in life, did you, Miss Lane?
You better not try anything. I didn't come here alone.
Your friend is no longer in a position to help you.
Please.
In fact, I might say you are beyond all human help.
Oh, no.
Your life is now in my hands, and I have sworn by all the gods of Vishnu to make you suffer for what you did to me.
Stay away from me.
Yes.
Stay away from me.
Cringe. Cringe against the wall. What would you give now to have the floor open and swallow you? What?
Nothing. I'm not afraid of you. You don't dare to touch me. The police know that I came here today.
That, Miss Lane, is a people threat. You are aware I cannot be destroyed. You know I am invincible. But you can be destroyed.
Oh.
And you are going to be destroyed.
Oh, no, you're joking.
I will choke the breath of life from your body.
Fuck.
Can you feel the blood pounding in your temples? Can you feel your lungs bursting? This is the moment before your death. The glorious, throbbing moment before death. You're getting weak now. You no longer struggle. Die, I say. I will avenge thee.
You'll avenge nothing. No, my friend. No guns and no knives. The party's over.
Release me.
I'll release you to the police. You all right, Lois? I think we'll just pin this snake up against the wall and let him talk. There.
Put me down.
Tell Miss Lane who you are. Tell her you're not Krishna. Tell her.
My arm. You're breaking it.
I'll break every bone in your body unless you talk. Who are you?
I am Krishna's brother.
Is Krishna dead? Talk.
Yes.
Where's his body?
Under the platform.
The casket had a false bottom, didn't it? You dropped his body down and you rose up from it. Well?
Yes.
You were the one who made those phone calls to Miss Lane, weren't you?
Yes.
Anything else you want to know, Lois? No. That's enough. Okay, then we can go. Straight to police headquarters.
Clark, how did Superman happen to be at the temple?
Well, now, that's an interesting question. I wish I could answer it for you.
You mean you don't know?
No, that's not quite true.
Well, if you do know, why can't you tell me?
That's an interesting question, too.
Honestly, you're impossible. Incidentally, we never did find out about that radio broadcast.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The Temple of Truth was on the air that night over a small local station.
No, how strange.
It was just coincidence. You happened to tune in while Krishna's brother was mouthing that mumbo-jumbo.
Yes, wasn't it?
Matter of fact, I missed the boat. When the warden told me his brother claimed the body, I should have put two and two together. Because if I'd known it was a twin brother, it would have been easy.
Well, it's all over now. Oh, incidentally, did I tell you the Superman called me, Lois?
Did he?
Mm-hmm. Twice. Oh, he's really wonderful.
Thanks.
Huh?
I said thanks. For Superman.
The Adventures of Superman come to you now each week at this same time over many of these ABC stations. Listen again next week when Superman solves a murder and a mystery in the case of the courageous cobbler. Superman is a copyrighted, transcribed feature appearing in Superman DC comic magazines and brings you radio's most fabulous character in exciting stories of action, adventure, and mystery. So be sure to listen when you hear the familiar cry...
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman.
The role of Superman is played by Bud Collier, Lois Lane by Joan Alexander. Music is composed and played by John Garth. Be sure to listen next week to the case of the courageous cobbler on The Adventures of Superman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
We present Andrew Cruikshank as Dr. Cameron, Barbara Mullen as Janet, and Bill Simpson as Dr. Finlay, in another story about the characters created by A.J. Cronin. This week, The Brody Affair, written by John Graham.
All right, I heard you.
Good evening, Miss Macpherson.
Mr. Johnson, you're not delivering letters at this time of night, surely?
No, Miss Macpherson. I've got an urgent message for the doctor from Mrs. Brody.
Mrs. Brody, up at Loch End Farm?
Aye, it's her husband, Joe Brody. He's very ill. He's got a fever, she says, and she asked me to call here as soon as I could. She wants the doctor to go up there.
Thank you, I'll tell him then.
She was in a terrible state. I've never seen anyone so upset. If you ask me, she's needing the doctor, not her husband.
Dr. Cameron has not had his tea yet, but he'll go up there as soon as he can.
Mrs. Brody did say it was Dr. Finlay she wanted to see.
Indeed. Well, the Brodys are Dr. Cameron's patients, so it's Dr. Cameron who will go.
Well, I thought I'd mention it. She was most pressing, but then she's an odd body, is Mrs. Brody.
I'm not one to gossip, but so is her husband.
Oh, they certainly keep themselves to themselves. You'd think they resented me going up there to deliver the letters. Many's the time I've cycled up the glen to Loch End, in snow and rain, and never once have I been offered so much as a cup of tea.
Oh, that does not surprise me at all.
In all these years, not one cup of tea. Not like some places.
Well, I'll tell the doctor.
Oh, my, that's a grand smell, Miss Macpherson. Making oat cakes, are you?
And they'll be burning, Mr. Johnston, so if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll not be keeping you.
Oh, and there's Dr. Finlay. He's home, wanting to be fed. Goodbye, Mr. Johnston, and thank you for bringing the message.
Yeah, and may I say, Miss Macpherson, you're looking real bonny today. Is that a new frock?
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Johnston. Yes, well, I'll save a note cake or two for you for tomorrow morning.
I'll look forward to that. Good night.
Good night.
Hello, Janet. Oat cakes, eh? Oh, that'll put new life into me.
Good evening, Dr. Finlay. No, they're not burnt just in time. I was interrupted by Posty Johnston.
Scrounging a cup of tea, was he? Your generosity costs us a fortune in tea, Janet.
Dr. Finlay, Posty Johnston means well.
Mrs. Gillespie's safely delivered of a pair of twins.
My, 4 babies.
Eh?
You said a pair of twins, Dr. Finlay. That would make the 4, would it not?
Janet, you're so sharp you'll cut yourself. Where's Dr. Cameron?
He's reading. I'll be through in a minute to set the table. And I've got a message for him. It's a call.
Evening, Dr. Cameron. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were sleeping.
I was not sleeping, Dr. Finlay. I was musing, not dozing.
Quite so.
A moment's thinking is an hour in words, Dr. Finlay.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me. Isaiah? Or Shakespeare?
Thomas Hood.
Is that so?
From his poem...
Kippers and oatcakes.
Who was at the back door, Janet? I heard a knock. Or was I dreaming?
Thinking, Dr. Cameron.
Joe Brody up at Loch End Farms got a very high fever, and Mrs. Brody's in a terrible state about it.
The Brodys?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had hint nor hair of them for years.
Oh, they're a queer pair, and that farm is a creepy place. There are some simple folk who say it is haunted.
Superstitious nonsense, Janet.
Just so, Dr. Cameron. But rather you than me going up there at this time of night.
Before I go and take a look at Joe Brody, I'd like to take a closer look at these kippers.
Who is it?
Mrs. Brody, it's the doctor.
Oh, Dr. Cameron.
It's only me, Mrs. Brody. I understand your husband's ill.
Yes, Joe is very ill, but...
But what? Aren't you going to let me in?
No. I want Dr. Finlay to see him.
It's got to be Dr. Finlay.
But I'm your doctor, Mrs. Brody. You know that.
It's got to be Dr. Finlay.
If your husband's ill, he needs medical attention.
Could you not just leave some medicine for him?
Without seeing the patient. Come along now, Mrs. Brody. I know you're upset, but you've got to be sensible about this.
No, you can't see him. I'll not let you. You can't.
Mrs. Brody! Don't be absurd. I can help your husband.
Go away, Dr. Cameron. Go away, please. Just go away.
Good night, Mrs. Brody. In a lifetime of general practice, such a thing has never happened to me before.
Very odd business.
She slammed that door in my face.
But they say the Brodys are unhinged.
Who's they, Janet?
Everyone in the district, it's common knowledge.
If she behaves to other people as she did to me, she has only herself to blame for being unpopular.
Well, the fact remains Joe Brody's ill.
You better go up there and see if you've more success with her than I've had.
Aye, well, I'll see you later then.
And I'd strongly advise you, Dr. Finlay.
Yes?
To put your foot in the door when she opens it. If she opens it.
Oh, she's upset you, Dr. Cameron, and I am not surprised. It's most insulting. You going all that way up the glen only to be turned away by that woman?
Perhaps she wanted Dr. Finlay to see her husband because she thinks I'm too old.
Oh, Dr. Cameron.
It's a young man's world. Youth is knocking at the door, Janet. If I may quote Henrik Ibsen.
Well, I don't know anything about Mr. Gibson, whoever he may be. But for her to think you're too old and past it, Dr. Cameron, well, it's dreadful.
I was not being altogether serious, Janet. But I wonder what her real reason was.
I cannot imagine, but there is something decidedly odd going on at that farm. Mark my words.
Well, Dr. Finlay?
He's sleeping now. I'm afraid it's serious. He's got pneumonia.
Pneumonia? Oh, no. I thought it was just a touch of fever. He's had it for 4 days now. I thought he'd have shaken it off.
No, fever isn't a disease, Mrs. Brody. It's a symptom. I want you to give him 3 of these every 4 hours. It's aspirin. Sponge him to keep him cool. And make sure he's kept propped up with plenty of pillows.
I'll do what you say, Doctor. Well, I needn't bother you again.
Now, I'll be back first thing in the morning. He was quite delirious when I arrived.
Oh, well, he's been rambling in his mind all day, talking nonsense. Well, you mustn't heed what he was saying. It's all nonsense, you know.
It's not uncommon with a high fever. Mrs. Brody?
Yes?
Why did you not let Dr. Cameron see him? He's your doctor. You didn't even know me.
Good night, Dr. Finlay.
I'll be here tomorrow, then.
I'll say this, Miss Macpherson, you make a grand cup of tea. And your oat cakes are manna from heaven.
You'll have tasted manna from heaven then, Mr. Johnston?
Oh, you know what I mean.
Now, don't let me be keeping you. I'm sure you have got a busy morning ahead of you. I know I have.
And so is Dr. Finlay. I saw him driving off just now as if the deal himself was at his tail.
He's away up to see Joe Brody again.
What ails him? Did the doctor find out?
I cannot discuss the doctor's patients, Mr. Johnston. You know that. Pneumonia is very serious.
Pneumonia? Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Not after what Jock Dalgleish told me.
Oh, Jock Dalgleish, he's an old gossip. He's got a tongue like a sweetie wife. Another cup of tea? There's some left in the pot.
Oh, thanks. Just a half.
So what did he tell you?
Well, Jock said he once saw Joe Brody ploughing a field at night.
No.
Yes. Mind you, it couldn't have been a very straight furrow, eh? And Jessie Morrison, who worked for the Brodys years back, told me that fields of hay were cut and the byre cleaned out mysteriously overnight.
And no wonder they say the place is haunted.
No wonder Joe's got pneumonia. If he does all his work these cold nights.
Most mysterious, Mr. Johnston.
Most, Miss Macpherson. Yeah, I'll just take that last oat cake.
Mrs. Brody, your husband's not at all well. He'd better be taken into hospital.
No, Doctor, I'll not allow it.
I'm afraid there's no choice, Mrs. Brody.
But the tablets, you said they'd help him. Give him a few more days at home, please.
Mrs. Brody, your husband is very ill. He needs constant medical attention.
Well, then I'll give it to him. Just tell me what to do.
I'm sorry, but I insist he goes to the hospital. If not...
He's as bad as that, is he?
I'll drive him down there now and make the arrangements. Now, don't distress yourself. We'll do everything we can. Now, where did I leave my coat?
Get out!
Mrs. Brody...
Get out! Gone! And don't come back! Just stay in here!
I'll see you later, Mrs. Brody.
If you show your face in here again, I'll set the dogs on you! Gone! Get out!
Janet, if you'd wash out these dishes and bottles, I'd be very grateful.
Yes, Dr. Cameron.
I was worried enough about Joe Brody, but I'm even more worried about her. I don't fancy having those dogs set on me.
She's always been nervous and on edge. The few times I've seen her.
This morning she's gone over the edge, I can tell you.
Well, the sooner Brody gets into hospital, the better.
And one thing's sure and certain. She's in no state to nurse. I doubt if anyone could in that poky wee room crammed with books.
What's that? What did you say, Dr. Finlay?
She's a hysteric. No condition to look after anyone.
No. What's that you said about books?
Well, the bedroom's full of books.
What kind of books?
Dr. Cameron, I was examining the patient, not the bookshelves.
Very odd. Very odd indeed. You sure?
I've got two perfectly good eyes. Oh, there were novels and a lot of textbooks.
Textbooks?
Yes, somebody's bed. Textbooks on botany and natural history. Piles of notebooks, too, all over the place.
Dr. Finlay, this is most perplexing. I can hardly believe it.
I promise you, it's a fact. Don't see what's perplexing about it. Probably used the bedroom as a kind of study.
It may interest you to learn, Dr. Finlay, that Joe Brody can barely read or write.
What? Are you sure?
That's true enough. It's a well-known fact.
I have not seen Brody for years, but it's hardly likely he's gone to school or university in the interim.
Well, I promise you, Joe Brody's lying in that bedroom surrounded by books and papers.
If it is Joe Brody lying there?
Eh?
What do you mean, Janet?
Are you sure it was her husband, Dr. Finlay?
Who else could it be? She said it was her husband.
Oh, she said it was. But you'd never seen him before, had you, Dr. Finlay?
Oh, that's true enough.
Describe the man lying in that bedroom, Dr. Finlay.
In his early 30s. Tall, dark hair, and an aquiline nose.
That description fits Joe Brody.
Did he speak to you, Dr. Finlay?
He spoke. Not to me. He was delirious. He was well away talking about... the hills of Greenland or something.
Oh, I'm sure Joe Brody's never been there, and I'm sure there are no hills in Greenland. Nothing but snow and Eskimos and things, if I remember my geography at school.
Thank you, Janet. If you can just deal with these bottles and dishes by the medicine cupboard.
I'll just go and wash them now, Dr. Cameron.
Right then, Dr. Finlay. We'd better go.
Go where?
Up to the Brodys. It sounds as if you'll need some help persuading Mrs. Brody to get her husband into hospital.
Well, the ambulance is going up there at midday.
Get your coat, then. And I'd better take a walking stick.
Ah, the hill's not that steep. We can get the car almost to the gate.
I am not as old as that, Dr. Finlay. A walking stick might come in handy as you set some dogs on us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see.
I'll deal with the dogs. You can cope with Mrs. Brody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cameron.
No answer?
Doesn't look as if she's here. Oh, the door's not locked. We'd better go in, I suppose. All right. Not a dog in sight. Are you not coming, Dr. Cameron?
Just a moment.
What are you staring at?
Over there, Dr. Finlay, by the wall.
Good grief. Couple of dead pigs.
Covered in straw. No, stay where you are. Let's have a look at the patient.
He's in the room at the top of the stairs. Those pigs. What's all that about?
First things first, Dr. Finlay. We've come to see Joe Brody.
Right. Well, he's in here. Mrs. Brody, are you in there?
In you go.
Mr. Brody, it's me, Doctor.
He's in poor shape.
Mr. Brody.
Don't.
We're going to get you into hospital. You'll be well looked after there.
I'm not.
No, don't try to talk. Just rest yourself.
I'm not a coward. Don't take. Sorry. We're too late. I'm afraid he's gone, Dr. Finney.
I saw him this morning. I thought he might have pulled through.
You did all you could, in the circumstances.
Oh, Mrs. Brody had only sent for us sooner. Even a day earlier.
Janet's suspicions would seem to be unfounded. He's much, much thinner than when I last saw him. The illness has taken its toll. But he's got the Brody features.
We'd better go and find his wife.
Indeed. I see what you mean about the books.
Oh, it's like a library in here. And all those notebooks.
I still can't fathom that out. But this is not the time to ask questions.
Who's up
Ah, sorry us, Mrs. Brody.
there? Dare you? Has the two of you this time, is it? I told you not to show your face here again. You forced your way in, did you?
The door was open. You weren't around.
I was in the bar. Matthias the vet wanted to see me.
Mrs. Brody.
I tell you this, Joe's not going to that hospital. He's not leaving this house.
No, Mrs. Brody.
Ah, you've changed your tune, have you?
Joe's passed away.
He's died.
I'm sorry. Yes. A few moments ago.
Sit down, Mrs. Brody.
Thank God. Thank God. I'd never have let them take him away. I promised him. Oh, I'd like to have been with him when he... Did he say anything?
He said, I'm sorry.
He had nothing to be sorry about. They were to blame. He always said that.
And there's someone at the back door.
Oh, it'll be the vet, Mr. Mackay. Oh, that doesn't seem to matter now.
Are you there, Mrs. Brody?
I'll go and see what he wants.
We'll be needing more straw.
Hello, Mr. Mackay.
Oh, I didn't know you were there, Dr. Finlay. I didn't hear the car.
Well, Mr. Brody has died, Mr. Mackay.
Has he now? Oh, I didn't know he was as ill as all that. I wonder if there was a connection.
Connection?
Yes, I was going to get in touch with you right away. You, know what's happened, I take it?
No, what?
Mrs. Brody sent for me about a couple of her pigs.
We noticed the carcasses.
Well, I've diagnosed anthrax, I'm afraid.
Anthrax? My good God, man.
Aye, her other pigs will have to be destroyed and burnt as soon as possible. And all the outbuildings and area disinfected. Mr. Stewart from the Department of Agriculture is coming up this afternoon.
Oh, poor woman. Her husband and now this.
Aye, a double tragedy. There's one thing to be thankful for. This God-forsaken place is so isolated there's not much chance of it spreading.
And with any luck, Joe Brody had pneumonia, but of course, it could have been.
Aye, he could have contracted anthrax.
Oh, there'll be a post-mortem. We'll soon find out.
And yet, come to think of it, I saw Joe Brody at the post office 4 days ago. He was fit enough then.
4 days ago? Are you sure?
Aye, on Monday last. He was as dour as always, but he at least said good morning to me.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mackay. I'll let you know what the pathologist said in his report. That's that then, Dr. Cameron. They're sending the vaccine from Glasgow for us to hold in reserve.
Good. If Mrs. Brody shows any signs of succumbing to the disease, we'll be ready.
I'll have to keep a close eye on her.
One visit a day at least.
Only she'd sent for us sooner. We might have saved him. I can't get him out of my mind. It's like a nagging headache.
I, too, have had that nagging headache, I must confess. I've been thinking... Not so much about those books in the bedroom, for which I'm sure there's some logical explanation, but about Mrs. Brody's words. As I recall, when we told her Joe's last words were, "I'm sorry," she said...
I remember. He had nothing to be sorry about. They were to blame. He always said that.
Just so. It doesn't make sense to me. Does it to you?
No, not at all. And Mackay the vet was sure he'd seen Brody in the post office 4 days before his death. Yet Mrs. Brody said he'd been in bed for 4 days with a fever.
It was an anxious time for Miss Brody, and at times of anxiety, the brain can become confused. She'd probably got her time scale wrong.
Do you believe that?
No, I don't. Let's have a nightcap.
Bottles in the usual place?
No, I feel I need the malt whiskey. It's on the sideboard.
Hello, Mr. Johnston. Any letters for us?
Sorry, nothing.
Oh, don't be sorry. It's usually a bundle of bills at the end of the month, anyway.
I've got a message from Mrs. Brody.
What?
She wants Dr. Finlay to go up to Loch End as soon as he can.
But he's been up there already today. Is she ill? I know the doctors were worried in case...
She seems all right, as right as she ever is. Very jumpy and upset, though, but small wonder. The funeral's tomorrow and all her livestock's destroyed.
I'll tell the doctor right away.
Oh, I see your kettle's boiling, Miss Macpherson.
And you'll not say no to a cup of tea?
No, I'll no say no.
Come in, Dr. Finlay.
Thank you. What's the trouble, Mrs. Brody?
Dr. Finlay, it's Joe. My husband's ill.
Mrs. Brody, your husband. Joe died, Mrs. Brody.
No, he's upstairs. He's ill.
I think we'd better have a talk. Come on now. Sit yourself down.
No, you'll have to know everything now. Come upstairs and see for yourself, please.
Very well, then.
You see, Doctor?
Who is this, Mrs. Brody?
I told you, it's Joe, my husband.
Then who was the man who died? The man I saw in the other bedroom?
That was Joe's younger brother, Henry. And you would have to tell somebody in the end.
Who's that? Who's there?
It's Dr. Finlay, Joe.
Oh, I'm not so well, Doctor. A bit of a fever.
Oh, Doctor, it's all over, and I'm glad. Whatever happens to us, nobody can harm him now. Henry's safe.
He was my only brother, Doctor. The brainy one of the family. He went to the war and did his duty.
They gave him a medal in 1916, Doctor.
Aye, he wasn't a coward. They gave him a medal.
And it was in all the papers, and a photograph.
Aye.
It was a year later at the Battle of Greenland Hill, they called it, in France, 1917. That's when he...
Greenland Hill? So that's what he was trying to say to me.
It was there that he saw his friend, Jamie McDowell, blown to pieces beside him. And after that, he couldn't take any more. He was sent to a field hospital, and then they wanted to send him back into the trenches, but he couldn't take it. He deserted, found his way home here.
My father gave him some money, and he went into hiding. When Dad died, Henry came back to us.
So what else could a brother do?
My own flesh and blood.
We hid him here, all those years. He worked at night, did his share on the farm, and by day
he slept, and read and wrote.
All those notebooks, I see.
No one knew.
You'll be getting the police to us now, I suppose.
No, Mrs. Brody. I've come here to attend to the patient.
It's the anthrax, isn't it, Doctor? It's got me too.
Don't jump to conclusions, Mr. Brody. But I'm going to have a look at you. I've had the results of the test, Dr. Cameron. It's not anthrax. By a strange quirk, it is pneumonia this time. Our real Joe Brody is going to pull through.
An incredible affair. That man hidden up there all these years.
There's only one thing to be done now.
I've been looking through Henry Brody's notebooks she lent you. Listen to this. We were told a lot about the cause. But the cause was to escape the monotony of life. And if the other volunteers spoke the truth, they'd agree with me. They were all out there dying, not for king and country as our superiors kept telling us, but dying because they had the rotten luck to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. More men would have been cowards if they had the courage. Well, that's one point of view, Dr. Finlay.
A horrific war.
Horrific. But there will never be another.
I was saying there's only one thing to be done now. The name on the death certificate will have to be changed.
Yes. We've some explaining to do.
His full name's on this newspaper cutting she gave me. Lance Corporal Henry John Brody, 4th Battalion Gordon Highlanders. Awarded the military medal for bravery in the field.
This week's story from Dr. Finlay's casebook was The Brody Affair by John Graham, featuring Andrew Cruikshank as Cameron, Barbara Mullen as Janet, and Bill Simpson as Finlay. Mrs. Brody was played by Eva Stewart, Johnston by John Graham, and Mackay by Joe Dunlop. The characters were created by A.J. Cronin, and the play produced by Edward Taylor.
You're twice as sure with two great names. And General Motors. Frigidaire presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Johnny Green. Directed by Jeff Johnstone. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies, but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X.
Very quiet tonight, Dr. Dawson. If you will forgive my playing with words, is it this Pacific influence?
The ocean of oceans, Professor. And now we cross the Tropic of Capricorn.
Capricorn is the goat, which nibbles at the stars.
Aye, and from here on the world turns upside down. Winter is summer and summer winter. It's a little like standing on one's head. But there's still the moon in its proper course.
The moon is scowling, Dr. Dawson. Doesn't like that cloud. And you seem depressed.
Professor, I must ask you a question.
Yes?
You were invited on this expedition to the Antarctic for the same reason we all were. Field research.
An exciting project, isn't it?
I have reason to believe that it's not research that interests you, but conquest.
The clouds don't like the moon's face, Professor. The moon is blotted out. It shall be as dark for you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Well, man overboard. Man overboard!
Oh, Chief.
Well, stranger. Ken Thurston. Nice to see you back again, Mr. X.
Glad to be back, Chief. Sorry I can't stay longer.
Well, I see you haven't changed any.
How quickly can you get me on a plane for Santiago, Chile?
On the first one out, if it's important enough.
Chief, I'd better of compelling interest in science.
Oh, yeah?
In fact, I'd like to confirm a theory with those distinguished gentlemen aboard the SS Archimedes.
Oh, that expedition. Since when have you become interested in meteorology?
Since Dr. Stuart Dawson of the University of Edinburgh was, lost at sea.
I read that report. Dawson was a geologist, wasn't he?
He was also one of the world's leading authorities on uranium deposits.
Uh-oh.
That make it important enough?
Important? At the moment, I can't think of anything more important to us. Ellis, get passage in the first plane out for South America for Ken Thurston. Where are you going to pick him up, Ken?
The Archimedes has put in at Valparaiso to take on supplies. They'll be at least a couple of weeks in Chile.
Well, remember, Ken, one of the largest foundations in this country has subsidized that expedition. It's on the level. They're just a bunch of stargazers checking up on a new world in Antarctica.
A new world with the power to blow up the old one.
Flight number 38 for Lima, now leaving from ramp 6. Flight number 12, now arriving Santiago from Buenos Aires on ramp 3. Passengers.
Postcards! Postcards! Get your postcards here! Big jumbo folder of 12 colored photographs of moonlight at the Andes. Hey, amigo, only 2 pesos. Postcards pretty. Hey, Mr. Thurston! Oh, you, Mr. Thurston!
Pagon Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Someday I must go to the equator, Pagon, where there is no shadow. Maybe you won't be there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thurston. I knew you would be pleased to see me.
Well, that's one interpretation of what I was just saying.
Oh, thank you. Is it worth any money?
All right, Pagon, come on. We can talk about money, but I find a hotel.
Oh, that has been all arranged. And I have saved you what you owe me in commissions by sleeping in your room until you arrive.
You think of everything. Come on.
Mr. X, while waiting for your plane, I saw a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end of it.
I don't see any rainbow, Pagon. And we are only at the beginning.
You see, Mr. X, it's as plain as mud. Those scientific professors are really looking for gold.
Of course, they've taken you into their confidence, Pagon.
Well, the waterfront at Valparaiso is full of gossips. And some friends of mine, riffraff, but strictly high class, are working on their ship.
So you've taken advantage of your international subterranean connections.
Well, Mr. Thurston...
Okay, what have you really found out, Pagon?
Well, I wanted to speak to you about that, Mr. X. You see, I followed the professors from the harbor to their hotel in Santiago. But when I presented my credentials, the door was slammed in my foot.
Unbelievers.
Oh, don't worry. I have other plans. You see, a fancy reception for them is being given tomorrow night by a rich old woman, the Senora Margarita Avila.
Avila? Well, that must be the wife of Professor Avila.
Someone I should know?
A lot of money.
Oh, go on.
Very successful scientist.
Yes, he interests me.
Too late, Pagon. He died 5 years ago.
Oh. But the old lady still has the money. Now, there is something I could work on.
Pagon, would you like to do me a favor?
Mr. X, your slightest command is my wish.
Good. Then, let me work on it.
Si, senor?
Excuse me, is Senora Avila at home?
Yes, she is.
My name's Ken Thurston. May I speak to her?
Come in, please.
Thank you. Well?
Well?
Will she be coming down soon?
That is impossible, Mr. Thurston.
Isn't she at home?
Of course she is at home.
But then... Oh, no. No, it can't be that good.
I beg your pardon, senor?
You're not the senora.
But why not?
You're so young and so beautiful.
Thank you. Is that so shocking?
No. No, it's much easier to ask you a favor.
Oh?
You're entertaining the distinguished members of the Archimedes expedition tomorrow evening?
Yes.
I'd like to meet them. You see, I'm a kind of a footloose correspondent.
Correspondent?
I don't like the conventional interviews, so...
If you attended my reception as a guest, you could get your information informally.
Yes, that's it, yes.
Well, Can you think of any reason why I should refuse to cooperate with you?
Well, after all, I am a stranger.
A stranger bearing compliments. I shall be pleased if you will join us tomorrow evening, Mr. Thurston. On one condition.
On any condition.
You must no longer regard yourself as a stranger.
Of course, Mr. Thurston, the vast majority of laymen think of the Antarctic as a wasteland, of no consequence whatever.
But, Dr. Florio, haven't a lot of people read of Admiral Byrd's discoveries?
Oh, yes, indeed, but to them it's merely an adventure story. They have no idea of the vast resources of this immense continent.
I've heard rumors about gold.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not speaking of material wealth, though, of course, there must be an abundance of that.
Oh, yes, yeah,
No, I'm referring to the fuller knowledge of the nature of our two poles.
I understand that clearly.
Sir, with the controls that we'll eventually establish, we shall at last have nature on our side.
A very pleasant prospect, Dr. Florio.
Oh.
Even though it would put us all out of business.
Professor Sador, you met this young fellow Thurston?
How do you do, Mr. Thurston? Senora Avila has mentioned you.
Yes, I've just been explaining to Thurston here about the real implications of our expedition.
Implications, Dr. Florio? I thought everything was out in the open. We haven't any secrets. Or have we?
Well, whatever secrets we have, Professor, represent the failures in our search for truth. Now, Thurston, in your
Mr. Thurston,
articles
if Dr. Florio can spare you for a few moments, our hostess would like to speak to you.
Oh, yes, of course. But I will see you later, Thurston.
Yes, of course.
Thurston, how can such a windbag have room left for an idea in his head?
He knows his physics, though, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, that's the trouble. He knows so much in his field that he hasn't the slightest notion of what goes on outside.
Judging from his eloquence, he's trying awfully hard to make contact.
Well, when you get tired of Florio, try Galahoo.
Uh-huh.
He never says a word. Very relaxing on a voyage.
Your voyage didn't have a very auspicious beginning, did it, Professor Sador?
You mean Dr. Dawson's death?
Uh-huh.
You know, I wonder why he ever sailed with us.
Well, didn't the Foundation select him?
Yes, of course, but Dawson didn't have to get on the Archimedes to take that way out.
Suicide?
Thurston, he was at the end of his rope. Tried to run away from a domestic situation and found out he couldn't run away from himself.
Scientists can be fallible, too.
Very. Well, here we are. Senora Avila.
Oh, thank you, Senor. Mr. Thurston, there is someone here asking for you, Professor Zellschmidt.
Zellschmidt?
Yes, he calls himself a Lepidopterist pluribus.
Oh, that's Zellschmidt.
Looking for butterflies in Santiago?
Oh, you never know about a Zellschmidt. He can look for anything, anywhere.
Oh, well, since you know him, then it's all right.
You've let him in?
Oh, he left me no choice. Shall we find him?
Senora, if Professor Sador will excuse us, I'd much rather dance. Senora Avila.
Yes, Mr. Thurston.
At least while we're dancing, may I call you Margarita?
Have I refused any of your requests so far, Ken?
I'm indebted to you.
Have you found what you were looking for?
Much more than I was looking for.
Oh? Ken, would you mind? It's rather warm, and my garden is lovely by moonlight.
I'd love to see it.
I meant you to. I noticed that Dr. Florio was monopolizing your time. But after all, he is the head of the expedition.
He expressed his opinions very freely to me.
Yes, I know what you mean. Did you find Professor Sador interesting?
Margarita, I have a confession to make.
Oh?
My interest is no longer journalistic.
Oh, are you disappointed in your material?
Oh, no. I'm just beginning to discover its possibilities.
Then do me a favor, Ken. Promise me that you will let me read your articles when they are finished.
Who was talking about articles?
Oh, then we have been talking about two different things.
I was talking about you.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go on.
I've heard so many long words tonight, I'm beginning to appreciate understatement.
Understatement?
Perhaps I should demonstrate. You see, I could try to be grandiloquent, but the way I feel is more like this.
Oh, Ken. Why did you kiss me?
I could say that it was in the interest of science, Margarita, but the simpler reason is I just wanted to.
Margarita,
See?
your party was a great success.
Thank you, Cedar.
And the American, Mr. Thurston, was very attentive, wasn't he?
Does that matter?
You were very responsive.
Cedar, you're jealous.
Why did you invite him?
You ask me to?
Margarita, have you gone out of your mind?
No, but I may have lost a little of my heart.
You will stop this nonsense, my dear, when I tell you who Mr. Thurston really is.
Oh, is that all that's bothering you?
What?
Darling, I know all about Mr. Thurston. He is handsome, he's gallant, he's intelligent. And here's the man called X. Good night.
Now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has gone to Santiago, Chile, to find out why Dr. Stuart Dawson, a famous scientist, disappeared at sea while on the Archimedes expedition. Mr. X has met various members of the expedition at the home of beautiful Margarita Avila, but he still has no evidence of foul play. On the other hand, Margarita and her friend, Professor Sador, have learned that he is the Man Called X. Ken has returned home from Margarita's reception, and at the moment is entering his hotel room.
What took you so long, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, here you are, Professor Zellschmidt. I wondered where you'd slipped off to. Catch any butterflies?
A golden butterfly, Mr. X. While you were pursuing the beautiful lady, which I saw out of the side of my eyes, I was needling the very top men of the expedition.
Dr. Florio?
In person. And he revealed to me the whole plot.
No.
Yeah.
What plot?
Dr. Florio said it was a golden opportunity. Doesn't that tell you something?
Yes, it tells me your interest in the project. I hate to disabuse your mind, but this expedition isn't a gold mine. Nor am I. Good night.
You don't know what you're doing, Mr. Thurston. Now, if you're worrying about your fees...
Pig on! What? Pig on the transom. Duck!
What was that? Mr. X.
That pig on was our golden opportunity. Gone.
It is no longer as fashionable to promenade in Santiago as it used to be. But, Ken, I did want you to see Park Forest Hall.
Lovely, Margarita. Practically in the center of the city, but you'll feel as though you were miles away.
Isn't that what parks are for? To get away?
Margarita, your reception for the scientists, are you really interested, or is it your devotion to the memory of your husband?
Both, Ken. That was why I married my husband. Oh, not for science alone. You see, a woman is denied the adventurous life. She must live vicariously by keeping in contact with people who find adventure.
Adventure in laboratories?
Laboratories can lead to expeditions. Oh, why were you not honest with me, Mr. X?
Oh? Where did that come from?
Your butterfly professor offers all kinds of bargains.
You'd think Pagan was a publicity agent of mine.
If you'll be frank with me now, maybe I can help you. Just what are you looking for?
A reason for murder, and probably something even more important.
Murder?
Why would a man, worrying about family difficulties, commit suicide somewhere in the Pacific Ocean when he had no family?
You are speaking of poor Dr. Dawson.
Did you know him?
No, but I cannot believe it. This learned gentleman on the Archimedes, why would they want to get rid of him?
That, Margarita, is what is even more important. Nick? Oh, hello, Professor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thurston.
Come in.
I'd like to, but I have a lot of details to attend to in connection with the expedition.
But you wanted to see me?
That is one of the more important details.
Oh.
I have talked this over with my colleagues, Mr. Thurston, and we all feel that we should have with us, shall we say, a scribe to keep a chronicle of our voyage.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like that?
Well, who could refuse such a tempting offer? It's a golden opportunity.
Then you'll come?
Yes.
Good. But we sail in the morning. Can you be ready by then?
Ready now.
Splendid. We'll all be very happy to have you with us. And now, goodbye, Mr. Thurston.
Goodbye, Professor.
Mr. Thurston, you didn't even mention me. While you're going off to the South Pole, what am I supposed to do?
Pagon, you try the North Pole. Evening, Dr. Florio.
Oh, hello, Thurston. You still up?
Nice out on deck tonight.
A bit cold. Have you seen Dr. Gillahue?
He went inside with Professor Capstaff. Oh, I should think about 15 minutes ago.
Well, I think I'll turn in, too. By the way, Thurston, glad to have you with us. Any assistance I can give you to authenticate your notations is call on me.
Thanks, Doctor.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
So you didn't take my advice, Pagon. Stowaway?
I should have thought of that. Here I'm working as a deckhand.
You won't make as much money that way as you did by telling Senora Avila that I'm the man called X.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, how can you say such things?
How much did you get for it?
Oh, a paltry little... What am I saying? I haven't even confessed.
You don't have to, Pagon. Skip it. Oh, maybe it's just as well, because now you can do something for me at my price. Congratulations, Margarita.
Oh, it's you, Ken. I was going to surprise you at the captain's table in the morning.
So now it's no more vicarious living for you. It's real adventure, is that it?
Why not? Why should I stay at home and dream?
This trip may not be a picnic, Margarita.
I know. But after all, I suggested you the Cedar. I got you into this, Ken.
Oh?
So I want to share it with you. Don't you think adventure and romance should go together?
Well, it's much more pleasant that way. It'll make a long voyage shorter.
Much shorter. Oh, do you mind if I go in now? I'm not used to the sea air.
I'll take you to your cabin.
Oh, don't bother. Just kiss me good night, Ken.
Margarita.
Oh, now I shall sleep well. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Still up, Thurston?
Well, Sado.
Mind if I join you?
Not a bit.
Have you begun the log of our voyage yet?
I don't know quite how to start.
Why not begin with our leaving Valparaiso?
That would be the easy way. But I have a feeling the story really begins with Dr. Dawson's death.
That still bothers you, doesn't it, Thurston?
Doesn't it bother you?
What do you mean by that?
Dr. Dawson must have bothered you. He knew so much about uranium.
So?
Almost as much as you do, Professor Sador. Very foolish of you to mention Dawson's family to me, since he didn't have any.
Yes, very foolish. And it was very foolish of you, Mr. X, to accept my invitation. Don't move.
Huh? You didn't shoot Dawson. I didn't think that was your method.
It isn't. This is... Goodbye, Mr. X.
You have to do it that way, Cedor.
You didn't offer any other suggestions, my dear Margarita?
No. No.
I saw that farewell scene of yours. Very touching.
Well, it's done. There is only one thing, Cedor. It was too easy.
Hold on to the rope, Mr. Thurston. You're so heavy to pull up. Like pulling up a whale. There. There. Oh. Hold me, Mr. Thurston. I think I'm going to faint.
Pagon, remember this moment. It'll never happen again. You've chiseled, you've double-crossed me. You've lied to me, but right now, You're a great man. You saved my life.
Oh, I only did what you told me to, Mr. X. It wasn't anything. But you might tell me why you let somebody throw you overboard just so I could save you.
Later, Pagan. Right now, I'd like some sleep. I have an appointment at the captain's table for breakfast tomorrow.
Incidentally, where's Mr. Thurston this morning?
I haven't seen him, Dr. Florio. Perhaps he hasn't got his sea legs yet.
Nonsense, Sador. I saw him walking the deck last night. Wasn't having any trouble then.
I saw him too. He seemed to be enjoying himself.
Well, if he's sleeping, let him sleep. Now, what was I saying anyway, Gallagher?
Good morning, Margarita. Gentlemen.
What?
Who was talking about me?
Ken.
Morning.
Aren't you going to wish me good morning, Professor Sador? After all, you reminded me last night you invited me on this voyage.
It's fine.
Why?
What? What's happened here?
Dr. Florio and gentlemen, forgive me for being late for breakfast, but you see, I overslept. I had a swim last night.
Swim? Swim? What's in the name of...
It wasn't my idea, Dr. Florio. Professor Sador's.
Sador?
If Dr. Dawson were here, I'm sure he, too, could tell you about going for a long swim in the Pacific. A swim with no end for him. You can put away that gun, Sador. You couldn't shoot anybody here. Besides, that would be mutiny. Ship's crew has been advised, as well as the authorities at Valparaiso.
Well, this doesn't sound like a laughing matter to me, Senor Alvila.
Oh, for me, I am amused. Because for once I spoke the truth. Remember, Sador, I said it was too easy. Well, Ken, you have won.
No, Margarita. You and Sador have lost. Gentlemen, I think it would be best for the good name of the profession you serve that this particular incident of your expedition be not included in our chronicle. Professor Sador and his friend, who finds it so amusing, were planning to use you for their own purposes. They were playing high stakes, almost the highest. Uranium. But as you see, they had too many cards stacked against them. Coffee. Well, perhaps a good cup of coffee will brighten this day on the cruise of the SS Archimedes.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's exploit of the Man Called X. The Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment. And now, Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Next week, a chase to Central America after a notorious racketeer who talks best with a .38 automatic. And with him is his all-too-beautiful daughter. I promise you plenty of thrills and suspense. As usual, Leon Velasco will be with us as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X for tonight was written by Milton Merlin. The music is composed and conducted by Johnny Green, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles, speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
In order to prove the guilt of a murderer, a district attorney must establish a motive. But a motive is sometimes hard to prove, especially when the killer and his victim are total strangers to each other. This case started late one night at a service station on the outskirts of the city.
Sorry, fellas, but I'm just closing for the night. We need some gas. I've already locked the pumps. There's an all-night place about 2 blocks up. Big truck stop. You can't miss it.
You hear that, Fred?
Yeah, Benny, I heard.
Man don't want to wait on us, Fred.
I didn't say that. I said I'm closed.
He's laughing at us, Benny. He thinks it's funny that he don't want to wait on us.
There's no point in getting out of the car. I'm not going to wait on you.
Hear that, Fred? This is a real nasty guy.
Yeah. No wonder his wife don't like him.
What's that supposed to mean?
You know, Benny, this guy ain't very bright.
Yeah, maybe his wife never told him. Maybe she didn't want to hurt his feelings.
What are you guys up to? What's the...
Get inside the office.
Hey, what the...
He said get inside.
Gun, huh? Might have known.
This chump just don't know enough to shut up, Benny. Move!
If this is a stick-up, you're out of luck. All the money's in the safe, and the day man has the keys.
Hey, he thinks it's a hold-up, Fred.
I don't know why, Benny. You got a nice, honest face. Could it be me?
Nah, you got an honest face, too. It's like his wife says. He's a dope.
What is this? Some kind of a gag Estella's pulling?
Oh, no, Mr. Wade. It's not a gag.
Would you think it was a gag when she took out the insurance policy last year?
Why, I don't understand you guys.
Step into the accident room, Mr. Wade. You heard me. Get in the storeroom.
No, listen to me.
Get in there. Well, now we have got it nice and private.
Don't be crazy, you guys. You'll get caught. You'll go to the chair.
You know, she was right, Benny. This boy's a very dull talker.
Yeah, grab the tire iron, Fred.
No, let me call Estelle. Let me talk to her.
It'll only bore her.
Go ahead. Give it to him, will you?
You can't be...
Well, that did it.
Let's get out of here. Hope his wife don't get nervous collecting that insurance money.
Well, why should you? She got a perfect alibi.
You spend the evening with her mother-in-law.
Ex-mother-in-law, you mean?
You know something, Benny?
Oh, what?
I'm hungry.
So, stop when we get to town. Let's eat.
I'll be with you as soon as I finish this paragraph, Mrs. Wade.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. It's all I've done for a month. Wait. What does Mr. Garrett want to see me about this time?
Well, I'm afraid that's something he'll have to tell you. Mr. Garrett.
Yes, Miss Miller.
Mrs. Wade is here.
Thank you.
Come in, Mrs. Wade. Go right in and have a seat. Call Harrington, Miss Miller. Ask him to come in.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to have to call you in again, Mrs. Wade.
I'm sorry, too, Mr. Garrett. My husband's been dead for almost 5 weeks. I want to get away someplace by myself and forget about it. But you won't let me.
You want to help us find out who murdered your husband, don't you?
Of course I do, if I can. But I wasn't with him when it happened. I was spending the evening with my mother-in-law.
Yes, I know. As a matter of fact, that's the only time your mother-in-law saw you in more than a year, except for your husband's funeral, of course.
Well, what of it?
When you hadn't been speaking. But you paid her rather a sudden visit at what turns out to be a very strange time.
What are you insinuating?
I'm not insinuating anything, Mrs. Wade. Just stating a fact.
I might as well tell you, Mr. Garrett. I don't like your way of stating things. I certainly...
Come in, Harrington.
Hello, Chief. Afternoon, Mrs. Wade.
Sit down. Pardon the interruption, Mrs. Wade. I'd like Harrington to hear this, too.
You don't seem to be able to find my husband's murderer. So you seem to have selected me as some sort of a target to hide your inefficiency. Well, I'm not going to stand for any more of it. The insurance company was perfectly satisfied. They paid me despite your investigation.
They paid you because I suggested they pay you.
Is that supposed to be amusing, Mr. Garrett?
I hope it was, because this isn't going to be. Read your report, Harrington.
Be glad to. You got a check for $40,000 last Thursday, Mrs. Wade. Double indemnity payment on a policy on your husband's life taken out 11 months ago.
What else is new?
Don't be impatient, Mrs. Wade. It gets more interesting. Go ahead, Harrington.
During the 11 months the policy was in force, you borrowed the money to pay the premiums from friends, girls you used to work with before you got married.
Is that a crime?
Your husband's salary didn't warrant that kind of insurance, Mrs. Wade. The agent advised you against it when you bought the policy. Both he and your husband wanted to write it for a smaller amount.
And fortunate for me, I didn't let them.
Suppose your husband had lived out a normal lifespan of 70 years, Mrs. Wade. Did you intend to keep borrowing premium payments for 40 years? Go ahead, Harrington.
Mrs. Wade deposited the insurance company check in her bank on the day it was issued. But the next day, Mrs. Wade, you made a withdrawal of $10,000 in cash.
And that's a large sum, Mrs. Wade. Where is it?
I'm not obliged to answer that.
In other words, you haven't got it anymore.
I had some bills to pay.
Might I see your receipts?
Personal loans from friends.
How about a list of their names, then? We can ask them.
I won't have you embarrassing me.
No. And I'm sure you would be embarrassed if we could find out who got that money and why.
I don't have to listen to this. I'm leaving.
You do, and I'll have you brought back on a warrant.
All right. I'll listen to you for 1 more minute. But the next time you call me in here, I'm going to bring an attorney.
I advise it. Because the next time I call you in, you may need one. Do you know what these are?
No.
Reports on your husband. No criminal record. No dubious associates. No enemies. Well liked by all who knew him. Except you. Do you know what reports like this, in cases like this, always make me think?
I'm not a mind reader.
They make me think of professional killers. Killers hired by somebody who can profit by the murder, but be shielded by the safety of a perfect alibi. Do I make myself clear?
Too clear.
What did you do with that $10,000?
None of your business. If the lecture is over, I'll leave now.
Mrs. Wade?
Yes?
A word of advice. Don't make any attempt to leave this state. If you do, I'll have you arrested at the border.
That's a cold tomato, Chief.
Ice cold. Where did you post Hennessy?
Oh, he's waiting in a phone booth in the drugstore on the street level.
Call him. Tell him she's on the way out. From now on, I want her under 24-hour surveillance.
Kraft?
Yes, Stella.
I just left Garrett's office.
What did he want this time?
Wait a minute. Can't you find another booth to wait for? I'll be some time. Hello.
What was that?
It was nothing, Kraft. Just somebody waiting for the booth.
What about Garrett?
He asked a lot of questions about the $10,000 I gave you to... you know.
Let him ask.
What if they happened to pick up those boys you hired for the job?
They're strangers in town. They never heard of the grease ball you were married to. Who's even going to ask them?
All right.
Now, don't get nervous.
I waited a long time for this money. I want to enjoy it.
Don't worry. Have a ball.
Goodbye.
How did Hennessy find out it was Max Kraft, she called?
He was coming out of the drugstore to Taylor after we called him. But when she came off the elevator, she headed for a phone booth herself, so he tagged. He pretended to be waiting for the booth, too, to see if he could hear any of what she said.
Well, that's a lucky break for us. Let's hope Max Kraft actually has a hand in this. Well, how do you know he'll be at the Cameo restaurant, though?
It's his hangout. Goes there for dinner every night about 8. Sticks around until midnight or later, listening to himself talk. He gets quite an audience, too.
True.
You know, thugs, hoodlums. You know the kind that place draws. Well, here we are. We'll have a good show for his audience tonight when you start asking him questions. Well, there he is. Corner booth with those 2 guys.
Quick, into the alcove before he sees us.
Before he sees us? You came down here to talk to him, didn't you?
Well, not now. Not after seeing who was with him. Take a look.
Yeah.
You recognize them?
I've seen them on 100 wanted bulletins. They've done time in half the pens in the country. Benny Fox and Fred Lesser.
Yes, Benny Fox and Fred Lesser. The only 2 members of the Black Sash gang the Detroit police didn't put away for good.
They were with the Black Sash gang?
That's right, Harrington. The Black Sash gang, alias the Murder Syndicate.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A man had been brutally murdered, and his widow, with a perfect alibi, had profited handsomely. We suspected professional killers hired for the job. But the only link between the widow and the killers seemed to be a disbarred attorney Harrington and I had traced to a midtown restaurant.
They're getting up to leave, Chief.
Yes. Benny and Fred seem to be unhappy about something. Have they ever seen you? Would they know you by sight?
Benny and Fred? No. Max Kraft knows me, though.
I don't want the others to see you. Not just yet. You stay here undercover.
Ah, what are you going to do?
Say hello to the gentlemen. Oh, here they come.
Next time you got something to tell us, Max, will you tell us by phone?
You worry too much, Benny.
I like to worry, Max.
Well? Hello, Paul.
Hello, Max.
Paul, I'd like you to meet a couple of friends of mine. They're from California. Mr. Evans and Mr. Johnson.
Gentlemen.
This is Paul Garrett, our district attorney.
Nice meeting you, Mr. Garrett. Yeah, real nice.
Your friends don't happen to be in the stolen car business, do they, Max?
Paul, these gentlemen are in the real estate business.
Yeah, real estate.
Thinking of opening offices here. I've been telling them about you. About how nice and clean you keep this county.
Then tell them I intend to keep it clean of automobile thieves. Good evening, gentlemen.
Come on, Max, let's get out of here.
Sure. Good night, Paul.
Good night.
Hey, does he think we're dumb or something, Chief?
Yes, Harrington. I'm afraid he does.
What was that stolen car business all about?
Just a throw-off. To make him keep on thinking as he does.
Why didn't you want them to see me?
Because you're going to be part of a little scheme, Harrington. A scheme to draw them out into the open.
Oh? How?
Oh, to be brief, I'm going to have somebody hire them to kill you.
Well, how nice for me.
It's our only chance, Harrington. If we could catch Benny and Fred red-handed, they might open up on Max. And if Max gets trapped...
He'll dump anybody overboard trying to get himself out.
That's right. Let's go.
You know, there's just one thing about it that bothers me, though.
What?
How dead do I have to get to make this thing work?
Just dead enough to make it convincing.
Convincing to who? Them or the Undertaker?
Harrington, you worry too much.
Who's going to hire them to kill me?
Miss Miller. And from now on, her name is Mrs. Miller. And you're Mr. Miller, her husband. Any objection?
No, just make sure of one thing.
What's that?
I'd like my maiden name back when you order the tombstone.
Yes?
Are you Max Kraft?
That's right.
I phoned you yesterday, Mrs. Miller.
Oh, yes, come on in. What's so important that you couldn't talk about it over the phone?
My husband was around. I didn't want him to know. Yet. I want to divorce him.
I see.
I want you to handle it.
I can't.
Why not? You're an attorney.
A disbarred attorney. Let me make a call. I'll get somebody for you.
But I want you to handle it. I've read so much about you. I remember so many of your cases. You were always so clever.
Well, I didn't know I had such a good-looking fan.
Please. You can find some way to do it.
Well, maybe I could work behind the scenes. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks. I can't pay you too much, though.
Even if I get you a nice slice of alimony?
From my husband? You'll never have a dime. The only way I could get any money out of him would be if he dropped dead.
Dead men don't pay alimony.
No, but insurance companies do. It's all he ever thinks of, insurance.
How's your husband's health?
Too good, or I wouldn't be here. Why?
I don't like to see young ladies rush into a divorce without thinking of all the possibilities.
I've thought of all of them.
Have you? Let me think about it. Now, how about having dinner with me tomorrow night?
Then you will help me?
Maybe. After we get to know each other better, I can help you a lot.
Are you as clever as everybody says you are?
You'll find out tomorrow night.
Where?
The Cameo, 8 o'clock.
If I can get away.
I'll be waiting.
Goodbye.
Hello?
Benny,
Yeah, Kraft.
you get my letter?
Yeah, we got it.
You burn it?
Well, of course we burn it. What do you think, we're stupid?
No, just make sure you remember the instructions, though.
We'll remember. You just tell us when.
He goes bowling tomorrow night, 8 o'clock sharp.
Yeah?
He'll leave the house carrying a bowling ball. As soon as he leaves, his wife will go next door to play bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Do it when he's on his way back home from the bowling alley.
Okay.
Is Fred there?
Yeah, he's across the street eating again. I'll go tell him. Goodbye. They still out there, Chief?
Yes. Hennessy says they're parked in the far corner of the parking lot. Almost 11 o'clock. You can get ready to go. You know what to do.
Drive straight up Franklin Avenue.
There are unmarked prowl cars at every intersection. As soon as they gun you, we'll get them.
I hope that car is as bulletproof as you think it is.
Don't worry, it is. And when they open fire, brake, skid, run into a building. Make it look good. The inside of the car is covered with crash padding. You won't get hurt.
If I don't, it's a cinch. Nobody else will. Well, here goes nothing.
Harrington. Here, you forgot your bowling ball.
Oh, thanks. I wish my head was this hard. Just for tonight. He's not gone very fast, Benny.
Just fast enough to make the lights without stopping the time for 25 miles an hour.
Street up ahead looks good.
Yeah, street light in the middle of the block. I'll pass him on the outside just as he gets to it.
No, not too fast.
Look, I know how to drive.
Okay.
Well, you gonna roll your window down or you plan to shoot right through it?
I'm rolling it down. Happy?
Yeah.
Then speed it up if you're gonna pass at the light.
Now, how's this?
Perfect. We're coming up just right. Now! You got him! It was sweet. Get rolling fast.
There isn't another car in sight.
Hey, Benny, up ahead.
Hey, 2 cars blocking the intersection.
Back up. Turn around.
It's no good. Other cars coming from back there.
Red lights flashing. It's police cars.
All right, pile up.
Don't move, you men.
Oh, no.
That'll get you no place. Give them a sample, Hennessy. Go all over their heads. The next burst will be 5 feet lower.
They'll chop us to ribbons with that thing, Benny. All right, drop your gun.
Hey, we give up. We dropped our guns.
That's better. Looks like we got to you a bit too late to save that man you killed back there, though.
Well, who tipped you to this?
His wife got cold feet at the last moment. I've seen you two before, haven't I? With Max Kraft.
I told you, Benny, we were crazy to trust Max.
Shut up.
Shut up, nothing. He was so sure this dame wouldn't crack up. Oh, no, he tells us. Iron nerves, just like the Wade dame.
Mrs. Wade, the wife of the service station operator who was killed?
Who else? Max and his bright idea.
I told you to shut up,
You
Brad.
shut up! If I get the chair, I'm going to make sure of one thing. Max Kraft is going to be sitting there right in my lap when he turned the juice on.
Max hired you to kill Wade?
That's right. And he got the payoff from Wade's wife, Estelle, out of the insurance money.
You hear that, Harrington?
Yeah, Chief. I heard.
Hey, this guy ain't dead.
Not because you didn't try. You see what your blabbing did, Fred? They had nothing on us.
Until now. All right, boys. Take them in.
Go ahead.
All right, quit your shoving.
All right, Harrington. Bring your bowling ball and let's roll for the spare. Miss Estelle Wade and Max Kraft are all set up in the middle alley. All right, Mulligan. Open this one. Go ahead, Mrs. Wade. Lock it up, Mulligan. Down that way for you, Kraft. Mulligan. Okay, lock it.
Garrett.
What do you want, Max?
How about me turning state's witness, Paul? Want to make a deal?
I don't want to. And I don't have to.
Don't be too sure, Paul. When it comes to courtrooms, I know a few tricks.
You'll need them because I've got a surprise witness who might be too much for you.
Who?
Mrs. Miller. She knows your whole operation.
Don't kid me, Garrett. Why would she testify and incriminate herself?
Because she isn't Mrs. Miller. She's Miss Miller. And she happens to be my secretary. You see, Max, I know a few tricks, too.
This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
The law clearly states that the person who engages a professional killer for a homicide is fully as guilty as the hireling who wields the murder weapon. Estelle Wade, Benny Fox, Fred Lesser, and Max Kraft were all found guilty of murder in the first degree. There were no recommendations for clemency. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A knowledge of the law is a minor part of the qualifications of a district attorney, because enforcement of the law depends upon factors outside the law, things the district attorney must know or learn if the blindfold on justice is to be lifted. Take this case. It started late one night in the cultivated field in the farm area of the county.
How many more bales we got to load, Slim?
15, 20 left, that's all.
Well, this will be the last truckload, then.
Yeah. The sooner you get off the place with it, the better.
Mullen's sure going to be surprised when he gets a look at this field tomorrow.
What do we got for the stuff?
Market's about $30 a ton. Clear almost $200 apiece. Not as much as we could make stealing livestock.
Sure, steal livestock and get sent to the pen. Maybe there ain't as much money in alfalfa, but it ain't marked either. Nobody can say it ain't yours once you get in the clear with it.
I suppose Mullen suspects you had something to do with this?
Me? His old army buddy? Not a chance. Besides, he saw me take a sleeping pill before we turned in tonight. At least he thinks he saw me take it. Give me the pitchfork.
Here.
Now, push these bales back away from the tailgate.
Slim.
What's the matter? Shh.
I heard something moving. Over by the rack.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Mullen. Maybe he...
Keep quiet, Trent.
Who's out in this field?
It is him.
You better answer me. I can see the outline of your truck.
We better run for it.
No, he woke up. He must know I'm not in the house.
Who are you? Talk up, fast.
It's me. It's me, Mullen. Harry Trent.
What's the matter, Trent? You lost or something? Your farm's on the other side of that fence. What are you doing in my field in the middle of the night? With a truck full of my alfalfa.
Why, I've been...
Save it, Trent. Just tell me where Slim is. Where'd that thieving rat run to?
I didn't run any place, Mullen.
You...
Don't move. That's a pitchfork you feel against your back. Now just march up to the house.
What are you going to do to him, Slim?
I'm going to lend him my bottle of sleeping pills and see to it that he takes an overdose of them.
Nice, clean, and quiet.
That'd be a great idea, Slim. If I'd hold still for it. But I ain't about to hold still.
Look out, Slim! Punch him, Trent. Hit him! Let go of that fork, Mullen. Oh! Now, Mullen, here's something you don't have to hold still for. Oh!
You maniac. Now what are we going to do?
Shut up. We're going to do just what we started to do. Get that load out of here and sell it like we planned. And keep your mouth shut. If you don't, I'll shut it for you. Now get going.
Ain't you coming?
Of course I'm not coming, stupid. I'm going into the house and back to bed, where I've been all night. Get going.
There's the body, Chief.
Who found it, Harriet?
Hound came across it earlier this morning. Set up a racket. Dog's owner knew by the way he was barking that something was up, so he came over.
One of those men?
Yeah. Fellow in the Mackinac. Named Sam Richardson. His farm joins this one, along the east fence.
Who are the other two men?
Well, Harry Trent. Farm on the north is his. The skinny one is Slim Ferryman. He worked for Mullen, lives here on the place. Says he and Mullen were war buddies.
Find out if he has any family?
Just a sister, married. Name's Wharton, Ellie Wharton. She lives upstate someplace. We're trying to trace her.
Well, can't talk to her until we find her. You better talk to the neighbors now.
It's all right, Chinks. Just lie down. He won't bite.
This is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney, gentlemen.
Howdy.
Hello.
Howdy.
This is Sam Richardson, Chief. This one's Harry Trent, and this one is Slim Ferryman.
Hi.
Hello. Gentlemen, I understand your dog found the body, Mr. Richardson.
That's right.
When did you last see Mullen alive?
Yesterday morning. Passed each other by the fence down there. Talked a minute or two.
Now, how about you, Mr. Trent?
Well, I ain't seen Mullen for a couple of days, I guess.
Slim seems to be the one who saw him last, Chief.
Except for whoever killed him, he means, Mr. Garrett.
I know what he means. Tell me about you while we walk over to the house.
Well, sure. I saw Mullen last night. We ate supper, and I turned in early.
Then this must have happened during the night.
Must have.
Why would Mullen come out to this field at night?
I don't know. I didn't even know he'd left the house until Richardson came pounding on the door and woke me up this morning after he found the body. Is that right, Sam?
That's right.
How come you didn't hear Richardson's dog? Body's closer to where you were than where he was.
Well, I was sleeping kind of heavy. I took a sleeping pill last night. Must have knocked me out good. We put in a hard day yesterday.
Doing what?
Loading alfalfa from this field onto the truck. Me and Mullen must have moved about 200 bales.
Oh? Well, I was wondering why there were so few bales from such a large field. Only a dozen or so left.
Well, Mullen had a buyer for most of it, I guess. Anyhow, he spent the day trucking it away.
Tire tracks all over the field, Chief.
Mm-hmm. Any idea who Mullen sold his crop to, Slim?
He didn't say.
You think somebody might have paid for the stuff, Chief? Then come back to rob him?
Yeah, that's it. Mullen made the robbing mighty convenient by coming out into this field at night.
Mm-hmm. There was no money on the body, Chief.
He may have hidden it in the house, or maybe he even had time to bank it yesterday. I want a thorough check made on it. If anybody...
Oh, that's the phone.
Hold it, Slim. I'll get it. You stay out here. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes, Miss Miller.
We located Mullen's sister, Ellie Wharton.
Oh, good. Where is she?
A town called Haskell, about 40 miles upstate. The address is 414 Sycamore Street.
Has she been notified of her brother's death?
I called the local minister, asked him to break it to her.
Oh, that's good. She may be in condition to talk by the time Harrington and I get there. I want you to call the lab. Have Fred Morgan set out here. Tell him to bring plaster of Paris, moulage equipment.
Yes, sir.
There are a lot of truck tire tracks in the field where Mullen was killed. I want castings made and compared with the tire tread on Mullen's own truck to make sure it was Mullen's truck.
Yes, sir.
And tell Fred to wait until evening to do it. I don't want anybody to see him.
I understand.
You know where to reach me. Ellie Wharton's in Haskell.
Yes, sir.
Who was it?
It was for me.
I'd like to get back to my farm if it's all right, Mr. Garrett.
Well, you can all go about your business for now. Come on, Harrington.
Where to, Chief?
Haskell, in upstate. He's located Mullen's sister.
You, think she'll know anything?
Well, I don't know. But Mullen's friends and neighbors don't seem to know much, do they?
Why would anybody want to kill him?
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Wharton? Please.
I can't. He was here only last Sunday, spending the day with us, playing with the baby and arguing with Dan.
Well, who is Dan?
My husband.
What were they arguing about, Mrs. Wharton?
Oh, I didn't mean a real argument. Politics, taxes. You know how men get to talking.
Do you know of anybody who might have gained anything by having your brother out of the way?
No, he never made any enemies.
The motive must have been robbery, Chief. The crop money.
Yes. I guess we'd better get back to town. Oh, you shouldn't be alone here, Mrs. Wharton.
The minister's coming back later.
Can't your husband come home from work?
He's away for a few days on a business trip.
Away? Where?
Buying crops. He works for the Haskell Feed and Grain Company.
Oh, see. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Wharton.
Chief, that job her husband's got.
Yes, buying feed and grain crops.
Seems to me like Mullen would sell that alfalfa to his own brother-in-law.
Seems that way to me, too. We'll drive over to Haskell Feed and Grain. I noticed their storage elevators off the highway when we were coming in.
Wharton won't be there.
Well, no, but they might be able to tell us where to find him.
Almost 4 p.m., Chief. We must have covered 50 farms since yesterday afternoon.
Well, Wharton's in this area someplace. Hey, look.
Huh? What?
Car parked outside of the barn up ahead.
Ah, that's it, all right. Haskell Feed and Grain emblem on the side of the door. I don't see anybody around.
He might be in the barn.
There he is, the other end of the barn, leaning on the stall. Must be the owner of the farm he's talking to.
Oh, he's seen us. Coming this way now. Watch him carefully, just in case.
Yep.
You fellas looking for me?
You Dan Wharton?
That's right.
Would you mind telling us when you last saw your brother-in-law?
2 days ago, when I started out on this trip.
You stopped by his place?
That's right.
Family call or business?
Business. Made a bid on his alfalfa. We're just about finished sweating, ready to be hauled for storage.
Oh, how did you pay him for it? Cash or a company check?
I didn't pay him for it. He said it wasn't for sale.
You better be sure of that, mister.
What do you mean?
He means Mullen's alfalfa crop was sold and moved just before Mullen was killed. The night of the day you stopped there.
Whoever told you that is a liar.
It's no lie, Wharton. We saw it with our own eyes.
I don't care what you saw. I know that alfalfa wasn't for sale, to me or anybody else.
What makes you so sure of that?
I'll tell you what makes me so sure. And you can check with Bob Mullen's bank. Bob told me he'd made arrangements for a bank loan to buy 20 head of dairy cattle. That's why I'm sure. He was getting them in next month, and he needed that alfalfa for winter forage. He couldn't have sold it. Not to anybody.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the blood harvest, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A farmer had been brutally murdered with a pitchfork in a harvested field. His helper had stated that the crop of alfalfa from the field had been sold the day of the murder. But the brother-in-law of the slain man insisted that the crop had not been sold. By the time I got back to my office, there was more disturbing information.
Morgan left these plaster castings of the truck tracks yesterday afternoon.
Will they match the tire treads on Mullen's truck?
He says no. Mullen's tires have just been recapped. These are badly worn. He marked the spots with red ink, especially the crescent-shaped gouge mark.
Might have been the buyer's truck, Chief.
Yes, except that Slim Ferryman said that Mullen hauled the stuff away after loading it. If it was the buyer's truck, Slim would have known who the buyer was, at least a description. Come on, Harrington. Bring those tire track castings with him.
Where to this time?
Back to Mullen's farm. I'm going to find the truck those tire marks came from.
Mullen only had the one truck.
Well, some of his neighbors own trucks, too. I want to make sure none of them owns one with a crescent-shaped gouge in one of the tires.
I'm about walked out, Chief. Why are we crossing the fields when we could drive to each place?
I don't want anybody to know what we're looking for.
Well, Richardson's place was clear. But we're lucky we didn't run into that dog of his. Well, this is Trent's place.
Yeah, looks like he moved his alfalfa crop, too. Fields are clear. Where's the house?
Just about making it out, see? Right there through the trees.
Good. They'll keep us covered. Keep your eyes on the ground.
Right. Hey, hold it.
What?
Nothing. Tractor marks here. Not what we're looking for.
Loose straw on the ground over there. It might have been a loading spot. Move that way.
Yeah. Trent must have had a lot of bales stacked there.
Yes. Well, he certainly did. And there are the truck marks.
Same tread as the casting, all right.
And there's our crescent-shaped mark.
That truck might be over in the barn.
Now, let it go for now. Send a lad crew out late tonight and get a casting right from the tire while Trent's asleep.
Are we going to drive all the way back into town?
No. We'll call them from the village and wait for them. Meanwhile, let's get off Trent's property before he sees us.
The cafe in the next block should have a phone.
All right.
Hey, look.
Coming out of the cafe, going for his car. We didn't have to be so careful out at Trent's place after all. It was here in the village.
Yeah. Too bad we didn't know that.
Well, looks like Trent isn't the only one taking a day off.
Yeah. Slim Ferryman in there at the counter. They must have been together.
Now, let's go in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington.
Hello, Slim.
Hiya.
You mind if we join you?
No, of course not. You got any line on who killed Mullen yet?
No. Too bad Mullen never mentioned the name of the man who bought his alfalfa.
Yeah, I wish he had.
You and Mullen go all through Korea together?
No, I never got overseas.
I thought you were war buddies.
Well, sure we were. I mean, I met Bob at a base hospital when he was shipped back. Bob Mullen was the best friend I ever had, you see?
Of course, Slim.
When you get the guy who killed him, I'd like to be there to watch when they strap the rat in the electric chair.
I know just how you feel. And I'll do my best to arrange it for you.
Well, I guess I better be going. Here's your money, mate. So long.
So long, Slim.
See you around. You had his teeth rattling there, Chief.
Yeah.
He was pretty frank about not being overseas with Mullen, though.
Well, he knew I could check his service record if he lied.
Oh, gosh. I forgot to call the lab.
Yes. But we're not going to wait from here. Call Miss Miller and tell her what we want.
Where we going?
Back to Haskell's to pick up Dan Wharton. I need him.
Look, Mr. Garrett, I don't know where you're taking me, but I don't want to leave Ellie alone for long.
We'll get you back as soon as possible. You want to help us get the persons responsible for Mullen's death, don't you?
You know who did it?
Well, we think so. But we need your help to prove it.
How much acreage did Mullen have in alfalfa? Like 7 or 8 to me.
8's right.
Know exactly how much the yield was?
Well, just about 2 tons an acre. 16 ton all told. That's a good yield for this year.
We saw Trent's alfalfa acreage, Harrington. I'd say he cut about 6 acres, wouldn't you?
Gee, Chief, I wouldn't know.
I can tell you, it was 6 acres.
Well, how do you know, Wharton?
I bought Trent's alfalfa crop from my company. Saw him right after Mullen refused to sell.
Feed and grain companies keep a record of all their purchases, don't they?
Sure.
Can the bales be identified? I mean, are they tagged or stored in such a way that you could tell whom they were bought from?
Yes, they are.
What are you driving at, Chief?
Final proof to break Trent down. I want to know if Trent sold any more than 12 tons of alfalfa.
Okay, fellas. Okay, set it down here.
Thanks, men. That's all.
So he did sell more.
That's right, Wharton. This is one of the bales Trent sold to Prescott Grain and Feed.
Sold it the day after he sold his entire crop to you.
And the day after Mullen was murdered.
How much of it did he sell?
15 tons.
Just a little less than Mullen raised.
There are a dozen bales left on Mullen's field, remember? Now, you've got to help us. Is it humanly possible to prove that this alfalfa came from Mullen's fields and not Trent's?
Yes.
Stuff grown on adjoining acreage? How?
Not by the alfalfa itself, but the way it's baled. This stuff Trent sold to me is baled with 14-gauge wire.
And what about it?
This stuff he sold to Prescott's is baled with 16-gauge wire. And that's the wire Bob Mullen baled with, 16-gauge.
All right, Harrington. Now we're ready to pick Trent up. And he can tell us where Slim Ferryman fits. Come on.
Light just went on inside.
I saw it.
What? Oh, it's you fellas. I heard your car come up the road and I thought...
And you thought it was somebody else.
No, I didn't know who it was.
Oh, we thought you might have been expecting Slim Ferryman.
No. Why would Slim come here?
To take a few lessons in farming, perhaps. So you could show him how to raise 27 tons of alfalfa on 6 acres.
27?
You must know how to do it, Trent, because you sold 27 tons.
But 15 tons of it belonged to Bob Mullen. He baled heavier. He used 16-gauge wire while you used 14-gauge.
I bought Mullen's crop.
He turned down Dan Wharton and sold it to you?
I mean, I hauled it for him. He thought the price might be better someplace else.
Not enough to haul it an extra 30 miles to Prescott's. And besides, you made that sale the day after Mullen was killed.
I had to do it. I was in a trap. I was afraid Slim would kill me, too.
Did he kill Mullen? Were you an eyewitness?
Yes, I saw him do it. I never touched Mullen.
Where is Slim now?
I thought you were him when you drove up. He was going to come by sometime during the night. I've been holding Prescott's check for Mullen's crop. You see, Slim was going to pick it up, take it someplace tomorrow for cashing.
There's a car coming up the road now, Chief.
Handcuff Trent to that water pipe, quick.
But I didn't kill him, I didn't...
Mister, make it easy.
Let's get out there, Harrington.
Why not let them come to us?
He won't stop. You'll see our car and recognize it the minute he turns in behind the house.
He saw it. He's backing up the turn.
Get his tires.
That stopped him.
He's running for it. Move off to that side. The car's shielding him.
Stop running, Slim. You can't beat a bullet.
He's running into the barn.
What's that?
Down in the stall there, I think.
Doc, I can't see.
Look out, Harrington!
I got him.
Yes. I think that's Trent's truck there. I'll turn on the headlights. He's dead, Harrington.
Yeah, I didn't see him. I don't even know how I hit him. I just ducked when you yelled, and something whizzed by, and I fired.
Yeah, he was on the ladder to the loft.
What was it he threw at me?
This.
What is it?
Sickle. Dug into the stall post about 2 inches deep.
Yeah, I was standing right there, too. Felt that feed bag brush my face just as you yelled. It's a lucky thing you did.
Yeah, I'm afraid Slim Ferryman wouldn't agree with him.
Look where he landed.
Yes. A stall full of alfalfa. Let's get Trent and take him in. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Slim Ferryman's death ended the case. Harry Trent entered a plea of guilty to murder in the second degree and is now serving a 20-year sentence. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Mr. Bruno Fisher, who has selected a fast-moving, realistic study of a killer at large, written by Joseph Ruskell and Paul Monash. And now we present Kenneth Lynch in Prescription for Murder. On a Midwestern highway, a car bearing two men moves at a good speed through a dark and stormy night. The driver of the car has just turned on the car radio.
Now for the local and state news. the giant manhunt is on tonight for escaped convict Curly Elkins, who shot his way out of the state prison at Harmon a few hours ago, killing 2 guards in the getaway. Roads in the vicinity of Harmon have been blocked, and search parties are combing the woods for the escaped desperado. All citizens are asked to be on the alert for Elkins, who is armed and dangerous. Elkins is 6 feet 2, blue eyes, brown curly hair, pale complexion, with a horizontal scar on the left cheek. He was last seen wearing...
Why did you turn it off, Doc?
Well, that is, the fog's bad enough without news like that distracting me.
Hey, watch that wheel, Doc. Your hand's shaking. Why are you so nervous?
Nervous? Well, it's just this fog. I can't see an inch ahead of me. It gives me the jitters.
Oh, yeah. Say, thanks for stopping to give me a lift.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Didn't think I'd ever get a lift tonight. No one likes to take on a hitchhiker.
You from these parts?
In a way.
You said you were going into town?
Yeah.
Which town?
Oh, same one you're headed for.
Somerset?
Yeah, Somerset, that's it. You know, it's funny how you get chummy on the road and tell your life's history, huh? See, you're Dr. Richard Bennett. You're going to Somerset to take over some ailing old MD's practice. His daughter, too, huh? What's her name again? Marcia?
Yes. What town did I pick you up at, friend?
Harmon. So you've never seen Marcia or her old man, huh?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Just exchanged letters with her from overseas Japan. Now here you are, coming to a strange town to take over. Life history. It's funny the way guys open up on the road, ain't it? Now, you take me. You know all about me, too, huh?
No, I don't.
You sure?
You didn't say a word. Didn't open your mouth till now, just now, and...
When what? When you turned the radio off and stared at me?
I stared at you?
Yeah. Hey, watch the road, Doc. What was so interesting?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
No, come on, tell me, Doc. Why did you look at me like that? Why the sudden once-over?
The once-over? What gave you that idea?
Never mind my ideas, Doc. I'm wondering about yours.
But listen,
You suddenly got a bright idea, didn't you, Doc? You saw the light, huh? Maybe you can see this, too, this gun.
Now, wait a second.
Okay, Doc, just pull over to the side of the road. Come on, Doc, be smart. Pull over.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to pull over. I'm going faster. It's 55 now, 60. You can't shoot me, Elkins, not now. Not while I keep it going this fast.
You got this figured all wrong, Doc. I can let you have it. After all, what have I got to lose? If I get caught, it's the chair. If we go off the road, so I get killed, so what? But you get killed too, Doc. And you've got a lot to lose. Now, look. I'm going to count to 5, Doc. If you don't stop by then, I'm going to give it to you. 1. Listen, Doc, stop the car now and you'll be okay. 2, maybe I'll take your car, but what have I got to gain by killing you? 3, Doc, 3.
I'm not stopping.
Out here in the country, you'll be stranded for the night, but I don't have to shoot you, Doc. I'll get my head start. 4. I said 4, Doc. Getting kind of close.
How do I know you won't shoot me?
It's your only chance. If you don't stop now, I'm surely going to let you have it. The other way, you got a chance. That's better, Doc. Now you're playing it smart. Okay, Doc, get out, but don't try anything.
Now, look, Elkins. You have nothing to gain by...
I know, Doc. I said that myself. Now start walking into those woods.
But...
Don't argue with me. Get going. You still got a chance, Doc. Just trust your luck. Been pretty good so far. Got you to be a sawbones. Got your girl. This'll do, Doc. Stop here. Now he can't be seen from the road.
Elkins, I was only trying to be a decent guy, giving you a ride.
Sure, Doc. You're a good guy. You're a big guy, too. Just about my size. Take off your coat, Doc. We're going to change clothes.
Sure.
Come on. Your shirt, too.
Here's my coat.
With a shirt.
All right.
Silk shirt, huh? Nice. The pants. Come on, hurry, hurry.
All right.
fine. It's fine. Don't bother to put my stuff on. You won't catch cold. You don't have to be modest because... Blue garters. What do you know? Too soon to close in the car. What a break. Well, now to get going. Spark plugs must be wet. Come on, baby, start. Hey, somebody coming. Motorcycle cop.
All right, yo. What's the idea?
Oh, what's the matter?
Your tail light's out. Want somebody to come along and smash into you?
Gosh, was on last time I noticed. Headlights are okay. Let me start my motor, see if that makes any difference.
All right. Maybe it went on then. All right, just a second. I'll have a look. No, switch on your brights. See if it works that way.
Okay, just a second. Yeah, copper, just a second while I shift into reverse like this. Ah! Dumb copper. What's that? Roadblock. Might have known they wouldn't waste any time.
Hey, you want to get killed? Didn't you see this roadblock?
I know. Sorry, officer. The fog, you know.
Well, let's see your license. Jameson, you come on the side.
Okay, Red. What's the matter, officer? Something wrong?
Yeah, plenty. Some guy escaped from the state prison. Now, let's see your license.
My license?
You got one, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's right here. My wallet someplace. Yeah, here it is.
Let's see now. 6 feet 2, 190, brown hair. Bennett? Dr. Richard Bennett?
Huh?
Oh, so you're the new doc coming to Somerset.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I heard old Doc Milburn's been expecting you.
Doc Milburn's expecting him. The whole town's expecting him. Well, excuse us for stopping you like this, Doc.
Yes, sir. This is a heck of a reception. Practically being me mistook for an escaped convict.
Well, look, Red, I got an idea. Why don't we greet Doc Bennett here in style? You're going off duty in a few minutes anyway. Give him a motorcycle escort to Marsh's place.
That's a swell idea.
Wait a minute.
Won't take no for an answer. No, sir.
Boy, would I like to see Marsh's face when you pull up with that siren going.
Now, look, fellas, I appreciate all
Skip
this.
it, Doc. I'm already on the motorcycle. Come on. Let's go.
Go ahead, Doc. If my relief shows up in time, I'll bring up the rear.
Yeah. Here we are, Doc. Here's the house.
Well, thanks a lot, officer. I'll see you later.
Sure, but let me get Marcia first.
No, that's all right. You just run along.
I don't mind at all. Hey, Marcia. Marcia.
Hello, Red. Is something wrong?
Wrong? Everything's fine. Look who I got with me.
Who?
Him. Don't you know him?
Well, Red, I never saw that man before in my life.
Hey, what goes? Look, didn't you say you was Dr. Richard Bennett?
Why, yes.
Dr. Richard Bennett. Oh, Dick, can you ever forgive me?
Say, what is this?
I thought you'd recognize me at first sight, Marcia, after all our letters.
Oh, Dick, do come in, please. Don't stand out here.
Now, look, Marcia,
it's all right, Red, and thanks for showing him the way. You see, Red, we'd never really met. Well, anyway, it's all right.
Leave it to a woman to foul things up, eh, Doc? Had me thinking you were that escaped convict or something for a minute.
Oh, Red.
Well, be seeing you.
Goodbye, Red. Well, Dick,
Yeah.
Do come in, please. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Well, don't stand out there. Come on. You know, we'd just about given you up. It's so late, and Dad and I thought that with the fog and all over the road, well, look, I'll call Dad.
You know, I hoped you'd look like this, but I never thought. But I would have known.
Oh, I think I'd have known you too, Dick, if you'd given me 1 second more. Tall, serious looking, but you didn't write me that you were wounded.
Wounded?
Well, that scar on your cheek.
Oh, that. Well,
Who's that? Just came in, Marshal.
Dad, he's here.
Oh.
Dr. Bennett.
Dr. Bennett, well, at last. Hello, Dick. Don't mind my calling you that, though we've never met.
Good to see you, Dr. Milburn.
You must be tired and hungry.
Well, I am a little.
Of course you are. I'll show you up to your room, and Marcia warm up something for Dick.
All right, Dad.
Hurry, or I'll tell Dick all about Scotty, the motorcycle cop you used to keep company with.
Oh, Dad.
Until your male romance started, of course. Well, we can all have a nice long chat. You two can talk about those soulful letters, but save me a moment with him, Marcia, to discuss his new patient.
All right, Dad.
And I'd like him to see some X-ray plates I've just developed. Right this way, Dick.
Okay.
Over here. Here they are, Dick. X-ray shots. Get to know your future patients inside out.
Yeah.
I know it's late, but here's one I'd like your diagnosis on.
My diagnosis?
We'll see if it checks with mine. Here, take it. Now hold it up to the light. Now, what do you make of it?
What do I make of it? Well, I'd say...
What? Dick.
Huh?
You will have your little joke, eh?
What do you mean?
Oh, you know well enough what I mean. You're holding that X-ray upside down.
Boy, I'm hungry. Never been hungrier in my life.
Do you want any more, Dick?
No, you just take it easy.
Dick, you seem so jumpy. Is there anything wrong?
Wrong? No, I'm just tired and, well, you know how it is, coming into a strange town, taking over a new practice, patients I don't even know. Got me sort of phased.
But that's what I always like about you. Your attitude.
Attitude?
When things go wrong. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. You finish it, Dick.
Finish it?
I'd like to hear you say it.
Say what?
The rest of the poem.
Poem? I don't know it.
Oh, stop kidding, Dick. It's Invictus.
Yeah? Well, I still don't know it.
Oh, that's strange.
Why? Some people like one poem, others, well, they don't. What's strange?
Because that was your favorite poem, Dick. You quoted it to me in one of your letters. Remember?
How are you feeling now, Dick?
Okay, I guess.
I'll better get a good night's rest. Then you can start right in tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You mean start treating patients tomorrow?
Oh, yes. Sooner you take over, the better.
Oh, but I'm all fagged out, Doc. I need a rest.
Oh, by tomorrow, you'll be as fresh as daisies.
No. Look, I need a couple of days. That's all. A couple of days, and then I'll be all set.
Well, Dick...
Let me get accustomed to things, and then...
I'll see who it is,
Fine.
Dad.
Yes.
Excuse me, Dick.
Is your dad in, Marcia?
Yes, Red? Oh, good Lord, what's happened?
There's been an accident.
Why, it's Scotty.
Yep. He must have got run over. I found him lying on the road near his motorcycle. Unconscious.
Dad, come here quick.
What's happened?
It's Scotty. He was run over.
Oh, great heavens. Bring him into my office. Easy now. Easy.
All right, Doc.
Take it easy. Yeah. Put him down there.
Here?
Yeah, on the couch.
Okay.
Scotty? Oh, Scotty.
Looks like hit and run, Doc.
Yeah.
I'm going down to headquarters and report it.
Yes, Red, you do that.
Call me at headquarters when you finish.
Marcia, this is a...
Here, Dad.
Got to Cut away his uniform.
Scotty? Scotty, this is Marcia. Listen, Scotty. What happened?
No nasal or oral hemorrhage. Good.
Some guy. Car parked at the side of the road.
Easy now. I want to listen to your heart.
How is he, Father?
He'll be all right.
Oh, thank goodness.
Multiple contusions and abrasions.
Will you have to move him to the hospital, Dad?
Not now. First aid right now.
He ran over me on purpose. Meant to kill me.
What?
I think it was escaped killer. Curly Elkins.
Curly Elkins?
Did you get a good look at him?
Scotty, describe him, and we'll notify headquarters.
Well, his height was about...
Dr. Milburn, I'll take over this
Oh,
patient.
Dick.
But, Dr. Bennett, I don't... Well, I thought you wanted to wait a few days.
I know, but you were right. I got to begin sometime. It may as well be now.
That voice.
What is it, Scotty?
That voice. Just now. Oh.
Lost consciousness again. What did he say?
I don't know. Something about a voice.
Just leave him to me. I'll handle it.
Well, let me explain the case.
I know. It's an accident case.
How did you know?
What? I'm a mind reader. Pretty obvious, isn't it?
Well, my diagnosis...
I'll make my own diagnosis.
Well, all right, but I'll just stay around and help.
No help.
What?
No one's going to help me when you're gone, so I want to handle my very first case in this town alone.
Very well.
But, Dick, can't I? I always help Father in cases like...
No, Marcia. You go, too. Now, don't worry. I know he means a lot to you both. Rest easy. I'll take good care of him. Very good care of him.
All right. Let's go, Marcia.
How do you feel, Scotty?
Who are you?
Don't you know? Honest? How did you get run over? Did you get a good look at the driver?
No.
You sure?
I want to see old Doc Milburn.
Why? What do you want to tell him? You sure you can't identify that driver?
No.
I don't believe you. You're lying. You said that voice. What voice? What did you mean?
I want to talk to Marcia and the doc. Let me see him.
I'm taking care of you, Scotty. I'm going to fix you up good right now. This scalpel ought to do the trick.
No, look.
Take it easy, Scotty. Lie still. Just a little insurance, see? To make sure you'll be all right.
I wish he'd hurry with Scotty. Dad, there's something funny about him, isn't there?
You think so, too?
Yes, I do. I recited a poem to him, one he had sent me, and, well, he didn't remember it.
Oh. That's nothing to condemn a man for, but I don't know. Maybe we'd better check up while he's busy with Scotty.
Yes, I can call his club in Los Angeles. Get a description of him.
Maybe you'd better.
All right. Hello? Hello, operator? Operator?
Put down that phone. I said put down that phone. That's better. We don't want the police now, do we?
What have you done to Scotty?
Get a box for him after I'm gone.
Dr. Bennett. You're not Dr. Bennett.
That's right. My name is Elkins, Curly Elkins. Your Dr. Bennett is lying out in the woods with a bullet in his head. I got a bullet for each of you, too, if you make one false move.
You're not going to get away with this, Elkins.
Dad, don't.
Why, you old...
Dad.
That was dumb of you, Doc. Never rush a guy with a gun. Now, listen to me, both of you. In case the cops return to check on Scotty's condition, you won't let him in the door. Scotty was fixed up, see, and went away for arrest. If either of you say one word out of turn, you're going to get it.
What do you want from us? Why don't you leave?
I'm staying right here, sister, right in this house until the heat's off. Remember this. I'd just as soon kill you as look at you. I'm staying put. You're going to cover for me. Because if you don't, if you or your old man try anything or give me away, it's curtains for both of you. Now, how does that sound? Convincing? Well, that wasn't such a bad night now, was it? Cozy, just the three of us? Lot better than the pen, huh?
You can't keep this up forever, Elkins. Someone's sure to find out. And then...
Then it's flowers for you. Yeah, and for your Marcia, too. Get up, Doc. I don't like to see you always laying around, see?
Can't get up. You hurt his back when you hit him with your gun. But we'll get even with you, Elkins. You can't keep us prisoners forever. One of us will find a way. You can't always stay up chain smoking. You've got to go to sleep sometime.
Yeah, sure I do, sis. But when I do, I'll take your old man into the room with me and tie him up. Then I'll lock the door and sleep with a gun under my pillow. If anyone tries to get into that room...
You've got it all figured out, haven't you, Elkins? But what are you going to do in a couple of hours when my patients come in?
I thought of that, too, Doc. You'll tell them all you got kind of crippled falling down the stairs, see, and you'll send them away. But you won't let out one peep because all the time I'll be upstairs with Marcia. She'll stay alive as long as you play ball, Doc. That's just how long, no more. What's taking us so long? Hurry up with that coffee.
It's not boiled yet, Elkins.
What's taking you so long? You growing it? Gotta have a swallow of Java, you hear?
Marcia's bringing it. What's the matter? Why are you so jumpy? Why are your eyes so bloodshot?
Shut up.
Look at your hands, trembling. What is it? Conscience? I doubt it.
Shut up, Doc. Clam up, you hear?
Nerves? What are you afraid of? You've got the gun in your hand.
Clam up, I say, or I'll... Let's see who's jumpy. As soon as I've had my coffee, just wait. Gonna be glad to get rid of me, hey, Doc? Half an hour, it'll be dark, and I'm scrambling out of here. You'll feel good about that, eh, Sawbones?
I can't say I'll be sorry.
You hear that, Marcia? He thinks I'm going off and leave you two here to blow the whistle on me. He thinks I'm fool enough to do that. What's he take me for, a dope?
Elkins, no. Good heavens, man, surely you won't. Elkins, do anything you want to me, but Marcia...
She's deaf and dumb. She can't talk to the cops.
I promise we won't. We won't breathe a word. Not a word. I beg you.
Ask me, Doc. Ask me right. Who knows? Come on with that Java.
Coming. You like it hot, don't you?
Give it here. Yeah, maybe I will, maybe I won't, Doc. Maybe I'll kiss you both goodbye. Or maybe 2 bullets will do it. Can't be sure, can it? Gives you kind of a funny feeling, huh?
Drink your coffee.
Who's nervous now, huh? Don't know if you're alive or dead in a few minutes from now. Ain't that something?
Drink your coffee, Elkins.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you so anxious for me to drink this cup of coffee?
You wanted it, didn't you?
Is it good?
I hope so.
You hope so, huh? You hope maybe a few drops of poison will do the trick and get rid of me,
What
huh?
are you talking about?
You wouldn't try a little thing like that now, would you, to save your own neck? Here, you drink it.
Me?
Yeah, you drink it. Drink it, I say. Take a few swallows.
Very well. Why not? For the silly things. Give it here. There. Are you satisfied now?
Okay. Wasn't taking any chances. Give me that coffee now.
Dad. BCD.
C2SO4, quick.
What's all that? What was that double talk?
Double talk, Elkins?
Come on, spill it. What was it all about? Where'd she run off to?
She's gone to the next room, to the dispensary.
What for?
To get a drink.
Drink? Of what?
Of a certain liquid.
What for? What is this? Tell me, you scheming old devil, or I'll kill you right now. What did she ask you? What did you answer? What?
My daughter just asked me the antidote for poison. I gave it to her.
Antidote? Poison?
That was poisoned coffee you both just drank, Elkins. It will take exactly 60 seconds to kill you.
60 seconds? Now! Marcia!
Yes, Elkins? May I help you? Do you want something in this laboratory?
Antidote, swallow.
Oh, yes, I took some myself. I quite well now, thank you.
Give it to me. Where is it?
No, isn't it a pity? I forget.
Where is it? What bottle? All these bottles. Which one? Doc, tell me. Tell me which one. My inside's burning. Which one?
C2SO4.
What's that?
The antidote.
C what?
But the full name's on the bottle.
What's it mean? What's the name?
You're a doctor, aren't you?
Doc.
Surely you weren't merely posing.
Give me a break.
Any doctor would know, Dr. Bennett.
Get it for me. It hurts. Get it.
I'd be glad to, Dr. Bennett, if you hadn't crippled me. But I can't move. I must lie on this couch, perhaps for life. Or else I'd get the bottle for you and save you.
I'll kill you.
No, Dr. Bennett. There is no antidote to death.
And so the curtain falls on Prescription for Murder, which was chosen by guest expert Bruno Fisher, whose latest thriller, The Restless Hands, will soon be published. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you the story of an invisible menace which terrorizes a whole city. Selected for your approval by the noted mystery writer, Mr. Lawrence Blockman. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Prescription for Murder was written by Joseph Ruskell and Paul Monash. In the cast were Kenny Lynch, Kathy McGregor, Roger DeKoven, Bernie Grant, and Jack Curtis. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster in Sorry, Wrong Number. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play reverses the usual relation between radio and motion pictures. Sorry, Wrong Number was first a radio drama, and it achieved such success on the air that Hal Wallace decided to make a picture of it. He assigned the author, Lucille Fletcher, to expand her short drama into a full-length screenplay, and the result was a triumph of suspense drama. The rest of the success story you know, because the Paramount picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster as the stars was one of the top films of the year. Tonight, Sorry, Wrong Number completes the circle and comes back to radio with Miss Stanwyck and Mr. Lancaster in their original screen roles. Just as our drama had a double success story, so has our product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a favorite for years in the regular size, and now the new bath size has made Lux Soap a hit all over again. The curtain rises now for the first act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. In the tangled network of a great city, The telephone is the unseen link between a million lives, servant of our common needs, confidant of our inmost secrets. Life and happiness wait upon its ring, and horror and loneliness, and sometimes even death.
Operator. Operator. Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been ringing Murray Hill 32491 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
Murray Hill 32491. One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. I can't think why that ridiculous wire should be busy. They always close that office at 6 o'clock.
I am ringing your number.
Thank you. Oh, it's busy again. Operator, the line is busy. Now, will you please...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Henry Stevenson.
Hello, George. Speaking.
Hello, what number is this?
Everything okay for tonight, George? Client says the coast is clear.
I beg your pardon, but I'm using this wire.
What about the time? Still 11:15? 11:15. You got it all straight now?
Hello?
Yeah, I think so. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Then I get in through the kitchen window. I wait until the train goes over the bridge in case a window is open and she should scream.
Who is this? Hello?
The client says he doesn't want her to suffer long. You know me, George. And don't forget the jewelry. He wants it to look like a robbery, see? That's very important. Okay. Now let me check the...
Hello? Hello? Oh, that's awful. That's horrible.
Operator?
Operator, you just gave me a wrong number. I was calling Murray Hill 32491, but instead I was cut into some other number that you dialed. The wires must have been crossed or something, and I just heard the most dreadful thing, a murder.
Yes, madam.
I want you to get that wrong number back for me at once.
I'm sorry, madam. I do not understand.
I just told you dialed a number for me, and then those horrible men came on, and, well, it's unnerved me dreadfully. I'm an invalid,
I'll
and
connect you with the chief operator, madam.
Well, do something, please.
This is the chief operator. May I help you?
What? Oh, yes, you may. I'm an invalid, and I've just had a dreadful shock just now on this telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace the call. It was about a murder, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
Yes, madam.
I was trying to reach my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm all alone tonight. My nurse has the night off because my husband promised he'd be home by 6.
About the call, madam.
I don't know any of the neighbors, as we live permanently in Chicago, and it so happens that the couple I have working for me had some important date or other. I don't know, a movie, I suppose. They said it was promised them 3 weeks ago. You'd think they'd at least have checked with me before leaving. They know I'm not well.
About the phone call, madam.
I told you I kept getting a busy signal. Then I asked the operator to call for me. And then, out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police, madam.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all this idiotic red tape. You just sit there and let people die. Oh. Is anyone downstairs? Gertrude. Gertrude, are you down there? Oh.
Operator.
Give me the police.
I just told you, ma'am. First of all, there's a lot of people named George. As for the private patrolman on 2nd Avenue and the bridge, well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street.
I don't care about...
Do you happen to know how many bridges there are in Manhattan?
Oh, this is insane. I tell you, a woman is going to be murdered.
But a clue of this sort, why, it's not much more use to us than no clue at all. Unless you think there's something phony about all this.
Phony?
Or that somebody's trying to murder you.
Me? Oh, that would be ridiculous. I mean, why should anybody? What have I...
You see, lady, you got nothing to worry
Now,
about.
just a minute. All right, don't listen to me. Who cares? Oh, Henry, why did you leave me alone? Why did you leave me alone here? Oh, his secretary. Henry's secretary, she'd know. Her number's on the pad. Jennings. Miss Jennings, Elizabeth Jennings.
Why, no, Mrs. Stevenson. I haven't any idea where Mr. Stevenson is.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? The last time I saw him was when he left this afternoon to keep an appointment.
What appointment? Where?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he had a luncheon date with a young lady.
What young lady? Tell me, Miss Jennings.
Mrs. Lord, Mrs. Frederick Lord. She seemed very anxious to see Mr. Stevenson.
Mrs. Lord?
I heard him make a date to meet her for lunch.
Why, Mrs. Lord phoned here this afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, the nurse answered. I have the memorandum right here. Mrs. Lord, 4:50 p.m.
I'm afraid that's all I know, Mrs. Stevenson. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Mr. Stevenson's so devoted. He speaks so beautifully of you. Well, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you, Miss Jennings.
I do hope I haven't let a cat out of the bag.
Good night, Miss Jennings. Mrs. Lord, a young lady, she said. Lunch and gone all afternoon. Hello?
Mr. Stevenson, please.
He's not in. Who's calling?
It's Mr. Evans again. Do you know where I could reach him?
I'm sure I don't know where Mr. Stevenson is. Call back later.
Would 15 minutes be all right? I haven't much time.
Yes, 15 minutes.
And if he should come in, the name is Evans. It's very important.
Yes, I'll tell him. Mrs. Lord, telephone. 4:50 p.m. Murray Hill, 3, 9266.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Lord in?
This is Mrs. Lord. Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henry Stevenson. It so happens my husband hasn't come home this evening. I thought perhaps you might give me some idea as to where...
Yes, but I can't talk now.
I can't hear you.
Could I call you back?
Call me back? Why? Is anything wrong?
Leona, this is Sally. Sally Hunt.
Sally Hunt?
I'm sorry if I sound ridiculous, but I can't talk now.
No, wait. If you're the Sally Hunt I used to know...
I'll call you back as soon as I can, Leona.
Hey, Sally, who was it?
Just one of the girls, dear. She wanted a recipe.
Hey, Joe would like a bottle of beer. You got any on ice?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I'll run down to the store.
Thanks, honey. And hurry back. Joe is dying.
Sally Hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, that was long ago. College, spring dance. He was Sally's date. He was with her when I met him. Henry dancing with Sally.
Hello, Leona. This is Mr. Henry Stevens.
Hello, Henry. Well, can I cut in?
If you don't mind, miss, where I come from, it's the man who does the picking.
All right, go ahead.
Look, why don't you get somebody your own speed? I'm sure there are better dancers around.
Oh, you'll do all right, Henry. Leona knows her way around the floor.
Thank you, darling. Well, Henry, let's dance.
So your name's Cotterill, huh? No relation to, J.B. Cotterill?
Distant. He's my father.
Your father?
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. What do they call you? The aspirin heiress?
You from out of town?
Well, that depends on what you call out of town.
Oh, I don't know. Harvard?
You trying to be funny?
Okay. What do you call out of town?
Grassville.
Oh. What college is up there?
No college, Miss Cotterill. Just factories. I never even finished high school.
Neither did my father. He always says if a man has talent for making money, why should he waste his time in school?
I guess your old man ought to know.
What do you say we sit the next dance out?
Why?
I've got a car, Mr. Stevenson, a brand new one. A Lagonda. Ever drive one?
I never even heard of one. Besides, I'm with Sally.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never miss you.
But maybe I'll miss her. Why didn't you think of that?
Oh, come on. Don't be silly. For once, I'm not kidding.
Neither am I. So long, Miss Cotterill.
Well, Henry, it took me a few days, but I finally got you in my car. How do you like it?
Fine. Only we don't go together.
It's a lot easier to see you here than, well, with Sally Hunt. I'd never put the two of you together in a million years.
Why not?
Oh, you're both so different. You belong in different worlds.
Yeah. What are you stopping for?
Why not? It's nice here.
Sure, it's nice here. Take a look. This is Grassville. Stick around a few years and then see how much you'll like it.
What do you do, Henry?
I work in a drugstore.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Sure. I work in a drugstore, and your father owns 100 of them.
Would you like to meet him?
Say, who are you kidding?
Nobody. Dad will like you. You're young, healthy, ambitious.
Why don't you stop? What does a girl like you want with a guy like me?
Dad's coming to New York next weekend. I'm cutting my classes on Saturday. Want to come with me?
I don't know. When you look at me like that, Come on, let's get out of here.
No, not yet, Henry. Not yet, darling.
Sure, I like him, honey, but he's nobody, Leona. And what has he got? Nothing.
And what did you have, Dad, when you started?
Besides, I thought you said he was sort of engaged to that girlfriend of yours, that Sally something.
Oh, that's all over with. Dad, I love him.
Love him? Oh, come on. If I really thought you did, you know I'd be the first one.
Oh, no. Don't start telling me that.
Leona, what's the matter?
You make me laugh. What does it really matter to you if I love Henry or not? All you want is for me to stay here with you for the rest of your life. You're afraid of losing me.
Haven't I always let you do anything you ever wanted to do? But marriage is something else. I've worked hard. I built up a big business just for you. And you yourself wouldn't want to see some worthless cluck of a husband, a guy who
Let
doesn't
me
even...
alone.
Leona,
You don't
please.
care about me. You're thinking only of yourself and your business. You're hateful, selfish, and hateful.
Leona, stop it, dear. You'll make yourself sick
And what
again.
good is your wonderful money and your wonderful business if I'm dead? Yes, that's what you want to do, drive me into my grave. You don't care just as long as your business is safe.
How can you say things like
go
that?
away. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
Darling, listen to me. I didn't mean to...
Oh.
Look, we'll talk it all over again as soon as...
Oh.
Leona. Wilson! Wilson, quick, call a doctor!
Sally Hunt. I took Henry away from her. She couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, she couldn't stand it. Going to him today, seeing him in his office. Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before, but I just couldn't talk at home. My husband was there.
Well, this is all certainly rather odd, to say the least.
Oh, this whole thing must seem very peculiar to you, Leona.
Hearing from me after all these years. But I had to see Henry again today. I've been so worried about him.
Worried? About what?
Well, my husband, he's with the district attorney's office. And a couple of weeks ago...
Something funny, Sally. Here in the newspaper about an old boyfriend of yours.
Old boyfriend?
Yeah, remember Henry Stevenson?
Oh.
Pictures in the paper. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Stevenson, she's the former Leona Cotterill of Lake Forest, Illinois, have taken a house for the summer in Sutton Place. Mrs. Stevenson, in poor health for several years, is here to consult with specialists. Mr. Stevenson is vice president of the Cotterill Drug Corporation.
Are you tearing it out for me?
Oh, no. No, it may come in handy in a case I'm working on.
What sort of a case?
Oh, special investigation. Joe's on it with him.
Henry hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
Sorry, honey. One too many questions. Hey, don't tell me you're still stuck on that guy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Hello. Anything happened, Joe? And Stevenson fell for it, huh? Oh, sure, we'll go. Look, tell Brody to line it up. No, 5,000's enough, and $100 bills, and make sure they're marked. And for Pete's sake, keep your mouth shut. Thursday, huh? Okay, 10 o'clock. South.
Sorry if this seems involved, Leona.
Involved? I simply don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, wait till I finish. I know I didn't have any right to do it. But that Thursday, I went to South Ferry. I don't know what I expected to see, but... Well, anyway, I spotted Fred and his friend Joe from the police. There was another man with them. I guess the one who was to bring the $5,000 in marked bills. Well, I followed them.
Followed them? Where?
Aboard the ferry and over to Staten Island. They went far out to a very desolated stretch of beach. Nothing but a few broken-down shacks and an old deserted house. I had to stay way behind them so they wouldn't see me. But then they went in the house. That gave me a chance to come closer. There was a freshly painted sign out front. 20 Dunstan Terrace, it said. And the name Evans. W. Evans.
Evans?
Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. Well, what happened?
Well, after a while, a motorboat came into shore and tied up at a pier in back of the house. A man, sort of elderly, got out of the boat and went into the house. He was carrying a suitcase. A little later, my husband came out. Only now he had the suitcase. Well, he didn't come home until late that night, and I was dying to ask him what happened, what possible connection it could have with Henry.
Well?
I didn't dare ask him, Leona. But things have happened since, and unless we do something drastic, it may be too late.
Your 5 minutes are up. Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, please. I know I have another nickel. Are you still there, Leona?
I'm here. This is one of the queerest things I've ever heard.
Yes, I know. And I just didn't seem to be able to connect Henry with it. That's why I finally went to see him today.
What did you find out?
Well, I met him for lunch. He told the captain he was expecting a very important phone call, and then we sat down.
It's been a long time, Sally. 8 years. Tell me, how's dear old Grassville these days?
I don't know, Henry. I haven't been back.
So you're married now, Living here in New York?
Yes. My husband's with the district attorney's office.
Oh?
That's why I wanted... Henry, what I'm trying to say is this. A few days ago, I saw a picture of you in the newspaper. Vice president now, huh?
Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Biggest drug business in the country.
I was sorry to read that Leona isn't well.
Yes. Chicago doctors don't seem to know just what it is. Her trouble, I mean.
Henry, what do you do in the drug business?
Push buttons, like all other vice presidents.
Oh, but I'm serious.
So am I. I'm almost as important as the office boy.
Don't mean to be inquisitive. I only mean this for your own good.
Mean what for my own good?
Well, yesterday, my husband was making out a
We
report.
have your phone call, Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Sally. I'll be right back.
Well, I waited a while, Leona. But Henry didn't come back, and then
Deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Operator, but I haven't been talking 5 minutes. I deposited another nickel only a
I
couple
am sorry, madam. Please deposit another 5 cents.
But I haven't any more change.
Hello.
Leona, I'll have to call you back. But I only wanted to say that Henry never came back to the table and that he is in trouble.
Fred's been talking to the police. I've heard him mention Henry's name over and over again. And there's someone else in it, too. That man called Evans. Your 5 minutes are up, madam. Waldo Evans. He owns that house on Staten Island. I am sorry, madam. I will have to disconnect you.
Reverse the charges. Put them on this phone. Operator! Operator!
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Sorry, Wrong Number. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Well, Libby, that was a gala evening we all had at the premiere of 20th Century Fox's new picture, 12 O'Clock High.
Yes, indeed. And for one person in particular, it must have been the thrill of a lifetime. I'm thinking about our little Lux girl, Jackie Barnes.
The winner of the national contest for the prettiest 15-year-old Lux girl.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie was an honored guest at the premiere. She certainly was a radiant youngster.
She got more compliments than she could count that evening.
Well, that's the way it is with Lux girls, Libby. You know, Jackie was telling me how impressed she was with 12 O'Clock High.
As everyone was. It's always good news when Gregory Peck heads a cast. And this time, I think he has the best role of his career.
Yes, he makes the tough commander of a wartime bomber group an unforgettable personality.
It's a gripping story you feel intensely. The dangerous flying sequences, the day-by-day strain those men endured. The whole cast is magnificent.
12 O'Clock High is one picture, Libby, where the men take the honors.
Yes, except for Joyce Mackenzie. She plays the one feminine role. Makes her debut in pictures as the Army nurse.
There's another lovely Lux girl.
She is indeed, John. Like so many successful young actresses, she finds Lux toilet soap gives her complexion just the care it needs.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that Lux soap care really works. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother in a short time. No wonder Lux toilet soap is the leading beauty soap, not only in Hollywood, but all over the country. If you haven't tried it, why not begin your Lux soap facials tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle protecting care. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. It's a moment or so later. Through an open window, the night air drifts slowly in Leona's window, heavy with the heat of a New York summer. Leona lies motionless on the bed, and the sounds of the night become magnified. The tugboats on the river, the hum of distant traffic, the muffled roar of a train passing over a bridge, and then suddenly...
Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm calling from the subway station. The stores around here are all closed. I've just been home, Leona, and some more has happened. That house on Staten Island, the one I told you about, well, it was burned down this afternoon. The police have captured 3 men, but this Waldo Evans escaped.
But who is Waldo Evans? And for heaven's sake, what's his connection with my husband?
I still don't know, Leona, but I do know the whole thing has something to do with your father's company.
Oh, that's absurd. My father called me from Chicago this afternoon. He never mentioned a word. Now, look, who's been arrested and why?
3 men, and I don't know why.
And why do you think Henry's one of them?
I didn't say that. I only know that somehow he's terribly involved.
Did anyone say he was going to be arrested?
No, not exactly.
Then what are you talking about? Why are you calling me like this? Are you still jealous that I took Henry away from you? Can't you bear to see me happy? Can't you stop telling lies and making trouble even now?
Leona, I can't talk anymore.
Then I'm right. You are just trying to make trouble.
No, Fred and Joe, they're coming down the subway platform. If my husband should see me here... Leona, I've got to hang up.
Hello? Oh. Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a message for Mrs. Henry Stevenson.
This is Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Darling, terribly sorry, but last minute remembered annual drug convention tomorrow in Boston. Taking next train out, back Sunday morning. Keep well. All my love. And signed, Henry. That is all, madam. Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the...
Oh, no.
Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge in case your window is open and she should scream. Compliance says the coast is clear. I got your message, George. Everything okay for tonight?
Henry is in trouble. Desperate trouble.
Darling, terribly sorry. Taking next train out. Back Sunday morning. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
Dr. Alexander? Doctor, this is Mrs. Stevenson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stevenson. How are you?
I need you right away, Doctor. Please come right over.
Now, Mrs. Stevenson, what seems to be...
I said I want you to come over at once.
I'm afraid I can't tonight, Mrs. Stevenson. Now, be sensible. If you just make up your mind to cooperate with your husband and me in our plan of action...
Plan of action? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Stevenson, I explained everything in my letter over a week ago.
Letter? What letter?
But surely your husband... Hasn't he spoken to you, Mrs. Stevenson?
About what?
Look, you try to compose yourself now, and perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it now. Do you hear me? Now, this very minute.
Well, if you insist upon knowing. Your husband called at my office about 10 days ago. He seemed quite concerned about your condition.
Naturally. Anyway, we discussed your illness at great length.
Still a puzzle to me, Doctor. I still don't know what's wrong with her.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, your wife's illness seems to date far back to her early childhood. Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you knew nothing about it when you married her?
No, not till after a couple of years. You see, we were living with her father then, in Lake Forest. I remember early one morning.
Why did you do that, Henry? Why did you send the maid for my handbag?
Why? Because there's something in it that I need.
Well, how much money do you want?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Leona, but this time it isn't money. It's simply that I wrote Ferguson's telephone number in your notebook last night, and I want to call him. We have a date for lunch.
You know perfectly well you're having lunch with me today.
I know, Leona, but I won't be able to make it. This date with Ferguson's rather important.
Oh? More important than me, I suppose?
Oh, it isn't that, Leona. It's just that... Well, it's about a job.
You have a job. What on earth are you talking about?
Leona, I've been meaning to say this to you for weeks. I just don't belong in your father's business.
Who says you don't?
I do. I say it. Working for your father is like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you know you'll never get anywhere. I don't want to graft off your charity for the rest of my life. I want a chance on my own.
Only you're not getting the chance. I won't have you traipsing around, you hear? Just because Dad doesn't go falling all over himself, you're not going to throw away $1 million business like Cotterell's for an idle whim. It happens to be my business, too, you know. And to think my own husband turns up his nose at it. Now call Ferguson and tell him you've changed your mind. Go on, Henry, call him.
But I haven't changed my mind.
You're still going?
Yes. And someday you'll see it'll be better for both of us.
Henry! Henry, wait!
Now, That's a little silly, isn't it? Locking the door?
You're not going, Henry. Not as long as you're my husband.
Oh, come on, Leona. Give me that key.
You can't do it. You can't do this to me. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody.
Will you please stop and give me that key?
Henry, please. If you love me at all. Henry, I beg you. I'll talk to Dad. I'll do anything. Anything you want, only don't leave me. Don't go away.
Give me that key.
No, I won't. Oh, Henry, you're hurting. Henry, please.
Your husband told me, Mrs. Stevenson, that in spite of your opposition, he had lunch that day with Mr. Ferguson. When he got home that evening, he said your father was waiting for him at the door, angry and worried.
All right, Henry. Come in the library. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Where's Leona?
Leona's in bed. She had an attack, a heart attack. She almost died.
Heart attack?
Did you two quarrel this morning?
Yes, but what's that?
Weren't you supposed to have lunch with Leona?
Yes, but I had to see someone else. Look, Mr. Cotterill, if you don't mind, I'd like to see Leona.
You'll see Leona when she's ready to see you. Just in case you don't know it, Leona's had a heart condition since childhood. Her mother died of it the day Leona was born. Leona can't stand being treated the way you did this morning. She never has been before, and she's not going to be now by you or anyone else.
And what happens if once in a while I have an opinion of my own?
I don't give a hoot about your opinions, Henry. Have them. Think anything you like. But while you're in this house, you'll do what my daughter tells you to do.
I think you should know that the argument this morning was about a very important decision.
Don't be a fool.
A decision I made as much for the sake of Leona's future as for my own.
Was it for her that you had lunch with Ferguson? Well, did you get the job?
No. No, I didn't.
And I'll tell you why you didn't. It so happens I'm a pretty good customer of Ferguson's. I buy more than $2 million worth of dyes every year. Now, who do you think he's going to care about, you or me?
So that's what happened.
Now, who else in Chicago would you like to have lunch with about a job? Oh, face up to it, Henry. Just as long as you're my son-in-law, you're working for me and nobody else. If you really cared for Leona the way I do, you'd have done the same thing in my place. Besides, you haven't done so badly for yourself. Now go upstairs and see Leona. She's been asking for you.
Well, Mrs. Stevenson, as I say, we discussed all these things in my office 10 days ago, your husband and I. I asked Mr. Stevenson how long this heart attack of yours lasted.
Oh, she got well right away, Doctor. Maybe I should have pulled out then and there. But I didn't pull out. Somehow I couldn't. Her father wasn't altogether wrong. I hadn't done too badly for myself. Anyway, from that time on, I began to compromise. Always with the hope that somehow, someday, I'd win out on my own. But it wasn't long before we were right back where we started.
Another attack?
Yes, sir. I remember one day in particular. I had an idea that I hoped might help the situation.
Henry, you mean you brought me here just to look at an apartment?
Oh, you'd be crazy about it, Leona. Now, come on, let's go in and look it over.
I'm not interested, Henry.
But you haven't even seen it. Why, there are terraces on all four sides.
I've told you 1,000 times we don't need an apartment.
Leona, it's not an apartment I'm looking for. What I want is a home of our own. You just can't go on living with your father indefinitely.
I don't see why not. There's plenty of room and I like it. Besides, who's going to pay for this little penthouse?
Well, I hope eventually I will.
Oh, eventually. But in the meantime, it's my money, and I'm the one who's going to pay for it.
Okay, Leona. Let's go.
Oh, Henry, you're so naive. You're like a little boy with a box of candy. I just can't throw my money away on everything you happen to see. There's a limit.
Sure, there's a limit. I'm supposed to follow you around like a pet dog tied to a chain. I'm supposed to like whatever crumbs you want to throw me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, you've got me sewed up 16 different ways for 3 meals a day and pocket money.
That's all you care about. That's all you married me for, my money. I should have known it. I should have known it.
Oh, stop it, Leona. Please, just for once, will you listen to me?
You hate me. You're bored with me. All you want to do is get away.
Okay, I'm bored stiff. Who wouldn't be with that neat little routine you've got cooked up for me? What do I have? Nothing. Nothing on my own. Not even the studs on my shirt or the matches in my pocket.
Henry, how can you say this to me?
You once told me I'd love this kind of life, remember? Well, do you want to know something? I do love it. I love it now more than you'll ever know. But I want to be my own boss, profiting by every bit of it, not just a stooge on the outside looking in.
Henry, get me some water. Quick.
Listen to me, Leona, please.
Oh.
It isn't that I want to be without you. I could love you still if only you'd try to understand.
Henry, my purse. Henry, the pills in my purse.
That attack kept her in the hospital nearly 3 weeks, Doctor. At the time, I thought it was all my fault. But no matter what I did, her attacks increased in violence and became more frequent. About a year ago, Leona, she just seemed to give up hope of ever getting well. She took to her bed more or less permanently. It was my idea to come to New York and see you. The doctors in Chicago said she didn't have much of a chance. Anyway, we rented the house on Sutton Place, and here we are. And believe me, it's been more and more like a nightmare.
Mr. Stevenson, there's absolutely nothing wrong organically with your wife's heart.
Nothing wrong?
I've examined her thoroughly. And what you've just told me confirms what I've thought from the start.
And that is?
Her condition is mostly mental.
Mental?
She's what we call a cardiac neurotic. Her attacks are brought on by her emotions, her lack of control, her frustrations. Whole thing is probably quite unconscious on her part. Now, I'm not saying your wife isn't sick. Mentally, she is sick, and her attacks are real enough. But given the proper treatment, she may snap out of it entirely. Well, I'll call on her tomorrow. There's a psychiatrist I wanted to see.
Doctor, I wish you could wait a few days. I'd like to think this over.
Think it over?
Yes, you see, she's so easily upset. And I think that maybe I ought to prepare her. Get her used to the idea.
Well, a few days more or less won't matter, I suppose.
Unless you wanted to write her a letter. It might make it easy for her to take, and it would give me more time to talk to her.
Well, it's an extremely delicate matter, Mr. Stevenson. But if you think you can manage it, let's try it that way. Give me a ring in a couple of days. Meanwhile, I'll write the letter.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for everything.
Well, that's exactly the way I left things, Mrs. Stevenson, 10 days ago. As your husband requested, I wrote you the letter.
And I'm telling you I never received a letter.
Well, let's not worry about that now. I've told you everything, and now I want you to relax. You have that sedative I prescribed?
Yes, it's here.
Well, then take some. Double the dose, and I'll...
Liars! 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 Hello.
Mrs. Stevenson?
Who is it?
This is Mr. Evans. I've been trying to get you, but your line has been busy. Has Mr. Stevenson come home?
No, he isn't here. He won't be back until Sunday. And will you please tell me what this is all about? Why are you calling him? Who are you?
I've already told you, Mrs. Stevenson, and I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you. But there are names and addresses that are very important for Mr. Stevenson to know. So if you'll be good enough to take the following message...
What are you talking about? I can't take any messages now.
If you'll please tell Mr. Stevenson that the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace has been burned down. I burned it down.
You what?
Also, that I do not believe it was Mr. Morano, the name is spelled M-O-R-A-N-O, who betrayed us to the police. And since Mr. Morano has been arrested by the district attorney's office, there is no necessity for the money now.
Oh, this is fantastic. What money? Who's Morano?
Thirdly, tell Mr. Stevenson that I escaped, and I am now at the Manhattan address. However, I do not expect to be here after midnight. If he wishes to find me, he may call me at a phone number, Bowery 2-1000. And now, if you'll be so good as to repeat the message...
You're insane. Do you realize I'm a terribly sick woman?
I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Stevenson. I don't know. Perhaps it would be better to tell you the true facts. I mean now, before they are gobbled by the police. Maybe then you'll understand. But if you're ill...
I don't know what or whom to believe. So much has happened to me tonight. And I'm sick. My doctor says
I'll tell you all I know, Mrs. Stevenson.
Well, tell me then. Tell me.
It started over a year ago, at your father's factory in Chicago. You see, Mrs. Stevenson, I had worked in your father's company for many years. I'm a chemist. Anyway, late one afternoon, your husband walked into the laboratory and he...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Our guest tonight is Barbara Ann Knudsen, young Paramount starlet. Aren't you glad, Barbara, you were present at a certain little theater production one evening?
A lucky evening for me, Mr. Keeley. A talent scout saw me, arranged for a screen test,
And here you are in pictures.
Yes, and from now on, I'm going to work like mad. Oh, it must be wonderful to be a great actress like Olivia de Havilland.
Well, I gather you've seen her new picture, The Heiress.
Not once, but 3 times. I can understand why the New York motion picture critics gave Miss de Havilland the award for the best performance of the year.
And how did you like Montgomery Clift as the money-conscious suitor in The Heiress?
He's splendid, so dashing and romantic, too. And Ralph Richardson as a stern father is simply perfect.
Do you remember the scene where he compares his unpopular daughter with her sought-after cousin?
Oh, yes. The party scene where Mona Freeman is the reigning belle. She's like a Dresden doll, so blonde and dainty.
Those lavish costumes of the crinoline era suit her beauty very well.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. And she's just as delicate and lovely in real life. Always so beautifully groomed.
Real Lux loveliness, huh?
Exactly. Mona Freeman gives her complexion daily Lux soap care, and she's really keen about the new bath size cake.
9 out of 10 screen stars say they're delighted with this new product of Lever Brothers Company. For a luxurious, refreshing, relaxing beauty bath, you simply can't buy a finer soap.
That's the way I feel. I love the nice fragrance it leaves on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Barbara Ann Knudsen. Women who use the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap will agree. Its rich, abundant lather and delicate flower-like fragrance make a wonderfully refreshing beauty bath. So, for all-over Lux loveliness, why not get the satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
I get in through the kitchen window. I wait till the train goes over the bridge. 11:15. You got it all straight now. 11:15.
The clock on the table says 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. But Leona Stevenson, clutching the telephone, listens with mounting bewilderment and fright to the voice of a man named Waldo Evans.
Yes, Mrs. Stevenson. Your husband came into the laboratory and started asking me questions about the drugs we use and how we prepare them.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Evans. So, this is where the formula for all our products are developed, huh?
That's right.
Some of these drugs must be very valuable.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevenson, very valuable.
And tell me, what do you do with them?
Why, they go into the various Cotterell products, sir.
Mm-hmm. And you're the man in charge here, huh?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Evans. I was just curious.
Thank you, sir. Good night, Mr. Stevenson. That was my first meeting with your husband, Mrs. Stevenson. Then, from time to time, he'd drop into the laboratory and visit with me. And one night, when it was storming, he offered to drive me home.
So you're a bachelor, Mr. Evans. Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. I live in a rooming house on Chestnut Street.
A man all by himself, no responsibilities. Tell me, why do you work so hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, because I have a hope. An ideal, you might say. In a few years, I hope to retire.
Retire, huh?
Oh, I have it all planned, sir. I'm going back to England. I hope to raise horses, sir. Well, not race horses, just horses, sir. Do you care for horses, Mr. Stevenson?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't thought very much about them.
Oh, then you're missing a great deal. Well, that's my hope, sir. To live there quietly and raise horses.
Why have you waited this long? Money?
Money, of course. But someday I'll...
Well, why wait until you're old? What good is a dream when you're too old to enjoy it?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mr. Stevenson. I suppose the zest does come out of things with the encroachments of old age.
Now you're talking, Wally. My motto is if you want something, get it now.
It's the next turn to the right, Mr. Stevenson. Chestnut Street.
You know, Wally, I've been thinking. There might be a way out.
A way out?
Yes. To have your little place in England. Everything you want.
Indeed, sir.
And all you have to do is to make a little mistake every now and then.
Mistake?
In the laboratory. I've been checking on it, Wally. The way you're set up, no one would ever know.
Mr. Stevenson, I better say good night, sir.
Wait a minute. The differences in the amounts of those raw drugs you handle need be so slight that nobody but yourself would ever know.
I don't understand, sir.
Look what you've done for the company all these years. And what have you gotten out of it? Not a tenth of the salary you should be getting.
No, please, Mr. Stevenson.
Now, don't be silly. I've already talked it over with someone else.
Talked it over with whom?
A man named Morano. He can handle all the raw drugs that we can get. And then we split. You, Morano, and I.
Mr. Stevenson, I just can't believe it. You're a young man, vice president of the company. A wonderful future ahead of you.
Don't make me laugh. Yes, I'm young. Young enough not to waste my life in dreaming. There are things I want to do, big things, and the only way to do them... I'm sorry, Wally. I thought you were my kind of a person. I trusted you.
But what if we were caught?
Why should we be caught? We'll make our pile and stop before anyone even guesses what went on. Morano knows just what to do. Besides, for once, there's an advantage in being Cotterell's son-in-law.
Yes, I see.
I thought you would, Wally. Well, partner, we're in business.
And so we started, Mrs. Stevenson, a systematic plan of robbing your father's company. By September of last year, I had banked the sum of $7,500. But then, I received a memorandum from the personnel office.
Will you please stop your whining? Didn't you read the memo? You're not fired. They're simply transferring you to the New Jersey plant.
But they must suspect. This is a warning. I'm sure of it. I'm through, Mr. Stevenson.
Look here, you old fool. We've been stooges up till now. Morano's played us for suckers. This is our chance to get rid of him. That transfer of yours is just what I've been looking for.
I don't understand.
Look, I'll tell Morano you've been fired, that the deal's all washed up. Meanwhile, you're back there in New Jersey. We'll operate on our own, and we'll split Morano's share between us.
But I'm just a chemist, Mr. Stevenson. I don't know anything about disposing of drugs.
But I do. I know all about it. Now listen. The Cotterell plant in New Jersey is in Bayonne. And just across the bay from Bayonne is Staten Island. I happen to know a little about Staten Island.
About 6 weeks later, we began operations, Mrs. Stevenson, on Staten Island, New York. Our headquarters was an old abandoned house, 20 Dunstan Terrace. There, twice a week after work, I would come from your father's plant in Bayonne. And there, Mr. Stevenson would telephone me or mail me his instructions from Chicago. A little over 3 months ago, Mr. Stevenson arrived in New York. A few nights later, when I went to 20 Dunstan Terrace, I found that your husband was not alone.
Come right in. We've been waiting for you.
Wally, this is Morano.
Morano?
You didn't expect me, did you, Mr. Evans? Well, neither did Mr. Stevenson. But here I am. You see, I have ways of finding things out. For instance, ever since the two of you broke off our present little association in Chicago, I find you've accumulated a rather large bank account. Am I right?
What about it? I'm warning you right now, Morano. Don't you try any funny business.
Relax, Mr.
I'm warning you.
I said relax. Sure, you're a big, strong guy, Mr. Stevenson, but mussing me up won't get you anywhere. You see, I merely represent an organization. But we had what you might call a board meeting, and the vote was 7-1 against you. Now, that's pretty serious. That's like a death sentence.
Oh, cut it short, Morano. What do you want?
Mr. Stevenson, please, give them what they want. Mr. Morano, you can take everything I've got.
Shut up.
Now, if you were to turn back what you've accumulated, Mr. Stevenson, and pay us $200,000 for our injured feelings, I might get the board to reconsider their decision.
You know as well as I do I don't have that kind of money.
But you have such wonderful connections. A millionaire father-in-law, a very rich wife.
Yes, a lot of good that does. Why do you suppose I went into this racket?
But I thought I read somewhere about your wife being sick. Very sick.
What about it?
Well, she has life insurance, hasn't she? Made out in your name? Now, I'm pretty sure the board would give you, say, 90 days to raise the money on something like that.
Why 90 days?
Isn't that what the doctor in Chicago said? She wouldn't get better?
Yes, that's what he said, but... What's that?
Oh, just a little IOU to make it legal, you see. Everything can be straightened out without any trouble, without any rough stuff.
But suppose something happened, and my wife didn't. I mean, if she got better.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Stevenson. You've got a doctor's word for it, haven't you? They know their business. So here, take the pen and sign the piece of paper.
What I have just told you, Mr. Stevenson, took place 3 months ago. I need not describe Mr. Stevenson's distress when the IOU became due last Wednesday. As I understand it, Mr. Stevenson saw Mr. Morano, but his request for an extension was refused. And now, inasmuch as I have already given you the final message, I believe the rest explains itself quite simply.
Mr. Evans, where is my husband? Where is Mr. Stevenson now?
I wish I knew. Perhaps if you tried the Bowery number.
The Bowery number? What Bowery number?
The one I gave you when I first started to talk. Mrs. Stevenson, I'm afraid I must ask you to check it all.
I can't.
I'll repeat it once more. Point 1, the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace was burned down this afternoon. I did it. Point 2, I escaped. Point 3, Mr. Morano has been arrested, so it will not be necessary to raise the money. Point 4, it was not Mr. Morano who told the police.
Just give me the Bowery number, the one for my husband.
Point 5, I am at the Manhattan address now, but I'm leaving, and may be found at Bowery 2-1000.
Bowery 2-1000.
Yes, after midnight. Good night, Mrs. Stevenson, and thank you very much.
Bowery 2-1000. Bowery 2-1000. Oh, Henry. Oh.
Bowery 2-1000.
Is this Bowery... Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Mr. who?
Stevenson, Mr. Henry Stevenson. I was told to call by a Mr. Evans.
Just a minute, I'll see. Stevenson?
Yes, Stevenson.
Hold on. Hello?
Yes?
No, he's not here, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Evans said he might be expected. Could I leave a message?
Message? Now, look, lady, if this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, please help me. What number is this? What am I calling?
Bowery 2-1000, the city morgue.
Oh!
Operator.
Police! Give me the police quickly.
I will ring the police department.
No, wait a minute. Give me the hospital. I can't be alone. It's 11 o'clock. Hurry, please. It's 11 o'clock.
One moment, please.
Operator, I can't hear you. Are you calling the hospital? Operator.
Bellevue.
Is this a hospital?
Yes.
I want the nurse's registry. I want to hire a trained nurse immediately for the night.
I am sorry, but this is a city hospital.
It doesn't matter. I've got to have a nurse.
I understand that, madam.
I'm sick and I'm all alone. All alone in this horrible, empty house. I overheard a telephone conversation about a murder. A murder to be committed at 11:15. I don't know what's happened to my husband. If something isn't done, I'm afraid What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now on my telephone. As though someone had lifted the hook off the extension downstairs.
I did not hear it, madam, and if you will...
Well, I did. There's someone in this house. There's someone downstairs. And they're listening to me now. Who is it? Who's down there? Oh. Hello?
New Haven is calling Mrs. Henry Stevenson. Is she there?
I can't talk now. Call back later.
I have a person-to-person call from Mr. Stevenson. Do you not wish
Did you
to
say
accept
Mr.
the call?
Stevenson? Mr. Stevenson from New Haven?
Do you wish to accept the call, madam?
Oh, yes.
One moment, please. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, darling?
Henry, where are you?
I'm on my way to Boston, dear. Stopping off between trains in New Haven. Didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it.
I was sorry I couldn't reach you by phone before I left. But, of course, I knew you'd be all right.
Well, I'm not all right. There's someone in this house, Henry. Right now, I'm sure of it.
Now, honey, how could there be? Don't tell me you're still alone.
Well, of course I'm alone. Who else could be here? You promised to be home at 6 o'clock.
I know, Leona, but I thought I explained to the
I've been alone for hours. I've been afraid of every kind of horrible call. And Henry, I want you to call the police. Do you hear me? Tell them to come over at once.
Now, honey, you know you're perfectly safe. The doors are all locked and there's a private patrolman. You're right in the heart of New York City and the phone's there at your bed.
Henry, what do you know? What do you know about a man named Waldo Evans?
Evans? Why? Why do you ask?
I had a long talk with him just a little while ago about you.
About me? Well, what about me?
Oh, he told me some terrible things. Some of it sounded insane, but some of it, maybe it was true.
You mustn't listen to every crackpot that calls you up, dear. Now,
Now, just try to forget about it.
He said you'd been stealing from Dad's company. Is that true, Henry?
Leona, of course it's not true.
Well, he left some kind of a message for you that the house on Staten Island had been burned down and that the police knew everything and that Morano had been arrested and... Henry, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
They said you were a criminal, Henry, a desperate man. And Heaven said you wanted me to die.
Leona.
And that money, Henry, that money those people wanted. Why didn't you ask me for it? Why, I'd have given it to you gladly if it would have saved your life. I'll give it to you now if it isn't too late.
That's all right. Forget about it.
I didn't mean to be so awful to you, Henry. I only did it because I loved you, and I thought you didn't love me, and that you'd go away and leave me.
Leona.
Yes?
I want you to do something for me.
Will you forgive me first, Henry, will you?
I want you to try to get out of bed.
Please, Henry, please.
Leona, listen to me.
I
Try
can't.
to get out of bed.
I can't get out of bed.
You've got to. Walk over to the window and start screaming, Leona. Scream out into the street.
I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened, and
Keep trying. Otherwise, you've only got 3 more minutes to live.
Henry!
Don't talk anymore. Just get out of that bed. I confess everything. I did steal from your father, and I was so desperate that I even tried. I arranged it.
Henry, I can hear footsteps. Somebody's coming up the stairs.
Get out of that bed! Walk, Leona! Walk!
No, I can't. Henry! Oh, Henry, save me. The train, I can hear the train. It's near the bridge, and I...
Please, Leona, I'll wait for them to get me. They'll know. They'll find out from Morano.
Oh, no! No, please don't. Oh, please. Please, I'll give you anything. Please, no.
Ready with your party, sir.
Leona! Hello! Leona!
Sorry. Wrong number.
For a thrilling experience in the theater, our thanks go to this evening's stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster. They're coming down stage now for a curtain call. You know, it's good to have you both back.
And it's nice to be back.
Bill says you got him in bed with the audience, Barbara.
In what way?
Well, we keep getting letters asking why you haven't been here for so long. And we have to keep explaining that you've made one picture right after another with no time off in between.
One thing is sure, Bill. I haven't forgotten the Lux Radio Theater or Lux Soap. It's my favorite complexion care and has been for years.
And that's one of the nicest compliments Lux has ever received.
Barbara, tell me if you can.
Isn't she wonderful?
I sound like
How many...
Andy Devine.
She says she sounds like Andy Devine. Tell me, Barbara, how many pictures have you made that still aren't released?
4, Bert.
And what's the first one we'll see?
The Hal Wallace production, Thelma Jordan.
Oh, yes, Wendell Corey's in that, too. You know, when you and Hal Wallace get together on a picture, we know it's going to be a hit. Bert, I hear you are off for New York in a few days.
Yes, I've just finished my own Norma F.R. production of The Hawk and the Arrow at Warner Brothers. And now I'm going to New York to see a few shows and take a brief vacation.
Well, your last vacation you spent out on the road with a circus as an acrobat. Nothing like that this time?
Not unless you have to be an acrobat to get tickets to South Pacific. Bill, tell me, what's next Monday's show?
Next week, Bert, one of America's best-loved characters will return to this stage. The gentleman I'm talking about is Mr. Belvedere. And our play is the 20th Century Fox hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Naturally, we'll have the original Mr. Belvedere here to play the part, the amazing Clifton Webb. And besides Mr. Webb, we have two other stars, Colleen Gray and the popular Robert Stack. A great comedy and the return of Mr. Belvedere all on next Monday night.
Everybody will love it, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great deal of vague and sentimental talk about the American economic system. But here are some cold facts. Since 1910, we have increased the income of each household from $2,400 to about $4,000. And the figures are in dollars of the same purchasing power. We've done it by increased production, and yet we work 18 hours less each week for this extra money. This is the miracle of America. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clifton Webb, Robert Stack, and Colleen Gray in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck has one of those smart, new, finely pleated nylon nighties that stays in pleat when you wash it. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes' care for it just as she does for all her lovely lingerie. One of her favorite shades is a pale green orchid. This spring, you'll be seeing more and more delicate and unusual colors in slips and nighties. So play safe. Wash them with gentle Lux Flakes. Tests prove that wrong washing soon fades colors, often tears delicate lace. Lux Flakes Care keeps pretty slips and nighties new-looking 3 times as long. Use Lux Flakes to give your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Avenger. The road to crime ends in a trap that justice sets. Crime does not pay.
The Avenger, sworn enemy of evil, is actually Jim Brandon, a famous biochemist. Through his numerous scientific experiments, Brandon has perfected 2 inventions to aid him in his crusade against crime as the Avenger. the telepathic indicator by which he is able to pick up thought flashes, and the secret diffusion capsule, which cloaks him in the black light of invisibility. Brandon's assistant, the beautiful Fern Collier, is the only one who shares his secrets and knows that he is the man the underworld fears as the Avenger. And now, the Avenger and the Ghost Murder. At the end of a long table in her darkened seance room, Princess Stella, the renowned mystic, sits motionless. Opposite her, a man leans forward, nervous and expectant. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a swirling spiral of white mist appears, takes shape, and from it comes a ghostly voice.
I am the spirit of Martha, your wife. Horace, do not sell our house. We were so happy there. It holds many memories still dear to me. Keep the house, Horace. Keep it. Now I must leave you, but I will come again. I will return. I will return.
Martha! Martha, don't leave me. Come back. Martha! She's gone. Princess Stella, call her back. Call Martha back. Princess Stella, wake up. Wake up. Help. Help.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What happened?
Well, it's the princess. I can't wake her.
Don't be alarmed. I'll turn up the lights. She must have had a manifestation. It always affects her this way.
Yes, she brought my wife back.
Princess, wake up. Princess Stella. She'll come out of it in a minute. Princess, wake up.
What? Oh, what is it? Oh, it's you, Mr. Jordan.
Yes. Are you all right, Princess? You frightened your client.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Was the seance a success?
Yes. You recalled another spirit for a lonely soul.
Princess, I saw my wife. She spoke to me.
I'm glad.
I think we'd better leave the princess alone now. She must rest.
Of course.
This way.
Well, how much did he pay you, Jordan?
$50, Stella.
Pennies.
Now, Stella.
Well, I'm getting sick of going through this routine day after day for that kind of money. You promised me
Have patience, Stella. I told you that before long we'd be cleaning up.
Well,
And I meant it.
Well, you'd better pull something out of the hat, or I'll retire. And then where'll you be, Jordan?
No, Stella, that's no way to talk. After all I've done for you.
After all you've done for me. Ha.
Shut up. There's a woman in the waiting room. You've got to see her now.
Yeah, well, she's in for a disappointment. I've had enough of ghosts today.
You've got to see her and talk to her at least.
Ah, well, all right.
I'll bring her in. Then I have to leave. I have an appointment uptown with a fellow by the name of Brandon.
Mr. Jordan, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Brandon, I represent Princess Stella, the mystic. No doubt you've heard of her?
Well, yes, I have.
Well, Princess Stella is going to try for that $50,000 prize the Rollins estate is offering for a genuine manifestation.
Isn't that rather a waste of the princess' time, Mr. Jordan?
What do you mean?
Well, so far, every medium who has tried for that prize has failed completely. Every so-called manifestation was promptly exposed as a hoax.
Oh, Princess Stella is in a class by herself. Those others were charlatans. Princess Stella is a true psychic. A genuine spirit medium.
Mr. Jordan, suppose you come to the point. What brought you here to see me?
You may be a scientist, Mr. Brandon, yet I feel that some of your ideas may be in sympathy with those of the princess.
Why?
Well, you've written some brilliant articles about your experiments in the field of mental telepathy. So I thought you might be interested in endorsing Princess Stella as a medium. Your word would go a long way in helping.
Just a minute, Jordan. Let's clarify our terms. My telepathic experiments have to do with the concentrated thought waves of the living. That is a science.
Oh, but Princess Stella
is a very clever actress, no doubt. No sale, Jordan.
If we win the Rollins prize, we're willing to cut you in for 10%.
No, thank you. I'm not interested. As a matter of fact, I'm on the other side of the fence completely.
You mean you're going to fight us?
In a way, yes. You see, I promised Neil Hayden, the Rollins lawyer, to act as a judge when Princess Stella puts in her bid for the prize.
You what?
I'm willing to give your client a fair enough chance. If Princess Stella really can produce a ghost, I'm sure the whole scientific world will sit up and take notice.
Well, thanks for being such a sport about it, Brandon. I think you understand my position. Even a true artist needs a little clever exploitation.
Yes, that seems to be a generally accepted idea.
Anyway, I feel we'll get a square deal from you, Brandon.
I'm merely interested in keeping things in their proper places, Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
I think Princess Stella's so-called manifestations belong strictly in the field of entertainment, not to be confused in any way with any branch of science.
Perhaps the princess can convert you. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I'll see you at the seance next Thursday.
Right. I'm looking forward to it.
I can find my way out. Thanks for the interview.
Not at all. Goodbye.
Well, of all the nerve, trying to offer you a bribe, Jim. That's the limit. I don't see how you kept your temper.
Fern, Jordan is playing for big stakes, and he's not the sort to leave any stone unturned.
Well, I don't trust a man like that. He's not only too glib, but too well dressed.
He's a dandy, all right. Did you notice the spats?
How could I miss them? Jim, I didn't know you'd been asked to be a judge at this thing.
Yes. Princess Stella is by far the cleverest medium to try for the prize, and Neil Hayden isn't going to take any chances of being duped in carrying out the extraordinary terms of the Rollins will.
Who are the other judges, Jim?
You've met them both, Professor Gans and Dr. Strong.
Oh, Princess Stella isn't going to have an easy time of it.
No. Even though Gans and Strong are constantly at odds, they'll probably agree this once that Princess Stella is a colossal fake.
Jim, can you arrange for me to go to the seance? I don't believe in ghosts, but I would.
But you'd like to see one, huh?
Well, yes, I'd like to see what passes for a ghost.
All right, Fern. But in the meantime, we have a great deal of research to do.
What kind of research, Jim?
We're going to look into all the tricks that mediums use, all the accoutrements that the earthly ghost is heir to. The blaring horns and trumpets, the moving tables and the tilting chairs, and all known devices that have ever passed for ghosts.
Sounds interesting, Jim.
We mustn't underestimate Princess Stella, Fern. This seance will be a kind of challenge, and we can't let science take a back seat.
You're late, Brandon. Strong and I have finished with that side of the room. Nothing unusual there.
You don't mind if Fern and I have a look, Professor Gans?
Well, if you're not willing to take our word for it.
Go ahead, Brandon. There's plenty of time.
Thanks, Strong. This way, Fern.
So this is what a seance room looks like. I always thought they were done in black velvet. This one's completely in white.
Yes, the princess knows the value of contrast. She's a showman, all right. Now for the inventory. White painted walls. White rug that completely covers the floor. 8 straight-back white chairs. Help me examine them, Fern.
Right, Jim.
They're all metal. No false bottoms.
Nothing could be hidden in these chairs.
Let's take the table next. That's all metal, too. Examine the legs, Fern.
They're single strips of metal, Jim. Nothing there.
Nothing under the rug.
Jim, there's no place to hide any ghosts in this room.
Certainly doesn't look that way. No windows. In fact, there's only one thing about this entire room that strikes me as a little odd.
What's that, Jim?
There are 4 radiators, 2 at each end.
Well, this is a very large room. In cold weather, I imagine all 4 of them are needed.
They're all cold today.
Are you ready, Brandon?
Yes, Strong, I think so. Oh, just one other thing. Did you and Gans go over the room for hidden wires?
Yes, we covered the walls and floor with a detector.
Guess that takes care of everything, then. I'll tell Jordan we're ready to begin the seance.
Who calls me? Who calls me from my spirit world?
Quick, Gans, put your flashlight on that corner. There's someone there.
Yes.
Jim, look. Something white, floating there near the wall. It's a ghost.
I see it, Fern.
Turn on the lights. There's something there, all right.
I'll do it.
Hurry, Jordan. It's gone.
Good heavens, Jim. It must have been a ghost. Look at the Princess Stella. She's in a trance.
Wake up the princess, Jordan. Wake her up.
Of course. Princess Stella. Princess, wake up.
Oh, gosh Jim. This is more than I bargained for.
She's coming too.
What happened?
Brandon, Strong, help me examine this end of the room thoroughly. This sort of thing just isn't possible.
That was the strangest thing I ever saw.
A truly wonderful performance. There doesn't seem to be a trace of anything to mark the passage of that ghost.
Well, fellow scientists, what are we going to do? If we can't explain this manifestation, we have to award the prize to Princess Stella.
Not so fast, Strong.
Well, what do you suggest, Gans?
I don't know. What do you think, Brandon?
There's no denying it. We saw the ghost, and it's up to us to explain exactly what it was and where it came from. I think we'd better call for a repeat performance.
Right. I'll tell Jordan. Jordan, come over here.
Yes, what is it, Professor Gans?
We're not convinced, Jordan. We're calling for another seance.
No, I cannot. I am exhausted. I cannot.
Princess, the judges are within their rights. The terms of the will stipulate that 2 tests may be demanded.
Oh, I am faint. I cannot go through all this again.
Now, gentlemen, the princess is nervous and upset. Could we postpone the second seance until tomorrow?
Well, I don't see why not. What do you say, Brandon?
I think that's an excellent idea. Are you agreed, Gans?
Yes. In fact, I prefer that. I've just remembered something that may prove helpful to us. I'll need a little time to check on it.
We'll meet tomorrow, then,
Yes, Jordan. However, I'd like to speak to you privately for a few moments. Now.
Oh, certainly. Come into the other room. This way, please. Now, Professor Gans, what is it?
Have you and the princess traveled much abroad?
Yes, widely.
About 20 years ago, did you bill yourselves as the Countess and the Clown?
Why, no. That must have been someone else. Why do you ask?
They were a popular carnival act in Austria when I was teaching there. Something about you two reminded me of them.
Well, the princess and I are not exactly a vaudeville team, Professor.
I wonder what became of that act. I must find out before the seance tomorrow.
Really, Professor, what can that have to do with Princess Stella and the Rollins prize money?
It may have everything to do with it, Jordan. I'm rather certain that the Countess and the Clown are fugitives from justice.
Now, back to the Avenger and the ghost murder.
Fern, we can't let Princess Stella get away with this ghost business. There's got to be an answer here in the seance room. Examine that radiator, Fern. I'll take this one.
This one's cold, Jim.
That's strange. This one is warm. Turn the valve, Fern. Maybe the heat's turned off.
Okay.
I'll see about the other radiators.
Right, Jim.
Fern, one of these radiators is warm and one is cold.
What do you make of it, Jim?
Don't know yet. I turned the heat on. We'll give them a chance to warm up.
Even though we never held the same ideas, Gans, I never thought you'd deliberately oppose me in a thing like this. I had it on good authority that your vote was the only one against me.
I admit it, Strong. I don't think you're fitted to be head of a research foundation. Such a position requires an older man, wide experience.
Like yourself, I suppose? So that was the reason for it. You want the position yourself.
Now, listen here, Strong. Mind your tongue.
Gentlemen, what's the trouble? Brandon, Professor Gans blackballed me. I'd have been elected head of the Lansdowne Foundation if it hadn't been for him and his petty personal
Now,
ambition.
this is a matter between you and me, Strong. Let's keep it that way. I voted in good faith for what I believe to be the good of the foundation.
Your day is coming, Gans. I'll get you for this.
Are you gentlemen ready to begin? Everyone is waiting.
Well, Jordan, I see you've decided to brazen it out.
If you have anything to say to me, Professor Gans, say it in private.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. My news will be of interest to the public. But I have decided to let you put your show on first. My news can wait.
I'll call everyone in then.
Just a moment, Princess Stella. Will you sit at this end of the table today?
Very well, Mr. Brandon. It makes no difference to me.
Thank you. Turn out the lights, Jordan. I'll keep my flashlight on you.
All right.
Now, take your place in the circle, and everyone join hands. Hayden will hold my right wrist so that my hand will be free to turn on this flashlight in an instant. There. Are you ready, Princess?
I am ready. I call upon some friendly spirit. Let my voice penetrate these walls and travel on wings of wind. Out there in the vast unknown, I seek a friend, a lonely, unhappy spirit. I would call you back from the dark, lost valley of the beyond. Come, spirit, manifest thyself. The veil is lifting. The boundary between the living and the dead is not a barrier. It is but a frail cloud of mortal man's uncertainty. Come, kind spirit, appear, appear. The spirit approaches. Who calls? Who calls me?
There it is, in the corner. Ghost.
It's there, all right. Keep your hands joined, everyone. I'll turn on the lights.
Hurry, Brandon. It's already disappearing.
It's gone. Jim, look. Professor Gans, he must have fainted.
Help me, Brandon. We'll get him out of here.
Don't touch him, Strong.
Why not?
Look closely. There's a small dagger below his heart.
What?
Professor Gans is dead. Well, the police have confirmed my suspicions, Fern. Professor Gans was killed by a poisoned dagger.
Any prints on it?
It was too smudged to be of any value.
Jim, up until now, I'd never believed in ghosts. But you'll have to admit that no living person in that room could have thrown that dagger. No one broke the circle for a second.
So you're willing to pin this murder on a ghost?
Well, how do you explain it, then?
The ghost is the only one that we can rule out. Because, you see, there wasn't any ghost.
There wasn't any. But, Jim, we saw it twice.
What we saw was nothing more than a clever mixture of muriatic acid and ammonia vapor, released through tiny holes in the dummy radiator. One radiator at each end of the room was a dummy.
But how did the ghost disappear so quickly?
The gas was operated by an automatic pressure gauge in the basement. It was timed to last for 10 seconds. And that spiral whirling effect was due to the intermittent release of air, which circulated about the vapor. At the end of 10 seconds, the whole thing was dissolved by a very light spray of ammonia and water, also released from the radiator.
Gosh, I almost believed in that ghost. Especially after you placed Princess Stella at the opposite end of the table for the second seance.
That's why they had 2 sets of radiators in that room, just in case a skeptic made a request like that.
But what of the voice, Jim? It didn't come from anyone in the room. It came from the ghost.
Well, that's easy. Princess Stella is an accomplished ventriloquist.
There goes my ghost story right up the chimney, or I should say right down the radiator.
Fern, I don't want any of this revealed until we know who murdered Gans.
All right, Jim. But I don't see how we're ever going to find that out.
At the moment, neither do I. But we'll keep trying.
Is the inspector still questioning Jordan, Strong, and the princess?
Yes, but he'll have to let them go for lack of evidence.
I wonder if Jordan had time to put on his socks before he went to headquarters.
His socks?
Yes. Our fashion plate disillusioned me. He appeared at that last seance without any socks.
Well, Fern, get your coat. We're going to the gymnasium.
Whatever for, Jim?
I'm interested in seeing a little professional boxing. I've often heard those French savate boxers are something to see.
Stella, what are you doing?
I'm packing, Jordan. I'm going to pull out.
Don't be a fool, Stella. We're under bond. You've got to stay here and stick things out.
You suit yourself. I'm leaving.
Now, listen to me, Stella. We still have a chance to pull through all this and win that $50,000 prize. You've got to go through with that seance today.
If we stay here, we'll wind up in jail no matter how the seance turns out.
What are you getting at? The police have no evidence against us. Strong was the only one with a motive for killing Gans. We're in the clear.
You're wrong, Jordan. Jim Brandon knows we had a motive for killing Gans.
Brandon? How could he know anything?
I heard the inspector tell Brandon to search Gans' apartment. Since Gans knows who we were and all about the trouble that you got us into in Vienna, he must have had some proof of it. Brandon has that proof now, and he's just waiting for the proper time to use it.
That does put us in a spot.
We've got to get out of here, Jordan. I'm afraid.
What are you afraid of, Stella? Did you kill Gans?
How dare you say that?
Now, take it easy, Stella. Listen, I'll make a deal with you. If you'll stay here and go through with this seance, I promise you have nothing to fear from Brandon.
What are you talking about, Jordan? You wouldn't try...
Don't worry about what Brandon knows, that's all. Is it a deal?
I don't know. How do I know I'm not next on the murderers list?
You're being hysterical. Now, come on now. Get things ready for your performance. If you make it a good one, Stella, we'll be on Easy Street.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, may I speak with you a moment?
Of course, Miss Collier. What is it?
Well, Mr. Brandon is busy at police headquarters and won't be able to get here for the seance.
But he must. This is the final test for the prize.
You're to go on with the seance as usual. It is understood that if you convince Strong and Hayden that Princess Stella has brought about a genuine manifestation, the prize is hers.
All right. I'll call the princess.
We are ready. Close the door, please, Mr. Jordan, and turn out the lights.
Yes, princess.
Jordan, wait a moment. What was that noise?
I don't know. It seemed to come from just outside the door. But there's no one there.
Well, close the door then, and let's get started. Join the circle, Jordan. Let me warn you all. Do not break the circle, no matter what happens. Let silence reign a moment. Spirit of another world, come to us. Manifest thyself to those who do not believe. Show thyself within this room. Come, Spirit, appear, appear and speak. Who calls? Who disturbs this spirit?
I am the spirit of Alvin Gans.
Something is wrong. Turn on the lights.
Stay where you are, all of you, and hear me out. The ghosts of the murdered have a right to speak.
Turn your flashlight on him, Dr. Strong.
There's no one there.
I'm here, but you can't see me.
It cannot be a ghost. It cannot be.
You admit before witnesses, Princess Stella, that you have no power to produce a ghost?
Yes, but tell me who you are.
I am the Avenger, Stella. I am here to accuse Claude Jordan of the murder of Professor Gans.
It's a lie. That's a lie. This is some sort of trick you're playing on me, Stella.
It's no trick, Jordan. I'll turn on the lights and produce the evidence.
It's a frame-up. Stella!
Strong and Hayden, search Jordan.
No,
examine his left leg. You'll find something interesting there.
Let me go.
Why, there's a small bow and arrow attached to his leg.
And fastened underneath it is a small dagger like the one used to kill Gans.
Yes, that's right.
Strong, call Inspector White. Tell him Jordan is ready to give him an exhibition of some amazing footwork.
furnished the clue that solved this murder case.
I did? What, Jim?
You noticed that Jordan wasn't wearing socks at the seance when Gans was killed.
Well, how was that a clue?
The thing that had us stumped until then was the certain knowledge that no one at that seance could have used his hands to drive that dagger into Gans' heart.
That's right.
But what if a person were just as dexterous with his feet as with his hands?
You mean he could have thrown the dagger with his feet?
Hardly thrown it, but he could have aimed it with his feet.
Oh, I see. That little bow and arrow fastened to Jordan's leg could be set, aimed, and released by his other foot.
That's right. After I'd figured that out, I realized that the smudge print on the dagger could have been a toe print.
Oh, so that's why we went to the gymnasium to see those savate boxers who boxed with their feet.
Yes. One of those boxes demonstrated my theory of how the crime was committed without moving the upper part of his body at all.
Jim, just what was it that Professor Gans knew about Princess Stella and Jordan? The motive for the murder?
Jordan was mixed up in a killing in Vienna about 20 years ago that Gans happened to remember. He intended to expose Jordan after the seance that day, and Jordan knew it.
There seems to be no limit to the methods of murder.
They don't give us detectives a chance to grow complacent.
No. This one really had you on your toes.
Oh, a pun, Miss Collier, that some would call a very murderous weapon.
All characters, names, places, and plots used in the Avenger program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
This is a thought. A thought. A thought. Remember, listen for another adventure of...
The Avenger.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are running from an unseen enemy, frightened and alone, living from day to day, while your pursuer, unrelenting and murderous, is gaining on you, ready to trap you in a place from which there is no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Charles Smith's exciting story, The Faraway Island.
Time is the important thing. If you don't know it now, you will when you've reached the 50 mark. That's why the money was so important. It would give me time. With it, I could return to a life I had lived 6 years before, during the war, on the island of Amoka. The tropical sun streamed into my room, making it impossible for me to sleep any longer. The morning breeze carried the heavy odor of rotten fish, and just outside I could hear the goats and chickens. This was Papiti. I'd been there 5 weeks, waiting, making sure I'd lost the man who had followed me from Boston. And now I was sure I had lost him, and in 2 days I would sail for Amoka.
promised to buy me breakfast.
Don't let Mama Tita find you here.
Oh, she knows I'm here. She told me where you were, and she said I might wake you.
Give me a cigarette.
How do you feel?
Terrible.
Hey. We shall have breakfast at Quinn's, and you can tell me more about your island.
My island?
Oui, you called it your island.
I drink too much. Never listen to a man when he's under the influence. What else did I tell you last night?
Oh, you talked of your son. How proud you are of him. It was all very boring.
I'm sure. What else?
Oh, nothing. It is going to be a lovely day.
What else, Anise?
You are in love, Adam.
Sure I am. With you.
No.
What makes you so sure?
You mentioned her name last night. It was enough. Just hearing the way you say her name.
Look, you'd know about these things. Is it possible for a man to love a woman he hasn't seen in 6 years?
If he has not seen her, he has had no reason to stop loving her. Now, you get dressed. I'm hungry.
I watched her leave the room, and in watching, compared her to Moeva of Amoka. The Moeva of 6 years ago. It was an unfair comparison. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, stood up, and half an hour later, I was stirring my second cup of coffee.
You said last night that you were going to leave Tahiti soon. Is that true, Adam?
Yes, I've waited here long enough.
I do not understand why you waited at all. If I love someone, I do not wait for anything. If I want to go someplace...
More coffee, Anise?
No, thank you. Adam, I will miss you very much. Could you take me to this island with you?
What?
I would be no trouble, even if you do not love me. We could be friends.
No, Anise. You'd find the island very dull, and after a while, you'd find me pretty dull, too.
Oh, please, Adam.
Monsieur Adam? Monsieur Adam.
Good morning, Joe.
Oh, I have been looking every place for you. The hotel, the docks, every place.
Oh, what is it now? Mama Tita worried? She sent you to collect her bill?
You Americans. All you think of is money. Sometimes there are more precious things.
Like what?
Like a man's freedom.
All right, you skinny little rat, talk.
Oh, put him down, Adam. You are choking him.
Put me down, please. Put me down.
When you talk.
All right, I talk. I was not going to take money for this, but now...
Here.
All right. This morning, early, a ship docked. It has been taking on copra from the islands north of here.
Go on.
I was there at the docks, and...
Keep talking.
This man, this American, I heard him asking questions. Where could he find the American who came here from Tongariro 6 weeks ago?
What makes you so sure he was looking for me?
The man he is seeking is tall. Very tall and very big. And he is about 50 years old.
What did you tell him?
Nothing, monsieur. I was sure you would appreciate it if I told him nothing.
Anise, you still want to go out to that island?
Oh, oui.
There's a ship leaving today for Rarotonga. We'll be on it. The Gildan sat low in the water, its belly full of canned goods for the island. According to the shipping notice, it would sail at high tide. I made arrangements with the captain.
Well, it is a very unusual request, Mynheer...
Hamish, Adam Hamish.
Mynheer Hamish. What you are asking me to do. Such a waste.
It's my money.
Oh, I was not referring to the money. But very well. I will do it.
Good. What time do we pass Morea, Captain?
It will be close to midnight.
You understand the girl is not to know?
Yeah, I understand. I do not approve, but I understand.
An hour later, we weighed anchor, and I saw Joe on the dock. He grinned at me and then scurried away, anxious to report back to the man who had hired him and get a few francs for the information that I had sailed with a niece for Rarotonga. Then the night came bright and clear, and it wasn't long before the great shadow that is Morea Island appeared off our port bow.
Stop all engines. Are you ready, Mynheer?
Yes.
Over here. You have not told the girl?
No.
That is wrong. I hope someday she meets you again.
Maybe she will. Take care of her. See that she gets back safely, will you?
You will have to hurry. We are too close to shore.
Adam!
Now, Mynheer, get in.
Roll away! Adam! Adam, where are you going? Adam, wait! Take me with you! Adam, take me, please! Adam!
2 weeks later, I boarded the only schooner that services Amoka. 5 days out, we put in at another island to pick up a passenger. Then we put out to sea again. I was sitting on deck watching the porpoises race alongside.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Mind if I join you?
No.
I owe you an apology, you know.
Huh?
I've been staring at you. I hope you didn't notice.
No.
Tell me, is your name Hamish? Adam Hamish?
Yes?
I thought so. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Crawford, J.C.W. Crawford, Copper, Government Control. I was sure you were Hamish. This chap in Papeete last week described you so perfectly.
Last week in Papeete?
Yes, I flew down to catch the schooner.
This fellow, what did he look like?
Oh, an American chap. Decent sort. Somehow I got the impression he'd just flown in from Rarotonga. I remember he said he'd been off on a wild goose chase looking for you.
The ships that sail the southern waters usually carry a well-stocked armory. The skipper of this one liked rifles, liked them so much that he wouldn't part with one for less than $300. But for my purpose, it was worth the price.
Good shooting. You hit him right forward to the dorsal fin.
There's another over there. Care to have a try?
No, thanks. I'm a rotten shot. Captain says we'll be landing tomorrow. You intend staying on Amoka?
Yes, I do.
Good. I'll have someone to talk to when I come by every couple of months. Have you been there since the war?
No, not since 44.
I hope you won't be disappointed. You know, when you Americans left, it seemed to take the heart out of the people.
Have you ever lived on the island?
Only for a bit in 1949 it was.
Did you ever know a woman called Maeva?
No. Can't say that I did. Native woman?
Uh-huh.
Oh. I see.
Let me tell you about Amoka. The maps say it's an atoll, 12 miles long, surrounded by coral reef, with a passage through the reef to the deep harbor inside. But it's more than that. It's a state of mind. It's peace and contentment. That is what I remembered.
You have come back, Captain Hamish.
Yes.
This house will be as your own until my people have made your house ready.
Thank you, Amano.
You will find many changes, Tane. We are older.
All of us are older. Amano, where will I find Moeva?
She is dead, Tane.
Dead? Maeva?
Yes, Tane. She died a little while after you left the island.
They had buried her on a hill overlooking the bay. I stood for a long time looking at the ground in which she was lying, and in that place the memory of her was sharp and clear, but it was only a memory. Those first days I walked around the island, it wasn't the same. With Maeve, I'd never noticed the flies, the heat, and the quick torrents of rain. But the people hadn't changed. They still walked with an unmatched dignity, and I was glad to be home. 8 weeks later, a schooner sailed through the passage in the reef. Through my binoculars, I could see Crawford on the deck, and standing beside him was a taller man.
Captain Hamish.
Yes, I see it.
You will go to the dock, Tony?
No, I will wait in my house. Tell your people that if anyone should ask for me, I will be here in my house.
Yes, Tony.
I watched and I waited until the tall stranger started walking slowly up the beach toward me. When he reached the whitewashed stones that marked the beginning of my land, I raised the rifle to my shoulder. My finger slid across the trigger, and then I saw his face. This man who had followed me across half the world was my own son.
We will return to Escape in just a moment, but first, all Americans, men and women from teenage up, are urged to enroll for Ground Observer Corps service in every locality. You are needed immediately, and the job to be filled is an important one. Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center, or write to Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington 25, D.C. That's your own Civil Defense Center, or Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington 25, D.C. And now, back to Escape.
I sat there watching as my son slowly made his way up the path to my house. Then I went to the door, the rifle still crooked across my arm. You're a fool! I could have killed you easily.
You still can. Do it now. You'll never get another chance. Well, what are you waiting for?
Paul!
You know why I'm here. Take you back.
You're ready. We'll leave now. If not, you better use that rifle. What's it gonna be?
I'm staying here, Paul.
Are you sure?
We fought silently as men do who are convinced their cause is right. He was taller than I remembered and heavier, but he lived too much in the city. It didn't last long. I took some rope and bound his arms and legs, and then I threw a cup of water in his face. Come on, snap out of it. You're not hurt.
Well. Oh. You're not taking any chances, are you?
No.
Think the schooner will leave without me?
Yes. We might as well make the best of this, Paul. We're going to be stuck here together for 2 months.
On time?
I will. After the schooner has cleared the harbor. It started to rain. For a long time, he didn't say anything. He just sat there staring at me, filled with hate. Then...
How much of the money do you still have?
About $2,200.
That's beautiful.
It's my funeral.
Sure, your funeral. You embezzled $10,000, you say it's your funeral, everything's fine.
You shouldn't have come after me, Paul.
I didn't want to. I tried to forget I had a father. And I would have if the place and the company our friends would have let me.
I'm sorry.
You never thought about what would happen to me, did you? That I couldn't get a job in town anymore the way people looked at me because you weren't there to look at.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Who sent you after me? The bonding company?
Nobody sent me. It was my own idea. I want to drag you back so I can live my own life again, not share yours. What made you do it? Why did you do it?
You wouldn't understand even if I told you.
Why not?
Because you're too young. I cut him loose that night, and the next morning I showed him around the island. He walked among the people of Amoka. He watched the palms swaying in the gentle breeze. He looked at the beauty of the island, but he didn't really see any of it.
Here. This spot here. They should do it.
Should do what? What are you talking about?
A spot of ground. It's not too far from the village. It's clear of brush. I can build my house here.
Your house?
You didn't think I'd stay with you.
I guess not. In a few more minutes, we'd reached the copra grove and were standing before the kiln that's used to bake the meat from the shell of the coconuts.
Well?
You'll work here in the grove. You can have your choice of jobs, planting the young trees, packing the copra for shipping, or keeping the grove clean. Take your pick.
Suppose I'd rather not work.
Then you won't eat. Amano!
Yes, Tommy?
This is my son, Amano. He used to work in the grove.
Yes, Tommy.
He'll start tomorrow, but today I want him to enjoy himself. I'd like it if one of your sons would take him fishing.
Yes, Tommy. But if he does not wish to go?
Well?
I've heard stories about the fishing down here. I'll go.
Good.
How do I call you, young captain?
Paul. My name is Paul.
Whiskey?
Yeah, please.
Here.
Thanks.
Amano tells me you hooked into some tuna.
It's starting to run.
You said you're quite a fisherman. I didn't know that.
There's a lot you don't know about me.
We never had much of a chance to get acquainted, did we? Between the war and then when I came home, not much of a chance.
No, not much.
Have you decided about your work in the grove? What you want to do?
Amano said that apprentices start by keeping the grove clear of weeds. I'll do that.
His hands were raw and bleeding when he came in from the grove that first day. But by the end of the second week, his hands and his body toughened. And then he left the hut the chief had let him use. He'd completed his own. We didn't see much of each other after that. And then, the night of the Kai-Kai, to celebrate the great catch of tuna...
Your son is well liked by my people, Hamish Tane.
Well, thank you, Amano.
He has done well in the grove. They have made him planter of the young trees.
I saw him working among the trees yesterday.
Do not worry about his feelings toward you. His head is not clear. He is young.
Has he mentioned leaving the island?
He counts the days. He says you will both leave when the ship sails. Tane, look there.
I looked and saw Paul standing beside a beautiful girl. She was wearing a frangipani blossom behind her right ear. They talked earnestly for a moment, and then she laughed, and he laughed. I saw the girl the next day. The blossom was behind her left ear. The days and weeks passed. And then there was only a week left before the schooner would return.
Hamish! Hamish Tane! Wake up, Hamish Tane!
Huh? What is it?
The copra, the grove, insects, Tane. Many, many insects that will destroy the grove.
Come on! There are 100 things that can happen to a grove of young trees, and the worst of them is the invasion of these tiny, vicious termites. No one knows where they come from. They appear suddenly and without warning, and there's only one thing to do. You burn the young trees that are infected.
And here, Padre, see, this one.
Bring that kerosene over here. Here, give me that. All right, get back, Amano.
What are you doing, you crazy? Over here, Padre.
Why are you doing this? Stop it.
Hurry, Padre.
Bring the kerosene, Paul.
No, I won't let you do it. I won't let you burn the grove.
Padre.
Get out of my way.
I said no!
I opened my eyes to see Paul and Amano standing over me. I got up and looked at the grove, what remained of it, and quickly turned my head away.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I thought you wanted to destroy it.
It's all right. Forget it.
What do we do about the grove? People have worked so hard, they'll have to start over now.
Yes.
Well, come on. I'll take you to your house.
I stayed close to the house for the rest of the week. I was tired, and I'd made up my mind what I wanted to do. Then the schooner sailed through the reef. I packed my things and went down to the dock. I knew Paul would be waiting to take me back.
You came down early.
Yes. Aren't you ready? Where's your bag?
I'm not going.
What?
I'm staying here. I decided to marry Althea.
You've given this some thought. You're sure?
Yes. Look, I don't know if this will help, but once you told me I was too young to understand why you had to come back here, even if you had to steal to do it. Well, I understand now. And if you want to stay...
No, I want to go back. Set things right.
Look, you don't have to.
I know.
You remember that we're here, waiting for you?
I'll remember.
We'll keep your house ready. You won't be away too long. You'll come back, Dad.
I went aboard the schooner and watched as he walked back toward the village. At the end of the pier, a slim figure joined him. They crossed the beach and went out of sight into the ponds. The girl, Althea, and my son, Paul.
Under the direction of Anthony Ellis, Escape has brought you The Faraway Island by Charles Smith, starring Ted DeCorsia as Adam. Featured in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Edgar Beria, Marion Richmond, Vic Perrin, Jack Crucian, and Richard Peel. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week...
You are alone with a murderer, a man who has killed your brother, and against whom you have sworn revenge. While unknown to you, your enemy is plotting his own move, which, if it succeeds, will mean defeat for you, and an end from which there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Peter B. Kine's exciting story, 1/8 Apache. Lovely Dorothy McGuire, star of Broadway and Hollywood, will be heard on CBS Radio tomorrow evening in a dramatic story entitled The Fall of Maggie Phillips. It's another in your Luck Summer Theater series, so be listening for it tomorrow night on most of these same stations. The Fall of Maggie Phillips, starring Dorothy McGuire. This is George Walsh speaking. And remember, for suspense all summer, hear Crime Classics Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yea, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Murder in Haste.
Albert Taylor was two people. To the cafe society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver. To his wife, Helen, aged 45, amply mature, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had a tendency to make the large fortune into a smaller one. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah.
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in a drawer of my vanity last night after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servant.
Did you call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I wanted to buy some things, Helen.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
You sold it? Well, that's very interesting. Didn't occur to you, of course, to consult me.
It occurred to me. I rejected the idea after due deliberation.
Why, you
And I don't want a scene about it, Helen. I took it, I sold it, period. I'm through consulting you about anything, you understand? There'll be no more sitting up and begging. That's what you want, isn't it? Come one, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough,
You
Albert.
bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through with being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Give me that phone. Now,
I told you what I'm going to do, Albert. Let go of me.
you want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert, don't. Please,
Well,
Albert.
I'm through with that, Helen. I'm through with you and your whip cracking. All through. Helen? Helen, I'm sorry. Helen?
Why don't you do something, Albert? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and pick her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you know she won't ever get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert, she's lying there so very still because she's dead.
With the prologue of Murder in Haste, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, friends, while watching some Christmas shoppers this morning, the thought occurred to me, if people would only choose their gasoline as carefully as they pick out Christmas gifts, a lot more drivers would be using Signal gasoline. And for good reasons. If you've traveled the West much at all, you already know that from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But even more important to you is the quality in Signal gasoline, of which that mileage is your best proof. For after all, in order for a gasoline to give you better mileage, it has to make your engine run more efficiently. And when your engine runs more efficiently, you naturally enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. The kind of superior performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Albert. There'll be no more ugly squabbles, no more jumping through hoops for Helen, because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that your wife Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night.
Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you come out.
It's all right. I say it's a nice night.
Yeah.
Saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of close.
Been in Miami long?
No. I've been fishing off the Keys. Just a week or so.
I see. My name's Ricketts.
Oh, glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard Brown.
Mm-hmm. Going up to New York, Brown?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. And a breezy out here. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop, and there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. And then, when you're 10 feet from your seat, it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes? Make it a Manhattan dry.
Dry Manhattan, yes, sir.
Is this your magazine?
Oh, no. No, go right ahead. You going to New York?
Yeah.
Oh, it ought to be cold up there this time of the year. A lot of snow and all that, huh?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to an American again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago thinking that I...
You, got a compartment?
Yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
Oh, I'm afraid I am.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's to you.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson, why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We can have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course. Well, that's a good idea.
Yes, Albert. The compartment would be quieter, and you'd feel a little more comfortable. Particularly since you noticed your friend, Mr. Ricketts, stroll into the bar and sit down. Still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds his compartment pleasanter, too.
Was a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. He's got to keep in touch, don't you think so?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. So, you say you left Buenos Aires?
Yeah, I'd planned to anyway, but I made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Oh, I see.
I'll probably go back in a year or so. Say, Brown, did you ever read anything of mine?
Well, I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, don't you?
Yeah, Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you've read it, huh?
No. I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Well, don't apologize, Brown. Hey, how about a nightcap before we turn in, huh?
Why, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Oh, I've got to confess, I'm a little bushed.
Tell me more about your agent in New York. You were saying you've never met him personally, huh?
Oh, you mean Farrell? Oh, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard. The way he pulls royalties out of a hat. He sold my leading character to a radio series.
You've never even been to New York?
No, never. I'm probably the only man in the business who can say that. Oh, Brown, it's close to midnight, and
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it, and...
Brown, I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
It's early yet, Jameson.
Now, look here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you...
Hey.
What's the matter? What's that?
Hey, they're trying to stop.
Sounds like something's
Hey,
wrong.
look out!
Hey, Jameson!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second. Then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving toward you.
If I can make it out this window. There.
Here, let me help you. Give me your hand. That's it.
Thanks.
You all right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little dizzy, scratched up, I guess.
Yeah, I see you. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Huh? Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah, you're lucky. This car got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, just got out in time.
Say, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar, went to your compartment with you? Is he still in there?
Huh? My compartment?
I'm pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor. Murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
Why, no. He left a few minutes before the crash.
Oh. Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I got to give him a hand here. You make it up to the crossing?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, take it easy. There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring, and watch. Exchange them for your ring and watch, engraved, "To Albert with all my love, Helen." Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with them. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, I wonder if you can help me.
You hurt, mister? We got a doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck, mister?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm the news correspondent here. Could you give me your name, please?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Uh-huh. Leslie James. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank.
Yeah.
Only last night you and me made that bet.
Well, sure. Now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murderer in that magazine serial you're running.
Yeah, well, that's very flattering. Say, I wonder if you could help me about the bus I made.
Well, say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murder?
Yeah, then I won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow to collect from this guy.
Oh, it says you... Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think it would be fair to reveal the...
Give me a fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Crickets.
Oh, hello. Pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? Have you been out there and looked at it?
What? I gotta stand by this counter.
Yeah, and I'm a reporter, pal. This is where they're bringing them. This is where I get my stories. Yeah, and I was getting a swell story
skip
of
it.
you.
How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? Well, that's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course I, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is
Leslie
it?
Jameson, a famous mystery story writer, traveling incognito, narrowly escaped death when the crack...
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want people to know.
Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial, Murder in Haste. I had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Well, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Yeah?
Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Oh, we ain't got it here yet. Well, come on, Mr. Jameson. Who done it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. Gotta finish it.
Uh-huh. Afraid we won't buy another copy of that magazine, huh?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, you see, gentlemen, it's a matter of ethics. A writer
What
can't...
do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Sure, Jameson, sure. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Oh, come on. What gold?
Well, I don't want to review...
I got you a car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Be right with you. Say, you guys know anyone who wants to go up to New York? I got some unfinished business up there. I'm hiring a car. I'd like to get somebody sharing the driving.
Well, Jameson here.
Well, sure. You said you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact, the bus...
Well, come on. Give me a hand in the driving, huh?
Well, all right.
Good. But first, give the boys a break. Tell them who the murderer was.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. It was the old lady who did it.
I knew it. Pay me.
You got a hotel space in New York, Jameson?
Well, not yet. I thought I'd arrange when I arrived.
Oh. You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
Oh, is it that bad?
Worse. Well, I think I might be able to fix it up for you at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
Oh, I couldn't possibly.
Forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
I think so. Just sign the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer?
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste had me fooled right up to the last page. Peters.
Yeah, boys?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Get the boys over. We want to take a few pictures.
Right.
Pictures? Now, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Nothing to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of boys from the papers. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters.
Yeah?
Have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Now, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out.
And you did find out, didn't you, Elder? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures. And all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Albert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in the room at Midtown Hotel. The second page of the same paper carries news that you, Albert Taylor, wanted for the murder of your wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. But you're all mixed up now, aren't you, Albert? You almost wish Helen was with you again to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson's on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Jameson.
Hello. Leslie?
What are you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? What are you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr. whatever your name is?
I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? Where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain everything.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. If you'll just...
Just what?
Look, there's nothing we can do for your husband now. He was killed in the wreck. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Look, I'm going to leave town. All I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
Oh, I see.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, I could go to the police, of course.
Oh, wait a minute. I can make it worth your while.
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you're here in New York?
No.
That's very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we've been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. With Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live on his royalties without doing another lick.
You mean you want me to keep this up?
Yes.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his identification.
Yes,
I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it. Mr. Jameson.
I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I've ever heard
There's a
of.
Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. He seemed quite interested in our relationship. If you like, of course, I could bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Darling, just call me Ruth.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Behind in the rent, the maid hasn't been paid. Well, look at these bills. Just look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? There's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
Well, that'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. That's going into my account.
Oh, I see. And maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, baby. Not mine.
Well, what is it now?
I'm afraid it's the same old thing, dear. I just can't seem to hold on to money.
How much this time?
Quite a bit, I'm afraid. I want $25,000, Albert.
20? What are you talking
I have an obligation to meet. I need the money this afternoon before the banks close. And don't tell me it isn't there because the check covering movie rights to Stolen Murder was deposited yesterday.
You know, you make very good sense.
You'd better hurry down to the bank. It's after 2.
Ruth, be honest with me. How long do you intend to carry on with this?
Why, indefinitely, dear. I know when I have a good thing.
There's no end?
There is if you want one. There are the police.
You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair with you.
6 months now, no sleep. Pounded day and night. Can't eat.
This
Trying to
isn't getting
dodge
us
my
anywhere.
shadow. Getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. Dagger hanging over my
Albert,
head.
what's happened to you? Get hold of yourself.
No way out now, is there? Trapped. Run into a corner. No way to turn.
Albert, what are you doing? Albert, get away from me!
Main floor.
Yeah.
Just a minute, mister.
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
You're, Jameson, aren't you?
Yes.
In a hurry?
I'm on my way to the bank. It closes in a few minutes.
Take your time. There's always tomorrow, you know.
But I can't. I've
Your, wife's upstairs, isn't she?
Well...
I saw her go up a few minutes ago. I'm Sergeant Lake, Jameson. I want to see her, and I'd like to have you along. After you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Of course, Signal Premium has 100% pure paraffin base, but in addition, a total of 5 scientific new compounds have been added to Signal Premium motor oil. As a result, actual tests prove that this new type Signal oil keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Get that. Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner and cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
And that's how it ended, Albert. With the two of you, you and Sergeant Lake, standing over Ruth's body where you left it on the floor of your apartment upstairs. It's over now, and somehow you feel relieved. The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head, they're gone now. And you lean back in the chair in Sergeant Lake's office at police headquarters and tell them the whole thing.
I couldn't take any more of it. I knew it'd go on for the rest of my life. Day after day. Year after year.
I see.
You know, of course, she's not my wife.
Yeah, that's why I was following her, and she knew it. Oh, and incidentally, that's why she hit you for that $25,000 this afternoon. It was the last big bite.
What?
There were plane tickets in her purse. She was on her way out.
You mean it was the last time?
That's right. But what I can't figure is why you let her shake you down in the first place, after the jam she was in Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires. Wait. She was the assistant.
Of course she was your assistant down there. What's the matter, Jameson? Have a lapse of memory or something?
Assistant. Yeah, he told me. I remember. On the train that night just before the wreck. Tell me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Down there in Buenos Aires, what was it she did?
You have lost your memory, Jameson. It was all over Argentina 6 months ago. That's why I've been following her. I was all ready to pick her up. She's wanted down there for murder.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were David Ellis and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Eleanor Beeson and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And what chase is more pressing than the well-known struggle to get ahead at any cost?
Mr. Doyle?
Yes?
You understand that I can't prepare a proper defense unless you tell me everything.
I understand.
A lawyer who does not enjoy his client's fullest confidence.
Mr. Johnson, I understand, believe me. Just tell me what you need to know.
Well...
I won't hold anything back.
All right. I want to know how you got involved in this thing. Oh, I don't mean the money angle. I can understand anyone wanting more money, but how... Well,
How
frankly...
could a small fry like me get tied up with a big man like Elliot Bonds?
I guess that's it. You were just one of the accountants there, weren't you?
Yes, just one of three.
And then, in a period of 18 months...
I was vice president of the company.
Yes.
How did it happen,
How or why, Mr. Doyle?
Yes, that's better. Why? I wanted to get ahead. I could have let it alone. I didn't have to do what I did.
That is what I am trying to get at.
I wish I could answer you, Mr. Johnson, why I did it. I guess there's one time for everybody when there's a chance to get ahead the easy way.
Yes?
Time when you've got a choice. Stay where you are, $5,500 a year for the rest of your life. Skimp, save, work your eyes out,
Or take what you want, like Elliot Bonds.
That's it.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I got that chance 18 months ago. I was wrong to take it. I know that now. And I did fight it for a while. But it looked too good, too easy. Every time I went over my account books, I realized I was on to something big. Kept saying to myself, go to the police. Tell them. It's the only honest thing to do. But I didn't go to the police. I went to Mr. Bonds' office instead.
Yes?
Mr. Bonds, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, please. I told your secretary it was a personal matter, but...
Mr. Doyle, the question of raises is handled by Mr. Heller. The question of working conditions is handled by
I didn't come to talk about a raise, Mr. Bonds.
Mr. Doyle, I'm due in a meeting in exactly 5 minutes.
I came to talk about the Bridgetown Supply Company.
What about the Bridgetown Supply?
I know who owns that company, Mr. Bonds, and why it was organized.
Do you?
Yes, sir. I know that the company is only a front, an empty warehouse on River Street.
I see. Go on.
I know that every contract we get from the government is padded up to 30%. Bridgetown Supply bills us for materials we never receive. $500,000 worth in the last 6 months.
Mr. Doyle.
$500,000 in the last 6 months, and $300,000 the 6 months before that. And the company is owned by your brother-in-law, Charles Dodson.
Mr. Doyle, I'm going to give you exactly 10 seconds to get out of this office, and I'm going to call Mr. Heller and tell him you're through as of now.
Oh, I don't think you will, Mr. Barnes. I think you'll call Mr. Heller and tell him that I'm to be made chief accountant at a salary of $15,000 a year.
Get out.
No, sir, I won't. I've taken all I'm going to take from you and the rest of the stuffed shirts in this organization. I've been here 10 years, Mr. Barnes, with only one raise. I'm tired of chasing that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I'm tired of being a clock-punching nobody. You're getting yours, Mr. Barnes. I want my cut.
Miss Holly, make out Mr. Doyle's paycheck.
I'll go to the police if you force me to.
The police? Never mind that, Miss Holly.
I thought you'd be reasonable, Mr. Barnes.
What proof have you got of all this?
Bills of lading. I took the entire 1948 file and had it photostated. I can prove that every building we put up for the government is only 80% equipped. The other 20 went into your pocket.
Uh-huh. You, want the job of chief accountant, Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
I believe that job pays $10,000.
Now it pays 15, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Heller's office, please. 15.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jim. Can you come up to my office right away? Yes. Yes, it's important. Jim, we're going to make some changes in the accounting department to take place immediately.
And they made me chief accountant at $15,000 a year. Sure, I was a crook now, just as much as Barnes and his brother-in-law. I was knee-deep in the whole crummy setup, but I didn't care. I was getting to be somebody important in the community. The Doyles were going places.
Well, I'll tell you one place they're not going, and that's the country club.
Daisy, I wish you'd try to understand. This is a matter of business.
You keep your business down at the office, Elliot. I'll run our social life the way I want it.
Daisy, I'm going to propose Doyle and his wife for membership in the club, and we're taking them to the dance tomorrow night.
Are we?
Yes, we are. And they're having dinner at our table.
Oh, how nice. Paula, darling, I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. Doyle. Mrs. Doyle designs all her own clothes out of potato sacking. Isn't that just fabulous?
That's enough, Daisy.
Oh, no, it's not. If you think I'm going to make a fool of myself to promote some sleazy business scheme, you're wrong. You've always used my position, Elliot.
Shut
this
up.
is one time.
Shut up, do you hear me?
Elliot.
You and your position.
Elliot, you can't talk to me like that.
What do you think makes your position? I do. My money, my sleazy business schemes. That's what puts you where you are.
I've got a headache, Elliot. I'm going to lie down.
You can lie down as soon as you've called the club and made reservations.
And if I refuse?
Then you'd better tell your brother Charlie to take a trip to South America.
What?
Doyle knows all about the Bridgetown Supply Company, Daisy. He has photostats of the files. He knows the tie-up between Charlie and me.
Elliot.
That's why I made him chief accountant.
He knows about Charlie.
And me. He could send both of us to jail.
But how is
I don't know. I thought we had everything covered. Jim Heller says Doyle used to work late nights. I guess that's how he got to the files.
Oh, Elliot, that's awful.
Yes, it's a mess, all right. But luckily, Doyle won't talk as long as we play ball with him.
Play ball?
Uh-huh.
You mean as long as you consent to blackmail?
Call it whatever you want.
Oh, isn't there any other way?
No.
You're sure?
Positive. Charlie and I have gone over it from every angle.
All right, Elliot. I'll make the reservations for tomorrow night.
Thanks, Daisy. I knew I could count on you when it came to a pinch.
And 6 months after that, the treasurer of the company left to take another job. And I forced Barnes into giving me the position. Oh, I was riding high, all right. New house in Crestwood Park, Cadillac convertible, just like Barnes was driving. And my wife was taking golfing lessons at the country club. It was a perfect setup, and I thought it could go on like that forever.
John Cooper, Inspection Division. Yeah, that's right. The Army specified copper leaders on that job, and the contractor tried to put in galvanized iron. One of our inspectors caught it, so it's okay now. Yes. Right, I'll be in touch with you. Ask Sam Davidson to come in.
Hello, Chief. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Sam. How's the FBI in Washington?
Just fine, sir. What's the job here?
A little chisel. Did Mr. Andrews tell you anything about this?
No. He just said to work with you. He did tell us it had to do with some construction work over at the Navy Air Base.
That's right, the Post Henry base. The Elliott Barnes organization has the contract to build the runways. One of our field men says the Navy is getting shortchanged on the deal.
That's a pretty serious charge.
Yes. The trouble is, the job's already completed. Runways are down, and it would cost a fortune to tear them up and prove that what our field man suspects.
What's that, sir?
Well, here are the contract specifications for the job. We can go through them later. The point is that these runways are built on wet ground, and the contract calls for a complete drainage system underneath. Now, we believe that only about 3/4 of that system was actually installed.
But you can't prove it.
No, the last big rainstorm gave us the idea, but it might take 6 months or a year before the cement would begin to go and confirm our guess.
But you've still got to investigate.
Uh-huh.
Any ideas?
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to tell you your business.
I'm not afraid to learn something new.
Now, this is only a suggestion, but the way I'd tackle it would be from the supplier's angle. The contract called for a certain number of feet of drain tile.
We find out if the tile actually arrived at the job.
Well, it's only a suggestion.
It's a darn good one, sir. We'll hit it 2 ways. On that job and inside the Elliott Barnes organization.
Well, that's the way I do it. Of course, it won't be easy getting inside the barn setup.
You leave that to us.
Okay, I will.
We'll get in, don't worry.
I bet you will at that. Once you do, I think you're going to uncover plenty.
I hope so.
I'm sure of it, Sam. We found out one thing in this department that's almost a rule. If a contractor chisels on one job, he's pretty sure to be trying it on another.
And I knew that Barnes was cheating on every contract, but it didn't make any difference. My chase was bright, and I was getting my share. Then one night, after I'd been treasurer for almost a year, I came home with the biggest news of all.
That you, Matt?
Uh-huh.
Wherever have you been? It's almost 8 o'clock and dinner's practically spoiled.
Is it? That's fine. Give dinner to the cat. We're going out.
Why, Matthew, the girl cooked your favorite dish. Oh, Matt Doyle, put me down. What is the world's the matter with you?
Nothing, Ella. Not a single solitary thing.
Matt, you've been drinking.
I have, my dear, 2 sidecars with my employer and friend, Mr. Barnes.
Matt?
With my benefactor, Mr. Barnes. And I'll have you know it's Elliot and Matt from here on in.
Really, Matt?
Yes. And you're going to call Mrs. Barnes Daisy. No more of this formal stuff at the club.
Well, for goodness sake, when did all of this happen? I don't...
Oh, you haven't heard the half of it. Here you are, my love. My new business card.
What?
My business card. Read what it says.
Huh?
Read it. Out loud.
Oh, Matthew.
Read it.
But I can't really...
Ella.
Mr. Matthew Evans Doyle, Vice President. Oh, Matt. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Oh, it's all right. You don't have to bawl.
I knew it would happen, but I just can't believe it. That's all.
Well, it's true. It'll be in all the trade papers tomorrow.
Matthew Doyle, Vice President. Oh, Matt, there's nobody that deserves it more.
Oh, no. Wait, darling. There's no use of going overboard.
You worked so hard, Matt. I knew they'd have to put you on top.
Okay, I'm a great guy. Now let's go out to dinner.
You are, Matt. The greatest guy I know.
All right, Ella.
Maybe I don't always tell you so, but
Sure, you tell me all the time, and I don't deserve it. Oh, here, use this.
I'm very happy, Matt.
Are you?
Very. I'm Mrs. Matthew Doyle.
Wife of the vice president.
Matt,
Yeah?
you wouldn't be joking, would you? It is true.
The truest thing you ever heard, Mrs. Doyle. And it's not over yet.
I'm satisfied.
Sure, you are, but not me. Took me a long time to find out how to get ahead in this game. But I've got the idea now. I'm going to the top of the pile, the very top, Ella, and nobody can stop me. Just you wait and see.
And all this time, Mr. Doyle, the Barnes organization continued its illegal padding on government contracts.
Yep, it did.
And you knew about this?
Yep. I guess there's no use denying it when we get in court, is there?
We'll talk about your defense later. You were made vice president, and then what happened?
Well, everything went fine for a while. I worked harder than I'd ever worked before, but I didn't mind because I was somebody important. They were talking about me in the trade papers, how I'd made such a sudden rise. And ever so often, Ella and I even got in the social column. But it didn't last long. All of a sudden, something happened that none of us could foresee. Right out of the sky and in our laps. And there was no way we could cover. You wanted to see me, Elliot?
Yes. Sit down, Matt. You know my brother-in-law, Charlie Dodson.
Oh, sure. How are you, Charlie?
I'm lousy. Come on, Elliot. Get this over.
All right, Charlie. Matt, we've got bad news. For all of us. I called you in here so you'd know where you stand and what you're to do.
What's the trouble, Elliot?
You read about that Navy bomber that came in for a belly landing at the Port Henry base yesterday?
Yes, I did. My paper said it was quite a job of piloting. Nobody hurt, was there?
Nobody but us.
Huh?
Nobody was hurt but you and Elliot and me.
The bomber ripped open about 50 yards of the north runway, Matt.
Just across the area where we were supposed to have put a drainway.
The north runway?
Uh-huh. Captain Collins, chief of maintenance, was in here just a few minutes ago. The Navy is starting to ask questions.
Oh, well, what do we do, Elliot?
What we've got to do is find some way to explain the lack of a drainage system.
Couldn't we blame it on one of our engineers? Say that he read his specifications wrong?
Don't be a fool. We're dealing with the government.
Maybe we better get out of the country, Elliot. We went to South America or Mexico.
Sit down, Matt. You're getting excited.
Sure, I'm getting excited. Why wouldn't I be?
Sit down.
Look, Elliot, why don't we burn up Charlie's warehouse, have an accidental fire, and get rid of all the bills of lading from Bridgetown Supply?
Charlie.
Yes.
I think Matt's too upset to talk right now.
I'm not too upset. I'm just trying to find some way out instead of sitting here and doing nothing.
All right, Matt. We'll talk later in the day when you've had a chance to think this over.
I am thinking right now.
Don't raise your voice, please. It's unbecoming in an executive.
But...
We'll have another meeting at 3 this afternoon, Matt.
I told you he'd go off the handle.
You were right.
He's scared to death.
Uh-huh.
We've got to shut him up somehow, Elliot. With a smart lawyer like Gordon, you and I could beat this thing. With a frightened fool like Doyle tagging along, huh?
Yeah. I know.
We'd better work fast, Elliot.
Yes. I thought maybe we could take a chance on him, but I guess we'd better not.
Of course, if he did skip out of the country, we might pin the whole thing on him.
Huh? Oh, no, that isn't practical.
Well?
I've got something in mind if we get in a tight corner, Charlie. It's pretty drastic. It would take a lot of nerve.
What?
Charlie, have you got nerve?
I don't intend to spend the next 10 years in jail.
How far would you go to stay out? As far as you will, Elliot. All right, just let it ride for the present. We may not have to do anything about Doyle, but if we do, I think I know how to handle it.
And I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. There was no one to turn to. Elliot didn't seem to have any plan, and the Navy inspectors were asking more and more questions. Then the whole thing collapsed all at once. The FBI came into the picture.
Matt, this is Agent Sam Davidson of the FBI.
How do you
Mr. Doyle.
How do you do, Mr. Doyle?
The government is making a check on our construction work at the air base. Mr. Davidson's going to ask you a few questions, Matt.
Oh, yes, of course. Anything I can do to help? We aren't under arrest, are we?
Matt, of course not.
Oh, I'm sorry. All I meant
No
to say...
one is under arrest, and no charges have been made yet, Mr. Doyle. You don't have to answer anything you don't want to.
Oh, just one thing, Matt. Mr. Davidson says that one of their agents has been working here in our office for the past few months.
We know a good deal about this organization, Mr. Doyle. We tell you this so that you can avoid any replies that might be at variance with the facts.
Oh, yes, I see.
I'll talk to Mr. Doyle alone, Mr. Barnes.
Oh, of course. Matt.
Yes.
You heard what Mr. Davidson said. No charges have been made yet, and I'm sure that none will be. The government is going to give us a clean bill when the investigation is over, Matt, so don't be nervous about anything.
Yes, Elliot, I understand.
Good. Well, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Drop into my office when you're through, Mr. Davidson.
I will, Mr. Barnes.
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Davidson?
Thanks.
No calls for the next hour, Miss Rudby. I'm in a very important meeting. All right, Mr. Davidson, I'm ready.
Hello?
Hello, Charlie. This is Elliot. You better come over here right away to my house. Remember what I told you? Well, I think we're in that tight corner right now.
But, Elliot, how did you find out?
How do I always find out? Money. His secretary wants a new fur coat. All she had to do was hold down the key on the intercom. Here's a transcript of the whole conversation.
You're very clever, Elliot.
Thank you, Daisy. And so is Doyle. He's still trying to get ahead at any cost. Just read that thing, Charlie. He's trying to make a deal with the government. He'll tell what he knows in return for immunity.
He wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't he?
It seems to me, Elliot, that he's involved as much as you or Charlie.
Well, of course he is, but we'd never be able to prove it. He'll accept a small portion of the guilt, sure. And he'll throw us to the wolves.
What a sneaky little character.
Can't you do anything about it, Elliot?
I think I can, Daisy. That's what Charlie is here for. Suppose you go and mix a couple of highballs while Charlie and I talk.
Of course. A double for you. And Charlie?
Yes, thanks, Daisy. With water.
I know.
Oh. Charlie. Is your boat still in commission?
My boat?
Yeah.
Sure, it's over at the yacht basin. I won't take it out of the water for another 2 weeks.
Good. I'm going to invite Doyle on a fishing trip with you and me.
What?
A fishing trip. I'm going to tell him we all need a little vacation while this investigation is going on. 2 or 3 days on the water will do us all good. He's enough of a snob to go in your boat anytime.
I don't understand, Elliot.
You remember last week I asked you if you had nerve?
Yes, I remember.
Have you got nerve enough to let your boat catch on fire?
What?
I've been down to the beach with Doyle, Charlie. He can't swim more than 10 yards.
Elliot.
I know. I don't like it any more than you do, but what can we do?
No. You cut me out of this.
You said you didn't want to spend 10 years in jail, Charlie.
I couldn't, Elliot. It's too cold-blooded.
All right, then we'll just have to face the music. He's going to blab the whole story to the FBI.
There must be some other way.
There isn't, believe me. It's him or us, and we haven't got time to waste, Charlie. It's either him or us.
Well, have you decided anything?
I don't know, Daisy. Have we decided anything, Charlie?
I don't know either, Elliot. I'll have to think it over.
And when they invited me on the fishing trip, I decided I'd better go. Elliot said he wanted to talk over our plans for heading off the investigation, and we'd be better off where no one could possibly hear us. We left the Westport Yacht Basin on Friday afternoon, heading for the fishing grounds off Cape Harrington.
Well?
Elliot, I don't like this.
I didn't ask if you liked it. Did you fix up the forward hull?
Yes.
You soak the rags in gasoline?
Now, listen, Elliot, there must be some other way.
There isn't. Wait a minute, I cut this motor. Now, Charlie, I'm tired of watching you shake.
Oh.
Can you make it from here to the shore?
Elliot, maybe if we told Matt...
Don't be a fool, Charlie. Nobody'll ever know what happened. The boat caught on fire. We tried to rescue him, but we couldn't. It's the only way out.
I know.
He asked for this, didn't he? He's been blackmailing us for a year and a half.
All right, but I'm saying...
What?
He's coming up.
Okay. If you lose your nerve now...
Don't do it, Elliot. I'm asking you for the last time.
Hey, Skipper. Oh, what's happening? Are we dropping anchor here?
Yes, we understand there are sea bass off these shoals.
Well, good. I'll break out the tackle. What kind of hooks, Elliot? When I was a kid, we used to use... what's the matter, Charlie? Do I look funny or something?
Never mind the tackle, Matt. We won't need it.
Huh?
We won't need the tackle.
What? But I thought... Charlie...
Yes, Matt?
What's wrong?
I'll tell you what's wrong, Matt. You're wrong. You're just about the rottenest little conniver I've ever dealt with.
Oh, come off it, Elliot. Well, what's the joke?
This is a joke. This transcript of the conversation between you and that FBI man on Monday morning.
What?
You were going to make a deal with the government, weren't you?
No, of course not. You're jumping to conclusions.
Am I?
I wasn't making a deal, Elliot. I was just trying to fix up something for all three of us.
Sure, I'm quite sure you were trying to fix up something.
But you gotta believe me, I wouldn't turn state's evidence.
You won't have a chance to.
Elliot.
Matt, we're having an accident. The boat is going to catch on fire.
What?
Charlie is going below to set it off in about 1 minute. A very unfortunate accident. Happens all the time on pleasure cruises like this. You can't swim, can you, Matt?
You wouldn't go that far.
You don't know me. I'd get rid of you as easily as I would a sneak thief that broke into my house. All right, Charlie, go ahead. Charlie, do what I say.
No, Elliot, I'm not going to do it.
Charlie.
Not for you, you cheap chiseler. I'm not going to commit murder, that's all.
All right, Charlie, I'll take care of it myself.
I'm not going to let you, Elliot.
Take your hand off that door.
No.
I'm warning you, Charlie.
No.
All right, you stupid fool. No. I'll handle it myself. You understand? I'll do it myself. No. Matt, there's a gun in that locker. I'm not spending the rest of my life in jail. Do you hear me? Matt!
I've got it, Charlie.
You hear me, Charlie?
Elliot, let him go or I'll shoot.
Charlie, you...
Elliot, let him go. Oh, Elliot, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pull the trigger. It just went off.
Your aim is as lousy as you are.
Give me that, Matt. All right, Elliot. We'll head back to Westport.
You're making a big mistake, Charlie.
I suppose I am.
They'll give us all 10 years, Charlie, maybe 20.
That's better than the chair. Matt, take the wheel. Head back to Westport.
All right, Charlie. All right, I've got the wheel.
Yeah, Matt. You've got the wheel, all right. You wanted to get to the top. And here you are. Isn't it wonderful, Matt? Here you are, at the wheel of the president's yacht, steering us all into prison.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. This script was written by Jack Fink. Heard in the cast were John McGovern, Paul McGrath, Sylvia Davis, Natalie Priest, William Keane, and Louis Van Ruten. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Way. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a strange concoction known as Tiger Lily transforms a mouse into a lion on the chase.
This afternoon, it's Adventure with Counter Spy on NBC.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find a man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are all...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagon?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagan, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
There's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello? Hello?
You sound dyspeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what happened there in Cairo?
A local lad was working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why... Well, why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Mm-hmm. Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, send me the Harberman file by the first plane.
The Harberman file? Good Lord, Ken, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets?
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Here, Effendi. You martini with the onion.
Good. Now bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
Now, you will any second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martinis. He had excellent taste in drinks.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who bought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston. Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did it happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting's no accident.
You knew it was not.
You going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more...
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I shall have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She's left. Try counting up to 10. I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hagar, where did you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yes.
Oh.
I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You a doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. Been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shots.
So you dove for the doorway of the Kismet like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Paid off. Oh, skip it.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pagan.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh. But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagan, starting right here.
Here? But we've stopped in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! The floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought... Look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stay here, Pagan. I'll pick up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There will be other dancers, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one. In her dressing room.
I know nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think it you lie, Zaida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
Funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I
kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? There's a full moon.
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Polzine, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company.
You see, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in this trouble.
What troubles, Vader?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
No, you're drawing a blank here, Vader. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decision. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
Would you like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try, if you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Better drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
You drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, I... All right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And holding you in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zayda. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Polzine wealthy.
And you think you can find that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, Pagon, and jimmy that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
And I'll give 8 to 5 that Hobbleman's loot is mostly silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston. It worked.
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul in here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, Pagon. There's a light under that door.
Somebody's in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company?
All right. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Huh? Maybe... Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
But what a peculiar cargo for coffins.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pagon.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Deborah.
And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Taberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Deborah. We join him now as he and Pagon stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. It's in Arabic, but a few words, pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagon, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Outrageous. There was I waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up. All that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly thing.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not going to ask you about the guns, or about the Polzine, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagon, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Polzine, Deborah, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
Quite undercover sort of thing. Well, suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel.
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveler's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, can't. No pen or pencil.
Huh?
I'll never carry them. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, did we get aboard, too?
Yeah. No.
Huh?
Hello, Polzine.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left.
Why the third one?
Because Polzine's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Polzine was talking to us.
She?
Zaida.
Oh, Ken. It's been so wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Aida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to commissioner of the port.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pagon. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Those built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who'd suspect such a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping him off to Harborman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? You know, they could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement. What?
It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Posine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
Oh, well, I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. Now, while Haberman was... No, not while he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Harperman. Now that the Mohammed Bay has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
Pagon.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley?
We will make them board the gangplank later.
Pagon, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, this strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzine. Zaida, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on me.
Well, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zaida.
Yes. The man who killed my sister. The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
That knife. Put down that knife or I'll...
Ada, you fool. What have you done?
Hold it, Posine.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagan.
Sure, mistress.
Swine.
Thanks, Ada.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you tied up with these two to find out who killed Deborah.
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Posine?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. So we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagan. But Harberman and Posine do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist, whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Miss Helen Riley. From her vast knowledge of the field of mystery, Miss Riley has selected a fast-moving, taut drama by Maurice Zimm. And now we present William Zuckert in Return Trip. Our scene, a small, plainly furnished hospital room, late at night. The patient, a man in his late 30s, is flat on his back, staring up with pain-filled eyes at the ceiling. He raises his head slowly as the door to his room is opened.
Nurse?
Yes, there's someone to see you.
Yeah?
This is Superintendent Andrews of the State Institution.
Oh. What have you got there?
I've set up a recording machine out in the hall. Careful with the wire, nurse, when you close the door.
The doctor said not to keep him.
Yes, I'll make it as brief as possible. You may go now, nurse.
Very well.
Do Mind if I hook this microphone at the head of the bed?
Suit yourself, fella.
Well, it was a choice between a recording machine and a stenographer, and I figured that in your condition...
Well, who said I was beefing? Go on, ask. Ask your questions.
I have only one question. What happened?
You mean I can tell this in my own way? That's great. Had an uncle once, that was a writer. He wouldn't have gone near this kind of a story, though, with a 10-foot pen. No, he went in for happy endings. Uncle Mort wouldn't even have liked the beginning of this story. It was kind of dreary-like up there at the asylum that afternoon. There'd been quite a snowfall the week before, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a dirty gray, like a corpse that's been waiting too long for the undertaker. Well, around 4 o'clock, it got so dark the lights had to be turned on in the institution. Then the wind started moaning like a lonely banshee. Fine day for a murder, as the fella said. Well, there were 3 passengers sitting in the bus when I went outside for the return trip. 2 men and a woman. Maybe I ought to call her a girl, because she wasn't much more than that. Anyway, these 3 passengers all had return tickets, and I went down the aisle collecting them.
Driver, how soon do we start?
Right away, miss.
We're 2 minutes late already. These little jerkwater bus lines never keep to their schedules. Now we'll never get out of these mountains before that blizzard lets loose.
Can I have your ticket, please, mister?
You really think there'll be a storm?
Can't fail. Lady, when they have snow up in these godforsaken mountains. Now, this morning on the bus coming up, a man was telling me about the time...
The windbag was sitting right across the aisle from the girls, 2nd row from the front. Halfway back in the bus sat the 3rd passenger, all huddled up in his overcoat. He didn't open his trap. Well, that was the picture as we swung out onto the highway for the return trip. And this guy in back of me seemed to be itchy to start a conversation with somebody as soon as we got rolling.
Might as well get acquainted, miss. 50 miles before we get to civilization. John Willard's the name. I said...
Oh, I beg your pardon. Were you speaking to me?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I was thinking of...
Oh, sure. Sure, these visits to the institution, always depressing, aren't they?
This is my first time.
Oh? Some friend?
My husband.
Oh. That's too bad. I hope... What's that?
Some kind of siren.
Yeah, that's the asylum alarm, all right.
Well, that means he...
One of the inmates must be playing hide and seek with the keepers. That happens every once in a while.
Gosh, what if it's my brother?
Oh? Is he the busting out kind?
Well, it sort of upsets him to see one of the family, but then we don't come to see him, it upsets him even more.
I see what you mean.
Do they always catch them?
Well, they tell me the place has never lost a customer yet.
A moment ago, I was praying that it wasn't Jim. But now I don't know, even if they had to. Well, it would be better than seeing him as he was today. Anything would be better than seeing him...
Hey, that's a police siren.
Sounds like they're almost on top of us. Yeah, there they are.
Look out, they're going to pass us.
Pass nothing. They're flagging me down. All right, now just keep your seats, everybody.
Guards.
With rifles.
We're looking for somebody.
Yeah, we heard the asylum alarm and...
Seen anyone along the road?
No, not even a jackrabbit.
Officer, who is it you...
Gregg, Steve Gregg.
Oh.
That's a relief.
Holly, take yourself a walk down the aisle. Keep your rifle ready when you look behind those back seats.
Are you kidding?
Hey, when was this coming out party?
I don't know. Maybe as much as a couple of hours ago.
Oh?
Does this Gregg have a gun?
I can't guarantee he hasn't. But it was a file that sprung him. A tiny steel file. Must have been working away at the bar since the day he was committed, a month ago.
His stay was short.
Nobody back here?
Now, check the gents for identification. I know how it is, driver. Can't take chances.
Well, of course not. Here's mine.
Okay. I didn't really mean that.
Your name, Frank Keniston? You can read, can't you? Friendly cuss, ain't you?
You know, that's the first peep that passenger has let out. I was beginning to think he was a deaf mute.
Yeah. Well, here, driver, you can have this stuff back.
Oh, thanks.
What about you, mister?
It's okay, Hawley. His name's John Willard. I checked his identification.
Okie doke. Come on, Denton, let's scram. We gotta find Greg before he finds anybody.
Yeah. Driver, you can turn around and go back.
Go back?
Go back why?
Look, this Greg is a killer. A ruthless, senseless killer. What I mean is, when the mood strikes him, he strikes.
Well, what's that got to do with us turning back?
Didn't I tell you this guy kills even without reason? Now he's got plenty of reason. He's got to get out of these mountains, but quick. If he's down the road, there are a lot of ways he could stop a bus. I say turn back.
But that blizzard's liable to break any minute. We could be snowbound up here for days. If I had to spend even one night in that institution, so help me, they'd have to keep me there. Listen, driver.
Now, just a second, Mr. Willard. You're just one passenger. There are three. What about you, miss?
Well, whatever you say.
Mr. Keniston?
I say keep going.
That settles it.
Hurry up, Denton.
No, wait. What does this killer Greg look like?
Height about 5'10", weight about 165.
Dark hair, brown eyes, 37 years old. Denton, get the lead out of your britches.
But I still think they
We warned them, didn't we? Now, if they meet up with him, it's their funeral.
Yeah. Well, we can take care of ourselves, fellas. Well, after the guards left, I really set that bus to rolling. Out of the mirror up above the driver's seat, I could see that the girl was plenty scared, but she had nerve, I'll say that for her. Willard, the windbag across the aisle from her, gave up trying to draw her into a conversation. And as for the third passenger, Keniston, sitting halfway toward the back, he kept acting like a clam afraid of losing its oyster. Might as well have had lockjaw, if you get what I mean. Well, we hadn't gone more than another mile or two before the wind started to rise. Kept it up until you'd have thought all the devils in hell were trying to break loose. Got black as the inside of a tomb until the snow started to fall. But with that wind whipping it around, it didn't exactly fall. It was a real howling blizzard.
This is getting on my nerves. What have we got here anyway? A collection of zombies? Somebody say something.
I was just going to say...
You were going to say the weather is rotten.
Yeah, and she can say that again.
No, that isn't what I was going to say.
No? Hurrah. That'll give us two topics of conversation. We'll save the weather for later. Well, go ahead, lady. I can't think of a better antidote for the screaming Mimis right now than your voice.
It occurred to me why the guards asked for identification.
Yeah?
The description of Killer Greg. 5'10", 165 pounds. Dark hair, brown eyes, 37 years old.
So what?
It's a remarkable thing. That description would fit you, Mr. Willard.
Oh?
And Mr. Keniston.
What's that? Me?
And, for that matter, the driver.
Say, now look. Hey, come to think of it, all three of us could fit that description.
So could a million other men. Forget it. Forget it. Hey, Keniston, what's eating you anyway? First you sit back there like a mummy, then when you finally do one...
I don't happen to feel like talking.
Yeah? Well, personally, the more I think of what she said, the more remarkable it becomes.
Yeah. She's got something there.
Only remarkable isn't the word.
Mr. Willard, what are you thinking?
This man, Greg, may be insane, but he's not dumb. Oh, no. Put yourself in his place. He knows he hasn't got a ghost of a chance making his getaway in that hospital clothing, see? So he borrows the wardrobe and identification of some stranger. You follow me?
We're way ahead of you, Willard.
It wouldn't be difficult for a killer.
Say not. But that still isn't the end of his problem, see? He's fighting against time. He's got to get out of these godforsaken mountains down to civilization before they can throw a noose around the whole area. And he knows that if he's brought back alive, he'll be wearing a straitjacket until he's as old as Methuselah.
Well, you've got quite an imagination, Willard.
Thanks. Now, the odds that Greg will be able to get himself transportation are mighty slim, except for this bus line. So let's suppose...
Yeah, you got a great imagination, all right. You got it all figured out. It's a bit too pat, if you ask me. Remember, please, you're the one who was so dead set against turning back.
Really, Keniston? Well, I'll leave it to the lady here and the driver. Do I look insane? Well?
Search me.
There were times, long periods of time, when Jim didn't either. It's my husband, I mean. That was the terrible part of it. He would be just like the old days, and we'd be so happy together, and then all of a sudden, without warning,
It's Keniston's been acting crazy, not me. I'll bet it wouldn't take a half a dozen psychiatrists to prove that he...
Hey, an avalanche! It's coming down on us! Hold on! After the avalanche struck, I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, sort of stunned. And there wasn't a sound except for the wind. And it was muffled by the snow barrier that packed us in. Even on the far side, the bus was buried up to the middle of the windows. Well, all this was only a matter of seconds, I suppose. And then suddenly the quiet was broken by the most gosh-awful racket. It was as if somebody had up and given the signal for my passengers to go completely crazy.
Get me out of here!
Now, take it easy, will you?
Get me out of here!
Look out, Willard's got an axe.
The axe! Take it away from me!
Let go of it, Willard. Let go of that axe. Well, that did it.
He's the one. He's the one.
Lucky I saw him grab the fire axe from up on the rack. It's what the district attorney likes to call a lethal weapon.
And then some. Step back. He's coming too.
Yeah, tie him up.
Here, you'll find a rope in the dashboard compartment. Get it for me, huh?
Driver, I'll report you for this.
You will, huh?
I was going to smash a window so we could get out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Sure. What'd you think? Oh, so that's it.
Here's a rope, driver.
See here, you can't do that. You can't tie me up, you fools. I'm not Killer Greg.
Maybe he isn't.
Maybe. But like the guard says, we can't take chances. Now, if you're innocent, mister, you can prove it to the authorities.
If we ever live that long. Have you forgotten that we're trapped here by an avalanche and a blizzard that could go on and on and on?
Just the same.
Stop. This is ridiculous.
What do you mean, miss?
Well, it's just that there's no proof that Killer Greg is on this bus.
Well, if you put it that way,
It's all my fault, and I'm very sorry. My only excuse is that I was so upset by seeing Jim, my husband.
I still say that...
No. We've got to start acting like rational human beings. You let poor Mr. Willard up from that floor.
Thanks, lady.
All right. But I'm warning you, Willard, no funny stuff.
Snap out of it, driver. We've got to get out of this mess. Hand me that axe.
Do I look that dumb?
All right, then use it yourself. Smash a window so we can crawl out.
Willard, what makes you think the windows won't open?
Huh?
Then open one.
What for? To let in the blizzard?
But we've got to get out of here.
Not me. Take a bear to make even a city block in that blizzard.
But we can't stay here.
Why not? We're not freezing yet.
Driver's right. Our best chance is to sit pat until the storm lets up.
But what if it doesn't?
If and when the weather clears, we can send out a party for help, huh?
Yeah, or maybe a road clearing crew will come to our rescue.
Yes. I suppose that's the sane thing to do. Wait here.
Well, how about you, Willard? You also decided to do the sane thing?
I don't like that crack, Keniston. One more like it.
Now, look, we're not starting that again. That's going to be a long night. We might just as well make ourselves comfortable and try to get some sleep.
Sleep?
Cut it out. Miss, you take the back seat. That's the only one that runs the full width of the bus. You can use your lap robe for a quilt, huh?
All right, driver. want to apologize again to everyone for the way I behaved, casting suspicion.
Forget it. Need any help?
No, thanks. I don't know what came over me, starting that idiotic talk. Please What?
What's the matter?
Why are you staring at the floor?
Well, say something.
Look.
A file.
Tiny steel file.
One that...
After the avalanche hit, there was a mad scramble. One of you lost it then. One of you is Greg. Killer Greg! Let me out of there! Let me out of there!
Well, we just let her wear herself out, kicking and banging on the door. Nobody said a word. Willard and Keniston just stared at me and at each other. By and by, the girl stopped her fussing to stand and stare at the three of us in rotation. Would have made your flesh crawl. And outside, the blizzard was getting worse, if possible. Finally, I reached into the watch pocket of my pants and brought out the old timepiece.
What time is it?
Broke the crystal. Still says 4:15.
It's 5:30. It's only an hour and a half since we started out. Only an hour and a half.
5:30 in the afternoon. And at the very best, we're stuck until morning.
16 hours.
Might as well be forever.
Now, look, miss, we just got to make the best of it. I still think you ought to go back to the rear seat.
And sleep?
If you can, yeah.
Willard, the driver, and myself will be keeping a rather close eye on each other in the light of recent developments. You'll be all right, especially if you take that axe away from the driver.
Huh?
Let her have it for her protection.
Sure, let her have it.
Yes. You give it to me.
Okay. You, holding on to the file, too?
Of course she is. The file could also be a lethal weapon.
Well, she took the axe and the file back to the rear seat with her, and we all sat down to wait. Have you ever fought against sleep? With the cold numbing you and the wind lulling you? You know, sometimes even the fear of sudden death can't win against those odds. Time and time again, the girl's eyes would close just for a second. And then they stayed closed longer, and her head nodded and her body slumped over against the corner of the seat. I got up and started down the aisle.
Where you going?
Shh, Keniston, can't you see she's asleep?
Where you going?
Her lap robe slipped to the floor. I was going to pick it up and cover her so she wouldn't freeze. Any objections?
I'll do it.
Oh, no, you won't, Keniston. Go ahead, driver.
There you see, Keniston, Willard thinks I should do it. That makes it 2-1. Help me! Help me with this wildcat! Get that file away from me before she jabs my eyes out! She was like a devil on a pinwheel. I was lucky to tear loose before she did any more than nick me about the face. Afterwards, when Willard told her what I was up to, she apologized, but I didn't go near her again all the rest of that night. Well, about 5 o'clock, the blizzard stopped, and at 7, the sun managed to break through. We held a council of war.
We can't send out for help.
Why not?
Don't you see, Mr. Willard? If we split up the men, whichever of you is Greg would have too good an opportunity. Whether he goes or stays.
Well, you could go. Alone.
I'd never make it.
We could all go together. How about that, driver?
Well, I'd rather stick with the bus, Keniston. But before we decide anything, let's get out and look around. We got a window open on the far side of the bus and crawled through, the girl first. she was still clutching the axe and the file.
Come here and look. Another few yards and we'd have escaped the avalanche entirely. We can shovel our way out. I'm sure we can.
Well, there were 2 shovels in the tool compartment at the tail guard of the bus. That only let 2 men shovel at a time, with the 3rd man getting a breather meanwhile. And it took a lot of shoveling.
What's the matter, driver? Did you hurt your hand?
Nothing much. Feels good just to take off these stiff leather gloves.
Looks to me like you've got some blisters on that right hand. Thumb and first 2 fingers.
Say, Keniston, are you shoveling or talking? We'll never get out of here at this rate.
Yeah, it's your turn anyway. I'm tired.
Not as tired as Willard looks. I'll relieve him.
No. That's all right. I can keep going yet for a while.
Okay, then, Keniston.
Here.
Let me take a turn. I know I won't be much help, but I can at least try.
No, you're mounting guard. I'm sure you could do as well as Kenneth. Where's Keniston?
Why...
Keniston was making a mad dash through the snow. Willard dropped his shovel and tore after him. I yelled for Willard to let him go, but I don't think he even heard me. For a while, it looked like Keniston was going to make it, but then he floundered and fell in the snowdrift. And before he could get underway again, Willard nailed him.
You'll stay put for a while.
What did you do? Knock him out?
What else was there to do?
Is he? Oh.
I knew all the time it was Keniston.
You think his running away proves it?
It's the same as if he'd confessed. He knew it was his last and only chance.
What are we going to do with him now?
Tie him up. And we're getting him and the bus out of here. Say, I wonder if there's a reward.
In no time at all, we had the bus clear and headed for civilization. Those snow-covered mountain roads weren't exactly my idea of a speedway, but I gave the motor the gun. Willard and the girl didn't take their eyes off Keniston. I kept watching him, too, out of the mirror over the driver's seat. He looks like he's coming to.
Don't worry, driver. Those knots I made in the rope won't give. Besides, I'm keeping the axe handy just in case.
He's opening his eyes.
Watch him now. Watch him.
Yeah, watch me. And listen to me, too.
Shut up, Keniston, or I'll stop this bus and put you out for good.
Not before I've had my say. Willard, you too, lady. Why do you think I tried to make a break for it?
That's easy.
You're Killer Greg.
You fools. You blind, stupid fools. Was it my watch that had its crystal smashed at 4:15 yesterday afternoon?
So it was mine. So what?
At 4:15 yesterday afternoon, Killer Greg waylaid the real driver of this bus and took his place.
What?
Oh, no.
That's how the crystal came to be broken.
Shut up, Keniston. You can't talk your way out of this.
It could be a coincidence.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. A coincidence. Until I noticed the blisters on the thumb and first 2 fingers of the right hand. A file would make blisters like that. A file held in the right hand of Killer Greg.
Look at him. It's true.
Greg.
Greg! Don't come a step closer, any of you. You make the slightest move, I'll crash the whole lot of us.
Don't do it, Greg. Stop the bus. We won't do anything.
It was a perfect plan. It had to work. Oh, if only that avalanche hadn't come along. Well, I'll still make it. I'll still make it, even if I have to kill us. That turn!
Look out for that train!
You got all I said on your recording machine, huh, Super? You got it all, huh? Yeah, I'm right back where I started from. The asylum. Anyway, I outlived those 3. I outlived those 3, didn't I, Super? Killer Greg, that's me. Killer Greg.
And so the curtain falls on Return Trip, which was chosen by guest expert Helen Riley, whose latest thriller is Staircase 4. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a woman who awakened from a nightmare to find reality even more frightening, as selected for your approval by one of America's leading detective writers. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
Return Trip was written by Maurice Zinn. In our cast were William Zuckert, Ann Shepard, Roger DeKoven, Frank Behrens, and Alan Manson. Music in our program is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in this week's story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons living or dead was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the world's largest network serving more than 500 stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Undertow.
He had all summer in which to do nothing, and that's what he was doing. Driving north along the coast from New York, stopping when he felt like it, swimming when the beach looked inviting. For above everything else, John Digby loved to swim, to trot down across the white beach to the blue Atlantic water, plunge through the long, lazy rollers, out 100 yards, a mile, with tireless strokes, content with the feeling that he belonged there, that the ocean was his home. He'd been 10 days coming north to Cape Ann, and as he floated out beyond the breaker line, he knew that here was the most beautiful spot of all. made up his mind to linger for a few days, a week perhaps, before going on. It was then, looking back at the beach, at peace with himself and the world, that John saw her. A tiny figure in a green bathing suit, standing before a beach house hidden by an indentation in the cliff. Curious, he started back toward the beach, toward the place where he saw her plunge into the water and start out.
Well, hello there.
Hello, mermaid.
You're a wonderful swimmer. I've been watching you through the glasses. Had to come out and join you.
It's a big ocean. Anybody can use it. National policy, you know.
What?
Freedom of the seas.
But I hope you don't mind the intrusion.
Oh, not at all. You swim very well.
But I never have anyone to swim with. That's why I came out now.
Oh, I'm glad you did.
Give me a head start and I'll race you in.
Okay, you're on.
Oh, I win.
Yeah, nice going.
Oh, I'm going to collapse right here in the sand and catch my breath. Oh, wasn't it glorious?
Oh, nothing like it. I love to swim, always did, since I was a kid.
You're from New York, aren't you?
Yeah, I got my first taste of water off the East River docks. How'd you guess?
The way you talk.
And you're a denizen of the deep. Only what did you do with your long silver tail?
Only wear it on Sundays.
Say, do you live in that house around the bend?
During the summer.
Just where I'd want a house if I had my choice. Sand and water and no one around for miles.
Gets lonely sometimes.
Doesn't have to.
Would you like a hot drink, coffee, or anything else?
How about anything else?
Well, if I remember correctly, we have a whole cabinet full of assorted anything else. You know how to mix it. Why don't you give me 15 minutes to get dressed?
She smiles, walks away from you toward the house, around the shoulder of the cliff. Her long, slim legs swinging gracefully over the sand. Her hair bobbing easily from side to side, like a honey-colored cascade in the still air. And back at the car, when you finish dressing, you find yourself taking a little extra care to comb your own sparse hair over the bald spot, feeling your 40 years a little guiltily for the first time. It's a very long 15 minutes before you walk up to the door.
Come on in. I'm making sandwiches.
Wonderful.
And will you have bourbon, scotch?
You can stop right there. Bourbon straight.
I see you're a man of very definite opinion.
Oh, I've been known to waver.
I like that.
Wavering?
The definite opinion. I bet it goes right down the line with you. Business, politics, the books you read.
Oh, please. I'm not pig-headed, really.
I didn't mean that at all. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, here's looking at you.
Yes, so I've noticed.
Will you drink to it?
Of course. Why not?
Well, the sandwiches were wonderful, and the anything else.
You'll be back again tomorrow to swim?
I think so.
Will you let me start out with you?
You were right a while ago. I have pretty set ideas about politics and business.
Oh?
Women, too. My name is John Digby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn. I'm, not married.
I'm Sandra Merivale. Mrs. Sandra Merivale.
I see.
You will make it tomorrow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Thanks for your hospitality.
You're welcome. Except for weekends, my husband never comes home till late. He has his business in Boston.
Like to meet him sometime.
I'll expect you about 10.
Goodbye, Mrs. Merivale. Hello?
It's me.
I thought it might be.
I'm calling from the drugstore on Main Street.
Yes?
I'll park my car in the drive near the statue in 10 minutes.
Do you always do that?
What?
Give a man the exact number of minutes to meet you? Suppose I'm not there in 10 minutes.
You'll be there.
You're making it difficult.
I think I know what I'm doing. So do you.
Yes. All right. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Here's the place.
Yes, it's very nice.
In the daytime, you can see for miles. That's the town back there. The lighthouse.
Yes, I see it.
Got a cigarette?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. There, that's better. I always come up here when I want to think. Strange, isn't it? Being up high this way. Looking down on the ocean, on the town. Gives you a curious sense of power.
I do most of my philosophizing out there.
In the water?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever swim at night?
Sometimes.
Harrison does. It's to show he's not really afraid. He doesn't swim well, but he grits his teeth and swims out to where it's just over his head, then back again.
That takes courage, overcoming two fears at the same time, the darkness and the water.
You're not afraid of the water, are you, John?
No. But there are other things.
Like what?
Like married women.
Any ethical objection?
No. Strictly practical.
We're very much alike. Tell me more about yourself, John.
My name is John Digby. I'm stopping at the Gloucester Inn until tomorrow. I'm not married. I'm 40 years old, about twice your age.
I'm 25.
Not quite young enough to be my daughter.
Harrison's 50.
Good for Harrison.
Why didn't you ever marry, John?
It's hard to say. Why did you?
Check. John?
Wait a minute. Look, Sandra.
Please, John.
Oh.
Why are you afraid of me?
Skip it, will you? Come on. Let's go back to the hotel.
Her kiss tasted salt, like the ocean, like tears. And somehow you find yourself remembering the time you battled the undertow for 2 hours off the Carolina Capes. And during the week that follows, the feeling stays with you. Through the morning swims off the bright beach, the lunches with her, the afternoons lying in the warm sand, even with the final realization that you were so in love with her that you shut the future out of your mind. Something would have to be done, of course, but you hoped it would take care of itself when the time came. Then, when you drive up the following Monday, she comes out to the car in her bathing suit.
Don't get out.
Why not?
There's a barge anchored 100 yards offshore. Some scientist from Woods Hole conducting some sort of experiment.
Oh, why did they have to pick on our little piece of ocean?
I don't know. But I don't want them to see us together. We'll swim on the other side of the Cape. I have lunch in the basket. We can spend the day.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try to, darling.
Oh, it's nice here.
John.
Yes?
What are we going to do?
Do?
About us.
Oh.
You know, we can't hide away from people forever.
All right, so we won't hide. We'll face it out. You can pack up some things and we'll start driving.
Oh, he won't give me a divorce. I've talked to him before.
We can make Reno in 5 days. 6 weeks after that, you're free.
No.
Why not?
Harrison's made everything possible for me, John. Given me things I always dreamed of having someday. Everything except...
Yes. Look, Angel, you've got to be sensible. You can't have your cake and eat it, too, you know.
I can't give all those things up, John. I love you, believe me, but I can't give them up. You must think of a way, some way. You're smart. You know how to do things.
All right, Sandra. Just give me a little time to think.
He says he wants to close up the beach house and go back to the city.
Why?
I can't understand. He's become more interested in swimming lately. Goes all the way out to the barge. 100 yards. Boasts about it to his business friends.
You mean he swims out at night alone?
Yes.
That could be dangerous.
I've told him so, but he insists on showing off.
I see.
What do you see, John?
Little girls shouldn't ask questions.
With the prologue of Undertow, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. This, you know, is the 5th consecutive year that Signal Oil Company has sponsored the Whistler. A long time for a radio program, yet short compared with the 17 years that Signal has served the West. And just as the Whistler has grown to be the West Coast's most popular mystery show, Signal has grown, too. Grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealer-owned stations serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many drivers have switched to Signal gasoline. And there are. One important factor, of course, is good mileage that has made Signal famous as the Go Farther gasoline. But equally important is the thing which makes such mileage possible. I mean the superior efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which naturally means superior performance for your car. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's something out of a fantasy, John, like swimming underwater, with blurred shapes and shadows, your mind moving past everything except what you must do to have Sandra. 2 weeks ago, you'd have laughed at the kind of thoughts that have taken hold of you, because that was before you met her, before she'd come swimming out to you from the white beach shoreline of the cove at Cape Ann. But now the things she said come to you over and over.
It's to show he's not really afraid. He swims all the way out to the barge, 100 yards, all alone. He boasts about it to his friends in the city.
You shiver slightly, John, but then you tell yourself it's the only way, and you have to have her. During your swim the next day, neither of you talk very much, and you find yourself surprised and a little alarmed that Sandra has sensed your mood so quickly. And it isn't until almost time to start back to the village that you can bring yourself to mention his name.
Sandra.
Yes, darling.
He'll be home tonight, as usual.
Harrison? Of course.
No special plans, no appointments in the village?
No.
Good. Sandra, make sure he goes for his swim tonight.
But...
Never mind the questions, just be sure he goes swimming tonight. It's cold out there.
He'll go.
Good.
There's only one thing.
Yes?
Well, someone might think that I went with him.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Could you have someone over for dinner? Somebody who doesn't care for night swimming?
I think so. Betty'd come. But what if she wants to watch?
All the better. There won't be anything to see. There's no moon.
But if he cries out?
He won't.
All right. I'll arrange everything.
You start early, John. But even in the darkness, you have a little trouble finding the barge. It's necessary to swim out to sea a ways and get the house lights behind it. Then, clinging to the anchor chain and cables, you wait, stiff with the cold. But just when you're almost ready to give up, Sandra's voice carries across the water to you, crisp and clear.
Now, do be careful, Harrison, please.
I'm all right.
We can watch from here, Betty.
You won't see much.
You strain to get a look at him in the darkness, but it's no use. You'll have to go by the sound. And then you hear him swimming towards you. You listen to him moving closer and closer. When he's almost to the barge, you take a deep breath. Pull yourself down on the anchor chain. The water is pitch black, John, and it won't be easy to find him. But you move under the surface to the point where you plan to meet him. His thrashing feet give off a faint luminescence. And you glide toward it, using a flutter kick, hands outstretched. A few seconds later, you reach him and pull him down.
Good morning, Mr. Digby.
Good morning, clerk.
Hope you slept well.
Yes, thank you.
Have you heard the terrible news?
What news?
Oh, of course you couldn't have. There's been another drowning, one of the regular summer residents. He was swimming off the dunes last night and evidently was pulled down by the undertow.
Oh, that's too bad. Who was it?
Mr. Harrison Merivale. Very nice man. Only 50 years old.
Well, accidents will happen.
Mrs. Merivale and the guests were there. They saw him go in. Poor man. Never came back. Couldn't have been anything else.
No. No, it couldn't have been anything else.
Hello?
Hello. It's John.
John, listen, I can't talk. The house is still full of friends and relatives. You've got to be patient. They're already asking questions.
It's been 3 days, Sandra. I want to see you. Get rid of them, will you?
Well, I'll try. Goodbye, John.
It isn't easy, is it, John? Waiting for a phone call that never comes. Finally, you can't stand it anymore. And you drive out for the dunes, run the car out of sight off the road, and walk until you're in sight of the house. If only you can see her, talk to her for a few minutes, you'll feel better. A half hour goes by, and then she comes out of the house in her bathing suit, starts toward the water. It's perfect, isn't it, John? You can swim out, too. Talk to her somewhere offshore. And then you stop, staring unbelievingly as a young man comes out, joining Sandra. As they move off to splash about in the surf, you edge toward the house. Still, empty. Not a sign of a mourning relative. There's a large clump of hydrangeas growing near an open window. You ease yourself in behind them, crouch down to wait and to listen. It isn't long.
Oh, Clark, you simply must learn to swim. It's so much fun.
And so dangerous. No thanks, darling. I'll keep my feet on the ground.
But nothing would ever happen to you.
You can bet on that, sweet. Now that we're out of sight of those nosy scientists on the barge, how about a little kiss?
Oh, Clark. Clark, dear, let's be serious for a moment. What are we going to do?
Well, we'll get married.
But when?
Oh, I can't get away before next week. How about Monday?
I'd like to go sooner. There's a reason.
What reason?
I'd rather not say.
Monday, my pet. Now, how about some lunch?
Ooh, the tramp. The little tramp.
You're shaking all over as you get up and stumble back to the road. You drive around to get control of yourself, to think, and then...
John, you shouldn't have come here.
Why not? No one's going to see me.
Well, it's so soon after...
That's what I want to talk to you about, Sandra. I don't want it to appear as if you were in a terrific rush to get married.
Oh?
I thought maybe I'd go back to New York tomorrow and get some work in until you can join me, say in about a month or so.
Oh, that's a splendid idea, John.
Then we can have a quiet wedding, go on a trip or something, and come back and settle down with nobody the wiser.
John, you are thoughtful, dear.
I thought you'd like it, Sandra. Only since I won't see you for so long, I'd like to take something back with me. A memory, sort of.
Oh, sentimental.
I guess I am, sort of. Anyway, I thought we could say goodbye in the same way we met. You know, swimming.
Swimming?
Mm-hmm. Let's go for a long swim, Sandra, way out. Then in the morning, heading back for New York, I'll remember you as you were that first time. My lovely mermaid.
Oh, give me time to change.
My trunks are out in the car. I'll meet you in the water on the other side of the barge.
I'll be there in 20 minutes. Darling.
Over here, Sandra. Hang on to this cable.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I don't want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Digby, the man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know what...
It's no use, Sandra. I know all about your friend Clark.
You know about... Get away from me, John. Let go, I'm going in.
Not in, Sandra. No, down, the way Harrison went down. Another accident in the undertow.
No, Please, John, let me go.
No.
Clark, please stop it. Jim.
No.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, since you hear so many claims these days about various motor oils, Signal has asked me to pass along to you some scientific facts so that you can draw your own logical conclusions. In grueling road and laboratory tests, today's finest straight motor oils were compared with Signal Premium, the new type Signal lubricant, which combines pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds. And what were the results? By actual test, motors stayed 6 times cleaner, and cylinder wear was reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium motor oil. Now consider what this means to you. Less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother, and less cylinder wear means more power. So there you have it, proof that Signal Premium motor oil is your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Good reason why more and more drivers who want to keep their car's performance young are making their next oil change a change for the better, a change to Signal Premium motor oil. And now back to the Whistler.
2 days later, it doesn't seem real, does it, John? As you drive on from Cape Ann north to the Maine beaches, as you fill your eyes with the beauty of the down east coastline. And as more long, lazy weeks pile up, it recedes farther and farther into your memory, and you can't believe that you committed 2 murders, that the undertow pulls you out beyond your emotional depth for 5 horrible days. For Sandra's gone now, and you're as safe as on the day you dragged yourself out of the undertow on the Carolina Capes. It's 2 days after you arrive back in New York that a man drops into your apartment, flashes a headquarters shield.
I'm Lieutenant Patton, Mr. Digby.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I'd like you to drive downtown with me, if you will.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. A few weeks back, there were a couple of drownings in Massachusetts. This way, please.
Now, look here, Lieutenant. I insist on you. You tell me the reason for all of this. I don't know anything about...
You'll know in a minute. Hello, Dr. Alderman.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Digby, Dr. Alderman.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm an ichthyologist, Mr. Digby. Fish, you know. For the past year, I've been conducting some experiments from the Woods Hole base.
You've heard of Woods Hole, of course, Digby?
Well, yes, but what has
Go on, Doctor.
Very interesting experiments they were. During the war, the Navy discovered its underwater detection apparatus was picking up some curious impulses, vibrations, which we later discovered were made by fish, the sound of fish. I'd like to play you a recording we made.
Now, wait a minute, Lieutenant. I haven't got time to sit around...
It'll only take a moment, Digby. Got the turntable ready, Doctor?
Yes, here we are. Now, our microphone is in about 50 feet of water, right over a bed of snapping shrimp. This is the way they sound. That noise is made by snapping their claws together. Now, here is a chorus of croakers. Our microphone is right over this school of fish. Here are some single fish. There is a rock cod. That's a flounder. The records you have just heard were official recordings made for the Navy several weeks ago. But a few nights later, we were testing the equipment. Well, listen to this record.
Oh, isn't the water wonderful?
It's wonderful, all right. Just like the night you sent your husband out here for me to drown.
John, I don't want to hear about it.
This isn't about it, Sandra. This is about me, John Digby. The man you said you wanted to marry, remember?
John, I don't know.
What about that, Digby?
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
All right. All right, I can't argue with that.
You don't want to hear the rest?
No.
I know the rest. By heart.
Of course you do. You're a wonderful swimmer, Digby. I guess you just got in a little too deep.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton and Wally Mayer. The sounds of fish used in tonight's script were actual undersea sounds recorded by University of California oceanographers at the Naval Research Laboratory, San Diego. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Fass, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And the desperate pursuit of money and a career can be the most terrifying chase of all.
You sent for me, Lieutenant? My name's Hicks, Eddie Hicks, the publicity agent. Where's the body? I've never been inside a morgue before, Lieutenant. Is she under that sheet? Yeah, that's Gloria Hastings, all right. Even a murderer's bullet couldn't change that beautiful face. She was hard to top when it came to looks, Lieutenant. But she was only good to look at on the outside. On the inside, well, that was something else again. Suspects? Why, I can give you a list of suspects as long as you're armed, Lieutenant. When you're out to hit the top and you don't give a hoot who you step on as you travel up the line, you make enemies. Ever chase a buck, Lieutenant? Well, Gloria did. A fast buck and a big career. She chased them both like a bloodhound follows a scent. Yeah, I remember the first time she walked into my Broadway office. She was fresh from Milwaukee, and her name wasn't Gloria Hastings then. It was Anna Crow. But when I changed her moniker, I didn't know I was putting a label on a walking powerhouse. Yeah, sure, I'll handle the publicity for you, Mr. Regan. I'll give it the works. Maybe I can get a spread in one of the big picture magazines to start with, and we'll go on from there. Yeah, well, you just leave it to me, Mr. Regan. You've just hired yourself the biggest press agent in the business. Bye.
Hi there.
Well, who let you in?
I just walked in.
Well, you can walk right out. There's a sign marked private on the door.
Don't be difficult. One day you'll thank your lucky stars that I strolled by.
Oh, and who are you?
My name's Anna Crow, but you'll have to find me another one. It's a little too plain for a girl who's going to wind up famous.
Got it all figured out, have you?
To the last dollar, Eddie.
The name is Mr. Hicks, and furthermore...
Please don't be difficult, darling. I'm going to make you $1 million. And you're going to make me the talk of the country. They said you're the best publicity man in the business, and nothing but the best is good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you want to be a movie star.
It's not a bad beginning.
Beginning? Oh, and then what?
I want to be the greatest thing since Cleopatra. I want to be everything, Eddie. The most beautiful, the most talented, and the richest girl in town. I want a career, a big career. And I don't care how I get it. I want my name in lights, not only on Broadway, but on Park Avenue and Palm Beach. I want to be toasted by men from New York to Rio. And I'll get what I want, Eddie. If I have to chase it from here to Kingdom Come. I'll get what I want if it's the last thing I do.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? She had a cash register where her heart should be and a one-track mind. The career was everything, and she did everything to get it. Well, I got her a job as a model first, and then I changed her name. I never took anyone on that fast before, and no one ever tried to work me so hard. But I did it because... Well, because she fascinated me like a cobra fascinates a bird. Whatever she said, I did it, and whatever she asked for, I got. Oh, hi, beautiful. How's the big career girl?
Ready to move on.
What?
Modeling's all right for a country bumpkin, sweetheart, but $90 a week won't pay for my stockings the way I want to live.
Hey, take it easy, baby. I'm breaking you in for bigger things. You'll get to know a lot of people around town while you're posing for those advertisements, and we'll go on from there.
I'm ready to go on right now, Eddie. I want you to enter me in the Miss Venus contest.
Miss Venus? Wait a minute, honey. That's way out of your line.
Is it?
Well, sure. First of all, it's not open to amateurs. They're using Miss America and Miss Universe entries only. Why, even movie stars are entered in that shindig. They're only going to hold it once.
And they're going to advertise the winner as the most beautiful woman who ever lived.
Sure. It's a press agent's pipe dream.
There's $20,000 in it. And the winner can practically write her own contract for movies or the stage.
Yeah, but there's a catch, baby.
What?
The entry fee. It's 1,000 clams.
You'll put up the money for me, Eddie.
I'll what?
Eddie, darling, don't make me unhappy.
Oh, baby, look, I don't even own $1,000 right now.
If I don't have this, Eddie, I'll kill myself.
Gloria.
I swear I will. I swear it.
Now, put that letter opener down, you little idiot. Put it down. Holy jumping Jupiter, you meant it. How do you know you nicked your throat with that knife?
I don't want to live if I can't get what I want, Eddie. And if you ever refuse me anything again, you'll have my blood on your hands for the rest of your life.
All right, take it easy, honey. Just take it easy, huh? I'll hock my car and dig up the dough. Then I'll put your name on the Miss Venus list. Well, don't think she was kidding, Lieutenant. She meant every word. She was chasing that career right down the line for everything it was worth. And she'd have cut off an arm if she thought it could push her 1 inch forward. Well, I entered her in the Miss Venus contest, but I didn't think she had a chance. She was bucking the pros in that one. Gals who'd won contests before by the bushels. Gals who were already signed up to fat contracts by movie outfits. It was the biggest publicity stunt in 40 years, and $1 won it would be on her way to the top. No, I thought Gloria was reaching too high for that one, but if I knew what was under that mop of flaming red hair of hers, I might have changed my mind. Well, there were 3 judges in the contest, but the big boy who pushed all the weight was Old Man Winters, a retired widower with a grown child. Gloria found out he lived in a midtown hotel suite all by himself, and one afternoon she moseyed up there and knocked on his door.
Yes?
Does Mr. Hammond live here?
I'm afraid you have the wrong apartment, young lady.
I'm looking for...
Are you ill, miss?
I feel faint.
Oh, my dear, here. Take my arm. Come in, my dear, come in.
I better call for a doctor.
No, please don't. It isn't necessary. I'll be all right after I rest a while.
Well, sit down over here.
Thank you. That's better. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I inconvenienced you, Mr.
Winters, and it's quite all right.
It was just a fainting spell. Guess I haven't been eating as regularly as I should lately. My money's run out.
Well, you poor child. Let me get you something from the restaurant.
Oh, no, please
Now,
don't.
I insist. I'll call down immediately. Now, you just stay right where you are and relax. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. You know, you remind me of my father.
Do I?
He was just as kind as you are, and, well, if I'd taken his advice, I wouldn't be in the fix I'm in now.
Well, perhaps I can help you.
Help me?
To find a job or something.
Oh, but you're doing so much for me.
Oh, nonsense. We've only known each other for a few minutes. But still, I feel I've known you longer. You said I reminded you of your father. Well, you remind me of a daughter I had years ago, Evangeline. She died at the age of 19.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I have another daughter. She's 21, a wonderful girl. Unselfish, unspoiled, and she worships me. Here I am talking too much. Let me order some dinner for you, child, and then I want you to tell me all about yourself. I think we're going to be friends. Good friends.
I'm sure of it, Mr. Winters.
Fast work, Lieutenant? Oh, you didn't know Gloria. Why, in no time at all, she was calling him Daddy, and she had him jumping through hoops. Oh, it was all legitimate on his side. He actually thought he saw his dead child in Gloria's face, and for a while, she made him happy. And then one day, she sprung the contest on him, and that was that.
Well, Gloria, my dear.
Hello, Dad.
Well, I'm so glad you dropped in. I have wonderful news.
Oh?
My daughter Mary arrives home today from school in Europe. You'll meet her for the first time. I know you'll be crazy about her. I've already written her a great deal about you.
Won't she be jealous?
Jealous, Mary? Bless your heart. There isn't a jealous bone in her body. I've told her how I've virtually adopted you, how close we are now, and she's thrilled. You see, she's always known how miserable I've been since I lost Evangeline.
I'd love to meet her, Dad, after the contest.
After what contest?
The Miss Venus beauty contest.
What's the contest got to do with it?
I'm entered.
You're entered?
And I'm going to win.
Well, you never told me you'd entered that contest.
I'm telling you now.
Did you know I was going to be chief judge?
Do I know when Christmas comes around, Daddy boy?
I don't quite follow you.
I want to win that contest, and you can help me do it.
Well, you'll have as fair a chance as any other contestant.
I'll have a better chance, Daddy boy, because that contest is going to be rigged.
What do you mean?
You're not only going to vote for me, but you're also going to influence the other two judges to make it unanimous.
Well, you must be joking.
I was never more serious in my life. Both those judges are friends of yours. You can talk them into anything, and you know it.
But I have no intention of talking them into anything, Gloria.
No.
All my life, I've been a man of honor. I don't intend to change that now.
You'll do as I say and like it. You understand? I mean business, Daddy boy.
It's amazing. In the space of 2 minutes, you've changed from a sweet, lovable child to a predatory, vicious woman. I can hardly believe it.
I don't care what you think of me, as long as you vote for yours truly. I want that contest title, and I'm going to have it.
On the contrary, you're going to get out of here right now.
You asked for it, you old fool. Now you're getting it. If I don't win that contest, I'll give your daughter an earful that'll make her hair stand on end. I'll tell her about her darling father, her lovable dad, and me.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
No? Well, you hear my version. How do you think your daughter will feel when I tell her that her father's chased after a girl her own age, and... I'll even take that, Daddy boy, and let you get away with it. But if you and your pals don't vote my way, I'll spill enough to your daughter to drive her away from you for good. And if you don't think I'm a fancy liar, try me. Well?
You're an evil woman, Gloria.
Don't make me laugh.
I can see now. It was just a trick. A ruse.
It's dog eat dog in this world, Daddy boy, and I'm having you for lunch.
A woman like you has no right to live. you should be eliminated. Stamped out. Like some evil disease.
Do I get first prize? Or do I take that finishing school daughter away from you for keeps?
You'll get first prize.
And she did, Lieutenant. But old man Winters never forgave her. Well, you asked for a suspect, and there he is. But he's not the only one. Now, take Paul Bixby, for instance. 6 weeks after Gloria won her contest, she was on the move again. A movie contract came with first prize, but was that enough for Gloria? Not on your life. She didn't want to make one movie. She wanted to take over the studio. And when she outlined her plans in a Hollywood hotel, I knew she was chasing that buck again and that big career right into the ground.
How much longer must I sit around in this stuffy hotel room, Eddie, waiting for those idiots to call me from the studio?
All right, take your time, kid. We'll be hearing from them. They've got to find the right picture. Meanwhile, you're sitting around for $500 a week under contract.
$500 a week. What do I care about peanuts? They ought to pay me $5,000.
Hey, hold on, baby. Only the big stars get that kind of lettuce.
Then make me a star.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Who's head of the studio?
Arthur Summers is vice president in charge of production.
But who's his boss?
Paul Bixby, he runs the works.
He married?
Yeah.
Any children?
Well, he's got a 22-year-old son in his last year at college. Oh, now, look, Gloria, you've got no more chance of meeting Bixby than a snowball on the Sahara.
It isn't Bixby I want to meet, darling. Much more interested in his son.
I don't get it.
It's just a joke. Forget it, Eddie. I suppose I'll just have to be patient until that phone rings and I've got myself a job.
She was lying, and I knew it. But there was nothing I could do. Oh, she was cooking something up in that brain of hers, and whoever she'd set her sights on this trip didn't have a chance. Well, first she did a little research, and she learned that Bixby's kid was taking a pre-med course at UCLA. And then she got a good idea of his regular habits. And one sunny day, she parked herself in front of the college library where young Johnny Bixby spent his afternoons.
See you later, Frank. I'm on my way home. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming. There was quite a collision.
My ankle.
Oh, did I hurt you?
I'm afraid it's sprained.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What can I do?
It was just an accident. If you'll call me a taxi.
Well, I've got my car right here. Let me drive you home, please.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I insist, Miss...
Gloria Hastings.
My name's Bixby, Johnny Bixby. Here, let me help you to the car.
Oh.
Does it hurt that bad?
I'd better put my arm around your neck.
Yeah.
Like this. You put yours over here. Now, I'll try to walk. It's very, very kind of you to do this, Mr. Bixby.
Kind? Gosh, after I bumped into you like an overgrown hippo, it's all my fault.
But I'm not sorry it happened. Are you?
Not on your life, Gloria. I mean, Miss...
Please call me Gloria. Johnny. Your car's so nice and comfortable. This is one ride I think I'm going to enjoy.
Oh, it didn't take her long to have him eating right out of her hand. And inside of a week, the kid was hopelessly in love. He'd never met a dame like Gloria before. A woman who knew all the answers even before you asked her the questions. And when she wanted to put on the siren act, well, she was second to none.
You're a sweet boy, Johnny.
I love you, Gloria. I love you more than anyone or anything on earth. You're beautiful, Gloria. You're breathtaking.
Don't say any more, dearest. Just kiss me. Hard.
And after she'd hooked him solid, Lieutenant, she used the gaff. He begged her to marry him, and she laughed right in his face. And then she started to get him crazy jealous, and he began to drink. Why, he changed from a clean-cut kid to a drunken slob. And he was still sliding downhill when his father paid Gloria a visit.
Yes,
Are you Miss Gloria Hastings?
I am.
I'm Paul Bixby, Johnny's father.
Oh, please come in, Mr. Bixby. Johnny's talked so much about you, I've always wanted to meet you.
I've been told you're under contract to my studio.
Yes. I've been sitting around now for the past 3 months, just twiddling my thumbs and waiting for a call. Oh, my goodness, don't tell me you've come in person just to say they found a part.
That could be. But first, I've come to talk about my son, Miss Hastings.
Oh? I'm sure he'll make a wonderful doctor.
He would have, perhaps, if he hadn't been expelled from school.
Expelled?
Don't pretend you don't know anything about it, Miss Hastings. John's been doing nothing but seeing you for the past 6 weeks. He's neglected his studies. He's become a heavy drinker. I understand that it's all due to your encouragement.
Now, please,
Let me
Mr.
finish, please. John's madly in love with you. You seem to be driving him out of his mind. I don't know what kind of a hold you've got over him, but I want it broken immediately.
Are you giving me orders, Mr. Bixby? Or asking for a favor?
I've had a private detective look into your past, young lady. It's not a very savory record. If you have any ideas about getting John to marry you...
Just what do you think you could do about it?
I could see that you'd never get a job in pictures as long as you live.
But you won't.
No?
Because you know I can break your son in two. The way I snap my fingers. You think he's drinking now? Wait till you see him in a couple of weeks. I can make a tramp out of that son of yours in no time at all, Mr. Bixby. So handle me with kid gloves.
You must be some kind of monster to want to do a thing like this. What do you want from the boy? What do you want from me?
I'll let you know when I'm good and ready. And when I think you're good and ripe. Meanwhile, let me show you what I can really do with your beloved son.
Cute, Lieutenant? Well, that was Gloria. She was chasing that buck real hard, Lieutenant, and her conscience was frozen solid in a hunk of dry ice. Well, 2 weeks later, Johnny Bixby was pulled out of his car on Sunset Boulevard where he tried to make it climb a tree. He was drunk when they grabbed him, and he got off lucky with just a busted arm, but it was enough to bring his father back to Gloria on his hands and knees.
You've got to give him up, Miss Hastings. That boy is killing himself because of you.
Are you willing to pay for it?
What do you want?
I want to be starred in pictures. I want $1 million worth of publicity and a nice new fat contract to go along with it. I want to be the biggest name in show business. And you can turn the trick.
If I notify my production chief to star you in our next film, will you break off with my son and promise never to see him again?
I'll tell him I'm married, Mr. Bixby, and I'll handle him carefully. Don't worry about that.
If you fail to keep your word, Miss Hastings, I warn you, don't try it.
Is that a threat?
I'll make it even clearer. You're not a human being. You're more like an animal. And I'll treat you like one. I'll give you your new contract. But if you dare to see my son once more, it may be your last act on Earth. And I mean every word I say.
Well, there's suspect number 2, Lieutenant. You want some more? Well, I've got another one to hand you, and this one is a dilly. You'd think Gloria would have been satisfied with a juicy contract and her name in lights, but, well, you don't know my girl. The sky was her limit, and she wouldn't settle for second best. I suppose the psychiatrists have a word for what was wrong with Gloria, what made her run like a doped-up filly in a phony race. The chase was never over as far as she was concerned. The faster she ran, the more she wanted. Well, it was 3 or 4 months after the Bixby episode. I was waiting in a dressing room on the lot until she finished a scene. The minute she walked in, I knew that something was up, because she had that crazy light in her eyes. A light that reminded me of the glint on a $20 gold piece.
Eddie.
Hello, Gloria.
I didn't know you were going to meet me here.
Oh, I thought I'd give you a little surprise. All right, what's up, Gloria?
Well, nothing.
Oh, come on now, you look excited.
Do I? Must be this picture we're doing. It's got me all in a dither. I'm going to be the biggest thing since Garbo, Eddie.
Mm-hmm. And then, will you be satisfied?
Satisfied?
You know what I mean.
Eddie. Who's there?
It's Herbert. Herbert Fondley.
Give me 20 minutes to change, huh?
I'll be waiting for you, Miss Hastings.
And who is Herbert Fondley?
You don't read the papers, Eddie. He's here on a trip with his wife.
I see.
He's real nobility, Eddie. His family dates back 1,000 years. He's not one of these nouveau riche American millionaires you can get for a dime a dozen.
Well, you seem pretty impressed.
Don't get any ideas in that silly head of yours. He simply invited me out to dinner.
Well, he was supposed to go out with me.
Oh, be a darling, Eddie. Let me out of it. It isn't often that I get to meet a British title. And besides, it's good for my career. Think of the publicity I'll get when I'm seen in his company.
Yeah. I'm thinking of everything, baby.
Oh, let me have my fun and don't be a meanie. He's perfectly harmless. Now run along, be a good boy. Got to be dressed by best tonight. Never know where a thing like this can lead.
No, you never know, do you, Lieutenant? But I knew. Little Gloria was wrapped up in the chase again, and this time she was out for a title as well as a man. Lord Farnley was happily married when he met Baby, and he had 2 wonderful children to keep him that way. Oh, but that meant nothing to Gloria. Broken homes were her specialty, and she also left a few broken people on the side of the track. Well, her romance was a fast one, and she thought she kept it under wraps from everyone, including me. But I wasn't the only one who knew exactly what was going on. Lady Farnley had a pretty good notion, too.
Are you Miss Hastings?
Yes.
I'm Lady Farnley, Herbert's wife.
I see.
May I come in?
I suppose so.
Oh, you have a very attractive place, Miss Hastings.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes, the setting's quite right for someone like you.
Come to the point, Lady Farnley. You didn't pay me a visit just to admire my furniture.
No, you're right. I came to discuss a very personal matter. It's taken me a long time to make up my mind to do it. But I find the situation's getting beyond my control, and I want to do something about it before it's too late.
What's on your mind?
My husband. And you.
As if I didn't know.
He's fallen in love with you, hasn't he?
Ask him.
I did.
And what did he say?
He seemed to feel that our marriage was coming to an end.
That's too bad.
It doesn't seem to matter to you that I happen to love him very much and that I have 2 small children who depend on him.
You're beginning to sound like a Class B picture.
I'm trying to be sincere, even though I realize that honesty is something you'll never understand.
I understand men, Lady Farnley, a lot better than you do.
Yes, you're very clever. And extraordinarily lovely. I can't compete with you on that score.
I'm glad you know it.
What do you want with my husband?
What do I want with him?
You have your career. Thousands of men would be happy to throw themselves at your feet. Why do you want to take the one man I love away from me?
Maybe you've had him long enough.
It's his title you want. It's his background that intrigues
you.
What
difference does it make?
None to you. You'd ruin a man's life if only for an afternoon's entertainment.
You've spoken your piece. Now you can leave.
I haven't quite finished.
You're like all the rest. You can't hold on to a man yourself, and you expect someone else to hand him back to you on a silver platter. Anyway, it's none of your business.
My husband's happiness is my business, Miss Hastings, and my children's, too. If I give Herbert his divorce, you'll make him miserable. You don't even know the meaning of love and respect. You'll take what you want from him and then discard him like an old toy.
That's his lookout.
I'll ask you once more, Miss Hastings, to leave my husband alone.
And if I refuse?
You'll regret it.
How?
Perhaps this will give you an indication.
What are you doing with that gun?
I want you to see it as a warning.
Keep away from me.
I want you to know just what I'm prepared to do to keep my home intact.
You must be crazy.
Yes, perhaps, but it's an insanity born of desperation, Miss Hastings, and I mean every word I say.
You wouldn't dare use that gun on me.
Wouldn't I? Don't put me to the test, Miss Hastings, I warn you. I'm leaving now, but if you make one more move in my husband's direction, I'll put a bullet through your predatory head. Goodbye, Miss Hastings.
Well, there you have it, Lieutenant. Suspects number 1, 2, and 3. Any one of them could have put that slug in Gloria's body just as easy as spearing herring in a barrel. Which one, Lieutenant? That's the $64 question, but maybe I can answer it. None of those suspects is guilty, Lieutenant, and I guess I ought to know. How do I know? Why, because I killed her myself, Lieutenant. I put that bullet in her pretty head. You see, I left out one minor item in the story of Gloria Hastings. She was my wife.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Clee. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Elaine Rost, Wendell Holmes, John Sylvester, Sarah Burton, and Stotts Cotsworth. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a ghost falls in love with a living man and pursues him relentlessly in The Chase.
The Chase came to you from our studios in NBC Radio City.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Far south in the last reaches of the great Pacific Ocean, at the very back door of Asia, lie tiny hidden lands of mystery called the Islands of Spice, Java, Sumatra, Borneo, Bali. Nearby, across the treacherous swirl of the Java Sea, moves a vessel whose cargo is death. Of course, Pagon Zellschmidt knows nothing of these things when he answers the phone in his room in New York.
Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt speaking.
Listen carefully, Zellschmidt, to what I'm going to tell you.
Huh? Who are you?
Listen. 1 week from today, the fish peddler will arrive in Batavia by boat. You got it?
Sure. The fish peddler arrives in Batavia by boat in a week. So who cares?
Mr. X might care.
Mr. Who? I don't know anybody with that name like that.
If you know what's good for you, you'll get this information to Ken Thurston right away.
But if you wanted him to know, how come you didn't call him yourself?
Because he'd have figured some way to trace this call. You're not that smart.
Hey, wait a minute. Thinks he's a wise guy. Well, it was very nice of you to give me $100, Mr. Thurston. But, of course, I didn't really expect anything, you understand, just for delivering the message.
Well, sure, Pagan. No, we forced it on you.
Well, that is...
Ken, this could be the break we've needed for 2.5 years.
Chief, it seems almost too good to be true. If it is true.
It's the absolute truth. Now, how could I make it up? I don't even know who is this fish peddler.
Well, neither do we. That's the trouble.
Huh?
Pagan, we know what he is, all right. Or what she is, maybe.
Yeah, the worst international crook in the whole dirty racket. The fish peddler has been back of the scenes in every war and revolution for the last 10 years. Buying and selling information. Bribery, assassination.
Oh, but how could one person do all those things?
He or she has got a string of agents scattered all over the world, known as the Net. And we don't know who any of them are.
But this may be the chance, Chief. Wouldn't be the first time one crook settled an old grudge by squealing on another.
Do you think that accounts for the phone call?
Could be. Anyhow, Pagan and I are going to the East Indies and find out.
Huh? But, Mr. Thurston...
Pagan, if this turns out to be one of your bum steers, I want to know exactly where to lay hands on you. Chief, I'll wire you from Macassar.
Macassar? I thought that message said the boat would arrive in Batavia.
The Dutch Airlines office says the only boat due in Batavia on that day is a cargo liner from Makassar. Makes a 3-day run across the Java Sea. And I'm going to be on board.
What kind of a street is this, Mr. Thurston? Smells like a fruitcake.
Spice Market, Pagon. If you want a ton of cinnamon, here's the place to buy it.
What would I do with a ton of... Ooh, look, Mr. X over there in that blue sarong.
Pagon.
Well, I was only...
Here now. Here's the Restapo Cafe. Come on.
Is this where that Captain Jansult hangs out?
That's what the shipping agent said. Let's go in.
Welcome to the Restapo Cafe.
Thanks.
Always
Yeah, look-
glad to see a new face. Step right in and shake hands with Michael Joseph Zichatella, the tomcat of the keyboard. Hiya. The world's greatest hot piano player, bar none. Sit down. You asked me about Ellington, Fat Swaller, I never heard of. Here, take a listen.
Get a load of this.
How about that, huh?
Yeah, well, that's...
Right, use that as my theme. For 16 months at a nightlight club off Piccadilly. Went from there to the Follies Bergère, played a full season back in 27. Here, you remember this one? Ah, that brings back memories.
Oh, sure. Now, I wonder if
Just
you...
call me Joe. Everybody calls me Joe. You know, this cafe job's only a fill-in, you understand. Got a big engagement over at the Opera House in Batavia next week. A solid 30 minutes.
That's great. Maybe we'll catch your act over there. But right now, I want to find Captain Jansult.
Jansult? Somebody want to talk with Jansult?
Wait here, Pagan. Yeah, is that you?
Yeah. Captain Jansult, cargo liner Nempak, Makassar to Batavia.
My name's Ken Thurston, Captain.
Happy to know you, man, here. You want passage, maybe?
For 2 of us. Have you got room?
Yeah, plenty room. Only 3-4 passengers so far. We sail in the morning.
Fine.
If you will pardon me, Captain Jansult, perhaps I should be going now.
Forgive me, man, here first. Permit me to introduce Dr. Mohammed Singh.
Honored.
Dr. Mohammed? Dr. Singh is, how do you say it again?
Zoologist, Mr. Thurston, specializing in the study of reptiles. I have collected some specimens from the jungles here to take back to Batavia.
Snakes in boxes. It's a funny business.
You're sailing with us then, Dr. Singh?
That is correct, Mr. Thurston. I hope the voyage will give us time to become acquainted.
Oh, sure. See you on board, Doctor.
It's a funny cargo sometimes I carry.
Yeah, especially funny on this trip. Captain, one of your passengers happens to be wanted by authorities all over the world.
Oh, and you know who it is?
Not yet. I may need your help.
Mynheer, it is my business to haul cargo, haul passenger. It's no my business to catch criminal. If no bother me, I no bother him. I no want trouble with nobody.
Well,
I
Bob,
just
gonna
mind...
take me to dinner?
Oh, Johanna, I forgot you coming here. Mynheer Thurston, is Johanna.
How do you do?
How do you do? Is this your daughter, Captain?
Yeah. Maybe we go eat now, Johanna.
Glad to, Pop. I'm starving.
Yeah. Well, come.
I'm happy to have met you, Miss Jansult. You going with us in the morning by any chance?
What? Yes, Mr. Thurston, I am, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask?
Oh, let's not bother with it now. We'll have a lot of time to talk about it before we get to Batavia.
I should have had that little cookie in the blue sarong on this trip, Mr. X. I never saw such moonlight before.
Yeah, it's like daylight. You can almost see the Java coast over there. You do what I told you to?
Oh, sure. Joe just plays that piano and talks about Broadway back in 1926. All that Dr. Singh thinks about is snakes. And Captain Jansult talks about eating. Johanna, well, she spends all her time with you.
Yeah, she's very interesting.
Mr. X, these people don't know from nothing. I don't think this fish peddler crook is even on board. Anyhow, I'm practically broke.
Yeah, the only chance you'd have of making any money is a way that's out of the question.
Huh? You mean there is a way?
Well, the fish peddler will probably pay plenty to find out who I am.
You mean, no. Like you said, Mr. X, it's out of the question. Oh, I wouldn't tell a soul.
Oh, I know that. Of course you wouldn't.
Well, Pecan, as a matter of fact, I don't know who he really is. Tell me about it.
He is the man called X.
You don't say. How about that?
Maybe it's worth about $50 to find out. Joe, my friend.
As a matter of fact, Pagan, my friend, I was wondering if I could borrow about 5 from you. Just until we get to Batavia, of course.
Of course, I wouldn't tell this to another soul, Dr. C. But Mr. Thurston is really called Mr. X.
So, I find this most interesting. Most interesting.
So maybe it's worth about $100, huh?
Mr. Zellschmidt, to a poor scientist, such an amount seems staggering. Oh, my good friend, please take my advice and never become a zoologist. Financially, it is most unprofitable.
You... Ken Thurston, the man called X?
Oh, sure, I know him for years.
But then, who else have you told about this?
Not a soul. I only thought you might like to. Hey, wait!
I'll see you later, Mr. Zellschmidt.
But... Oh.
Ken! Ken! Ken, are you in here? Is that you, Ken? Who are you? Who are you? Wait! No, don't!
Oh, Captain Jansel.
Huh? Oh, Mynheer Thurston.
Right.
I no see you there. You wait for me, maybe?
Yeah, I thought you'd show up here on the bridge sooner or later.
Here, mister, you take the wheel.
Aye, sir.
Good. Why you want to see me, Mynheer?
Same thing, the fish peddler.
But you don't even know who is it, this fish peddler.
I may know pretty quick.
Mr. Thurston!
What is it, Baker?
Mr. Thurston, come quick. Down to your cabin.
What's the matter?
Oh, it's Johanna.
My daughter. What has happened?
Come on, let's have it.
She's lying at the door of your cabin, Mr. Thurston. Somebody killed her dead. Blood all over her.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Following up a tip concerning the whereabouts of a mysterious international crook called the Fish Peddler, Ken has taken passage on a Java sea cargo liner bound for Batavia. To draw the criminal into the open, he allowed his true identity to become known to the handful of passengers. A short time later, the captain's lovely daughter, Johanna, was found lying on the deck at the door of Ken's cabin. Now, Ken and Captain Jansul have carried the girl into the ship's wardroom.
Oh, I tell you
Hand that roll of gauze, Pagan.
Here you are, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks heaven she knows is dead. Mynheer Zellschmidt, you come to preach and say my daughter is dead. And I think I die too, right there.
Well, she looks kind of dead. You need some more bandages.
What is that?
Hey, maybe it's a torpedo or pirates or a mine or...
Captain, I think it's somebody called the Fish Peddler.
The fish bed... Now, the engine stopped.
Oh, Himmel, what has happened on my ship?
Precisely what I came to ask you, Captain Jansel.
Dr. C.
Doctor!
Oh, the young lady has been injured?
She'll be all right.
Oh, good. Good, then with your permission, I shall remove myself to the lounge.
Right here. Pagan, why don't you go with him?
Well, Well, sure. Come on, Dr. C.
Well, that's that. Now, we'd better get up to the bridge.
Mynheer Thurston, if I know who is it done this, with these 2 hands, I break the bones in the... What was it?
That was a shot. Out on deck.
Oh.
How about it, Captain? Can I count on your help?
I do anything but you say.
Good. Get on that radio in the next room and contact Batavia.
Yeah.
See if the Dutch authorities there can send out a seaplane with a doctor and a police inspector.
No!
What's the matter?
The radio. All smashed to pieces. And look.
Yeah. That lock has been forced open. What was in it?
The ship's guns. 3 pistols, 1 rifle. All gone.
Then we'd better get to the bridge, Captain. Come on.
What has happened, mister? Why the engine stop?
Explosion somewhere below decks. Must have damaged the rudder, sir.
Who stopped the engines, you?
Nothing else to do, sir. She wouldn't respond to the wheel. Say, what's up anyway?
Plenty trouble. Right away you go below and see what happened.
Well, I tried to, sir, but somebody shot at me.
What?
You know who it was?
No, they fired from the shadows. And somebody's fastened down all the hatch covers. Whole crew's locked below decks.
No chance of letting him out now. A man would be too easy a target out there on the deck in that moonlight.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a gun?
No, sir, but there's some in the radio room.
Not anymore. Somebody's taken them.
Yeah, but why?
I think the fish peddler found out who I am and thought he was getting pushed into a corner. So...
Mynheer Thurston, I make bad mistake before. I think criminal is no my business. This mistake, I no make again.
Okay, then, come on. Let's see what's going on in the lounge.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Everything's under control.
Yeah, I can see it is, Peg, huh?
Step right in, gentlemen. Fentanyl won't cost you a cent.
Thanks, Joe. Glad to find you and Peg in such a cheerful frame of mind.
Why not? We're gonna get mighted, we're gonna get mighted, that's all. Why don't you have a little drink, too?
No, thanks, man. Where's Dr. Singh?
Who knows? I was keeping a very close watch on him. But all of a sudden, poof, he was gone.
Oh, sure. Then, except for him and the crew below decks, all of us aboard are right here in the lounge, huh?
Johanna, we forget about Johanna, Norman, here. Is all right, you think?
I locked the wardroom door before we came in here, Captain.
Oh, yes, right. I forget. Well, what we do now?
We identify the man I'm after.
Huh? How you find out?
Yeah. Who is he, Mr. Thurston?
The only person on board besides me who's got a gun.
That's all I wanted to know, Thurston. Don't move.
Oops, a gun?
Well, Joe, so you're the fish peddler.
Smart guess, Thurston. Only it's a little late. I'll take your gun. Thanks. All right, now just take it easy and maybe no one will be hurt.
You try to kill my Johanna.
Shut up, Pop. Your daughter shouldn't have barged in on me while I was going through Mr. X's cabin.
Well, Joe, what are your plans?
Very simple for a spur-of-the-moment idea. It's less than 10 miles to the Java coast, so I'm taking the power launch and heading in.
I see. And with the ship's radio knocked out and the motors dead, we don't have much chance of contacting anybody before sometime tomorrow, huh?
That's right. Now, let's go out and lower the launch. If you do a good job of it, maybe I'll let all of you wave goodbye to me. Cheer up, my friends. In 5 minutes, I'll be gone and off your hands. Now, here.
Gentlemen, what is happening?
Dr. Singh.
Been looking for you, Doctor. Come on. Fall in with the rest of them.
Mr. Thurston, why does this man have a gun?
Tell you about it later, Doctor. Right now, we've got to help friend Joe get this launch into the water. All right, Captain Yancel, push out that stern davit.
To help murderers escape is bad business.
Say, we haven't got much choice. All right, let her down.
Glad you're so good-natured about this, Thurston. I was afraid I might have a little trouble with you.
What's the use? You're the one who's got the gun. Well, there she is, ready to go.
Good. My deepest thanks to all of you. Now move back down the deck. I don't want to get slugged with a wrench when I drop down into this launch. That's it. Keep moving. Farther yet.
We will get away as nothing can be done.
Don't be too sure about that.
Oh! What the... Mr. X, and the squirrel of rope. Guns.
Pick them when you shut up.
Oh, I should have...
Oh, you found him, huh?
Hit the desk fast. Give me that gun.
He dropped down behind that hatch combing.
Yeah, he's under cover. He can't move away from it.
But these guns...
I found the way he'd hidden them before we came in the lounge. I was waiting till he went over the side. All right, Joe. The game's over. Come on out.
Thurston, I think we can make a deal.
Not a chance.
Not even for the names and addresses of the net, the rest of my organization?
Huh?
I've got a list of all 26 of my agents here in a notebook.
Well?
I can toss it to you or I can throw it overboard. It's up to you.
What do you want for it?
Your word that I can leave in the launch without being shot at.
It's a deal, Joe. Let's have the book.
I thought so. Here. Maybe we'll run into each other again sometime. So long, chums.
What Mynheer Thurston?
I'd always trade one crook for 26, Captain. Besides, we'll have him back again by the end of the week. There's no place for him to hide in Java.
I no promise him nothing. Quick, give me the gun.
No use, Captain. He's out of range. But don't worry.
Oh, well.
If you will pardon me, Mr. Thurston, I might suggest the probability he will never reach the coast of Java.
What do you mean, Dr. C?
I overheard what was happening in the lounge, so before you came out, I took the liberty of emptying one of my specimen boxes into the bottom of the launch.
Those snakes?
Yes, quite deadly. They were rather sluggish, but perhaps by now the heat of the launch motor has made them very lively.
And he won't even know about them until one of them hits him. Well.
Serves him right, Mr. Thurston. He'd just as soon kill anybody as look at them.
Yeah, you may be right at that, Pagan. Anyway, there's nothing we can do about it now. Here in the East Indies, there's an old proverb. Something about the conscience of an evil man is sharper than the fangs of a venomous serpent. Maybe Joe could tell us if that's true or not. Right about now.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, America's production of things you want depends on steel. Billions of jobs depend on steel. And to make more steel, America needs more scrap metal. So join the big drive. Collect scrap metal around your home, give it to a local scrap collection agency, or sell it to a scrap dealer right away. Now, next week, our story is called A Tiger for the Lady. And Mr. X runs into plenty of trouble in a little town called Porto Colombre, Panama. He also runs into his shadow, Pagon Zellschmidt, played as usual by Leon Belasco. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story. Silent Partner.
For 20 out of every 24 hours, Saunders Junction is a sleepy little western town, the railhead of a dairy cattle empire called the Robertson Ranch. But twice a day, at 6 o'clock in the morning and evening, it comes to life, its 3 blocks of stores and supply houses suddenly active as the trains pull into the station and Robertson trucks line the platform. The drivers and swampers hustling hundreds of gleaming cans of Robertson milk into the waiting cars to be taken south to the cities. In the wintertime, a stranger in Saunders Junction would have trouble distinguishing morning from evening. The same trains, the same shouting men, the same darkness morning and evening. But Matt Robertson was no stranger. As he stood on the platform watching the train pull out, he was thinking, a little bitterly now, of the day 30 years ago when his father passed the Robertson Ranch over to him. And as he looked down the line of trucks with Robertson painted on their sides, he couldn't help reflecting on the changes those 30 years had brought.
Okay, boys, let's roll.
Barry? Oh, Barry.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Did you check that shipment on, Barry?
For sure. What's the matter, Matt?
Let's look at the sheets. I didn't see them.
Oh, well, I didn't think you wanted.
I got a right to know how much milk I'm shipping off my own ranch, haven't I, Barry? Come on, give me the sheets.
Oh, sure, Matt. It's, it's just that Wilk said...
Never mind, Wilk.
Well, okay, Matt.
More than 3,000 gallons, eh? 10% over last month.
Yeah, Wilk is doing a great job.
You think so, Barry?
Yeah, sure do. And 3,000 ain't nothing to what we're going to do when Santa Susana gets going.
I haven't decided yet whether we're going to buy Santa Susana Ranch.
Oh, it's all bought yesterday.
Where did you hear that?
Oh, Wilk Haynes himself. Yeah, we're going to double milk production, he says.
He went ahead and bought it?
Why, I thought you knew.
Wilk went ahead. Went right ahead and bought it.
Oh, funny, he didn't say nothing to you. You're his partner and everything. Oh, I can't figure why...
Just forget it, Barry. I'll take it up with him directly.
Well, sure, Matt, sure. I better get back. I got to get these sheets to the boss.
The boss, huh? Look, Barry, before you get in that truck, take a look at the name on the side of it.
Huh?
It says Robertson Ranch. You see it? Big, clear, bright yellow letters. Robertson Ranch. Robertson Ranch.
Oh, Matt.
Huh? Hello, Sheriff.
Thought I might ride back the ranch with you, Matt, if it ain't too much trouble.
Oh? Anything wrong, Sheriff?
Want to see young Charlie Breck.
Charlie? Well, what's the matter? What's he been...
Oh, now, don't get worked up, Matt. It's nothing serious. You know, he's been on probation after that shooting scrape up north. He just ain't reported to me this month like he's supposed to, that's all.
Oh, I see.
Can't say I blame him for putting that fellow in the hospital, but the book says he checks with me once a month. And that's what he better do.
Well, look, Sheriff, I'll send him in tomorrow.
Tomorrow he'll be working stock all day if I know his boss. Wilk Haynes will have every hand on the place moving cattle over at the Santa Susana place he just bought.
Oh. You heard about that, too, huh?
Sure. Yesterday. It was all over town. What's the matter, Matt? Something wrong?
You know, Sheriff, it's nice having a partner who takes care of everything.
Yeah. Wilk Haynes is a mighty capable fella. Yeah, you sure picked a winner when you took him in 10 years ago. Oh, that's your car down there, ain't it?
Yeah. All right, Sheriff, let's go.
It's 10 miles from town to the main ranch house. You know every bump, every rabbit on the winding dirt road, Matt. And as you guide the car through the night, you can see in your mind the vast stretches of pasture land on either side, the cottonwood thickets, the oak-covered hills, all part of an empire that once was yours. All of it. 27,000 acres of the best land in the state. As usual, there's a light on in Wilk's office down by the gate when you arrive. For an hour after train time, morning or night, Wilk Haynes always works alone over his reports.
Wait a minute.
And then as you reach the door, the sheriff grabs your arm.
Sounds like Charlie.
Maybe we better wait.
Oh, please, Wilk, listen to
You
us.
listen to me. I don't give a hang what you think or Dorothy thinks either, for that matter.
You gotta think of her, Wilk. She's not a kid anymore. She's a grown woman with a mind of her own. It's her business.
Well, I'm making it my business. Get that? Dorothy is my daughter, and if you think I'm going to allow her to run around with a jailbird...
Hey, wait a minute, Wilk.
I think we
Just
better go
about
in,
all
Matt.
that kind of talk I want to hear.
Oh, excuse us, gents. Didn't mean to butt in.
Get him out of here, Sheriff. He threatened me.
I know, Wilk. Couldn't help hearing it outside the door. What's the matter, Charlie?
Just a little private argument, that's all.
I'll tell you, Sheriff. He's been seeing my daughter, Dorothy, and I don't intend to let it go on.
I think we can settle that without the sheriff, Will.
Whether you know it or not, Sonny, it's settled already.
Come on, Charlie. I'd like to talk to you for a minute. Excuse us, will you, boys?
I'll see you later about that, Wilk.
Well, what do you want?
Oh, I'm just another hired hand, Wilk, trying to find out what's going on around here.
I suppose you're a little curious about Santa Susana.
You're a wonder, Wilk. By George, a 7-day wonder.
You can skip the sarcasm, Matt. I've thought a lot about this, you and me. I finally worked out a way of operating that fits. It doesn't include you.
Where?
I got Santa Susana at a good price. I'm going to make money with it. There was no reason to dilly-dally any further. That's all.
I see. You know, it's funny. I thought we had a partnership.
You can look at that any way you want. I'm running the ranch the way I want to run it.
The Robertson Ranch.
I'll change that, too, one of these
Well,
days.
you low-down, double-crossing skunk. If I'd have known you were going to...
Wait a minute, Matt. I'm glad you mentioned that point. You seem to have forgotten now that when you took me in, the whole spread was 2 jumps from receivership. If it hadn't been for me, there'd be nothing left. 14,000 acres. They were only 1,500 head. Poorest kind of stock the Lord ever made. We've come a long way since then, Matt, and we're going a long ways further. If you want to come along, that's fine. If you want to sell out, that's better yet. You can think it over on your way to Santa Susana tonight.
Santa Susana?
We're moving all our dry stock over there tomorrow to put on that rich pasture. They'll need you.
Is that all, boss?
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, Charlie.
Hello, Matt.
You waiting for me?
Yeah. I want to tell you I'm leaving.
Leaving what?
The ranch.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Charlie.
I've had about all I can take, Matt. I don't want any more.
I know what you mean.
It's making it hard for her, too.
Dorothy?
Yeah. I'll be forcing her to make a choice, Matt. It's not right to make her choose between me and her father. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm just going to climb on the 6 o'clock train tomorrow night and get out of here. He thinks I'm a criminal. A killer. Well, maybe they're right. If I had a gun a few minutes ago, I could kill him, Matt.
He could kill him, Matt. Yes, he feels the same way about Will Keynes as you do. He could kill Will Keynes, too, and everybody knows it. Even the sheriff after their quarrel tonight. Suddenly you see your special partnership agreement with Will Keynes. The bold black letters of the survivorship clause that will make Robertson Ranch all yours again in the event of his death. If Wilk were found dead, if Charlie Breck were picked up fleeing the scene on the 6 o'clock southbound just after the crime, then, Matt, the yellow lettering on the trucks, Robertson Ranch, would mean again exactly what it said.
Charlie, you say you aren't telling anyone you're leaving?
I can't. The sheriff would keep me here because of my probation. Still 3 months to go.
What about Dorothy?
See her tomorrow.
Where is she, Charlie?
Up at North Ranch.
You going to tell her?
No. I'll write her a letter from New Orleans or somewhere, that's all.
But aren't you afraid if you see her, she'll guess something's wrong?
No, I told you I won't tell her anything. Just want to see her once more, that's all.
Charlie, I think you're right. No use making a big fuss about it.
I've been thinking about it for a long time now, Matt. It's best for her. She'll forget me in time. That Bill Ashford over there's a mighty nice fella.
Tell you what, Charlie. I'm going over to Santa Susana tonight. I'll stop at North Ranch on the way. I'll tell her you'll be over.
Oh, gee, thanks, Matt.
Charlie.
Yeah?
If you decided to keep this under your hat, why did you tell me?
Well, I wanted someone to know. I guess I just trust you, Matt. I figured you wouldn't say anything.
You're right, Charlie. I won't say a word to anyone.
With the prologue of Silent Partner, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Recognize that noise?
That was the breaking of a perfectly good New Year's resolution made only 2 weeks ago. There's one resolution, however, that I do hope you won't break. The resolution to just try signal gasoline in your car. Because seriously, friends, there are real advantages for the driver who powers his car with Signal. Not only because Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, but also because of what makes Signal's good mileage possible. I'm talking about the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor, which naturally gives you quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother, knock-free power. The superior kind of performance you expect of a superior quality gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. The same features a gasoline must have for extra driving pleasure also give you extra mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why we say to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
The plan is clear now, isn't it, Matt? Will Keynes is going to be out of your way for good, and young Charlie Breck will be blamed. Driving over to the Santa Susana, the whole thing runs through your mind. You can almost see it working out. Hear the sheriff's questions after Wilk has been found dead.
Kind of sudden the way you decided to leave town, wasn't it, Charlie?
Wasn't as sudden as it seemed. I told Matt I was going.
I'm sorry, Charlie, but you're mistaken about that.
Well, of course I told you that day after my argument with Wilk.
That wasn't your last argument with him, was it, Charlie? You went back again and shot him.
No, I didn't. Matt, tell him.
I'd like to help you, Charlie, but, well, Wilk was my partner. I have to think of him, too.
Yes, Matt, it'll be that simple. You're confident as you pull up in front of North Ranch House and go inside to talk to Dorothy.
Matt, hello. What brings you over here this time of night?
Well, for one thing, I promised Charlie I'd deliver a message to you, Dorothy.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, he's all right. Kind of a hot-headed young fella, but, you know, if people would just make an effort to understand Charlie...
You're talking about Dad, aren't you?
Well,
Please, Matt. He and Charlie have quarreled again, haven't they?
Dorothy, you know I don't like to go mixing into things.
Tell me, Matt.
Well, yes, they did. Sort of a showdown, I guess. Each calling the other names and all. They stopped when Sheriff Walker and I came in on him.
I see. Matt, do you mind if I ride back with you?
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
But I want to see Charlie. I want to talk to him.
But he's going to meet you tomorrow, Dorothy. That's what he wanted me to tell you.
He's coming over here?
No, not here. He wants to meet you in town, about 1 o'clock.
In town? But he usually comes here.
Well, I guess he figured it'd be best that way.
Because of Dad?
I suppose.
Well, I'll have to get someone to drive me, and maybe Bill Ashford will do it.
Oh, good. I'll tell Charlie when I get back.
Thanks, Matt. I wish Dad could be as understanding as you are.
You have to lie, Matt, to send Dorothy into town when Charlie will be looking for her at the North Ranch. Above all, you can't take the chance of having them meet. Of course, you know there'll be questions later on when Sheriff Walker is investigating. But you can always say you lied to prevent more trouble. That's a good excuse, Matt. And all through the night as you're giving orders to the hands, you're thinking it through. But in the morning when you meet Charlie back at your place, you find there's something else to think about.
Matt, I know you'll think I'm screwy changing my mind, but I've got to tell Dorothy about leaving. It don't seem right to just run off.
That won't make it any easier on her, Charlie.
I know, but... Well, I didn't sleep last night thinking about it. I feel that I should tell her.
I think your first hunch was best.
I didn't ask what you think. I'm telling her, and it's none of your business. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. Forget it. I'm all mixed up.
Sure, kid. I understand.
But you should know. I'm going to have one of the boys tell her to meet me in town just before train time tonight.
Why don't you ride over and tell her yourself, Charlie? As long as she's expecting you.
No, they got everybody over at Santa Susana moving stock. I'm holding down the fort here alone.
Does it matter if you're quitting?
You know Wilk. If my work isn't done, he'll start wondering about it and maybe get suspicious.
Oh, sure, the sheriff.
Yeah. Not that Wilk wouldn't be glad to see me leave. But the sheriff won't. I want things to look usual right up till the time I climb onto that 6 o'clock train.
Seems a shame you'll just get to see Dorothy for a minute. Hey, look. Maybe I can help out.
You don't mean you'll work for me?
Why not?
Well, after being up all night handling your own shift, why, that's no good. You're worn out already.
Oh, well, I'm not so tired I can't do a friend a favor, Charlie.
Yeah, but,
Now,
man...
go on. Get over to North Ranch and talk to her.
Oh, gee, I sure appreciate this, man.
Forget it. Oh, I wouldn't take the station wagon. Foreman might check on you.
Oh, I won't. I'll just saddle up. I can be there this afternoon.
Swell. I'll leave right away if you want to, Charlie. And don't worry. I'll be taking care of things for you here.
And it's a deadly 8 hours you spend taking Charlie's shift at the main ranch after that long night of work at Santa Susana. By 2 in the afternoon, there's a weary throb at the base of your brain, an ache in your back, a gritty heaviness in your eyelids. But you manage to stick it out somehow, and late that afternoon you drag up the stairs of the ranch house, down the hall to Charlie's room. He's angrily throwing his things into a suitcase when you open the door.
Hey, say, what's wrong, Charlie?
Huh?
You and Dorothy have words or something?
Oh, hello, Matt. No, I didn't see you.
But I thought you...
Look, Matt, I appreciate you taking my place and all, but I just soon not talk about today.
Whatever you say, Charlie.
I'm sorry, Matt. You might as well know. She wasn't at the ranch when I got there.
Wasn't there?
That's right. Hadn't left a message or anything. When I got inquiring around, one of the boys said he saw her drive off for town with Bill Ashford.
What? Why, but that isn't like Dorothy. I'm sure
I'm sure she'd been listening to her father. Probably swung over to seeing things his way. Anyway, it don't make no difference. I'm leaving on the 6 o'clock, just like I said.
Well, good luck to you, Charlie.
Thanks, Matt. You've been swell. It's one thing I won't forget about Saunders Junction. And listen, if I can ever do anything for you...
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm going up to my room and stretch out for a little while, Charlie. You know, I'm kind of tired after 48 hours. So long, kid.
So long, Matt. And thanks for all you've done.
You leave Charlie and go up to your room. You can hear him finishing his packing, and you sit down on the edge of the bed. Let your shoes drop to the floor so he'll hear them. Then you lean back to relax for a few minutes. Close your eyes and think it all through again. When you sit up and glance outside, it's already dark. The clock on your bureau says 5:30. The time is just right for what you have to do. And as usual at this hour, the light is on and Will Keynes is working alone in his office down by the gate.
Come in. Hello, Matt. What's on your mind?
I suppose you know Charlie Breck left?
Yeah, good riddance. If I'd have known in time, I'd have sent a brass band down to the depot.
I don't think Dorothy would agree with you.
Oh, Dorothy will forget him in a week.
I'm not so sure. I didn't come in here to discuss that.
Look, I'm busy trying to hurry through this stuff, if you don't mind.
But I do mind, Wilk. I mind everything you've done.
I don't want to get on that again. I've told you what you can do.
Sure. Just like you told Charlie. Only it's different with me, Wilk. I'm not running out. I'm staying.
What are you talking about? I invited you to stay or go or do whatever you please.
I think that last is more to my liking, Wilk. I want to do whatever I please with the Robertson Ranch, just like in the old days. That's why I brought this along.
Matt, are you crazy? Don't point that thing at me.
Sit down, Wilk. You're not going anywhere.
What are you thinking of, Matt? You'll never get away with this.
There's a survivorship clause in our partnership agreement, Wilk. I think it'll make things pretty simple.
Matt, you fool. You'll hang.
Oh, no, Wilk, no. I'll give you the satisfaction of knowing that you even took care of that for me. When you drove Charlie Breck to the breaking point.
But
He killed you and ran out.
No, Matt.
It's that clear cut, Wilk.
No, Matt, no!
Hello, Sheriff Walker.
Speaking. That you, Matt?
Yes. I'm calling from the ranch. Wilk Haynes has been murdered.
What did you say?
My partner, Wilk Haynes. He and Charlie Breck had another fight. I got here too late to stop him.
Charlie Breck? He shot Wilk?
Yes, that's right. Look, Sheriff, I'm going after Charlie. I'll contact you as soon as I catch up to him.
Good. But be careful, Matt. And call in the minute you locate him.
Right, Sheriff.
20 minutes later, you're in the station wagon, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The clock on the dash shows almost 6 as you reach the depot, just as the train is pulling out.
Ed, just a minute. Wait. Don't close that window.
Huh? Oh, Matt. Oh, say, you don't want to take it out of here,
No,
too.
Ed, no. I'm trying to catch Charlie Breck.
Charlie? Oh, you're a little late, Matt. You missed him.
But he did leave?
Yeah, he sure did.
I see. Ed, I wonder if I could use the phone. I want to call the sheriff.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, for you drivers who are not already enjoying the convenience of a Signal credit card, I'd like to mention just a few of the ways in which this simplified, modern method of taking care of your driving needs can add to your driving pleasure. With a Signal credit card, instead of paying cash each time you buy Signal gasoline or lubricants, you just say charge it. Then at the end of the month, you merely send Signal Oil Company a check to cover your month's purchases, just as you now take care of your telephone, electric, or department store bills. This gives you a handy record of what it costs to run your car. And on trips, it eliminates the necessity of carrying large sums of money for driving expenses and possible emergencies. For Signal credit cards are honored at all Signal service stations, almost 2,000 of them, throughout the Pacific Coast states from Canada to Mexico. To add to this convenience to your driving, here's all you do. Just stop by your nearest Signal dealer and tell him you want to fill out an application blank for a Signal credit card. And now back to the Whistler.
It was made to order, Matt. This opportunity thrust in your hands when Charlie suddenly decided to leave secretly on the 6 o'clock southbound. He left you free to kill Wilk without fear of the consequences. To once again look on Robertson Ranch as yours. Only a few minutes after your call to the sheriff's office, he's there with you at the station. And the questions you knew were coming are on his lips.
Now, wait a minute, Matt. You say you heard Charlie and Wilk arguing in his office. Ran across the yard in time to see Charlie run off after the shot.
That's right, Sheriff.
When was that?
Well, let's see, about an hour ago, I think.
What were you doing just before that?
Well, I came in kind of tired and laid down for a few minutes.
When was that?
This afternoon. What's the matter with that?
Oh, just beginning to wonder, Matt. You really wanted Wilk's share of the ranch back, didn't you?
That's got nothing to do with it. Charlie's on that train. You better send somebody.
I already did. Dorothy's on her way now. She wants him back.
Dorothy? What is all this? Well, that man's a killer.
Wait a minute, Matt. Charlie couldn't have done it. He was 200 miles from here when it happened.
What do you mean? What? Charlie got on the 6 o'clock train tonight. Ask the agent.
Tonight. You know, Matt, you were mighty clever. But you shouldn't have laid down on that bed, tired the way you were. That was a big mistake, Matt.
What? I don't know what you're talking
Take
about.
a look out that window there. The east window.
Huh?
See that funny light out there? That's dawn coming up, Matt. You forgot. This is the dead of winter, and the nights are long. It's 6 o'clock in the morning now.
What? Morning?
Sure. You stretched out on that bed yesterday evening, passed out like a baby, and didn't open your eyes for more than 12 hours.
12 hours? I slept the clock around.
Yeah. Now, let's go up to my office and wrap this up. All nice and formal.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Boucher and David Ellis. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. Shouldering upward into the clouds, looking out over the plains of 4 countries of Europe, are the great tumbled ranges of the Alps. Birthplace of the wind, a Roman poet once called them, those high mountain valleys of Switzerland. And so they are even today, birthplace of the wind. But when the man called X is concerned, they can also be the birthplace of death, which is exactly what 2 men are talking about in a hotel room in Paris.
No, sir, Ken, the whole thing's a frame-up, and it's too dangerous. You ought to know that.
Maybe so, Chief. What else have we got to work on?
Yeah, millions of dollars in counterfeit United States bills pouring into France and Italy, and after 10 days over here, we haven't been able to turn up a lead.
This may be the lead. Chief, I know von Ormstein. I know his work. He made the plates these bills are being printed from. There's no question about it.
Well, that still doesn't mean you've got to accept his invitation to Switzerland and get yourself killed.
No, it's just that I think he's conceited enough to believe he can get me up there and convince me he's really going straight.
Well, you know he might be at that. The Swiss authorities didn't find a thing when they raided him. He never has any visitors and never goes anywhere himself. Ken? Maybe he has retired.
You want to bet?
Well, he seems to be a pillar of the community up there.
Even a check on his outgoing mail hasn't turned up anything.
Outgoing, eh?
If he is the brain behind this counterfeiting, then how's he doing it?
That's exactly what I'm going to Borlak in Switzerland to find out.
I don't know. If there were any other way, Say, I can't figure what the Sam Hill happened to Zellschmidt.
Oh, he may turn up yet.
Yeah, but you sent him over here 2 weeks ago to contact some of his crooked pals. He's apparently dropped out of sight.
Yeah. Well, I've got to get on out to the airport.
Then you're still going to see von Ormstein.
It's our best bet. Well, it's our only bet. Chief, I'll call you from Switzerland. I'd like to pick up my ticket, please. Reservation on the next flight to Geneva. The name's Ken Thurston.
Oui, Monsieur Thurston. The plane to Switzerland. I will for it
Wait
right
a
away.
second.
Monsieur?
I'll be right back.
But, Monsieur, I do not understand.
Well, Pagan.
Mr. Rex.
How do you like Paris by this time?
Mr. Thurston, I was just going to call you or wire you or something. Only right now I got...
Pagan? What's that package you're trying to hide behind you?
Mr. Rex, I'm innocent. No matter what anybody says, I'm innocent. How should I know it's counterfeit money in this little package?
I'll bite. How do you know?
Well, Mr. Thurston, you gotta believe me, I don't know nothing from nothing.
Where'd you get the package?
From a guy named Smith at the little French hotel by the Swiss border. And right now I gotta go and deliver it to
The
her.
only place you're going is Switzerland with me. You can't be trusted alone.
But I gotta deliver this first. My dear friend Pierre Cornet is gonna be awful mad if I don't.
Cornet?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know him, Mr. X?
Pagan, Cornet is the only one of the gang we've been able to track down in 10 days.
Oh, then he's been arrested. You got him?
No. Somebody else got him. We found him in his room last night. Stabbed to death.
Mr. Thurston, how soon can we get to Switzerland?
Again, gentlemen, is my study, which, of course, you've already seen.
Yeah. Nice little place you've got here, Mr. von Ormstein.
My thanks, Mr. Zellschmidt.
This completes the tour, then, is that it?
In a manner of speaking, yes, Mr. Thurston. Now, please consider yourself at liberty, however, to look through any part of the grounds or through the chalet itself at any time you wish.
Thank you, Mr. von Ormstein.
I only wish to convince you that I am no more than I seem, a man who has now retired from what may have been at times a somewhat evil life.
I see. By the way, I've been noticing your radio over there. Quite a powerful transmitter, isn't it?
Oh, fairly so. As you know, I've always been interested in amateur radio, though I seldom find time to use it anymore.
I'm glad to hear that. A man could open it up once in a while and send a quick message in code without much chance being found out, huh?
Yes, I suppose one could.
Just look at that view, Mr. Thurston. Mountains all over the place. Waterfalls. Boy, what a spot for a vacation.
How did you happen to pick Switzerland, Mr. von Ormstein, when you decided to retire?
Well, it's a beautiful place and out of the way. My sister has owned this estate for many years, you know.
Your sister, eh? Oh, I'd like to meet her.
Certainly. I'll go find her now if you'll excuse me. I'll only be a moment.
Pagan, get over there by the door. Listen for anybody coming.
Okay, Mr. X. What are you going to do?
Take a look at this telephone. Von Ormstein was listening on it first time he came in here. When he saw me, he hung up without saying a word. Something screwy about that. Mm-hmm. Line goes under the edge of the desk here.
You found something, maybe?
Yeah. The way switch. Let's see what it does.
And probable light snowfall to be expected in the Jungfrau sector after 9 p.m. tonight. Present wind velocities over the station are as follows. At 1,500 meters, none. At 2,000 meters, 8 to 12 kilometers per hour. Direction variable to all points. Predict falling velocities of wind at all...
You're Miss von Ormstein, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am Nashka. Mr. von Ormstein is my brother. What are you doing here?
We're visiting your brother.
Oh, you shouldn't. You should go away now. That would be the best thing. Yes, really it would.
What? Oh, come now, Miss Nashka. Go away and miss all the lovely things to see around here.
Oh, yes. Yes, they are lovely, aren't they? Have you seen them all? The covered bridge and the rock garden and the weather station.
What, the weather station? Where's that?
Up there on top of the ridge, Mr. Thurston.
Mr. von Ormstein.
Any reason why you should be particularly interested in it?
Oh, I'm interested in meteorology, that's all. Any reason why I shouldn't be?
No, of course not. Anashka, I've been looking for you. Mr. Thurston's a kind of a policeman, you know. You mustn't tell him any of our guilty secrets.
Oh, I've only been talking about the beautiful scenery here. Yes. And our waterfall, Mr. Thurston. I call it the Rhine Maiden.
You must forgive her imagination, Mr. Thurston. Its real name is the Zorchjalen.
But I like Rhine Maiden so much better.
It's easier to pronounce, too. Mr. von Ormstein, how does one go about getting up to the weather station?
Well, there's a trail leading out of the valley here, though I hardly think you would find it interesting.
Oh, I don't know. I can't think of any better place to find out which way the wind's blowing.
Blowing around the building is nothing more than a surface gradient, Mr. Thurston. 300 meters over our heads, the air is standing in a very dead calm. I happen to be the... What is the matter?
One other thing, I'm listening. Only I'm still surprised at finding a girl up here, Miss Rayner, running this station all alone.
Oh, yes, but I love it. It is the most beautiful view in the world out across those peaks. I can see half of Switzerland from here.
Ha! Makes me dizzy just to look down.
Would you like to see some of the wind maps?
Yeah, very much.
Here we are. This happens to be one of the very few spots in the world where wind velocity and direction is entirely predictable. Oh, yes, and quite dependable, too. You see this one here. It is a wind that blew steadily for 3 days earlier in the week, straight into eastern France.
I see. Miss Rayner, what about reports? You phone them in somewhere?
Oh, yes, to Geneva 4 times a day.
Any chance the phone line could be tapped?
But I do not understand, Mr. Thurston. Who would wish to do anything like that?
Miss Rayner, aren't you forecasting a dead calm overhead for the next 48 hours?
Yes, but...
Good. Now listen. I want you to contact the authorities in Geneva and give them my name.
What?
Ask for their permission to cooperate with certain instructions that I'll give you later. You got it?
Yes, but I fail to see what...
Never mind, you will. Come on, Baker.
Running up mountains, running down mountains. Wish I knew what was going on around here, Mr. Thurston.
Getting an appetite for dinner, Peg, huh?
Yeah.
Should be ready pretty soon.
I'm afraid dinner will be delayed, gentlemen.
Mister, look, he's got a gun.
Yes, I've been waiting for you. Step inside.
Well, Mr. von Ormstein, things seem to be moving out into the open.
I'll take your gun, Mr. Thurston. Thank you. Very clever of you to find my little arrangement with the telephone, but you should have remembered I might be using it when you had Miss Rayner call Geneva.
Yeah, maybe I should. Well, the next move seems to be up to you.
I've made it already. We are waiting now for the arrival of the police.
The police? Where do they fit in?
As a respected member of the community, I felt it my duty to call them. You see, Mr. Thurston, I happened to look into my sister Nashka's room. Found it ransacked. Blood on the carpet. I'm charging you with murder.
And now we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. When Ken accepted von Ornstein's invitation to Switzerland, he was reasonably certain of the man's guilt in flooding France and Italy with counterfeit U.S. bills. The only question being how the scheme was worked. He was certain, too, that von Ornstein was dangerous. And now the duel has come out into the open, and a criminal charge has been filed against Ken, the charge of murder.
This way, monsieur. I have the police conveyance waiting there at the edge of the driveway. You would please to walk ahead of me.
Okay, Inspector. Right now, you're the man with the brass hat.
Mr. Thurston, this little gendarme is going to throw us in the hoosgow. Hey, what's the big idea? We didn't kill anybody, did we?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
That waterfall. I think von Ornstein's sister was trying to tell me something about that waterfall.
So help me, that's got to be it.
What are you talking about, Mr. Thurston? I don't get it.
Here we are, monsieur. We're pleased to stand there until I unlock the conveyance.
Look at it. Nothing but a dog catcher's truck.
Pago.
Yeah?
Do you want to make a quick $100?
In real money?
Yeah, now listen. Tell this cop you want to confess to the murder. I'll straighten it out later.
Well, I don't know if I...
Pagon, I've got to get up to that weather station and then to the waterfall. Now, go ahead.
Well, it's only for the money, you understand.
We're pleased to enter, monsieur.
Mr. Inspector, sir, I want to confess.
Huh?
I done it, all by myself.
Monsieur, you are the murderer?
Sure, tell you all about it down in the headquarters. Now, Mr. Thurston didn't have nothing to do with it. See, I'm climbing in with my own free will. Lock the door and take me.
Well, congratulations, Inspector. A confessed murderer. This'll mean promotion for you.
Does monsieur really think so?
Oh, sure.
Aha! Stand back. I must take this killer to justice immediately.
Hey, don't forget to fix it up, Mr. Thurston. Hey, what did they do to murder in this country, anyhow?
I'm not sure, Pagon, but I think it involves a firing squad.
What? Oh, no! Let me out of here! Mr. Thurston!
And if I understand you correctly, Mr. Thurston, you wish me to send this false weather report over the telephone in place of the real one. Is that it?
That's right, Miss Rayner. The people in Geneva said to follow my instructions, didn't they?
But this report is not true. It is not true. It predicts a 40-kilometer wind blowing into northern Italy for the next 48 hours. Actually, there will be a dead calm during that time.
I know, but there's a good reason for it. Now, excuse me. I've got a date with the waterfall. Pagon. Thought you were in jail.
I only agreed to confess I wasn't going to get myself shot.
Well, how'd you get away?
With my special Zellschmidt skeleton key. The lock on that birdcage was a cinch. Hey, where we're going now, Mr. Thurston?
Von Ormstein's sister was really trying to tip me off. We're going through this waterfall.
Huh? Through that?
She kept calling it the Rhine Maiden. And the Rhine Maidens are best known as guardians of gold. They kept it underwater. So, wait till I get this flashlight under my raincoat.
Mr. X, I hope you know what you're doing. Walking through a waterfall.
Well, we'll soon find out. Take a deep breath now. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Where are we now, anyhow?
I don't know. Let's try the flashlight. There.
Mr. Thurston, look, it's a cave. A cave in the back of the falls.
Yeah. Yeah. Complete with the turbine generator operated by the water, Pagon. Yeah. The printing press.
And there's where he's been making that no-good money.
Yeah.
I don't see any, though.
No. Looks like the floor's been dug up here.
Hey, what are all these gadgets piled up over here?
Weather balloons.
Balloons?
Yeah. Special kind with an automatic timer. Controls the height and the time in the air. And look here. A small built-in radio transmitter to send out a continuous signal. Quite a scheme.
Hey, how about letting me in on the lowdown, Mr. X? How does he do it?
It's not too hard to figure out now. By tapping the phone line from the weather station, von Ormstein gets a continuous report of air movements across the ridge here.
No kidding.
Whenever a favorable wind was forecast, he'd hook some counterfeit money onto a balloon, set the control for the right time and altitude, and then release it. Probably after dark.
But how could an agent over in France or in Italy even find the balloon when it did come down?
That's where the automatic radio unit came in. The agent could use the portable receiver and find the balloon without much trouble. I doubt if he lost many shipments.
Not any, as a matter of fact, Mr. Thurston.
Van Ormstein? Oh, me.
Get your hands up, gentlemen. Very clever, Mr. Thurston, though you really should have looked around the cave before you became careless.
One thing bothers me, von Ormstein. What happened to the plates you've been printing from?
I sent them out by balloon an hour ago, right after I heard Miss Rayner's last weather report. You see, they might have provided, shall we say, evidence.
I see. Well, where do we go from here?
You and your friend aren't going anywhere. This cave is the end of the road.
What's the plan?
I'm going outside, Thurston, and drop the gates of the little dam you may have noticed out there.
Fine, go on.
It diverts a part of the water to flood this cave and seal off the entrance.
Mr. Thurston, he's going to drown us like rats.
Yes. Gentlemen, I bid you adieu.
Oh, me. Come on, Mr. X. We gotta get out of here.
Pagon, he'd shoot you before you got clear of the waterfall. So we better... Listen. Move back. Here it comes.
But we gotta do something.
All we can do is run or be drowned. So come on, let's run.
I can understand your concern, but I've already told you that Ken Thurston and Mr. Zellschmidt haven't been heard from since they left to go hiking 2 days ago.
Yeah, von Ormstein. Now, suppose you listen to me. I warned Ken about that invitation of yours before he left here. If you don't have him on this phone in 30 minutes, I'm coming up there and tear that joint apart.
I can understand how you must feel, sir. As a matter of fact, I was beginning to worry a little myself. I'm planning to send out a search party.
Oh, search party? It's no job for a search party. You know what's happened to him.
I'm sorry, sir, but I really don't know what to say to you. After all,
Suppose you let me talk to him.
Thurston.
Huh? What did you say?
You thought you bumped us off, didn't you? Pigeon.
I'll take that phone, von Ormstein. Thanks. Keep your hands up. Go on, move back. Hello, Chief.
Ken, what the Sam Hill's going on up there?
Never mind. Everything's okay now. I'll call you later.
Yeah, but why didn't you?
How did you get out?
Oh, the cave opens on the surface a couple of miles back of the ridge. I thought it might when I noticed a current of air blowing through.
All right. So you've broken up my scheme. But I got the plates sent off, and without them, you have no case against me.
I have the plates.
You're bluffing. They should have been picked up by my agent in Italy nearly 2 days ago.
Yeah, and they might have been. If you hadn't sent them up in a dead calm.
What?
Oh, the balloon went up all right. And came down. Over here on the ridge, about 2 miles away. Pagel and I picked it up after we got out of the cave this morning.
But the weather report.
You can't always trust a weather report. Especially when it's been tampered with.
You still won't convict me. You can't prove I ever used the plates.
Somehow I don't think the court's going to worry too much about counterfeiting. They'll be trying you for murder.
My sister? You can't file a murder charge without a body, Thurston.
I got a pretty good idea that when we drain that cave and dig up the floor, we'll have a body, von Ormstein. You want to bet?
You're not going to take me even if I...
Go back here, too.
Right on the button, Mr. X. Colder than a mountain climber's nose. Well, that takes care of that.
Yeah, Pagon, that takes care of that. Until the next time. And there'll be a next time. Other men like this one. Men who can live right in the shadow of eternity. Look up every day of their lives at that clean white snow on the peaks. And still wallow in greed and prejudice, hate. What's the matter with us anyway? Aren't we ever going to grow up?
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I'd like you to know that Carter tonight was played by Kathy Lewis. Ladies and gentlemen, America's production depends on steel. Jobs depend on it. And steel depends on scrap metal. Help increase the production of the things you need. Help to keep employment high. Collect scrap iron and steel around home. Turn it into your local drive or call your local scrap dealer. Right away, huh? Now, next week, we're doing a story called Passport to Danger. I think it'll really keep you on the edge of your seats. As usual, Leon Belasque will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Boiling Point.
Kelly never knew exactly when it was that he decided to kill her. Thinking it over afterwards, he realized that murder is something like a pot boiling over. The fire's underneath for a long time and nothing happens. Then all at once the heat reaches a certain point and there it blows. And you look back in horror to find you've killed someone. The odd thing, of course, was that right to the end it wasn't that he hated Janice. She had a kind of charm. She was capable. And she was attractive enough that on the right kind of a spring day with the sunlight filtering through the leaves of an oak tree, hitting her face just right, a fellow like Kelly might think he was in love with her. At least, that's how it started 3 years ago.
Kelly,
Yes?
another sandwich?
Oh, no, thanks, Janice. I'm full up.
What's happened to your appetite?
I don't know. Maybe it's a symptom.
Oh?
Will you do something for me, Janice?
What, Kelly?
Tell me something honestly.
All right.
I came to this town out of nowhere, really. I'm a failure. 29 years old, been fired from the greatest assortment of jobs in captivity. I meet you at a party. From then on, everything's different.
Is it, Kelly?
Yeah, sure. You gave me a build-up with your boss at the Star Realty Company. He puts me on as a salesman. And suddenly, for the first time in my life, I'm a success. Why?
Well, it's simple. You're a good salesman.
No, that's not what I mean. What I want to know is, why did you do it for me?
Oh.
Now, you said you'd be honest.
Oh, maybe I have the interests of the Star Realty Company at heart.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I just like you. Come on, have another sandwich. I don't want to take them back.
All right.
I want to go over the escrow papers on that Williamson deal again.
Oh, no, not now. Don't you ever relax?
Well, I'm relaxed.
Come on. Lean back and take your glasses off.
Oh, all right. That better?
Mm-hmm. You ought to take them off more often.
I'm blind as a bat without them.
What's the difference? You're not looking at the wolves. They're looking at you.
Like you're looking at me?
Oh, they better not. I don't want anybody else to look at you like this.
Don't talk like that, Kelly. Not unless you really mean it.
I do mean it, Janice. I'm crazy about you. Oh, I know I'm not much of a guy, and I'll never know why you bothered with me. But, Janice, I want to marry you. You won't be sorry. I'll work hard and be a success.
That's enough, Kelly.
Oh, please listen to me.
I heard all I want to hear when you said you love me. Aren't you going to kiss me, darling?
Just like that, Kelly. A boy, a girl, a picnic on a green knoll at the edge of town, and it's over. She's Janice Jameson now. You have a small home together, and each morning you commute to town in your jobs with the Star Realty Company. But Janice isn't satisfied, Kelly. She talks of nothing but of the two of you in business together, Jameson and Jameson, real estate brokers. It would take more than you could ever save on your salaries, of course. And it was about then you began to wonder if she'd ever be satisfied. Perhaps it was then, too, that the fire began to burn under the kettle, and the temperature, slowly but surely, started to rise.
And here's a letter for Kennelly and Botsworth. Gentlemen, with reference to the lease on the property at Lilium Way and Gladstone Boulevard, we are informed that the present holder is perfectly... Huh? Oh, yes, Janice?
Can I speak to you for a moment?
Well, I'm tied up. Couldn't it wait?
No, please, right now.
All right. Excuse me, Miss Eldridge. Now, what's it all about?
Kelly, our chance has come.
What are you talking about?
Jameson and Jameson, remember?
Oh, that. All right, Janice. What do we use for money?
Look, it's a teletype from New York offering $40,000 for the corner of 8th and Maple.
But Knowles has an option on that corner for $30,000, hasn't he?
Did have, you mean? It expired yesterday.
But shouldn't we tell Knowles, give him a chance
He
to...
won't be back until next Wednesday. Well, there's no way I can get in touch with him. Honest, darling, Knowles will be tickled pink when he knows we've grabbed this chance to start on our own. He's a big man, more ways than one.
I know. That's
Listen,
why I...
Kelly, I tried my best to get Knowles to renew his option. He said that corner would never be worth anything. This means $10,000 for us on a $1,500 investment. Now, you run right down to the bank and get a certified check. I'll teletype New York that Knowles no longer holds the option.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, I do know, and I know something else, too.
Hmm?
In a few days, we'll have a brand new office with a nice glass door reading Jameson and Jameson. And sign that Jameson and Jameson. That's all.
Jameson and Jameson. I'll have it right out.
You made a slight error, Janice.
What?
Not Jameson and Jameson. Jameson and Stooge.
Please, Kelly, let's not get into that again.
Why not?
Here.
Why not? Let's be honest. You've got the brains, I run the errands. You set up the deals on paper, I go through the motions.
Well, that's not true.
This Brewster deal, for instance. A nice, clean little deal. I'm all set to handle it myself.
Kelly, you're just being silly. There were just a few things you hadn't considered. I thought it might help if I wrote them out for you, that's all.
There's something I don't think you realize yet, Angel. I'm really not a backward kid at all. Why, you act like I'm not quite bright.
You're wrong, Kelly. I think you're the best salesman in the business. Besides, you're my husband and I love you. Now, what difference does it make which one of us does
None.
what?
But why can't you give me credit for some intelligence once in a while?
Kelly, listen.
Why, you're not my wife anymore. You're a business machine.
Darling.
As cold as a piece of steel.
You don't realize what you're saying.
Sit down. I'm not through.
Kelly, no.
For once, you're going to listen. I'm your husband, Janice,
Kelly.
your business partner.
Please.
Not a pet spaniel you lead around on
Don't,
a leash.
Kelly. Oh.
Janice. Janice! Oh, Janice, I'm sorry. Oh, good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Jameson?
Listen, Mr. Jameson, get a doctor up here. Hurry. I think Mrs. Jameson had a heart attack.
Looking down at her now, you have a queer sense of guilt when you realize that you've actually been wishing something like this would happen. Anything to free you, give you back your independence and self-respect. Yes, Kelly, you're sorry and ashamed. And you almost take the kettle off the fire before it reaches the boiling point, particularly as you hear the doctor telling you it was a heart attack. That Janice will have to stay in bed and rest, with a day nurse in attendance. But that's what changes it all right back again. The nurse's name is Vera, and there's something like music in the deep, cloudy blue of her eyes. Something about her voice, the youthful grace of her that sets your heart racing, makes you think that here is everything you missed in your marriage to Janice.
Good morning, Vera. How's the patient?
I just don't know, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly.
Mr. Jameson.
Check.
She seems to think the doctor's all wrong, that it's silly to think of heart trouble at her age.
Well, that's the way she is.
Well, something has to be done about it. She says it's all foolish and that she's going to get up and go back to work.
I know. I've been over that with her several times.
Well, you ought to talk to her, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly. What good would it do for me to talk to her?
Well, after all, you are her husband.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder.
What do you mean?
Oh, skip it.
Kelly, is that you?
Oh. Yes, Janice. I'm coming.
was sweet of you to take me home, Mr. Jameson.
Kelly.
Why do you keep insisting that I call you Kelly?
Do I?
Every night you've taken me home. How long has it been now? 3 weeks? 4?
23 days.
Oh, did you keep a record of it?
Uh-huh. In the back of my head. If you want details, I can tell you what happened on every one of those days, too.
You have a very good memory.
It's easy when you have a reason to remember.
You ought to go on the stage. Professor Jameson's Memory Act or something. Well, I'd better go in now.
Oh, no, please. Just a minute more.
I've got some work to do. I might go on another case soon, and...
Another case? Vera, what are you talking about?
Well, I won't be on this one forever, you know.
But, Vera, it's out of the question. She's a sick woman alone in the house, and... Oh, why lie about it? I think you know why I'm talking this way, Vera.
Yes, I do.
I love you.
I'd better go in now.
Oh, no, Vera,
Kelly, please.
Vera, darling.
Kelly.
I know.
If only you were free.
I'll be free, Vera. I'll...
What do you mean, Kelly?
I don't know, Vera. I don't know.
With the prologue of Boiling Point, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, this being the first program of March, I'm reminded of that old saying, in like a lamb, out like a lion. With Signal gasoline, it's always that way. It goes into your car as a clear, innocent-looking liquid. But once inside your motor, it generates the power of a lion. Lithe, eager power that's quick to spurt ahead in crowded traffic or to send you springing effortlessly up steep grades in high with nary a ping of complaint. But while Signal's power may be likened to a lion, you'll find that your car's appetite for Signal gasoline is gratifyingly small. That's because the extra efficiency which today's Signal gets from your motor naturally means extra mileage, too. So when it comes right down to it, your speedometer is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was strange, Kelly. You didn't know it, but that night in the car, the last night you took Vera home, a murder was taking shape. A murder made of several things. Of your love for Vera, of Jameson and Jameson, and $20,000 in the company account. And naturally of Janet. She'd never give you up, Kelly. You're sure of that. And the next day, as you sit alone in your office, you're wondering about alternatives. Puzzled, even a little frightened by the sudden, impulsive thing that popped into your head as you said goodnight to Vera.
I'll be free, Vera.
What do you mean, Kelly?
Yes, Kelly. What did you mean? You thrust it out of your mind. Try to concentrate on the stack of letters in your desk. And then, just before noon...
Jameson speaking.
Well, Kelly, this is Mac.
Oh, hi, Mac. What's on your mind?
I've been trying to reach you people. I may have run onto something. I'm not sure.
Well, what is it?
Well, I had dinner last night with one of the lawyers from Mayberry and Company.
Yeah?
He had a few drinks and sort of got to talking.
Oh, about what?
A property deal. It seems that Mayberry and Company are going to put up a 6-story branch on the corner of 84th and Pine.
What? Why, that's way out in the middle of nowhere.
It's straight stuff, Kelly.
Oh, say, anybody else know about this?
I don't think so. The whole thing's been on the QT. They picked up that corner for a song. Wish I'd had it.
Well, never mind that. Maybe the surrounding property will go for the same kind of a song.
That's what I wondered about.
Why, in a year, maybe 18 months, there'll be a whole community out there. And if we had the lots, why, the sky's the limit.
You think so?
Oh, no doubt about it.
Gee, I'm glad you called me, Mac.
Yeah, well, I really wanted to talk to Janice, Kelly. If she thinks it sounds
Well,
like...
Janice isn't well. You know that.
Yeah.
Now, look, we'll have to move fast on this, Mac. I'll tell you what we'll do.
Wait a minute, Kelly. Not that fast. It's a $40,000 investment. I'm not going ahead until we have her opinion.
What's the matter with you? I'm running the office now.
Maybe not. This is a big thing.
I realize that, Mac.
You're lucky to have someone like Janice to turn to.
Yeah, but, Mac,
Listen, either talk it over with her or count me out, Kelly. I have a lot of faith.
Skip it. I'll get back to you.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Oh, Janice. What does he take me for? I'll go ahead with it alone if he doesn't want to... What? Janice.
Surprise. Am I interrupting something big?
Well, never mind that. What are you doing here? I thought
that I belonged in bed? I know, Dr. Allen thought the same thing. But today he had to admit it was all brought on by strain, overwork. The rest did it. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Yeah, but
I'm back on the job, that's all. Aren't you glad, darling?
Why, of course, naturally. But what about Vera?
What about Vera? Well, I dismissed her. Is that what you mean?
Well, do you think it was the wise thing to do?
Don't you? Anyhow, now I'm well. I certainly don't need a nurse. Well, tell me, what are you so excited about? Who are you talking to?
Oh, it wasn't anything.
Oh, now don't tell me that. You're bursting with it. Come on, you've had a hot tip. Well, tell me about it, darling. Who's buying what from who, and who thinks we ought to be in on it?
I tell you, it's nothing, Janice. All right. It was Mac.
Oh?
Yeah, listen. Mayberry and Company are building at 84th and Pine. We've got a chance to buy the surrounding lots.
And you're all for it?
Who wouldn't be?
Me.
Well, now, wait a minute. This is the biggest thing that's ever hit this office.
It sure is, and it could knock us flat. No, we're not going into it without examining it.
But there isn't time.
Then it isn't a deal.
Isn't a deal. Janice, do you realize what you're saying?
So, if we can't look before we leap, it's not for us, Kelly. I suppose Mac has it wrong.
Oh.
What if they don't build? Then we're left with a row of weed-covered lots that'll never be worth a thing.
Yeah, but if they do build...
It's a mighty big if. Now, where did Mac hear about it?
Oh, one of their lawyers. He had dinner with them. The guy started talking.
Why?
What do you mean, why? He had some drinks, that's why.
Are you sure? How well does Mac know?
Oh, for the love of...
How do we know it wasn't a setup to get all of us worrying about the 84th Street section while they quietly buy up things somewhere else in town?
Janice, you have to take chances sometimes.
Sure you do. I've taken plenty of chances. But not with every cent we've got.
But we might make enough to pull out to forget the whole business.
Is that what you want to do, Kelly?
What do you mean? Why don't you say what's on your mind? That you're as suspicious of me as you are of every one of your deals. It's the truth, Janice.
Oh, you're wrong, darling. I've always trusted you, even while I was ill. If you think I'm suspicious of you, there must be a reason.
Maybe there is.
No, you don't mean that. Listen, Kelly, it was 2 years ago today we bought the cabin. Do you remember?
Yes, and we've been up there once since.
Let's go once more, Kelly, right now, right away.
Oh, but what about the Mayberry deal? Mac is waiting to hear from us.
Let's forget that. At least till we get back from the cabin. Maybe we can think more clearly up there. And when we come back, we may feel differently about a lot of things.
I don't know. I'm supposed to drive out to the Paxtons tomorrow. They want an appraisal on the ranch. Maybe some other time, Janice.
You can go by the Paxtons, too. From their place, you can come up the back road to the cabin.
What?
I'll drive up the main road and meet you there tomorrow afternoon.
What time?
2:00, Kelly.
All right, Janice. 2:00 at the cabin. I'll be waiting for you.
At the moment you agree to meet Janice, the kettle is beginning to boil, isn't it, Kelly? The first tiny bubbles are rising dangerously close to the rim, threatening to pour over, and there's no way to stop them. It's the same the next day as you drive up to the cabin. And grinding up the narrow mountain road, you admit to yourself that the Paxton Ranch was just an excuse, that you weren't even thinking of keeping your appointment there. You were thinking of an old wooden bridge, a bridge over a 200-foot drop straight down, a bridge that Janice would have to cross to reach the cabin. What you have to do is simple. A few bolts removed from the right places and the bridge is ready. Its loosened ancient support certain to give way under the weight of the next car to cross. You stand at the brink for a moment looking down, then walk back to the cabin. Approaching the porch, you stop suddenly, staring. Mac's car is there, parked next to yours. You move forward stiffly, slowly, wondering if Mac saw you at the bridge. At the door, you take a deep breath and brace yourself before going inside.
Well, decided to come back, huh?
Oh, hello, Mac.
Didn't think it'd be long.
You mean you saw me when you drove up?
Nope. Just saw that good scotch on the table.
Oh, yeah. I was just out back checking the wood supply.
Oh.
Say, what brings you up here, Mac? I should think you'd be in town hot after that deal.
Well, the town end of it's okay, Kelly, under control. All I need is your signature.
What?
Tried to catch you at the Paxton place, but you didn't show, so I figured you decided to skip it.
Oh, yeah. I thought I could keep.
Sure, but the Mayberry thing can't. Here, sign this thing and I'll be on my way.
Oh, Mac, I meant to get back to you. I talked to Janice, and she isn't interested.
What? Well, that's not what she told me.
What? You talked to her?
This morning. She was worried about my tip, but that lawyer's a good friend of mine. She's convinced.
And she signed already?
Uh-huh. Now you, okay?
Oh, sure. Okay. Say, give me the pen. Right here?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, there you are.
Good.
And now you better get back. We don't want any slip-ups, huh? You came up the back road, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'll go back by the front road. It's faster.
Oh, I don't think so, Mac. I take the other way.
No, I'm in a hurry.
But
what?
Look, Mac. Look, do me a favor before you go, will you, fella? Run over these papers on the Paxton property. See if you think my ideas are right.
Gosh, I don't know. Didn't Janice go over 'em?
Oh, yeah, sure. But Paxton's a pretty tough guy to handle, and I'll need all the ideas I can get. Look it over, will you? I'll be right back.
You're trembling as you go out of the door, aren't you, Kelly? Because everything is ruined if you can't talk Mac out of driving down the front road and over the bridge. You've got to stop him, or keep him from leaving at all. You wanted to get rid of him, wanted to tell your own story of the accident. But now you have to settle for the next best thing. If only you can keep him here, if there's something you can do. You glance at his car parked next to yours, hurry over to it, lift the hood. It won't take a minute to fix it so the car won't start. You just get the hood down again as Mac comes out of the cabin waving the papers.
Hey, these look fine to me, Kelly. I'd say you'd covered all the angles.
Oh, you think so?
As far as I can see. Here, I better be on my way. Can't let any grass grow under our feet on this one.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. But, what's the matter with this thing? I'm sure it's got gas.
Well, maybe there's a vapor lock in the gas line.
No, she ought to start. I better have a look.
Hey, listen, Mac.
Huh?
Listen, that sounds like a car coming up the front road.
Oh, it is a car. Well, that settles it. I gotta wait a little while now. One-way road, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Mac. You just have to wait. I guess it's Janice. She's meeting me here this afternoon. Supposed to get here about 2.
Oh, that reminds me, Kelly. I forgot to talk.
Hey, Mac.
Huh?
Mac, that's not Janice's car.
No, it isn't, is it? Here, Kelly, I meant to give you this.
Hey, Mac. Mac, that's Vera's car.
Okay, so it's Vera. Maybe this...
Come on. We've got to stop her, Mac. She'll go through the bridge.
What are you talking about?
It's a trap. I thought Janice would be driving up, and I weakened the supports.
You planned that for
Yes,
Janice?
yes. Help me, Mac. Help me. Vera! Stop!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the little chat about one of Signal's products or services that we usually have at this point on the Whistler, Signal Oil Company is giving this time tonight for an announcement in the interest of public welfare. Once each year in March, we're asked to think of those who, in time of unexpected emergency, need the quick, friendly help that you and I make possible through the Red Cross. Just who are these people? Why, they're the victims of disasters such as earthquake, flood, fire, wreck, or epidemic. Disasters that can strike any one of us any time without warning. Who else? Millions of discharged veterans and their dependents have called on the Red Cross for a helping hand. And don't forget the thousands of hospitalized veterans who may depend on the Red Cross for a long time to come for their recreation and entertainment, their letter writing, shopping, and other assistance. These are just a few of the hundreds of ways the Red Cross is called upon to help every day. It's going to take $75 million to answer all the calls for help the Red Cross will receive this year. So give as generously as you can, remembering that you're the lucky one to be in a position to give help rather than to need help. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Kelly, it was strange, wasn't it? The way it sneaked up on you. The way the temperature rose slowly, quietly to the boiling point. Now, with the temperature back at zero, Vera lies dead in the wreckage at the bottom of the gorge beneath the bridge. The bridge whose supports you'd hacked away to trap Janice, your wife, so you'd be free to marry Vera. And as you stare down in fascinated horror, the words of Mac begin to penetrate the cloud of fog surrounding your brain.
If you hadn't been so insistent on my going over those Paxton papers, this might not have happened.
Paxton papers?
That's right. I had a note for you from Janice.
Janice?
Yeah, she decided not to come and asked me to deliver this when I got here. Every time I tried to tell you about it, you interrupted me. Here, you'd better read it while I phone the police.
The police? Oh, wait a minute, Mac.
I can't wait, Kelly. I've got to report a murder. Better take a look at Janice's note.
Yes. I guess I had, Mac. Why not? Dear Kelly, I decided not to meet you at the cabin. For a long time, I felt you no longer loved me. Now I'm sure. I had it out with Vera after you left yesterday. At first, she denied everything, then admitted the two of you were in love. I was tempted to tell her she couldn't have you. Then I realized you weren't worth the fight. So I'm going to Reno, and you'll be free. I have an idea Vera will join you at the cabin. She's your kind, Kelly. I hope you both will be happy. Janice.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Joe Pagano and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney's dream is to find an eyewitness to the commission of a crime. But sometimes the dream can turn out to be a nightmare that helps the criminal instead of exposing him. This case started on a Friday morning, just a few minutes before 9 a.m.
All right, Carney, let's go over it once more.
We've been over it 20 times, Fallon. Let's get it done.
I ain't taking a chance on you making any mistakes.
I ain't making no mistakes. Think I want to go back to that pen again? Look, I've been casing this place ever since I got out.
You sure there's no guard?
Guard. In a check cashing joint, nobody but the two tellers and the crummy alarm system.
If either of them moves for an alarm, start blasting.
All right. Hey, how are we going to hide out afterwards?
You leave that to me. Been working on a railroad section gang, laying new tracks. It's 30 miles out of town, and they're short-handed. I can get the gang boss to take you on.
Hey, that's good, Fallon.
Yeah. Nobody's going to expect to find two guys with 15 grand driving spikes in a railroad.
Hey, the armored car is pulling away now, Fallon.
Good. Now, the boys inside will have enough money to cash your check. Park right in front of the place and leave it running.
Right.
Keep me covered while I cash the check.
Yeah. Bet they never cashed a check like that one before.
Shut up. I'd like to cash this. Just read it, mister, and do like it says. Don't even open your mouth.
And don't stare at us. You heard him.
You got 5 seconds, mister. Put the money in the...
Hey, he stepped on the alarm.
That's the last thing you'll ever step on.
Let's get out of here.
We'll drop anybody who gets in the way. Come on, Carney, get in.
Crowd's gathering already.
They won't hurt us any.
Look out! Car's coming out of that side street.
Let him look out.
You're going to hit.
Carney! I'm bleeding. Gotta get out, gotta get away.
Hey, driver, the coupe is alive. You better sit there until an ambulance comes, mister. Your head's cut mighty bad.
Get away from me.
Well, get back, everybody. He's got a gun. Get back. You won't run far.
Hello, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. Looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Which one was the bandit car?
The coupe.
Who was in the sedan?
Man and a 5-year-old boy. Both killed.
They take the bodies to General Hospital?
Yeah. Oh, one of the stick-up men was killed, too.
Any trace of the other one?
No. I've got squads doing a house-to-house on the whole area, though.
Who's the registered owner of the coupe?
No, not yet. It's being checked. Probably stolen.
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look at it. Blood on both seats. Steering wheel, too. The driver must have gotten a cut on his head or his hand.
He had a gash in his scalp.
Uh-huh. Hit the windshield on this side. A couple of hairs stuck to the jagged edge. Dark brown. Something with the lab to work on.
The corner druggist had a good look at him. Saw the whole thing from the store. Ran out to help. Almost got shot for his trouble.
Is he around?
Yeah, right over there. Oh, Mr. Reba. District Attorney wants to talk to you. All right, let him through, man. Let him through.
Well, too bad there weren't this many police around when this happened.
Well, it's a big city, Mr. Rebor. They do their best. Well, maybe you'd like to help.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. Child that got killed used to stop in the store. Father'd give him a penny for bubble gum.
I understand how you feel. Harrington tells me you saw the driver of the coupe.
As close as I'm seeing you.
Oh, excuse me, Chief. That sounds like the shortwave on my car radio.
Go ahead. Can you give me a description of the man you saw, Mr. Rebor?
6 feet tall, maybe. Built solid, dressed like a laborer. Of course, that could fit 1,000 men, but this one had a couple of gold teeth right in the middle of his mouth.
Gold teeth, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Anything else?
Nothing outstanding, except for a bad cut on his head. I told your assistant the whole thing.
Was the cut bad enough to need stitching?
Oh, we'll have to see a doctor.
Well, that was a report on the coup, Chief. We stole it on the west side during the night or early this morning.
Well, when was it reported? Before or after this happened?
Well, just about the same time, Chief, but the owner is home. He's been there since last night. His story checks out.
Well, we'd better get down to the general hospital. Well, thanks, Mr. Reba. We may be calling upon you again for an identification.
You can get me at the store anytime.
We'll go in my car. Leave yours here. One of the men can drive it in.
Okay. The lab boys are on their way out to cart the wrecks in, go over them for fingerprints. Not that we can expect much. Prints on the car get pretty smeared.
Yes, and even if we do get a clear set, we've still got to find the man who can match them.
This body is the dead hold-up man. Lift the sheet if you want.
Any identification on him yet?
His prints have been taken. They might lead to something. The medical examiner's report has his blood type and other data.
I'd rather have the blood type of the man who got away. You instruct the lab to bring in pieces of the windshield where he cut himself?
Yeah. They'll call us on it.
Doctor say anything about the teller they shot during the holdup?
Yeah, he's still alive, but in a coma. He's up on the 3rd floor. You want to go up?
Might as well while we're waiting for the reports.
Doc doesn't think he's going to live.
Well, he may come around long enough to tell us something.
Look, Chief, before we go up, you want to see the man and the child who were in the sedan? They're right in the next room on their way to the elevator.
All right. Not that they can help us much.
That's the child's mother. Saw at the accident. Happened only a block from their home.
Did you come to see my boy and my husband? Did you know them?
No.
Maybe you ought to go home for a while, ma'am.
Why should I go home? There's nobody there now. He wanted his daddy to be the one to take him to school. He was just being registered. His first day. 5 years old.
You must try not to think about it.
Nothing we can do to help her, Chief.
I know. Better leave her until she cries herself out.
Guy that's responsible for that ought to...
I know.
The elevators are over here. Car coming down now.
All right. We live in the first room there.
Here's the doc now. We're just coming up to see you, Doc.
I'm afraid you're too late, Harrington. Mr. Garrett.
Was that the cashier?
Yes, he just died. If you want to come back with me, your lab is bringing in some glass fragments for blood analysis.
Yes. Did he say anything before he died, Doctor?
Just a few words. The man who shot him had gold teeth. Sorry to keep you so long, Mr. Garrett, but it isn't as easy to get a type when the blood is dried.
We understand.
It'll only take a second to make a comparison under the microscope now. Did you kill that overhead light for me, Harrington?
Oh, sure thing, Doc.
I'll get the focus now. Yeah, that does it all right.
You got it?
Mm-hmm. The man you're looking for is an AB type.
That common?
No, pretty rare, as a matter of fact. About 1 in... Oh, excuse me. Hello, Dr. Swift speaking.
This is Mr. Garrett's office, Doctor. Is he there?
Yes, just a minute. For you, Mr. Garrett, your office.
Well, thanks. Yes, Miss Miller?
Mr. Garrett, some reports just came in from the lab, the fingerprint crew.
Now, what is it?
The dead bandit has been identified as John Carney, a known criminal. Served time in several states for armed robbery. No known associates since leaving the penitentiary 3 months ago.
No, that doesn't help us. What about the prints on the car? Anything?
All the clear prints belong to the owner of the car, with one exception.
Well, what was that?
A full right thumb impression on the cap of the gas tank.
Has it been checked on?
Yes, sir. We had nothing in the criminal file, so we ran it through to Washington by wire photo. We just got the answer. An identification through Army records. A man named Robert Traumer.
Robert Traumer. Any location?
He owns the Midtown service station on Center Street. Do you want to pick up on him?
No. Harrington and I will handle it right away. Thanks.
Well, what is it, Chief?
Looks like we're not going to need that analysis after all, Doctor.
Oh.
I think we found our man.
Good. Where?
Runs a gas station. Come on, Harrington. Let's pick him up.
I'll be with you fellas in a second.
We'll wait.
Gotta get this grease off my hands. Just finished the lube job. We're not worried about your hands as long as we can see them. Hey, what's the idea? What are you frisking me for? Looking for a gun that made a hole in a fella.
Turn around so we can get a better look at you.
You mind if I dry my hands?
Go ahead.
Where were you this morning at 9 o'clock? Well, I was right here working. Why?
You sure you weren't near the Apex check cashing service at 3rd and Grand on the south side?
Of course I wasn't.
Step over this way. Under the light.
Are you going to tell me what this is all about?
Let's see you smile.
What? You heard him. Smile. Just smile, mister, that's all.
So you were here at 9 o'clock, huh?
I told you.
Those gold teeth say you weren't.
What kind of a cashier you shot is dead, Trauma. So is a 5-year-old boy and his father and your partner, John Carney. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Don't you? Maybe the cut on your head will make you remember.
Cut on my head?
The cut you got when the cars crashed. Take that grease cap off. Let's have a look at it.
Sure, mister. I'll let you look. Well, my cap's off. You see any cut? Either of you?
No. No, Trauma, we don't.
Chief, the druggist Reba said he had a deep gash. I don't know what you're looking for, mister. But if the guy has a gash in his scalp, just look again. 'Cause it ain't me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the man with gold teeth, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
3 innocent people had been killed in a hold-up attempt and getaway. One of the bandits was dead, but the other was still at large. Eyewitnesses swore that the man we sought had gold teeth and a gash on his scalp. We found a man with gold teeth, but there was no mark of an accident on him. Harrington and I took him to the doctor's office at General Hospital.
Hey, what's he going to do with that needle?
Just take your blood type, unless you object. That's your legal right.
Why should I object? I haven't done anything.
All right, let me have your hand. Just going to prick your finger a little.
Go ahead. Ouch!
How long will it take, Doctor?
Just a few seconds with a fresh specimen. Give you an answer as soon as the smear's ready.
The blood type we're checking you for is a pretty rare one, Traumer. AB.
I told you before, my blood is type O. I know from giving it to the Red Cross.
And if that's true, it eliminates part of your worries. But my assistant is bringing a druggist named Rebar over here. Rebar saw the killer close up.
He didn't see me.
Got it?
Yes, Doctor.
There it is.
Type AB?
No. Type O, like you said.
I told you, didn't I? I never lie.
Come in.
Oh, Chief, I got Rebar out here.
How about it, Traumer?
Bring him in. I've got nothing to hide.
Okay, Harrington.
All right, come on in, Mr. Rebar.
Hello, Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Rebar, I'd like you to take a look at this man. Take a good look. And then tell me if you've ever seen him before. How about it, Mr. Rebar?
Mr. Garrett, I'm not sure. After all, the man that got out of the car had a gun in his hand and blood all over his face. All I remember for sure is the gold teeth.
I don't want you to identify him unless you're certain, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now, can you make a positive identification?
No, sir, I can't.
All right, Mr. Reno. Thank you. You can go.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You've done the right thing.
Well, my blood's the wrong type. I got no cut, and he couldn't identify me. How about letting me go now?
There's still the matter of a fingerprint that is yours, Trummer. I want you to come one more place with us. Voluntarily.
Where?
Police garage. The wrecks have been towed in there. I want you to see them. Will you come?
You're not trying to pin this on me, are you?
What do you think?
I'm with you. Let's go.
Recognize this car, Trummer?
Well, I see a dozen black coupes like this every day.
You've seen this one, all right. Your thumbprint proves that.
What?
Right here in the dusting powder on the tank cap.
So I gassed this car at my station, maybe. That's how I make... Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that cap.
Don't touch it now. I'll handle it.
Well, Trummer?
I sold a tank cap like that this morning.
You sure?
Well, yeah, a big guy in a black coupe. Could have been this car. Maybe I should have known there was something fishy about that guy, though.
Why?
Because he didn't have any money to pay for the gas. Didn't tell me until I filled her up, either. She was almost bone dry.
You mean you let him waltz off without paying you?
Well, what could I do? Siphon it out? I made him leave something for security, though.
What?
Well, a hunting knife and sheath he had on his belt. Worth maybe $8 or $9 new.
Did he come back to redeem it?
No. I got it locked in my tool chest back at the station.
We ought to have a look at it, Chief.
We will, as soon as I call the office.
District Attorney's office.
Garrett, Miss Miller. Anything come in on that scalp wound yet?
No, sir. We're still checking doctors. The whole telephone and radio division's on it.
That cut was deep. It'll need treatment sooner or later. Ask other counties to cooperate. Spread the search.
Yes, sir.
I'll be at Trummer's, the Midtown service station.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Would you know that man if you saw him again, Trummer?
Well, one customer's face looks like another, but I'd remember him.
You have gold teeth like you?
Oh, that's something I can't tell you. He was chewing a cut of tobacco, talking through it.
Tobacco, huh? Not many men chew tobacco anymore. Unless
what, Chief?
Unless they're doing a kind of work that keeps their hands too busy for smoking.
Well, here it is, the knife. Just like he left it.
Fresh honed and clean as a whistle, Chief. Now, why would anybody be carrying a hunting knife in the city?
More likely to be somebody who worked outdoors, away from town. Let me see that sheath.
Yeah.
Now, look at this.
Hey, initials burned in the leather. B.F.
Too bad he didn't burn in the full name.
Midtown service. Oh, yeah, hold on. It's for you, Mr. Garrett. Your office.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett, we just got a report. It doesn't seem to be anything, but I thought I'd better call you.
What is it?
A man answering the general description of the one you're looking for had 12 stitches taken in his scalp plate this afternoon.
Where?
Calderville, about 30 miles upstate.
Did you speak to the doctor?
Yes, sir. Calderville Hospital emergency room, but he said it was a compensation case.
What kind of a compensation case?
He said the patient was a workman for the railroad section gang repairing track up in that area.
Well, how'd he get hurt?
Driving spikes. He said one flew up and hit him.
But the man answers our general description.
Yes, sir, except for one thing.
What?
The doctor said he didn't have gold teeth.
I see. Well,
I thought I'd better call you anyhow.
thanks. Keep working on it.
I will. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes?
Did the doctor give you the man's name?
Yes, sir. It was Fallon. Bud Fallon.
Just a minute. Give me that knife sheath, Harrington.
Hang on.
Thanks. Miss Miller, you did say Bud Fallon, didn't you? B as in boy, F as in flag.
That's right, Mr. Garrett.
Then I think we've got our man.
But his teeth aren't gold.
I've got an idea about that, too. Listen, here's what I want you to do. Harrington and I are leaving for Coderville immediately. I want you to call that doctor back.
Yes, sir.
Tell him to dig out the swabs used in treating that wound on Fallon's scalp. If you can find the right ones, I want a blood analysis made. We'll pick it up when we get there.
Yes, sir, right away.
Goodbye. Thanks, Trummer. Come on, Harrington.
Is the guy we want in Calderville, Chief?
In it or near it. He's working on a railroad section gang.
That fits what you said about the knife. Guy working outdoors.
Chewing tobacco, too. Man with a sledgehammer in his hands doesn't have much time for smoking.
But what about the gold teeth?
He hasn't got gold teeth. Never did have. It was a disguise he dreamed up when he stopped at Trummer's for gas. Trummer's teeth caught his attention and gave him an idea. Mighty good one, too. It almost saved his neck.
But how? How did he do it?
That's the one thing we've got to find out.
It'll be dark when we get to Calderville.
Not as dark as Fallon would like it to be.
Yeah. They're the railroad work cars now.
Oh.
Section boss said Fallon bunks in the next to the last one. Dark.
The caboose isn't. Probably use it for a recreation car. Card games, things like that.
Anyone try there first?
No. Too many men in there. Somebody might get hurt. We'll wait in his bunk car.
Yeah, it should be this one.
Yeah.
Watch out. Big step up.
Yeah, I see it. Got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Let's have a look around.
Yeah. Sleeps about a dozen. I wonder which bunk is Fallon's.
I don't know. Here. Throw the light over here.
What?
Here on the bunk post.
B.F. Likes to put his initials on everything, don't he?
Now, this must be his footlocker.
Yeah, it ain't locked.
No.
Gun in there?
No, he'll have it on him. Look at this, though.
What are they?
A couple of plugs of chewing tobacco.
Wrapped in gold foil.
Sure. He tore off a piece of this gold foil after he saw trauma. Put it over his front teeth like this.
No wonder we got his description the way we did.
One thing he couldn't change was the AB type of blood, though.
Well, what do we do now?
Just sit and wait.
That's enough for me tonight. Deal me out. I don't know what I ever did to deserve such lousy luck. Who's that back of my bunk? That you, Jake? Dominic?
Don't go, Fallon.
Who is it?
Who are you expecting?
We want to talk to you about a check you tried to cash this morning.
You're under arrest, Fallon.
Look out, Chief! Oh, my arm! Get the gun, Chief.
I've got it.
Is this the same gun you used to kill the cashier, Fallon?
I never killed anybody.
Ballistics will tell us if you don't, mister.
You'll never get anybody to identify me.
We will when they see you with a piece of this gold foil over your teeth.
I don't have to say anything till I see a lawyer. My arm. I'm bleeding. You gotta get me to a doctor, quick. I already lost a lot of blood from my head.
Don't worry about it, Fallon. You'll be getting a transfusion in no time. It won't take long. We already know your blood type. Come on, Harrington. Let's carry him out. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Bud Fallon was convicted of murder in the second degree and 3 counts of involuntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he was killed in a fight when he attacked another prisoner with a knife. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. In the modest home of the Great Gildersleeve, there occurs a phenomenon peculiar to male youth. It is marked by the gentle pattering of feet. A small voice at the kitchen door. And a delicate hint of his wishes.
I'm bringing it, Leroy. I'm bringing it. Goodness gracious, what's all the hurry?
It's Saturday.
Confound it, Leroy. Why can't you get up like this other mornings?
Oh, hi, Unc. There's nothing to do other mornings, except school.
Well, there's something to do this morning. Leaves.
Leaves? Oh, for corn's sake, Unc, do I have to rake dirty old leaves?
Leaves are nature's own handiwork, my boy. They're beautiful. And, Leroy.
Yes?
When you finish raking them, be sure you burn the darn things. Oh, good morning, Bertie.
Morning, Mr. Gilsleeve. I had to walk clear out to the curb for the morning paper again.
Oh, that's too bad, Bertie. These confounded paper boys can't see beyond the end of their handlebars. Where is the paper?
Under your elbow.
Oh, yes. Bertie, I think I'll have some scrambled eggs and ham with a side order of scrambled eggs and bacon.
Coming up, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Let's have the comics, Unc.
Leroy.
Oh, please?
Comics. You should read a paper by looking at page 1 first. The big news.
Okay, let's see page 1. Please.
I'm reading it. Here's the comic page. Well, let's see what's happening in the outside world.
Me and Piggy were going
Piggy and I, Leroy.
Us guys were going to play football this morning.
Later, Leroy. First things first, my boy.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Let's see here. Man bites wife's dog in fit of jealous rage. Apologizes. Wonder who he apologized to.
Piggy's got a brand new football, Unc, and all the guys are going to play this morning.
Leroy, you know you have your duties around the house. You can play this afternoon.
But by this afternoon, the ball will be all dirty.
Leroy, if you'll be quiet a minute, I can get the paper read.
All right.
Miss Gilsleeve, I think you ought to call the paper and complain about that boy throwing our paper in the gutter.
All right, Bertie.
I called him 3 times, but they don't pay no attention. I think you ought to call him, Mr. Gilsleeve.
All right, Bertie, I will.
I think you ought to call him, you being water commissioner and all. They keep hiding it in the gutter. How can anybody read the paper?
Yes, Bertie, how can anybody read the paper? Now, what about my breakfast?
Coming up, Mr. Gilsleeve. I'm not the one to be complaining, but the only way you can get
Now, maybe a man can read the paper in his own home. Water commissioner faces possible jail sentence. Poor fellow probably... Water commissioner?
Unc, all the fellas are going to be playing football this morning.
Oh, Springfield water commissioner. I didn't think it was me. Emerson Brunker, Springfield water commissioner, today faced a possible fine of $10,000 or 10 years imprisonment, or both. Both. For malfeasance in office.
I could rake to leave this afternoon, Unc.
Yeah, all right, Leroy. An audit disclosed a shortage in Brunker's department of $5.52. Probably betting on the races.
Or tomorrow, maybe, huh, Unc?
Yes, Leroy. Brunker
Gee,
said...
thanks, Unc. You're super.
Oh, Leroy! Confound that boy. That was deliberate malfeasance. I'll have to ask Hooker what malfeasance means.
Good morning, Uncle Mort.
Well, good morning, Marjorie. Sit down and have some breakfast, my dear. Did you sleep well?
Just fine, Unky.
You want some orange juice, Miss Marjorie?
Oh, if you please, Bertie. What's in the paper this morning, Unky?
Same old thing. Trouble. Springfield Water Commissioner is about to get the works. That wasn't intentional, my dear. It just came to me.
That I believe.
Yes. Well, this Brunker, he's the commissioner in Springfield. Accounts were short $5.52. Obviously, the man is incompetent. I'm just about to read his statement here. Let's see.
Oh, Unky, hold the paper up a little more, will you?
Hold the paper up? What?
A darling play suit Hogan Brothers are advertising.
By George, I'm going to work where I can read this paper in peace. And besides, you're too big a girl to be wearing a play suit. Yes. Want to go along?
Would you, Mama?
Oh, I'd love it.
I simply must get to town today and pay my water bill. That nasty old commissioner might have my water turned off.
That nasty old commissioner is a regular ogre. He gobbles up little girls.
I know it, especially one from Savannah, Georgia.
Well, we can't go any place sitting here, can we? Oh, and did you say you wanted to pay your water bill, Leela?
Mm-hmm. Isn't it simply terrible that I have to go all the way to town just for that?
The Summerfield Water Department has just this very day inaugurated a new service.
It has?
Certainly has. We now collect payments in the water commissioner's car.
What?
But only from our favorite customer.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're sweet.
Am I, Leela?
You certainly are. Here, now, I have the bill and the money in this envelope, and I'll put it in the breast pocket of your coat.
Oh, it tickles.
There. Now, do you know where it is?
Sure, it's in my breast pocket.
Throckmorton.
What's the matter?
It's right over your heart.
Oh.
Now, you won't forget, will you, Throckmorton?
Forget? They don't call me Elephant Boy for nothing, you know.
Well, yes, but I thought that was because you're so fat. Oh.
Well, thank you, Leela. I'll attend to your account the first thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I don't know whatever made me say that.
Quite all right, Leela. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Oh, don't be mad at me, Throckmorton.
Let's forget it, Leela.
Let's. Throckmorton, I wanted you to come to a little tea party this afternoon.
I just happened to be stopped, that's all.
Oh, now let's not talk about it anymore.
All right.
I hope you won't be busy this afternoon.
You know, some men are born with 4 thumbs.
Throckmorton, I like stout men. Really, I do. Especially handsome ones.
What time is your tea party, Leela?
Oh, anytime. I thought it would be nice if I started having afternoon teas. Just intimate little affairs.
Sounds like a great idea. Great.
I thought we'd sit around and drink tea and I'd bake cookies. Would you like that, Throckmorton?
I like anything you do with those dainty white hands, especially cookies.
And afterwards we could sort of rest on the sofa and discuss things.
Sounds cozy.
Just you and the judge and I.
Judge Hooker? What's he doing at our party?
I invited him. Oh, why, Throckmorton, Horace is your best friend.
But...
And besides, he said he can't stay long.
Oh, well, in that case...
Then I'll expect you the minute you get through work.
I might even fudge a little.
Oh, I hope so. Well, Throckmorton, hadn't we better be on our way?
On our way?
Well, if I'm going to bake cookies, I have to hurry to town and pay my water bill.
Well, I thought I was going to do that for you.
Oh, Throckmorton, whatever makes me so giddy?
I'd like to think it was me.
Maybe it is. Oh, you have such a fine brain, Throckmorton. You never forget a thing, do you?
Forget? They don't call me Elephant. I never forget.
Oh, you.
Well, for once, there's a place to park right in front. Darn smart aleck kids these days.
Beat you to it that time, Gildy.
Hooker, you old goat! Well, here's another space. You old goat, what's the idea of taking my parking place?
I don't see your name on it any place. First come, first parked.
Someday, Horace, you'll go too far.
That reminds me, I have to go now. See you at Leela's.
Just a minute, Horace, old friend.
Old friend?
What do you say we ditch that tea party?
What?
Well, you know how these affairs are. A lot of idle chit-chat that doesn't mean a thing.
Well, I'm not too fond of tea parties, but I promise Leela.
Oh, come on, Horace. I'll make some excuse to Leela for both of us.
I don't know. What do you propose in the way of a substitute?
Well, why don't we, just the two of us, go up to Grass Lake and get in a little fishing? Season closes next Wednesday, you know.
I don't know, Gildy.
Come on, Horace. Just think, we could wear our old clothes. You wouldn't even have to change.
You would, or you'd scare the fish all away.
Very good, Horace, very good. What do you say? Let's rent a boat and just drift while we strengthen our friendship with real man talk.
Man talk? What's that?
Man to man. Ye gods, Horace. Haven't you ever talked man to man? Or is it always judge to victim?
What, for instance, would you call man talk? Just what would we talk about?
Anything. Politics, love, murder, anything you like.
Come to think of it, Gildy, I would like to get your reaction to that story about the Springfield Water Commissioner getting into trouble. As your friend and attorney, I'd like to know, is there any danger of an incident like that here in Summerfield?
Certainly not.
Well, you know what happened, don't you?
Of course I do. What?
Why, according to the statement he gave the police, he was so far behind his collections, he had to juggle the books. And that's how they trapped him. How are your collections, Throckmorton?
Never better. I keep my department in apple pie order at all times. Well, there may be one or two delinquent accounts.
Well, look what happened to Brunker. You'd better watch those delinquent accounts, Gildy. Turn off their water once, just once, and I guarantee they'll pay up on time thereafter.
But, Judge, you can't go around turning off people's water. What if they get thirsty?
You go down to the drugstore and buy a Coke.
How would they wash dishes?
Go down to the drugstore and buy paper plates.
How would they take baths?
Well, they can. Great Caesar's little fishes, Gildersleeve. You're the water commissioner, not the guardian of the public's ablutions. You have a responsibility to the state, to the people as a whole. When the time comes to be tough, you've got to be tough.
No use, Horace. I'm not tough. I'm just lovable.
No, that's the trouble.
Don't worry about the water department, Horace. How about it now? We going fishing this afternoon?
Well, sounds like it might be fun.
Great. I'll meet you at the boathouse. I've got several things to attend to, so if I'm a little late, you row on out and fish till I get there.
Well, all right. See you later, Gildy.
What a sucker.
By the way, old man, if I'm a little late, you fish till I get there.
Huh?
And we'll find out whether Hooker swallowed Gildersleeve's bait in just a minute.
Mr. Lang, I heard you say last week that there still isn't enough parquet margarine to go around. But just yesterday, several of my friends bought parquet, and I was lucky enough to get a package, too.
I can see where there's going to be a good eating at your house this week. Mm-hmm. Delicious, flavor-fresh parquet margarine for spreading on hot breakfast toast, or golden brown pancakes, or melting into muffins for a real flavor treat at dinner.
Oh, I should say so. My family's delighted. But I wanted to ask, Mr. Lang, are we soon going to get all the parquet we want?
I wish I could say yes. And, of course, you will get some from time to time because we're distributing parquet margarine as fairly as we can to food dealers. However, even though Kraft continues to make all the parquet possible, there still isn't enough to meet the big demand. Spreads for bread of all kinds are among the scarcest foods in America, in the whole world for that matter. Just remember, there are millions who prefer parquet. And though it's scarce, always look first for Parkay, parquet margarine, at your food store.
And now back to the great Gildersleeve, who at long last is arriving at his office.
Hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Da-da-dee-dee. Good morning, Bessie. How's everything? Bessie? Bessie, where are you? Confound that Bessie. I'm going to have to get rid of her. She's out of the office so much I'd get lonesome if I was here very often myself. Let's see what's to be done today. Have to get a new chair one of these days. Letters to be signed. More work to this job than most people think. Kind of fun signing letters, though. Wonder what Bessie has on my mind today. Dear sir, this is to inform you your water account is 7 months past due. 7 months? Ye gods, what does he think we're running here? A public drinking fountain? Don't tell me all these letters are delinquent notices. 6 months, 8 months, 3 months. Well, that's better. 8 months, 12 months. That's almost a whole year. By George, it is a whole year. Confounded people, why don't they pay their bills? Certainly hate to turn off their water. Gildersleeve, are you a man or a mouse? What's that got to do with it? You've got to be tough about these things, Gildy. You have a responsibility to the state, to the people as a whole. You're derelict in your duty. Imagine me, a derelict. I am not. You are so. I am not. You are. Arguing with myself. But I'm right. It's like I told Hooker. When the time comes to be tough, you got to be tough. The old goat. Yeah. Where's that waterworks number?
Charlie Anderson, this end.
Charlie? This is the commissioner. What do you think we should do about people who don't pay their water bills?
Oh, that's your business, Commissioner. My job's to see the mechanical equipment keeps going 10 years longer than it should.
Confound it. Can't you express an opinion?
What's the matter, Commissioner? Job too big for you?
No, the job isn't too big for me.
Then why call me to make your decisions?
I'm not calling you to make my decisions. I've already made one. I want you to turn off everybody's water who haven't paid their bills for 3 months.
3 months?
Yes? I'll have Bessie make a list. You can pick it up in an hour and start right away.
This afternoon? Okay,
Right.
Commissioner. Oh, by the way, tell Bessie not to put my name on that list. I'll bring the money when I get it.
Charlie, what do you do with all your money?
All my money? Listen, you fat tightwad, with my salary...
Confound it, Charlie. Can't you show a little respect? After all, I am head of the water department.
Okay, Waterhead.
Oh! And don't call me Waterhead. Water Commissioner.
Yeah, Water Commissioner.
That's better. Bessie? Is that you?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Come in here, Bessie. Confound it. We're running an office here.
Did you want something, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You can't just go wandering off whenever you feel like it, Bessie. By George, your place is here. How are we ever going to get the work caught up if we keep dashing off?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to be gone for the rest of the day. Let's see. Seems like there was something I was supposed to remember. Pay the gas bill? No, I haven't got my third notice yet. Oh, yes. Bessie, Charlie Anderson will be by in an hour to pick up a list of accounts delinquent more than 3 months. Yes, sir. I knew I'd remember it.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Peavy, give me about a half a dozen cigars.
Yeah, just help yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks. Peavy.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What would you do if you paid your water bill, Peavy?
Well, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, I have till the 10th of the month. I hardly think it's necessary to start dunning me so soon. That'll be 93 cents.
No. What I meant was, you aren't delinquent, are you?
If you mean by delinquent, have I ever been in trouble with the police? The answer is no. That is, nothing serious.
Confound it, Peavy. I don't care if you have a private cell at Joliet. I'm talking about your water bill.
I'm just having my little joke, Mr. Gildersleeve. Has there been a mistake in my statement?
Mistake? How should I know?
Well, you're the water commissioner, and I thought...
Stop thinking. I want to ask your advice on something.
No, I'm always glad to give advice, Mr. Gildersleeve, even if there's no profit in it. The cigars were 93 cents, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Look, Peavy, I did a pretty drastic thing this morning. Too darn many people have been playing on my generous nature. They've let their water bills go as long as 12 months. So I'm having their water turned off.
You don't say.
Yeah. What would you do if you were water commissioner?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think the first thing I'd do is sell this drugstore.
Look, Peavy, forget the drugstore.
My, what a pleasant thought. And you know, if I could get elected water commissioner...
Peavy, just forget the whole thing.
Well, I thought you wanted some advice.
No, you're too late. I've already acted.
No, I didn't mean to make you mad, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm not mad. If anything, I feel gay. You see, Peavy, I'm expected by a certain party at a certain time.
That's so.
Mm-hmm. At a certain place. And if things go right, there'll be just the two of us there.
That's so.
Yeah. Well, aren't you curious?
Curious?
Yes, I mean, isn't there any question you'd like to ask?
Well, yes, there is. About how many families would you say will be affected by your cutoff order?
About 40 families, Peavy. Why?
Well, I wanted to get a line on how much extra soda water to order.
You don't miss a trick, do you, Peavy?
Can't afford to, Mr. Gildersleeve. As I was remarking to Judge Hooker just a few minutes ago before
Hooker?
you come in...
Was he in here?
Yes, he was. He wanted to buy some oil of citronella.
Uh-huh. The judge always takes citronella on a fishing trip. He draws flies, you know. Well, I have to dash off.
That was 90 cents for the cigars and 3 cents for the governor, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh? Put it on my bill, Peavy. I've got till the 10th of the month, too. Well, here we are. Have Leela all to myself today. Should I ring or should I just knock intimately? I'll do both. Open up, Leela. Throckmorton is here. Hello, Angel.
Hello, sugar pie.
Hooker, you old goat, what are you doing here? I thought you went fishing.
I did, and I caught something, too, you big fish.
Why, you scheming, conniving, double...
Well, just wait until I tell Leela how you tried to persuade me to go fishing with you. Maybe you can try a little of your man talk on her.
Hooker, if you say anything, I'll break your... Hello, Leela.
What are you two boys arguing about?
Well, this morning, Gildy and I had a little man talk. He suggested...
Yes, man talk. You wouldn't understand.
Well, I'd like to know why not. I declare, Throckmorton, you're getting more and more like my late husband, Beauregard.
Wonder if that's a compliment.
He was always keeping little secrets from me. Though I'm sure it didn't bother me in the least. Merely annoyed me.
Well, this matter is no secret, Leela. As I was saying...
Shall we go in and make ourselves comfortable? Dibs on the easy chair.
I'll sit here on the sofa.
I'll sit on the sofa, too.
Oh, this easy chair is comfortable. You want to try it, Horace?
No, thank you. Now, as I was saying, Leela, Gildy suggested...
Did you make the cookies, Leela?
I promised, didn't I?
Now, as I was saying...
Horace, you tell Throckmorton about it while I get the cookies. And I'll get the tea ready while you boys pass the time of day.
All right, Leela, we'll just chat a while. You old goat.
You four-flusher.
You old goat.
Just wait until I tell Leela what...
Here she comes now. No, Horace, I don't think it's going to rain.
Throckmorton.
Yes, Leela? Are the cookies ready?
Yes, Throckmorton.
That's nice. And the tea?
There isn't going to be any tea.
Oh, forget to buy some? Well, never mind. Horace can run down to the grocery store.
Mr. Gildersleeve, my water has been turned off.
It'll only take a half. What did you say, Leela?
I said my water has been turned off, Commissioner. Really, Horace, I don't see anything funny about it.
Horace told me to turn it off, Leela.
Well, Judge Hooker, I just wish some of my male relatives were here.
Now, wait a minute, Leela. I did nothing of the kind. I merely advised the commissioner here to turn off the delinquent subscribers. I had no idea you were one of them.
I'll have you know that I'm not. I gave Throckmorton the money this Mr. Gildersleeve. Did you pay my water bill this morning? Throckmorton, answer me.
Water bill?
Throckmorton, what do I see in your breast pocket?
Looks like an envelope.
Snitch.
It is an envelope, the one I gave you this morning. This is all your carelessness, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why don't we all go over to my house and have tea over there?
Well, Horace might like to, but I...
You may count me out, Gildy. I just remembered a previous engagement. To go fishing.
Well, if Horace is going fishing, yes, I'll come over.
Well, you get the cookies spread out, Leela, while I make the tea.
All right, Throckmorton.
That's it. Now for some water. Oh, my goodness. Leela, I'm afraid I've got you over here under false pretenses.
Aren't you sweet?
Yeah.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. During this time when all spreads for bread are scarce, it's only natural that you should want the finest. That's true of parquet margarine, all right, because millions of homemakers keep looking for and demanding this quality spread that sells at such a reasonable price. Kraft is making all the parquet margarine possible under present conditions, but we know there's not nearly enough to meet the demand. From time to time, you will be able to get parquet from your food dealer. He's getting a fair share of all the parquet margarine Kraft is making. And when you do buy parquet, you'll find it's the same fine quality as always, fresh and delicately sweet in flavor, rich in food energy, and with 15,000 units of vitamin A in every pound. So look first for parquet when you shop. That's Parkay, parquet margarine made by Kraft.
And say what I'm longing to hear.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Well, tender words of love, repeat them again, I implore you.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're positively handsome when you stand like that, with your mouth open and the words pouring out.
You're lovely, too, Leela. Let's go sit on the sofa.
Hey, Uncle Mort, how can I take a bath? There's no water.
Oh, Leroy, go to bed. He'll be asleep in a few minutes, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. This week's story was written by Frank Moore and Bill Kelsey. The cast includes Walter Tetley and Lillian Randolph, who play Leroy and Bertie. Leela Ransom is Shirley Mitchell, Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday, same time and station, for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, here's how to make leftovers not seem like leftovers at all. It's easy with Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. First, make a luscious golden cheese sauce with Pabstet and a little milk. Then pour this appetizing cheese sauce over leftovers of meat, fish, vegetables, or rice, and you've a brand new delicious main dish treat. Remember, nourishing Pabstet comes in 2 tempting varieties: pimento Pabstet in the red package and golden cheddar Pabstet in the familiar round yellow package. Get Pabstet when you shop tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Gloria Swanson, William Holden, and Nancy Gates in Sunset Boulevard. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Sunset Boulevard, a busy thoroughfare in the heart of Hollywood, is far more typical of the motion picture capital than even Hollywood and Vine Streets. Here you will find the site of the first motion picture studio, the swank offices of the actors' agents, the night spots. And very far out, almost to the Pacific Ocean, the homes of the screen stars themselves. And this is where tonight's play takes place, in the home of a famous but forgotten glamorous actress of the silent days. Recreating her original role is Gloria Swanson, one of the most glamorous women of silent or talking pictures. Also playing his original role in this Paramount picture, which, by the way, received 11 nominations for Academy Awards, is that excellent actor, William Holden, and Nancy Gates, making her first appearance on our stage. Yes, Sunset Boulevard, with its many Lux girls traveling from studio to studio, is as representative of Hollywood as the Lux girls themselves. For in this capital of beauty, Lux toilet soap is a favorite complexion care. Now here's Sunset Boulevard, starring Gloria Swanson as Norma Desmond, William Holden as Joe Gillis, and Nancy Gates as Betty Schaefer, with John Wengraff as Max.
20 minutes ago, a murder was committed on Sunset Boulevard, at one of those great big mansions between Hollywood and the beach. You're going to hear a lot about it because an old-time movie star is involved, one of the biggest. The police haven't arrived yet, but they're on their way, I guess. The victim's body is still floating in the swimming pool. Nobody important, really. Just a movie writer with a couple of B pictures to his credit. The poor dope. He always wanted a swimming pool. Well, he got the pool. Only the price turned out to be a little high. Let's go back about 6 months and find the day when it all started. Things had been pretty tough. I hadn't sold a story in months. But I knew a big shot over at Paramount who always seemed to have liked me. And the time had come to take advantage of it. He was a smart producer with a set of ulcers to prove.
All right, Gillis, you got 5 minutes. What's your story about?
Well, it's about a baseball player, Mr. Sheldrake.
No?
The poor kid was once mixed up in a holdup, but he's trying to go straight. I submitted an outline a while back. I imagine your story department's got a report on it.
Baseball story, huh?
Yeah, with a real good gimmick at the end.
You got a title?
Bases loaded. And you got exactly the man for it right here on the lot, Alan Ladd. Be a great change of pace for him.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Sheldrake.
Hello.
On that bases loaded, I have a 2-page synopsis. You may want to look at it.
Oh, thank you.
Personally, though, I wouldn't bother.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
It's from hunger.
I'm sure you'll be very glad to meet Mr. Gillis. He wrote it. This is Miss Schaefer from the reading department.
And right now, I wish I could crawl in a hole and pull it in after me.
If I could be of any help, Miss Schaefer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillis. I just didn't think it was any good.
Just what kind of material do you recommend? James Joyce, Dostoevsky?
Perhaps the reason I hated Bases Loaded is that I knew your name. I'd always heard that you had some talent.
That was last year. This year I'm trying to pay the rent.
That'll be all, Miss Schaefer. Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Mr. Gillis.
Look, I don't want you to think I thought this was going to win any Academy Award, but I'm over a barrel, Mr. Sheldrake. I need a job.
I haven't got a thing.
Any kind of an assignment, additional dialogue, rewrite.
There's nothing, honest.
Mr. Sheldrake, well, could you let me have $300? It's for my car. They're after my car. I mean yourself as a personal loan.
Could I? Gillis, last year somebody talked me into buying a ranch in the valley. So I borrowed the money from the bank to pay for the ranch. This year I had to mortgage the ranch so I could keep up my life insurance, so I could borrow on my insurance, so I could pay the bank. Then there's a little matter called income tax. Now, in case you don't...
Well, that was that. I drove out of the parking lot. No place in particular. Just driving and trying to think things out. The time had come to wrap up the whole Hollywood deal and somehow get back to Ohio. I stopped for a traffic light. Behind me in the mirror, I saw a very familiar car. 2 gentlemen from the Friendly Finance Company. I jumped the light and stepped on the gas. I was on Sunset Boulevard now, heading toward the beach. Suddenly, a tire blew out. There wasn't time to think twice. I turned off the road into a private driveway. I ducked behind some fancy shrubbery and waited. I was safe. The house was a great big white elephant of a place. The kind crazy movie people built in the crazy 20s. A neglected house gets an unhappy look. This one had it in spades. Dismal and damp-looking, all grown over with some devouring sort of ivy. I started wondering how anyone could ever...
You there. Why are you so late?
Oh, I beg your pardon, but I'm,
In here. Come in.
I just left my car in the driveway. I had a blowout. I thought maybe
Go inside. Have him come up, Max.
Wipe your feet. Go on. You're not properly dressed for the occasion.
What occasion?
Go up the stairs.
Now, suppose you listen to me for just a
Madame
minute.
is waiting.
For me? Okay.
If you need any help, call me.
So I went up the staircase. It led to a huge bedroom. On a table, covered with a Spanish shawl, was a monkey. A dead monkey. I guess I just stood there staring.
You should have been here hours ago. I put him there because he always liked to be near the fire. Well, I've made up my mind that he'll be buried in the garden. Any city laws against that?
I wouldn't know.
I don't care anyway. I want the coffin to be white. I want it specially lined with satin. White. Or maybe deep pink. Now, I warn you, don't quote me a fancy price just because I'm rich.
Look, you've got the wrong man, lady. I had some trouble with my car. I thought this place was empty.
It is not. Get out.
I'm sorry. Hey, excuse me. But haven't I seen you before?
Get out.
You're Norma Desmond. You used to be in silent pictures. You used to be big.
I am big. It's the pictures that got small.
Yeah, I knew there was something wrong with them.
They're dead. They're finished. There was a time when they had the eyes of the whole wide world, but that wasn't good enough for them. Oh, no. They had to have the ears of the world, too. So they opened their big mouths, and out came talk. Talk.
Yeah, well, that's where the popcorn business comes in. You buy yourself a bag and plug up your ears.
Look at them in the front offices, the masterminds. They took the idols and smashed them. The Fairbankses, the Gilberts, the Valentinos. And who have you got now? Some nobodies.
Well, don't blame me. I'm not a producer, just a writer.
You are. Writing words. Words. More words. Well, you've made a rope of words and strangled this business.
You wake up the monkey.
Get out. Max!
Okay, I'm going.
Just a minute, you. A writer, you said.
Well?
Are you or aren't you?
Oh, sure. The last story I sold was about Okies in the Dust Bowl, but you'd never know because when it reached the screen, the whole thing played on a torpedo boat.
I happen to have written a script myself. It's the story of Salome. I think I'll have DeMille direct it.
And you'll play Salome?
Who else?
Only asking. I didn't know you were planning a comeback.
I hate that word. It's a return. A return to the millions of people who have never forgiven me for deserting the screen.
Fair enough.
Salome. What a woman. What a part. The princess in love with a holy man. He rejects her, so she demands his head on a golden tray, kissing his cold, dead lips.
They'll love it in Pomona.
They love it every place. Read it. Read my manuscript. Read the scene just before she has him killed.
Now, look, never let another writer read your material, Miss Desmond. He may steal it.
I'm not afraid. Max!
Yes, madame?
The young man is staying for a while. Get some champagne.
So I started to read. Sometimes it's interesting just to see how bad writing can be. This promised to go the limit. She sat in front of me, coiled up like a watch spring,
defying me not to like what I read, or maybe begging me in her own proud way to like it. It meant so much to her. It was sure a cozy setup. That bundle of raw nerves, and Max, and the dead monkey. Later on, just for comedy relief, the real guy arrived with the little coffin. It was all done with great dignity. He must have been a very important chimp. It got to be evening. I was feeling a little sick at my stomach, what with the champagne and that tripe I'd been reading. By then, however, I'd started making up a little plot of my own.
Well, you're not going to stop reading.
This is fascinating.
Of course it is.
All it needs is maybe a little more dialogue.
What for? I can say anything I want with my eyes.
Well, it certainly could use a little editing.
I will not have it butchered.
Oh, of course not. Just a touch here and there. You can find somebody.
Oh, I'd have to have somebody I could trust. When were you born? I mean, what sign of the zodiac?
I don't know.
What month? What date?
Oh, December 21st.
Sagittarius. I like Sagittarians. You can trust them.
Thank you.
I want you to do this work.
Me? Oh, no, I'm busy. I've got a job.
I don't care.
And I'm pretty expensive. I get $500 a week.
I wouldn't worry about money. I'll make it worth your while.
Well, maybe I'd better take it home and look it over there.
Oh, no. I won't let it out of my house. You'll have to work here.
Well, it's getting kind of late.
Are you married, Mr.?
The name is Gillis, single.
Where do you live?
Hollywood, Alto Nido Apartments.
There's something wrong with your car, you said.
There sure is.
Why shouldn't you stay here?
Oh, look, I'll come back tomorrow.
Nonsense. There's a room over the garage. Max will take you there. Max? Max, come here.
I felt kind of pleased with the way I'd handled the situation. Sure, I'd work on a script. Meanwhile, my car would be safe, and the money prospects looked very good indeed.
This garage room has not been used for a long time.
Well, I guess it's okay for one night. She's quite a character, isn't she?
She was the greatest of them all. You wouldn't know. You're too young. In 1 week, she received 17,000 fan letters.
Yeah. I sure turned into an interesting driveway.
You did, sir. Good night, Mr. Gillis.
I pegged him as slightly cuckoo, too. A stroke, maybe. Come to think of it, the whole place seemed to have been stricken with a kind of creeping paralysis. Out of beat with the rest of the world, crumbling apart in slow motion. When I woke up the next morning, all my belongings were there. Suitcases, books, even my typewriter. I threw on some clothes and ran over to the house.
Of course your things are there. I brought them myself.
Is that so? Well, who said you could? Who asked you to?
I did. It seemed like a good idea if we are to work together.
Well, there's nothing in the deal about my staying here.
You'll like it here. Besides, you can't work in an apartment where you owe 3 months' rent.
I'll take care of that.
It's all taken care of. Max, unpack Mr. Gillis's things.
That's been done, madam.
Well, pack them up again. I didn't say I was staying.
Then suppose you make up your mind. Do you want this job or not?
Yes, I wanted the job. I wanted the dough. But it wasn't so simple getting some coherence into those wild hallucinations she called a script. And what made it even tougher was that she was around all the time, hovering over me, afraid I'd do some injury to that precious brainchild. Oh, just a scene I threw out.
What scene?
Well, the one where you go to the slave market. It's better to cut directly to John the Baptist.
Cut away from me.
Well, honestly, they don't want to see you in every scene.
Don't they? Then why do they write me fan letters every day? Why do they beg me for my photographs? Why? Because they want to see me, Norma Desmond.
Okay.
Put those pages back there where they belong.
So I put them back. You don't yell at a sleepwalker. He may fall and break his neck. That was it. She was still sleepwalking along the giddy heights of a lost career. Plain crazy when it came to that one subject. Her celluloid self, the great Norma Desmond. It wasn't all work, of course. Sometimes there'd be little bridge games at the house. Friends of hers, actors, dim figures you might still remember from silent pictures. I used to think of them as her waxworks, fragile and old. They'd come and they'd go, quietly like ghosts. They never spoke to me. I don't believe they even asked her who I was. On other nights, Max would operate a motion picture machine. We'd see a movie right in her living room, a silent movie. I guess I don't have to tell you who the star was. They were always her pictures. That's all she wanted to see.
Still wonderful, isn't it? And no dialogue. We didn't need dialogue. We had faces. Oh, those idiot producers. Those imbeciles. Haven't they got any eyes? Have they forgotten what a star looks like? I'll show them. I'll be up there again, so help me.
One morning, Max came in with bad news for me. The men from the finance company had paid us a visit. They'd found my car and towed it away.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. They took your car. It's not a matter of life and death.
Well, it is to me. That's why I took this job.
Now you're being silly. We don't need two cars. We have a car, and not one of those cheap new things made of chromium and spit. Nisada Fischini. Have you ever heard of a Nisada Fischini? All handmade. Cost me $28,000.
So Max got the old bus down off its blocks and polished it up again. It was upholstered in leopard skin and had one of those car phones, gold-plated.
That's a dreadful shirt you're wearing, Joe.
Yeah? What's wrong with it?
Nothing. If you work in a filling station. And I'm getting rather bored with that same sport jacket and the same baggy pants. Max?
Yes, madame?
Take us to a good men's shop in town. The very best. Take us there now.
But I don't need any clothes, and I certainly don't want you buying them for me.
Why begrudge me a little fun? I just want you to look nice. And, must you chew gum?
The last week in December, the rains came. It came right through the old roof of my room over the garage. So she had Max move me into the main house. I didn't much like the idea, but it was better than sleeping in a raincoat and galoshes.
You should be quite comfortable over here, Mr. Gillis.
Uh-huh. Whose room was this?
It was the room of the husband. Or the husbands, I should say. Madame has been married 3 times.
Yeah. Hey, what's the matter with the door? There isn't any lock.
There are no locks anywhere in this house, sir.
How come?
Madame has had some moments of melancholy. There have been some attempts at suicide.
Oh.
You have to be very careful. No sleeping pills, no razor blade. We turned off the gas in Madame's bedroom.
Why? Her career? She got enough out of it. She's not forgotten. She still gets those fan letters.
Those letters? I would not look too closely at the postmarks.
You send them. Is that it, Max?
I'd better press your evening clothes, sir. Mr. Gillis has not forgotten Madame's New Year's Eve party.
No, I hadn't forgotten the party. I dreaded it. But I was curious as to who would be there. I heard voices. Max ushering in the orchestra. A little later on, they started to play. I went downstairs. This was the night I was to find out how she felt about me. I'd been an idiot not to have sensed it coming. That sad, embarrassing revelation. She was dancing alone, a tango. And then she saw me and came over to the foot of the stairs.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act 2 of Sunset Boulevard. Now, here's Libby Collins with the Lux Movie News of the Week.
With big news, John, about a top movie. One that will start people talking about awards and Oscars. It's Paramount Pictures' A Place in the Sun.
Oh, that's based on Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The book is counted a great American classic, and the picture is great, too. With 2 such stars as Elizabeth Taylor and Shelley Winters playing 2 girls in love with the same man, he's Montgomery Clift, you can imagine the drama unfolds into a passionate, true-life story that's really moving.
I certainly found A Place in the Sun a great love story. The contrast between the 2 girls, Shelley, the lonely little factory worker, and Elizabeth, the wealthy society girl. But in real life, both girls are so beautiful.
No, why shouldn't they be, John? Especially when they're both...
I know, Libby. Both Lux girls.
Didn't that close-up show you two beautiful examples of Lux's lovely complexions?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Elizabeth Taylor tells me she never skips her Lux soap facials for a single day. This is what she says about Lux. I work the creamy, active lather well into my skin. Rinse with lots of warm water and a dash of cold. Then I pat gently with a soft towel to dry. It's wonderful, the quick new beauty these facials give my skin.
Lots of lovely women agree with Elizabeth Taylor. And every woman who wants a lovelier complexion should try this famous Hollywood beauty care. Daily Lux Soap Facials. Lux Active Lather cleanses so thoroughly but so gently, it leaves your skin softer and smoother. See how easy it is to be Lux Lovely. You'll understand why 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. And now, here's Mr. Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Sunset Boulevard, starring Gloria Swanson as Norma Desmond, William Holden as Joe, and Nancy Gates as Betty.
If there had been any hope of ducking that New Year's Eve party, believe me, I wouldn't have been there. As it was, I had put on that dinner jacket from the best shop in town and went downstairs.
No, you look absolutely divine. Turn around.
Oh, please.
Come on. Perfect. Wonderful shoulders. And I love that line.
Oh, it's all padding. Don't let it fool you.
Cute. You know, this floor used to be wood, but I had it changed. Valentina said there's nothing like tile for a tango. You tango, don't you?
Not on the same floor with Valentino. Norma, it's late. What time are they supposed to get here?
Who?
The other guests.
There are no other guests. This is for you and me, Joe.
Oh?
Hold me tighter.
Okay.
You think this is all very funny?
A little.
Be patient, Joe. You think it's nice, not funny. You think it's very nice.
So we danced. Norma Desmond and I. In a room big enough for a softball game, to the music of a 20-piece orchestra.
What a wonderful year it's going to be, Joe. What fun we'll have. I'll build my pool for you. Or I'll open my house in Malibu, and you can have the whole ocean. And when our picture's finished, I'll buy you a boat, and we'll sail to Honolulu.
Oh, stop it. You're not going to buy me anything anymore.
Don't be silly. I'm rich, Joe. I'm richer than all this new Hollywood trash. I've got $1 million.
Keep it.
I own 3 blocks downtown. I've got oil in Bakersfield, pumping. What's it for but to buy us anything we want?
Cut out that us business.
What's the matter with you?
Has it ever occurred to you that I may have a life of my own, that there may be some girl that I'm crazy about?
Who? Some car hop? Some dress extra from Central Casting?
What I'm trying to say is that I'm all wrong for you. You want a Valentino, somebody with polo ponies, a big shot.
What you're trying to say is you don't want me to love you. Is that it? Well, say it. Say it. Say it.
She left the room and rushed upstairs, and the orchestra kept playing. Well, I'd had enough. I grabbed my coat and left. I thought about a friend of mine, Artie Green, an assistant director. There was bound to be a New Year's shindig going on in his apartment. I walked down to the boulevard and hitched a ride into town.
Well, what do you know, Joe Gillis?
Hi, Artie.
Where you been? I dropped by your place a couple of weeks ago on the land.
Well, I moved out to a deep freeze.
Oh.
Look, I'll give you a full report later. Meantime, could I stick around here for a while?
Oh, this'll go on all night.
No, I mean, could you put me up for a week or so?
Oh, sure, Joe, sure. Just stand by, kid. I'll get you a drink.
Hello, Mr. Gillis.
Oh, hello.
Betty Schaefer, remember? Sheldrake's office.
Oh, yes.
I've been hoping I'd run into you, Mr. Gillis.
What for? To recover that knife you stuck in my back?
Well, I did feel a little guilty. So I got out some of your old stories.
Why, you sweet kid.
Please, I would like to talk to you. Come on, let's go in the kitchen.
I didn't pay much attention to what Betty was trying to tell me. Too much noise, too many people having a good time. But suddenly I knew I was feeling good again, and that she was part of that feeling. I told her to wait for me. I'd be right back. I had to make a phone call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gillis, but I cannot talk to you now.
Yes, you can. Now, look, Max, I want you to get out my old suitcase and pack all of my old...
I have no time to do anything now. The doctor is here.
Doctor? What's going on?
Madame got the razor from your room, and she cut her wrist.
Max. Max. Hello, Max.
Hey, Joe, where you going? What did you do to him, honey? Scare him or something?
Who is he talking to, Artie? Why would he leave like that?
I don't know. How do you like that guy?
Thank you for coming back, Mr. Gillis.
How is she?
The doctor says she will be all right. Be careful, Mr. Gillis. Be careful what you say to her.
Norma?
Go away. Don't look at me. Go away and let me alone.
What kind of a silly thing was that to do?
To fall in love with you. That was the idiotic thing.
It sure would have made attractive headlines. Great star kills herself for unknown writer.
Great stars have great pride. Go away. Go back to that girl of yours.
Look, I was making that up because I thought the whole thing was a mistake. I didn't want to hurt you. You've been good to me, Norma. You're the only person in this stinking town who has been good to me.
Then why don't you just say thank you? Get out.
Not until you promise to act like a sensible human being.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Norma. Happy New Year, Norma.
Oh, Joe. Joe. Happy New Year, darling.
By the following day, if it hadn't been for her bandaged wrists, no one would have dreamed that here was a woman who'd tried to kill herself.
Immediately, Max, immediately. Take the script over to Paramount, and be sure you deliver it to Mr. DeMille in person.
Very good, madame.
You're really going to send it to DeMille?
Well, this is the day. This is the day, Joe. Look, here's the chart from my astrologer. She's read DeMille's horoscope. She's read mine.
Did she read the script? Norma, scripts don't sell on astrologers' charts.
But, darling, I'm not just selling the script. I'm selling me. DeMille always said I was his greatest star.
When did he say it, Norma?
Well, all right, it was quite a few years ago. But the point is, I never looked better in my life. You know why? Because I've never been as happy in my life. Now, hurry, Max, hurry!
It's for you, madame. The telephone. Paramount is calling.
Now, do you believe me, Joe? Paramount is calling. I told you DeMille would jump at my story.
It's not Mr. DeMille in person, madame. Someone by the name of Gordon Cole. He says it is very important.
Certainly it's important. The very idea of having some assistant call me. Say that I'm busy and hang up.
Very good, madame.
How do you like that? We made 12 pictures together. His greatest successes.
Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's shooting.
I know that trick. He's trying to belittle me. He's trying to get my price down. I've waited 20 years for this call. Now DeMille can wait until I'm sure.
About 3 days later, she was good and ready. Incredible as it may seem, there had been more of those urgent calls from Paramount. So she put on a half a pound of makeup, fixed it up with a veil, and set forth to see DeMille in person.
Joe, are you sure you don't want to see Mr. DeMille with me, dear?
No, I'll wait outside. It's your script, Norma. It's your show. Good luck.
Thank you, darling. Max, what are we waiting for?
The gate, madame.
Hold that noise, will you, please?
To see Mr. DeMille. Open the gate.
Mr. DeMille is shooting.
You got an appointment?
No appointment necessary. I'm bringing Norma Desmond. Ooh. Norma Desmond.
Jonesy! It is you, Jonesy.
Why, Miss Desmond. Oh, how have you been, Miss Desmond?
Just tell that officer to open the gate.
Sure, Miss Desmond. Okay, Mac, open it up.
Yeah, they can't drive on the lot without a pass.
Miss Desmond can. Open it up.
Where's Mr. DeMille shooting, Jonesy?
Stage 18, Miss Desmond.
Thank you, Jonesy. And teach your young friend some manners. Tell him without me, he wouldn't have any job. Because without me, there wouldn't be any Paramount studio. Max, stage 18.
It wasn't possible. How could a man of DeMille's intelligence see even a glimmer of hope in a script as bad as the one she'd sent him? But he came out of the sound stage and put his arms around her, and then led her into his cell.
You saw them, Mr. Gillis? The extras, the electricians. They fall all over each other just to get a look at her. You see that row of offices? That used to be Madame's dressing room. The whole row.
It didn't leave much for Wallace Reed. Oh, that sign over there, Max. Reader's department. Reminds me, I want to look up somebody. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, for heaven's sake, come on in. Have a chair.
Hello, Betty. I just thought I'd tell you that if you still think there's anything in that story of mine, go ahead, take it. It's all yours.
Why?
Well, it's no good to me. Help yourself. I mean it.
That doesn't make sense. Besides, I'm just not good enough to do it by myself.
Well, what about all those ideas you had?
You don't even know what they are. Maybe they aren't any good. Oh, look, Joe, please, if you're busy, maybe we could work evenings or even 6 o'clock in the morning.
Artie would just love that.
No, for the next month, Artie won't mind at all. He's out of town. Incidentally, we're engaged.
Oh? Huh. Well, good for you. You couldn't find a nicer guy.
That's what I think. Anyway, he's on location in Arizona, so I'm free every evening and every weekend.
Look, Betty, it can't be done. It's out. Now stop being chicken-hearted and write that story. And don't make it too dreary. Get a few laughs in it. So long, Betty. Good luck.
Oh, honest to goodness, I hate you.
As I walked back to the car, I saw someone talking to Max. He was just leaving. Then Max turned to me and looked at me helplessly. What's the matter?
That man, one of DeMille's assistants.
Well?
The reason for all those telephone calls to Madame. It was not DeMille. It was the property department who called.
Property department?
The car. They saw the car when I brought the script here. They want to rent the car for a Bing Crosby picture.
And DeMille's going to tell her then?
He will know what to tell her. He remembers her. He will not break her heart.
Take it easy. She's coming.
You see? Look at her. Look at her. She's radiant.
Well, how'd it go?
Oh, it couldn't have gone better. It's practically set. Of course, he has to finish this picture first. It's a circus picture. But I'm next. I'm sure I'm next. He said nothing would please him more than to work with me again.
Norma.
Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't realize what it would be like to come back to the old studio. Oh, what are you waiting for, Max?
Forgive me, madame. Your arm, madame.
After that, an army of beauty experts invaded the house. She went through a merciless series of treatments, like an athlete training for the Olympic Games. She went to bed every night at 9. She was absolutely determined to be ready. Ready for those cameras that would never turn.
Joe, darling, are you there?
Yes, Norma.
Don't turn around. Keep your eyes on the book. I just came down to say goodnight. I don't want you to see me. I'm not very attractive at the moment.
All right, good
You
night.
know, I've lost 1.5 pounds since Tuesday.
Good.
You going to read all night?
Oh, for a while.
You went out last night, didn't you, Joe?
I went for a walk.
No, you didn't. You took the car. It's all right. It's just that I don't want to be left alone. Not while I'm under this terrible strain. All I ask is for you to be a little patient and a little kind.
Norma, I haven't done anything
Of course you haven't. I wouldn't let you. Good night, darling.
Yes, she was right. I was playing hooky every night. That story of mine that Betty Schaefer had dug up kept going through my head like a locomotive. I'd phoned her. We'd started working on it, just the two of us in her office. Nights when the studio was deserted. And sometimes when we got stuck, we'd walk around the lot, just wandering down alleys between the sound stages or through the sets they were getting ready for the next day's shooting. It was on one of those walks that Betty first told me about her nose.
So naturally, my family expected me to become a great star. Anyway, the studio made a test, but they didn't like my nose. It slanted a little.
Oh, they're crazy.
Oh, no, they're not. So I went to a doctor and had it fixed. Then they gave me another test. This time they were crazy about my nose, but they didn't like my acting.
That's the saddest thing I ever heard.
Oh, not at all. It really taught me a little sense. So I got a job in the mailroom, then stenographic, and now I'm a reader.
3 cheers for Betty Schaefer. I will now kiss her nose.
If you please.
May I say that you smell real special?
Must be my new shampoo.
No. No, that's not shampoo. It's more like freshly laundered linen handkerchiefs. And may I suggest that if we're ever to finish our story, you stay at least 2 feet away from me at all times. Now let's walk back to your office. It was long past midnight when I got back to the house. Max was waiting for me in the patio.
Mr. Gillis, you must be very careful. Madame may be watching. Mr. Gillis, I'm not inquiring where you go every night.
Well, why don't you? I'm writing a script, and I'm going to finish it.
It is just that I am greatly worried about Madame.
You're not helping her any, feeding her lies and more lies. What happens when she finds out there isn't going to be any picture?
She will never find out. That's my job. It's been my job for a long time. I made Norma Desmond a star, and I cannot let her be destroyed.
You made her a star?
I discovered her. I directed all her early films.
And she's turned you into a servant.
It was I who asked to come back, humiliating as that may seem. You see, I was her first husband.
The following night, as usual, I was in Betty's office. Betty was strangely quiet. It wasn't like her. Something had happened.
Sorry, Joe. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, is it about me? What have you heard?
No. It's Artie. He sent me a telegram.
Oh? Anything wrong?
He wants me to come on to Arizona, Joe. He said it only cost $2 to get married there.
Well, why don't you? Well, stop crying, will you? You're getting married. That's what you wanted.
I don't want it now.
Why not? Don't you love Artie?
Of course I love him. I always will. I'm not in love with him anymore, that's all.
What happened?
You did? Oh, Joe.
She'd been a fool not to sense there was something phony in my setup. And I'd been a heel not to have told her. But you just can't say those things to somebody you're crazy about. Maybe I'd never have to. Maybe I could get away with it. Get away from Norma. Maybe I could wipe the whole nasty mess right out of my life. As soon as I got back to that peculiar prison of mine, I went to Norma's room. The door was closed, but I could hear her talking.
It's so late, Miss Schaefer. But I really feel it's my duty. Never mind who I am. You do know, Mr. Gillis. Exactly how much do you know about him? Do you know where he lives? Do you know how he lives? Miss Schaefer, I'm trying to spare you a great deal of misery. Very well, then. Ask him.
Give me that phone.
No, Joe, no.
Give it to me. That's right, Betty. Ask me.
Or better yet, why don't you come out and see for yourself? The address is 10,086 Sunset Boulevard.
Don't hate me, Joe. Don't hate me. I found a script in your room. Your name was on it. Your name and hers. I called her up because I need you. I need you as I never needed you before. Oh, look at me. Look at my hands. Look at my face. Look under my eyes. How can I go back to my work if I'm wasting away under this torment? You don't know what I've been through these last weeks. I bought myself a revolver. I did. I stood in front of that mirror, but I couldn't make myself do it. Don't just stand there hating me. Shoot at me, strike me, but don't hate me. Oh, Joe, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
In a few moments, we'll return with Act 3. You know, Miss Nancy Gates, who is starring tonight in our play Sunset Boulevard, is one of Paramount's talented Golden Circle players. So I thought I'd invite as my guest tonight another Golden Circle member. One whose brown-eyed beauty and vibrant personality certainly say that she's headed for stardom, too. Miss Irene Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Keating. It may be some time before I earn that word star. But meantime, I'm having lots of fun on the Paramount lot.
Fun? Like what?
Oh, playing my first role and watching other pictures filmed. The most fun was watching the new film Rhubarb being made. I haven't stopped laughing yet.
Rhubarb. That's the name of the cat who inherited $30 million and a baseball team.
And what a cat. You'll roar at Ray Milan, forced to be bodyguard and nursemaid to Rhubarb, who is tough, rough, and very smart. But that's only the beginning of his problems, because Jan Sterling, the girl Ray wants to marry, is allergic to cats.
What a gift for comedy Jan Sterling shows.
And what a lovely complexion she shows us.
A Lux lovely complexion, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Jan Sterling is a Lux girl. We both agree Lux toilet soap is tops for beauty care, and that nothing could be nicer than the big bath-size Lux for the daily bath.
Thank you, Irene Martin. Yes, Lux has active lather that leaves skin feeling soft and satin smooth. It's a creamy, rich lather, abundant even in hardest water. Try it for your beauty bath. You'll love the delicate, clinging perfume. The way Lux leaves skin fresh and sweet. Lux lovely all over. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Sunset Boulevard, starring Gloria Swanson as Norma Desmond, William Holden as Joe, and Nancy Gates as Betty, with John Wengraf as Max.
What was I going to do? Over and over, she kept repeating those words, sobbing, hysterical. I left the room and went out of doors. I kept walking around. And then I saw some headlights and a car turned into the driveway. Betty had come.
Joe, what is it? What's wrong? I didn't know what to do, so I jumped in the car.
Come on in. Come on in the house, Betty.
I don't know why I'm scared, Joe. Is it something awful?
Take a look around, Betty. Ever been in one of these old Hollywood palazzos? They built them like this when they were making $18,000 a week and no taxes.
You live here, Joe?
You bet.
Whose house is it?
Whose? Well, there are 100 photographs of her in that one room. If you don't remember the face, you must have heard the name. Norma Desmond?
Why did she call me?
Did you ever see so much junk? She had the ceiling brought all the way over from Portugal. And look at this.
Joe, what about Norma Desmond?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is an enormous place. It's lonely here. So she got herself a companion. Very simple setup. An older woman who's well-to-do. A younger man who's not doing too well. Can you figure it out yourself?
No.
All right, I'll give you a few more clues.
No. No, I haven't heard any of this. She never called me, and I've never been in this house. Now get your things together and let's get out of here.
All my things? My 18 suits, my custom-made shoes, the 6 dozen shirts, the cufflinks, and the platinum keychains and cigarette cases?
Come on, Joe.
Come on where? Back to a one-room apartment I can't pay the rent for? Back to a story that may sell and very possibly may not?
If you love me, Joe.
Look, sweetie, be practical. I like it here. Maybe it's not very admirable. Well, you and Artie can be admirable.
I can't look at you anymore, Joe.
How about looking for the exit, then? This way. Good luck to you, Betty. You can finish that script on your way to Arizona. And when you and Artie get back, if the two of you ever feel like taking a swim, there's a pool out there. Italian marble and soft-colored lights.
Thank you, darling. Thank you, Joe.
Get out of my way. I'm leaving, Norma.
Joe. Joe, no. You can't leave me. You can't.
I said I'm leaving.
No, you're not.
Thanks for letting me wear the handsome wardrobe, and thanks for the use of all the trinkets. The jewelry's all in the top drawer.
It's yours, Joe. I gave it to you.
And I'd take it in a second. Only it's a little too dressy for Dayton, Ohio.
What I gave you is nothing. You can have anything you want. What is it you want? Money?
You'd be throwing it away, Norma. I don't qualify for the job, not anymore.
You can't go. Max! I can't face life without you. And you know I'm not afraid to die.
That's between you and yourself.
You think I made that up about the gun, don't you? All right, see, I do have a gun. I suppose you don't think I have the courage.
Oh, sure.
You don't.
If it would make a good scene.
You don't care, do you? Well, hundreds of thousands of people will care.
Oh, wake up, Norma. You'd be killing yourself to an empty house. The audience left 20 years ago. Now face it.
That's a lie. They still want me.
No, they don't.
What about the studio? What about DeMille?
He couldn't hurt you. He couldn't hurt anyone. DeMille was trying to spare your feelings. The studio only wanted to rent your car.
Wanted? What?
DeMille didn't have the heart to tell you. None of us had the heart. Come on in, Max. Go on, tell her.
It's a lie. They want me. I get letters every day.
Do her that favor, Max. Tell her there isn't going to be any picture. There aren't any fan letters except the ones you write.
Max, that isn't true.
Madame is still the greatest star of them all. I'll take Mr. Gillis back to the car.
You heard him. I'm a star.
Norma, you're a woman of 50. Now grow up. There's nothing tragic about being 50, not unless you try to be 25.
I'm the greatest star of them all.
Goodbye, Norma.
No one ever leaves a star. That's what makes
I left her standing there. I grabbed my coat and started out. She kept calling me.
Joe!
I could hear her running after me.
Joe!
I was out of the house now. The air suddenly felt fresh again, clean. I started across the patio. She called to me once again.
Joe!
But I didn't stop. I kept on going. Suddenly, it was a great effort to keep on walking. I was alongside the pool now, and if I could only... Well, this is just about where you came in. Back at that pool again. The one I always wanted. Only now the place is crawling with people. The police, detectives, reporters, photographers. They took pictures of me in the pool, and they took pictures of me out of the pool. They were very careful with me. Gentle. It's funny how gentle people get with you once you're dead. Well, the newsreel guys are roaring in now. Here's an item everybody can have some fun with. The heartless so-and-sos. What would they do to Norma? Even if she gets away with it in court, crime of passion, temporary insanity, the headlines are going to kill her. Forgotten star, a slayer. Aging actress. Yesterday's glamour queen. They're talking to her now up in the house. The boys from Homicide. They found her upstairs, sitting at her dressing table, arranging her hair.
Captain. State of shock, I guess.
Miss Desmond, please. You don't deny having killed that man.
Just answer us yes or no. Did you intend to kill him?
Who is he? Where did you first meet him? Where does he come from?
Newsreel men are here with the cameras, Captain.
Tell him to go fly a kite. This is no time for cameras. Miss Desmond, is there anything at all you want to tell us?
Cameras? You said cameras. What is it, Max?
The cameras have arrived, madam.
They have. Tell Mr. DeMille I'll be on the set at once.
What is this?
It's one way to get her downstairs, isn't it?
Okay. Have the car right outside.
Everything will be ready, madam.
Thank you, Max. You'll pardon me, gentlemen, but I must get ready for my scene.
The cameramen were at the foot of the stairs, a dozen reporters firing questions, but Max didn't even bother to look at them. It was the cameras he was interested in.
Quiet, everybody. Miss Desmond is coming. Lights. Turn up the lights. Are you ready, Norma?
What is the scene? Where am I?
This is the staircase of the palace.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Down below, they are waiting for the princess.
I'm ready.
All right. Cameras. Action.
So they were turning after all. Those cameras. Life, which can be strangely merciful, had taken pity on Norma Desmond. She came down the stairs. They were not policemen. They were not photographers or reporters or just the morbidly curious. To Norma, they were her public, her fans. And she was back again, working with DeMille.
I can't go on with the scene. I'm too happy. Mr. DeMille, do you mind if I say a few words? Thank you. I just want to tell you all how happy I am to be back in the studio, making a picture again. You don't know how much I've missed all of you. And I promise you I'll never desert you again. Because after Salome, we'll make another picture and another picture. You see, this is my life. It always will be. There's nothing else. Just us and the cameras and those wonderful people out there in the dark. All right, Mr. DeMille. I'm ready for my close-up.
In a few minutes, we want you to meet our stars in person. Mr. Keeley will tell you about next week's show. But first, here's Libby Collins with a very exciting question.
Who is the lovely Lux Girl?
Oh, you mean who is the mystery star in the big Lux Girl contest?
That's it. The lovely Hollywood star with her eyes masked out. Her picture's appearing in newspapers everywhere, on posters in grocery stores all over the country.
Give our listeners a clue, Libby, to help identify her.
Right. Our Lux Mystery Girl is the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Too Young to Kiss.
That makes it easy for everyone to identify her and to enter this wonderful Lux contest.
The prizes, John, are simply wonderful. Why, the first prize is $5,000 cash plus a Ford Victoria sedan.
And there are 10 more Ford Victoria sedans to be given away.
And 200 14-karat gold diamond Bulova watches.
Plus $10,000 in additional cash prizes.
Over $60,000 worth of prizes. And everyone easy to win. Besides, it's really fun to enter the contest. First, you identify the mystery star. Then complete the last line of a jingle.
Now, here's the jingle. June is her name. The last is da-da-da. That's where you fill in the star's name. I'll repeat it. June is her name. The last is da-da-da. Her lovely skin's beyond comparison. Her beauty soap's the one for me. Da-dee, 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 da-dee.
Everyone knows lots of nice things about Lux soap to help write that last line.
Yes, for instance, Lux soap has active lather. Rich, creamy lather that cleanses gently but thoroughly, leaves skin softer, smoother. It's a firm white cake with a delicate flower-like fragrance. Comes in a generous big bath size, too. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux Girls. So go ahead, enter this big Who is the Lovely Lux Girl contest right away. Get the entry blank at your grocer's tomorrow. The picture of the star to be identified, the jingle, the rules, and the address are all on the blank. Send in as many entries as you wish, but with each entry, attach 2 Lux toilet soap wrappers, either regular or bath size. The contest closes October 15th, so start now. Get your entry in right away. Just think, $60,000 worth of prizes, over 1,200 opportunities for you to win. And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And we want them to come forward for a well-deserved curtain call. Gloria Swanson, William Holden, and Nancy Gates. Gloria, I can't tell you what pleasure it gives me to welcome you to the Lux Radio Theater.
Thank you very much, Bill Keeley.
Gloria, I understand that you're leaving town tomorrow to attend a big fashion show in the East.
That's right, Bill. I've designed a lot of clothes for the show, and I'm delighted over my new creation.
Well, we're delighted that you could make our Lux Radio show. Gloria, with all your activities, motion pictures, stage, your radio and television shows, dress designing, manufacturing...
Now, Bill, that's enough about me. What about Nancy Gates?
Me? Well, I just recently signed with the studio, Miss Swanson. And I do think I'm very fortunate to start off as a member of Paramount's Golden Circle.
You sure are, Nancy. I was a member of the original Golden Circle players, and it was one of the best breaks of my career.
Well, Bill, I think the Golden Circle is filled with very talented young people. And, of course, all the girls would like to be a glamorous star like you, Miss Swanson.
Oh, thank you, Nancy. Thank you. And now, what about Bill? What have you been doing recently?
Well, I just finished a picture at Paramount with Nancy Olson and Bill Bendix called Submarine Command.
A submarine commander? That's something I haven't done. The picture I just finished, 3-4-bedroom C, is all about a staid but attractive scientist and motion picture star. He knows everything about atomic radiation and nothing about the warm human chemical radiation that takes place between the male and the female. But he learns. Yes, indeed. He learns.
You're just the one to teach him. That sounds like a real comedy hit.
And speaking of hits, Gloria, a Lux soap is a real hit with everyone.
Well, now, that's not new, Bill. For a long time, we screen actresses have depended on Lux toilet soap.
That's right, Miss Swanson. And we hope to be screen actresses wouldn't think of missing our Lux soap facials.
And I don't want to miss the announcement of next week's show, Bill.
Next week, we'll have a salute to the motion picture industry. We call it Movie Time USA. And we'll present scenes from 7 important new productions with 15 of our top stars. They will be Mary Alden, Ann Blythe, Leslie Caron, Claudette Colbert, Gary Cooper, Wendell Corey, Bing Crosby, Dan Daly, John Derrick, Joanne Drew, Gene Kelly, Vera Ralston, Donna Reed, Forrest Tucker, and Jane Wyman.
Oh.
Just a little something they whipped up.
Well, that's going to be a great, super great show, Bill. And now I must say good night.
We'll all be listening. Good night.
Good night, and all our best wishes.
If you want real wear from your nylons, take the advice of the people who make stockings. Use Lux. Over 90% of the makers of nylons recommend it. Why? Because it's been proved by scientific strain tests over and over that the Lux weigh double stocking wear. Hollywood screen stars are thrilled with the way Lux makes even sheer nylons wear and wear. And new Lux with color freshener keeps colors newer looking longer. Get a big box of new Lux tomorrow. Use it for stockings, for all your nice washable rayons, silks, and nylons for that nicest new Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Movie Time USA with scenes from 7 new pictures with 15 stars. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Nancy Gates appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose latest release is Here Comes the Groom, starring Bing Crosby, Jane Wyman, and Alexis Smith. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Movie Time USA, starring 15 stars and 7 of their latest pictures. This is the CBS Radio Network.